Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Well, for those who work here, either by virtue of being elected or by virtue of being part of our public service team, thank you for being here, but thank you especially to all the citizens who are here today to be a part of our discussion on what is a very full agenda. And this is the, for those who aren't familiar, this is the agenda for the day, so we're going to try and move through it as best we can and make sure we give everybody a chance to be heard and a chance for questions and so on, as you would expect. For those in the room with us, the screen at the back provides real-time updates concerning where we are in the agenda and what's coming up next. And you can also follow the agenda on your computer or your tablet or your smartphone at www.toronto.ca/council. So on that note, we'll begin. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? And if so, please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. That's addressed, of course, to members of the committee. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On item 7.7, there's a material reference to Toronto Public Library. I have an interest as my wife works for Toronto Public Library. On item 7.7, subsection 4,
Thank you.
local appeal body.
Thank you. Any other declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? All right, hearing none, I will then ask for a motion to confirm the minutes of the Executive Committee held on May the 26th, 2015, moved by Councillor Barton-Eddy, seconded by Councillor McMahon. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. So we will now run through the agenda for the item of the day, and of course, members of the committee who will hold an item will please so indicate. And we of course have a number of deputants, and those are the people that I previously welcomed, and those items will be held automatically. So 7.1 is not held.
Acquisition.
Yeah, it's.
Just read the titles.
Beg pardon?
Just read the titles. That's it.
All right, acquisition of a portion of 12 Bannockburn.
I'll move the recommendations.
No, I think that has to be held. I think there's a report to become, that is coming at noon, according to
So,
the.
Mr. Mayor,
These are confident.
holding the item.
You're holding
because
the
I'm
item.
moving a motion on
Fine.
behalf of.
Okay, that's all I was seeking. I
Okay.
thought somebody was going to hold it. Item 7.2, the interim poverty reduction strategy is held because there are many deputations that we welcome. 7.3
Councillor Palacio, Mr. Mayor.
is held for deputations. Councillor Palacio, item 7.4 is held for deputations and a presentation. 7.4A, 7.5 is the ice storm, which is held for a presentation and deputations. 7.6, the waterfront strategic review is held for deputations and a presentation. 7.7.
I'd like to hold 7.7, Mayor Tory.
Held by Councillor
Councillor
Shiner. 7.8 is the updated policies for naming city streets and properties. Moved by Councillor Min and Wong.
I'd like a hold, please.
Councillor Ainsley is holding that. 7.9, the relationship of the Toronto Community Housing Commissioner of Housing Equity to the accountability offices, held for deputations. 7.10, recipients 2015 Access, Equity and Human Rights Awards. Do I have a motion to adopt? Moved by Councillor Min and Wong, seconded by Councillor Bailo. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The 2014 Annual Human Rights Office Report and amendments to the hate activity policy. Motion to approve. Moved to approval by Councillor Palacio, seconded by Councillor.
I don't think you need a second.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. We don't hear. That's right. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 7.12.
Mayor Tory.
Moved by Councillor Min and Wong. All those in.
Just
Sorry, do
before
you want to hold
move
that?
If I have one moment, I just brings everyone's attention. In Bill Toronto's statement, they talked about what they did last year with affordable housing. If you look at council, what's coming to us at the next meeting, a site on Tippett Road, which my colleague Councillor Pasternak has. Bill Toronto has been able to put into that site, working with the two sites they have and the other two property owners, 250 affordable housing units. It's huge. And I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention and working with the Affordable Housing Office. It's a milestone for Build. It's a new direction they're taking. It's wonderful to be able to have worked with them, which myself and Councillor Pasternak did. Bill Brick is here. I think I'll be only too glad to leave without a lot of questions, but I just want to extend my thanks to the local councillor and to everyone involved that helped me make this happen. Otherwise,
And on that note, yes, here. I would only say that means we're catching up, but I think there was a motion to approve on the table for 7.12. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 7.13, Toronto Community Housing Corporation Annual General Meeting and Audited Statements for 2014.
Hold, please.
Hold from Councillor Ainsley. Toronto Pan Am Sports Centre Annual Meeting and 2014 Audited Statements, item 7.14. Moved by Councillor Menon Wong. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 7.15 is held for deputations, the future of the civic theaters. 7.16, amendments to the BIA Capital Cost Share Program Guidelines. Move approval from Councillor McMahon. All those in favor? I need to have some hands up here now. Come on now, wake up, folks. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Under one roof, housing solution for women and children at 389 Church, item 7.17.
I'll move that if you want, Mayor Tory.
Moved by Councillor Shiner. All those in favor? Wake up now, folks. All those in favor, thank you. I just have to make sure people are actually voting. Item 7.18, transportation of hazardous materials, safety, accountability, and transparency on Toronto's rail lines.
Please hold it.
Held by Councillor Palacio. 7.19, City of Toronto 2014 Investment Report. Moved by Councillor Ainsley. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 7.20, Operating Variance Report for the 4-month period ended April 30th, 2015. There's going to be...
I'd like to move withdrawal. The reports aren't quite ready for this meeting, so I'm
All right.
withdrawal.
Councillor Crawford has moved withdrawal of the item. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item's withdrawn.
Same with the next
7.21, same disposition, I gather. Councillor Crawford. Moved by Councillor Crawford. The item be withdrawn. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 7.22, 2015 Heads and Beds Levy on Institutions.
Hold, please.
Held by Councillor Ainsley. 7.23, Levy on Railways, Roadways, Rights-of-Ways, and on Power Utility Transmission and Distribution Corridor. 7.23. Somebody to move the item, please.
Recommendations.
Moved by Councillor Ainsley. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 7.24, Service Level Review. This will be held and dealt with at 1:30. Today, previously notified, there's deputations and presentations there. 7.25, Service Agreements Awarded and Executed by the Medical Officer of Health for 2015. 7.25. Motion to approve by Councillor Palacio. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 7.26, Amendment to the 2015 Parks, Forestry, and Recreation Capital Budget for the Pan Am Path.
I'll move.
Moved by Councillor Ainsley. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 7.27, Toronto Water 2015 Capital Budget and 2016-24 Capital Plan Reallocations. Moved by Councillor Crawford.
Right.
Oh, sorry, did you want to hold that? Councillor Ainsley to hold. 7.28, Facilities Management Real Estate 2015 Capital Budget and 2016-2024 Capital Plan Adjustments and Accelerations and Deferrals, Q2. Moved by Councillor Pasternak. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Toronto Community Housing, 7.29, Toronto Community Housing Corporation Budget Reporting. Moved by Councillor Crawford. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 7.30, Terms of Reference for City School Boards Advisory Committee. Moved by Councillor Pasternak. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 7.31, Recommendation to change the name of the Disability Issues Committee. Moved by Councillor McMahon. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 7.32, Accessible Pedestrian Crossovers is being held for deputations. Item 7.33, Agreement for the Provision of Electrical and Mechanical Show Services for Events and Exhibitions at Exhibition Place.
Hold it, please.
Held by Councillor Palacio. Item 7.34, Toronto Transit Commission 2014 Capital Budget Technical Adjustments. Moved by Councillor Crawford. All those in favor? Well, there's not a single vote in favor of it. Isn't that amazing? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 7.35, Protocol for notifying local ward councillors on ward-specific issues and meetings is being held for deputation. Item 7.36, City of Toronto Application to UNESCO Creative Cities Network. Moved by Councillor Menon Wong. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And finally, item 7.37, Young Men's and Young Women's Initiative. Is there someone to move approval of that? Councillor Pasternak. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Councillor Wong, do you have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have the procedural
Sorry,
motion.
can you just hold on 1 second? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Just getting it up for the,
Sure.
thank you.
So this is as it relates to item number 2, which is the interim poverty reduction strategy, in which we have 38 deputants, and 7.4, expanded gaming at Woodbine Racetrack, in which we have 16 deputants. And I would note, Mr. Mayor, that many of the items in this agenda have been held. And so my motion is that public presentations be limited to 3 minutes per registered speaker. Questions of speakers by members of council be limited to 3 minutes, with only 1 round of questions per member. Questions of staff by members of council be limited to 3 minutes, with only 1 round of questions per member. Speeches including placing motions by members of council be limited to 3 minutes per member.
Councilman Wong has moved a motion. I would intend to say a few words in response. Are there other people who wish to speak to this? I just will say then to the members of the public in particular and members of the committee, I did show you what we have to deal with. I think you heard me running through the list of the agenda. What we're most anxious to do today is to make sure within the confines of the day today, which happens to fall immediately before Canada Day, that we can get through and hear everybody. And give everybody a chance to be heard. And I think this is the best way. And you've seen that we've not only placed a little bit of a limitation on the deputations, but also on ourselves with respect to speaking and questioning, so that we can all deal fully with these items. And we will end up taking up quite a lot of time talking, as well we should, about the poverty reduction and the Woodbine. And we have all the other items to deal with that you heard us talking about. And so I hope you'll understand that that's our best attempt to make sure we get through the business of the day and give justice to all the people that are here to speak and to be asked questions and to speak around this table. And so those were my comments. Anybody else? Otherwise, we'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Do we want to deal with the timing items as well? Yeah, just with respect to timing as well, and this is really, again, of courtesy to people who are here and might otherwise be sitting all day or waiting for a time. What we would propose to do is we'll deal with the agenda in order, starting with the deputation items, but it's likely, because of the number of people and even with the times we've just talked about, that the poverty item will take most of the morning. At 1:30, we had previously given notice that we would deal with the service level presentations and discussion. We would propose to follow that with the waterfront item. So I can't name a precise time, but it would be sometime in the afternoon, probably mid to later afternoon, just because that's the order in which we would deal with it, with the concurrence of the committee members. And that's really for their approval and for the notice to the people who are here from any of those items. Are the committee members agreeable to have it dealt with in that manner, which is the poverty item would be first? It falls first anyway with deputations, followed at 1:30 by the, if we're done the poverty item, 1:30 by the service level presentations, followed whenever we're finished with that by the waterfront item.
You said if we're finished, does that mean at 1:30, if we're not finished, we're going to continue on with the poverty item, or?
Well, I guess we have to hear all the deputations, and I haven't done the math on how long that's going to take, plus the questions and speeches.
So we'll finish the poverty item and then?
I would think we should, in light of all the people that are here, out of courtesy to them, and then we'd have the presentations immediately thereafter. But I think probably we'll finish the poverty item before lunch. That'd be my guess, but
Yes.
we shall see. Okay. It's just been drawn to my attention, we have a room capacity issue, and there are rules about these things, rules that have to do with safety and so on. And what I'm going to ask is that we, the people who are here to make deputations on the poverty reduction item obviously would stay, because we're starting with that right away. But the people who are here to make deputations on Woodbine, or other matters later on, that I would ask if you're here for a deputation that you could go to Committee Room 2 and it's open for your use, but it's just we do have an issue with the capacity of the room. And those, for example, on the waterfront, I see some of those folks that we're not going to deal with that till this afternoon anyway, which is to try and give you the consideration to go and do some other business that you might have to do instead of sitting here listening to our deliberations, unless you want to stay. But if you could, if you're on some other item, if you could help us with the capacity issue by going to Committee Room 2, that would be most helpful.
Mayor Tory?
I just have been advised that the 3 deputants for the civic theaters item, and that's the reason that was held down, have withdrawn their deputations, and they've all had written communications submitted, and I just didn't know whether that was something that we would move approval of in light of that fact. The only reason it was otherwise being held, but if it was somebody who was going to hold it in the absence of deputations.
I would hold it, and then I'll speak to my colleagues about it. I have one.
So you might be able to, all right, you might be able to release it after lunch or
I
something.
might be able to.
Okay.
And I'll
Thank you.
try and do the same thing with a local appeals body.
Yeah, you already held that though, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And if I could ask you, Mayor Tory, I do want to hear from all the deputants, but on occasion, deputants repeat what the deputant before said, and we have so many. If deputants sit down here and they are in support of the recommendations and support of previous speakers, and they could shorten their speaking time to tell us they're in support, on occasion that's been helpful to try and get everybody a chance to speak. So if there's any way to encourage that of our speakers to say what they're supportive of and not necessarily use the 3 minutes so we can get everybody in to hear how many people are supportive or have concerns, that would be great.
I think that's a good suggestion, Councillor Shiner, and I trust people heard what the councillor had to say, and I would say that we also should in turn apply that to ourselves as the members of the committee. And
I think every
they'll
member-
probably agree to go along with that if we do, Councillor Shiner.
I think every member of committee already does that.
Oh, yeah.
So
Want to have a vote of the public?
so
Whether they think
people
that
are,
happens?
no, I
Not
just,
customary to have the public vote in here,
I
but-
just wanted to check if people were actually
Anyway,
listening.
I think it's, I think it's, and I think with that, on that note, we will move to that item. I think that's where we're starting first. May I just say at the outset, as the chair of this committee, I want to express my gratitude to, of course, to Councillor and Deputy Mayor McConnell, who I asked to take this on and to write up. Council had previously voted, as the members of the public will know, in the last term, to have a poverty reduction strategy. And when I became the mayor, I asked Councillor McConnell to head up what had to be a process in order to move forward to develop a strategy. And this is the interim report that you're here to speak to today, but a lot of work has gone into it. And I know a lot of the work that's been done has been done, yes, of course, by city staff and by Councillor McConnell and other members of council interested, but also by a large number of groups, some of whom are here today. And so I want to begin just by thanking you collectively as well, because if we did that each time along the way, we would end up spending time doing that. But I want you to know how much the input of people who are involved with this, both through lived experience and also through professional experience, has helped to produce a document that I think has got us off to a good start on doing something that I can tell you I am very committed to seeing move forward, and that other members of the council are as well, many other members, I think all. And so on that note, I will ask that we start with a presentation that we're going to receive about the interim report, and then we'll proceed to deal with the deputations and after some questions perhaps.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and personally I want to thank you for giving me this job. It's a wonderful job to do. First of all, members of the executive, Mr. Mayor, we are pleased to be able, Denise and I, to present the poverty reduction strategy as an interim piece. We'll be as brief as possible, quite brief actually, because you've got a heavy agenda ahead of you and we know that. This is a critical step in the process, and we ask Council to endorse the direction that Toronto needs to move in if we want to achieve real equity for all of our Torontonians. So it's with great pride that I submit to you the Toronto to Prosperity Interim Poverty Reduction Strategy, and with it I call on you to be a partner in making Toronto prosperous for everyone. While Torontonian residents are seeing a building boom, as we all are, and a thriving business centre, we also see the following. 1 in 4 children living in poverty, 1 in 5 adults living in poverty, neighbors struggling in jobs that don't provide enough salary to pay the rent and put food on the table. Our youth employment rate, 20%, and that's skyrocketing to 25% if you're an Aboriginal youth, or 30% if you're a Black youth. The facts are before you, all of them on the screen there, and it tells the story, really, of how important it is for us to take action, and take action now. This inequality is simply unacceptable, and I know that Toronto can do better. So with this strategy, Toronto is responding. To Prosperity sets forward a bold vision rooted in the concrete actions that will lead us forward to 2035. And it's truly an equitable goal that we would have equitable organizations and lives for all of our Torontonian residents. So this vision challenges us and commits us to addressing these issues, finding solutions, driving systemic change. To Prosperity is guided in 3 overarching objectives that focus on what the city and its partners in government, in labor, and in business can and should do to overcome the growing poverty in our city. We can and we should address people's immediate needs, today's needs. We can and we should support people to transition out of poverty. And we can and we should change the systems that make poor people in the first place. I'm very excited. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Sorry.
I will ask, sorry, Deputy Member McConnell, I will ask that you not applaud or otherwise, contribute to the discussion. People will have their chance to speak today.
Yes.
And we have to try and keep the meeting orderly and moving along. So I would ask that you not applaud or notwithstanding your enthusiasm for the comments that are being made and for the report. I please ask you to cooperate in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry about that. I'm very excited that this strategy moves us beyond a strong vision and strong objectives and lays out 24 specific recommendations and 74 concrete actions. These recommendations are centered and organized around our 6 key issue areas. First, like the fingers of our hand, housing. Access to stable and affordable housing. Access to city services. Access to affordable and accessible transportation, food access and food security, quality jobs, and living wage. And in hopes of not going into all of the pieces are in your of what those actions are, but we have been in your report. But we have been calling about these 5 fingers of action representing the solutions to poverty and inequality. These fingers are held together by the palm of our hands, which is really the way to move forward. It is the institutional change and ensuring that our social inclusion is at the very heart of our decision-making. One of the most important objectives and opportunities is to really embed poverty reduction, equality, and social inclusion into the DNA of our city's corporate culture. So literally, the solution to our poverty problem is in the palm of our hand. And I will now turn it over to Denise, who will quickly take you through the next steps, and then I'll finish up. Denise.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. What you have before you today for consideration is a high-level interim strategy. Hundreds of Torontonians and over 20 city divisions and agencies actively contributed to developing To Prosperity. With Council approval of this interim strategy, over the next 3 months, we will go back out and work with Torontonians and with city programs and partners to create a much more detailed final strategy for Council consideration. The staff report before you recommends that standing committees, budget committee, and key city boards have the opportunity to review the interim strategy during their September meetings for service implications. Taken together, these contributions will finalize a more detailed strategy. And at your October-November cycle of council, we will bring forward a final poverty reduction strategy that includes a work plan with timelines and leads for all actions, financial implications of actions, ways to measure our progress, and a financial strategy that identifies ongoing and dedicated resources.
So thank you again for receiving this report. I look forward to working with all of the members of council, also with all of our community partners as we move forwards towards the implementation of this direction. This is the moment that Toronto chooses a different path forward. It's a bold step, but it's just the first step to building a strong safety net for all Torontonians and a strong lifeline to rescue people should they fall into poverty. Poverty is everybody's business, and I want to thank everyone who contributed to this, the city manager and the three deputies that signed it, the general managers and the MOH who came, and the chiefs who came to an advisory committee. Denise Andrea Campbell, as she guided us through this, Joe Mannion from TESS, Deanna Warman, who put our ideas together, Chris Brillinger, who was there with the steady hand, and of course, if I could, all of the members of the advisory committee who took us into a path of hearing from people with lived experience. I believe we can and we will do this all together. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor McConnell, and Denise, thank you very much. I appreciate all the work that's been done by everybody as we enter into hearing from our fellow citizens about their comments on this interim report, and looking forward to moving it forward. So what we'll do is leave questions over, including of you, the presenters, until we have dealt with the deputations. We will go through the deputations starting in order that they're listed here, which means Mr. Tim Rourke is first. And a reminder that the motion we passed gives you 3 minutes for your representation. Mr. Rourke, welcome.
Hi there. Well, I'm Tim Rourke. I've never been part of any labor union. I'm not working for any particular social agency or advocacy group. I'm a longtime advocate of what has been called these days a basic income. I've been active at the national level basic income network, but there are internal problems with that. I've worked with forming a local BI organization, but that runs into the usual Toronto problems. Basic income is, of course, the idea of ending poverty by just giving people enough money so they're not poor. It's not about just managing poverty more efficiently. It's not about a wage top-up so labor can be even cheaper. And it's not an excuse to abolish all other social programs. Lately, this idea is in one of its fashionable periods. All sorts of people are advocating for variations of it, using various names. The cause is not really well served by its adherents. The strength of this idea is its inevitability. If you think about it without any ideological blinders, there's no other way out of the situation of post-industrialism is putting us into. The idea of a one-one relationship between available work and those available to work has always been a vicious myth. And becoming more ridiculous as automation eliminates even more sources of paid work. Already about 80% of work is make work. It would make no difference if the total output of society, these jobs are eliminated. Historically, the solution to technological unemployment has been reducing work hours, but we would have to reduce working hours drastically to create so-called full employment again. Reducing hours would reduce people's incomes proportionally unless wages were increased proportionally. Trying to solve poverty by raising wages is a fool's game. This is the basic fallacy which unions pursue as well as poverty fighters. Raising wages at the low end would only create inflation. I do not understand this push for higher minimum wages when most marginal workers are saying that what they really need is more hours. Not that I'm here to denounce the people here asking for a poverty reduction strategy. Some of their ideas are pretty good, especially in housing, transportation, and institutional reform. However, despite attending several other meetings, I can't get BI onto their agenda. And it's going to take a long and hard fight to achieve that, but it's time to get on with the BI. I am not here to go into the details of what a money for living system would look like, even what it would be called, or how to win it politically, how to fund it, all that. There are lots of people on the net who would like to debate it with you ad infinitum, but it's time to get on with implementing something. What is being widely proposed right now is a pilot program for a BI. And look, 2 cities in Alberta want to volunteer to host a pilot program. I've handed in some information to you about that. I hope it gets all circulated around. Oh, I'm at 3 minutes already. My question is, can we at least get Toronto to join Calgary and Edmonton in endorsing a basic income? Is there among the councillors someone who wants to be the good fairy for BI in Toronto?
And I'll have to ask you just to wrap up.
Okay.
Mr. Rourke.
In that case, well, I'm just about done here. I don't know what it would take to jumpstart a BI movement in Toronto in the midst of all the hyper-partisanship, but maybe the city sponsoring a discussion about it would help.
All right,
That's
thank you for
basically-
that. I'll
that's
see if there are any
basically it.
questions before
Question,
we...
please.
Thank you for your attendance today. Any questions of Mr. Rourke? Hearing none, I'll thank you very much, Mr. Rourke, and appreciate your coming by.
My job is done.
All right, we have next Maggie Helwig. Good morning, Ms. Helwig. Thank you for coming. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, I'm the priest of the Church of St. Stephen in the Fields and the chair of the Social Justice and Advocacy Committee for the Anglican Diocese of Toronto. I would like to express my deep thanks to all of the people who've been involved in putting this together, especially Councillor McConnell, who has done terrific work on this, and thank you very much. This is a wonderful first step. We are very pleased with what's been done and urge you to support this, to pass this. I'm very pleased to hear that the intention is to follow this up in quite a short time frame with financial commitments, with detailed timelines, with more strategic fleshing out of what is in many cases aspirational expressions, very good aspirations, but aspirations that need strategies, timelines, and serious financial commitments attached to them. So we're happy to hear that that's coming. Certainly want to express that we are very happy to continue to be involved in working those out, in helping to represent the voices of some of our most vulnerable and most marginalized citizens. There are obviously many areas of the report which need expansion. We need more focus on supportive housing as well as affordable housing. We need more attention paid to the very vulnerable and marginalized. But this is a really, really good beginning in building Toronto into a city of compassion and justice. And I know we're really all behind this, but just want to express that we are very happy to continue to be involved in developing this into something real on the ground. And I don't need my last minute. That's all the time I need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Helwig, very much for that. Are there any questions of Ms. Helwig? Thank you. That's certainly, thank you very much. We appreciate the encouragement to continue on and also your expression of support. We have next, substituted for Helen Armstrong, Mr. Jeff Richardson from the Community Development and Social Action end of the St. Stephen's Community House. There you are, sir.
Good morning, councillors. Thank you for hearing our deputation today. I'm part of a group called the Member Advocacy Committee, and we're all participants in a corner drop-in at the St. Stephen's Community House, which is in Kensington Market. Our social action group has been active on issues such as increasing the number of shelter beds, not decreasing, which is currently happening, building new affordable housing, and reducing the transit fares for low-income people who ride the TTC. Today, we're here to speak in support of an interim poverty reduction strategy for the City of Toronto. We urge you to listen to the many people with lived experience of poverty, including our group, who are speaking up for a strong poverty reduction strategy The needs outlined in this report are important, and if they are properly funded, we will see better outcomes for the many people who use our drop-in center currently. Many people who use our drop-in have no housing or live in very poor housing with very high rent. We want to see funding and financial incentives to help get new affordable housing built, create more shelter beds, reduce TTC fares for low-income riders, and provide a living wage for the city staff and those who do business within our city. We're concerned about calls to reduce city department budgets by 2% across the board. These cuts would increase poverty in our city and the result with higher costs in the long run. Expensive emergency services will be used more heavily and will not solve the underlying issues that contribute to poverty. We also ask that you listen to our important new report from the Fair Coalition. That's about the TTC. We back their request that the city provide free TTC to people on social assistance, as well as $50 Metro Pass and $1 fare for low-income workers, such as they do in places like Australia, which are more progressive currently. We want you to examine the requirements for city jobs. Some degree requirements are too strict and will create barriers to employment for people with less formal education, such as yourselves. We want you to commit to a strong job creation strategy to strengthen our local economy in Toronto. Our group holds a lot of experience based on our lived experience of poverty, and we want to ensure that going forward, you consult with and report back regularly to groups like ours. It's important that we have measures in place to show how we're doing as a city to combat poverty. We need to know how the city is doing with this strategy at regular intervals. The city has shown strong interest in this plan, and we urge you to sign on. We also need councillors to agree to participate to put dollars behind these needs in the 2016 budget and in future city budgets. If the city government can put in place financial commitments to reduce poverty, this will send a strong message to the federal government and senior levels of government going forward. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And are there any questions of Mr. Richardson? Well, thank you very much for being here and for your message. We have next Joe Abby Colborne from Faith in the City. Good morning, and thank you for being here, and over to you all.
Good morning. My name is Joe Abby Colburn. For 20 years, I have worked among the most marginalized, socially marginalized in our city. I'm the director of Faith in the City, an interfaith initiative of faith communities working across their traditional boundaries and cooperatively with the city on issues of common social concern. We are a growing network of hundreds of faith leaders and active lay people from faith communities across the range of religious traditions, working with the city's advisory committee on poverty reduction and our community partners, many of whom are in this room today. We support this initial effort and commit to work with our elected officials as you show real leadership. We stand united and have asked two of our members to speak on our behalf, the Reverend Christopher White, Senior Minister of Fairlawn United Church and the Chair of the Faith in the City Steering Committee, and Anila Jadanandan, an executive with the Ontario Association of Islamic Schools and Muslim community activist.
Thank you. We are here this morning as partners, as colleagues, and as citizens, pledging to work with you in what not only is an issue of economics, but for us is very much a spiritual issue as well, and that's poverty reduction. All of our faith traditions have a core value of loving our neighbors. And poverty reduction and the strategy to do this is a concrete way to put love of neighbor into action. We offer ourselves as communities of faith as real partners in this endeavor and invite you, who are our leaders, to call upon us to help launch this initiative. Just this past month, we submitted to City Council the Faith Communities Action Plan on Poverty Reduction, signed by over 300 faith leaders across Toronto. This aligns perfectly with what Councillor McConnell has presented, and we support it, and we align our two together. We thank you for the opportunity to speak and to work with you as partners.
Even though Torontonians resoundingly said no to the casino last April, the city is now considering expansion of gambling at Woodbine racetracks. Some people might see this as no big deal, going from horse racing slot to gambling tables. However, expanding a casino in Toronto that already has a high rate of poverty, Toronto is the capital of child poverty in Canada. This will undercut the income of Torontonians already burdened with the high cost of living and increasing poverty needs. Simply put, gambling is addictive, and many poor people feel it is their only way out of poverty. Spending their hard-earned money, they feel like this is the only way they can get over and make some more money. The importance of issues relating to poverty are all in our faith traditions. We commit to support the politicians who share our values. Let's think twice and let's think hard about ways that we can help the poor instead of offering them more ways of false hope. Thank you.
Okay, yep. Thank you very much. Now, did I hear you say there were going to be 3 people, or 1, 2, 3? So it's 1 plus 2. Okay, so I'll thank you for that. Are there any questions that people have of these deputants from Faith in the City? Well, we'll thank you very much, all of you, for being here and for the interest you've taken in the issue. Appreciate that very much. Paul Codd is next to provide us with the deputation. Hello, Mr. Codd. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
You have 3 minutes.
Today's topic is of the utmost importance. Nothing could be more important than having a poverty reduction strategy that works. Imagine, Canada was one of the signatories to the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, and we failed so dreadfully in that endeavor. This country doesn't have a national housing strategy. Several years ago, Michael Shapcott, Wellesley Institute, stated that the waiting list for TCHC was 89,100 families. In other words, an 18-year wait from when you applied for housing. Now there are more than 92,000 families on the waiting list. How pathetic. Last year, the minimum wage was $10.25 per hour. That put people receiving it 19% below the poverty line. Thank goodness the social justice premier, Kathleen Wynne, raised the minimum wage to $11 per hour, which left people 16% below the poverty line. Thank you, Kathleen. Your generosity is appreciated. Last year, Jim Stanford, an economist, stated that a $14 minimum wage would inject $5 billion into the economy. People would have more money to spend, usually locally, and employers would need more employees. It's the gift that keeps on giving. WAC, Workers' Action Center, is spearheading the national fight for $15 and fairness. A $15 minimum wage would be 10% above the poverty line. Please join us. In my youth, a Canadian Prime Minister boasted that his legacy for Canada would be to leave Canadians with a just society. I'm still waiting. Years later, an Ontario Premier reduced the welfare rates by 21.6%. This devastating travesty still ails the vulnerable. All people should be treated with fairness by all levels of government. Poor people are also human beings. The TTC is neglectful of the elderly, disabled, and the cash-strapped. Other cities have reduced fares to assist those in need. Why doesn't Toronto? The TTC riders deserve kudos for trying to make Toronto Transit the better way. One thing bothers me. Why does Toronto Transit's operating costs come 75% from the fare box? No other transit system in North America operates this way. Why does Canada lack a national transit strategy? Don't we deserve one? At this time, I would like to mention that I happen to be poor. Not poor of intellect, not poor of spirit, but poor of pocket. There are many people such as myself, and ladies and gentlemen, we must listen to them, because how you treat each other is how you will be judged not only as a city, but as a people. And ladies and gentlemen, some fine things have happened to me in this country, and I'm sure that we can do very good things by the poor.
Thank you.
Please help us. Have a great
Thank you very much, Mr. Codd. Appreciate that. Any questions of Mr. Codd? All right, we will go to Michael Rosenberg, who is next. Hello, Mr. Rosenberg.
Okay.
Thank you for being here.
Do people have my written submission in the package?
I believe they do, sir, yes.
Okay. So I would just like to begin with a general comment, which is that the advisory committee and sort of the general way that the thank yous were mentioned at the beginning, you recognize people living in poverty and you recognize people who work in related fields, but there was not really any formal recognition for the general public in the process. And I'd like you to just sort of think about that as another category that should be formally recognized and included as an interested party. Now, as far as the report is concerned, I have got a concern about the way poverty is being described and how the issue is being represented. The recommendations are fine, they can be modified, but they're fine. And I'd like to see you approve the recommendations, but not approve the vision and the introduction. We have to get away from this idea of poverty being an inequality issue. The overall economy is in severe decline. And unfortunately, the way that the issue was talked about in the report and in some of the commentaries from councillors and staff is to say that, well, we're actually a prosperous city, that it's doing well, but poverty is seen as inequality. In other words, somebody else is poor. I think we need to not approve that kind of language. It's not representative of the city. It's not what people think. It's not the direction we need in this report. People everywhere are feeling worse off. It doesn't matter whether you're quote unquote poor. Even the rich aren't as rich as they used to be. The middle class is feeling like they're having trouble making ends meet. We need to re-describe the problem. We need to describe it as a declining economy, that the modern economy has not been productive, that it's not just a question of people losing jobs, but with all of the automation and technology, it's costing so much that we're losing productivity, we're losing output, we're losing the ability to pay people whether they're working or not. So if we want to keep everyone, including the middle class, including the poor, in better condition than they are now, then don't describe poverty as an inequality problem. Describe it as an economic decline problem. So I'm going to ask you to not give an endorsement in principle to this report. Adopt the recommendations on an interim basis, but do not adopt the introduction, vision, and objectives. Those need to be rewritten to describe a declining economy problem rather than an inequality problem.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenberg. I will also, of course, remind you it's an interim report, but your comments are noted. Are there questions of the deputy? I saw Councillor Carroll's hand up.
Yes. Good morning, Michael. Michael, I agree with you that we have to applaud the general public because they very much have turned out thus far and are embracing this program. But I know you're a great absorber of data, and would you not agree that there is endless data, that there is one segment of the public, the rich are getting richer, and there is endless data to support that?
Actually, both not so much, because I remember distinctly seeing a headline in 2011 that wealth had declined in that year. So it's not quite the up and up that people think it is. The way the economy is going is literally unproductive, and wealth is being drained in ways that are not always apparent. So not so much, but even if some people are getting a little bit better off, it doesn't mean that the average is getting better off, and it doesn't mean that all we have to do is redistribute and then everybody will be fine, because the losses are clearly greater than the gains, and therefore the report needs to be rewritten so that it sees economic decline as the problem.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we're 95% in agreement. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. I had Councillor Pasternak with questions for Mr.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On page 22 in the report, I believe this would be a deputant to one of the public hearings. It says, and I quote, "Poverty is the result of a certain number of people simply having too much." Would you say that comments like that are helpful in this dialogue?
I would actually like to see the sidebars removed. They were not really something that came from the public dialogue. There are 2 organizations listed in the back of the report that were separately contracted to solicit these sidebars, and they were selected essentially by the activists in those organizations, so they represent a political point of view, not what was heard from the general public. And no, I do not agree with that statement. It is the most incorrect statement in the entire document.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Any other questions for Mr. Rosenberg? Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your time and your patience in answering questions. We had next Artenhiru Sura from the Breads and Bricks Social Justice Group. Now we have Mr. Sura, and we have Scott Guzman, Abdi Mohammed, and Joe Lafleur. Is there any chance you would all like to come up here and sort of see if we can deal with this? If you all have separate things to say, but I think pursuant to the encouragement of Councillor Shiner earlier on, if you want to just speak together, I'm going to allow you more than 3 minutes, but I would see if we can sort of have you all address us together.
Joe couldn't make it. My name's David Bishop.
All right. Is there enough chairs there? Okay. So we'll start the clock and see how we do, but I think, I'm certainly not going to stop you at 3 minutes, but if you could speak together, then we'll see if we can't then also have you question together if there are questions for you. You can go in whatever order you wish, and you're most welcome, and thank you for your interest. I beg your pardon? No, I'm saying I'm going to be we'll have the clock run, and I'm not going to stop you at 3 minutes, but I just thought we could then also have you question together, and that will help us with keeping the meeting moving along. So you start as you wish.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Chairs of Committee, Executive Committee. Madam, Monsieur, my name is Mr. Sisura. I'm here with the staff, Food Community Center, Bread and Bricks, Toronto Social Advocates Group. I would like to debate about the importance of creating quality green energy jobs and the living wages as part of the city government interim poverty reduction strategy. Unemployment is particularly high for some of the most vulnerable persons in GTA, namely single mothers, young graduate person, young person, and those making transition in their lives from the newcomer to those with physical health and mental health challenges, as well as those coming out of the correctional justice system, Mr. Mayor, and the homelessness. These are the people in need of extra care, and an immediate support is a must. To reduce stress and reduce burdens on the fragile support system of overcrowded shelter and lack of proper housing and job creation that fit the need of community. No city of our great land, and particularly Toronto and area, should allow a citizen to die on the street, as it happened in Davenport. because of restriction of their condition, the high unemployment, and the complexity issue lead to many stuck in poverty way of living. Unstable housing, hunger, lack of public transportation access, and inadequate childcare for single mother. Creating green energy job, good paying job reflecting a living wage above the low income cutoff of $22,500 for single person. This will not solve the problem, Mr. Mayor, of stress-related illness and social stigma many face in GTA, but it is a good start, especially for a thriving city like ours. The job could help single mothers raise up her young with the supported system of a better access to affordable and subsidized childcare for a low-income earner, and those who work the traditional hour of 9 to 5 job. The city could develop programs to support those who are able to work and connect job seekers with business startup and other opportunities that help strengthen our growing city economies.
So what I am going to do is just as we go along here, remind you that you're close to the 3 minutes you would have had. In fact, you're past it, and just see if you could wrap up and hand off to one of your colleagues, just so that we can keep moving along here.
The green energy sector it have yet not to be tapped in. I ask that you please remember that the decisions you make have direct implication on the survival of the future generation, and many people struggle with this serious issue of poverty. Sometimes life and death because of the lack of adequate solution to help the low-income person in our society. Please support the interim poverty reduction strategy and the final strategy this for 2015. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Which of you is next?
Good morning, Mayor Tory and committee members. Hello, my name is David Bishop, and I'm here today with a group called Bread and Bricks Social Justice Group. And I would like to address a 24-hour drop-in Davenport West and the surrounding area. During the past election, I was informed that by then candidate Doug Ford about Section 37, which made it into your report, funds for neighborhood development. Since then, I have looked on the computer and discovered a plethora of buildings, uninhabited buildings and sites. How to access the properties safely. Suffice, there's a lot of information about the conditions structurally and economically, but it is difficult to see if the stock is easily refurbished. I suggest one of the 5 buildings burned in a fire on the north of Bloor at High Park be redeveloped and turned into a 24-hour drop-in. And there is an abandoned property on the north of College, east of Dufferin. It was formerly a single-family dwelling with a general store. This would be ideal for a crisis center during business hours. I would also like to see the property on Symington, just north of the CN line, which has been vacant as a lot. I'm sure it is. I'm not sure if it's occupied or not, developed and turned into some type of service. Sergio Escobar died January 4th on our streets on one of the coldest nights of the year, and there was no warming center in our neighborhood. I suggest that we use this abandoned housing stock before it falls, before it rots, and before there's another homeless death due to exposure or the huddled masses squatting by a fire. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Hello, good morning,
Morning.
Mayor and Executive Committee. My name is Anna, and I'm here with Bread and Bricks Social Justice Group. More specifically, I'm here to talk about transit and how it has affected me. I have suffered missing important appointments because I do not have enough money on ODSP to purchase the tokens I need, and my worker makes it difficult to get tokens. If I have somewhere to go at the last minute, I need to get the ODSP worker to send me tokens It is so far to travel with disabilities, and not all appointments are known until last minute. It wastes the time of a person who is ill to perform and succeed in life to get ahead. I believe that those with low income and those on ODSP or OW should have some type of free transportation to be able to get ahead and get more involved in the community. This supports us as well to be able to get to more food programs. I have walked distances in pain in order to eat. The recommendations in the interim poverty reduction strategy are a good start, especially a fair gear to income model for those of us living under the low income cutoff. Mine was about $12,000 for a single person. Like those of us on ODSP and OW, why do we have to wait to get involved in the community? I suffer from multiple illnesses, PTSD, diabetes, thyroid disease, sciatic back pain, and sleep apnea. And most of the time, I was isolating myself until I moved to Davenport Road, almost wanting to commit suicide in an abusive situation in order to survive. A special free TTC pass should be available, and our friends at the Fair Coalition will have more to tell you about this option. Thank you for your time, and I hope you will seriously take it into consideration, the concerns I and my fellow Brandbricks group members have come here to tell you about.
Thank you very much. And is there one more to be heard? Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. My name is Sharon. I live in Davenport, Perth. Davenport, Ward 17, which is Palacios writing, who's not here for some reason, who never is.
No, he's here. He just stepped out for a minute. He'll be back.
He always said so when stuff comes. But anyway, I live in Toronto housing. I live on ODSP. Even with in housing, I find it hard to live because of the low rent. Even though low rent, ODSP does not keep up with inflation, buy food with. And I want is housing as a right, which is a right, and that I feel that we need, because Toronto housing seems to be more concerned with building condos for the rich, when they should be building more affordable housing for people who need it, who are on a long wait list. And with rent supplements, was really not going to solve anything because we don't have affordable housing. What good are rent supplements? Number two, besides accessible, subsidized housing, we need supportive housing because many people in my building got other needs besides physical, and Toronto Housing does not have any programs. So you need help for people in Toronto Housing, like housekeeping, because they don't have homemaking, and if they don't keep their places clean, Toronto Housing tries to kick them out. And number three, so we need more affordable housing. We need, and you cannot say, oh, well, it's not our responsibility, because that's passing the buck. Because municipal government says they don't have the money, provincial government says they're not responsible, and federal government says not responsible. To me, you're all responsible. I know that because that's not fair that the city has to take on housing, but you cannot get out of it saying it's not our responsibility. And even though people need to go to food banks, if they had proper affordable housing, they will have to buy their own food and not go to food banks, because that is stopgap solution. Okay, to me, I not want an interim poverty reduction. We had too much studies and not enough action. So I want your government to guarantee that you're going to do something about housing, to go with the government and to stop arguing who's responsible, get together and provide housing. And thank you for me being here. Bye.
Thank you very much to all four of you. And my question now to the councillors, both members of the committee and otherwise, are there any questions for our spokespersons for the Bread and Brick Social Justice Group? All right, well, thank you very much. You covered a number of issues there, and we appreciate that very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That would bring us to Tim McGuire from QP Local 79.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today on a very significant matter. My name is Tim McGuire, President of QP Local 79, and I represent thousands of frontline workers at the City of Toronto delivering services in Toronto's communities, very often to Toronto's most vulnerable. And broad strokes, of course, Local 79 supports many of the recommendations in this significant step forward in attempting to deal with the issue of income divide and poverty in the city. I wish to express my appreciation to both staff and politicians who have had insight enough to understand that it's time to begin addressing poverty in a very proactive way. The report has many recommendations with merit. So, as I said, it's a significant step forward as an interim report with lots of work left to be done. I will only make a few more comments, and, considering the time restraints and that there are a lot of people waiting to speak. Local 79 has been heavily engaged on issues of income inequality and poverty for the last number of years, from our support of the United Way Toronto to working with community groups in the initial consultations around this poverty reduction strategy. What we bring to the table, I think, is something unique, the voice of, as I said, frontline workers delivering services across Toronto's communities. We've distributed to you this morning a Local 79 member survey on poverty reduction to the Executive Committee this morning. Just to bring out one quote of this survey, one of our members said, "Not only do our members deliver services to people struggling with precarious work and underemployment, many also experience precarity, scheduling problems, and the reality of falling further and further behind, even as employees of the City of Toronto." So we call on the City of Toronto to be a model employer as it encourages other actors in the city to act on poverty issues. That being said, there is insight not only about how City of Toronto employees know they are living, but how others are living. So there's many insightful comments in the survey that we produced from our members. These are frontline workers seeing poverty and what poverty does to people every day as they deliver services. So our report mirrors some of the areas that the Poverty Reduction Strategy report looks at: employment, housing, access to city services, food security, transportation, and other themes emerged in the comments from our members as well. Issues such as poor mental health, racism, language barriers, and obstacles for newcomers to the city. I'll only make one other broad comment, and that is, while there are many recommendations with merit in this report, it also takes political will and resources to make sure those recommendations are followed through and implemented. To quote the report, talks about poverty-sensitive budgeting, needs to create a mechanism that encourages decision-making environment in which the impact of budget choices on poverty is duly considered. Former City Manager Joe Pannichetti recognized that city building is no longer a question of efficiencies. It's about finding revenues to keep core services up to date with growing demand, and as he put it, we need new tax revenues. So the other suggestion we make today is that the city start considering very seriously looking at alternative revenue tools.
On that note, I'll have to ask you to wrap up. In fact, we'll just conclude there if we can. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Breyer. Are there questions of Mr. Breyer? All right, seeing none, I'll thank you very much for taking the time to be with us today. We have Pedro Barata from the United Way, Vice President, Communications and Public Affairs. Thank you, Pedro. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Thank you for this opportunity. We at United Way Toronto want to applaud Teal Prosperity. We believe that it's a bold and strategic plan for poverty reduction. We believe that this plan is the first step in a blueprint to really build a city where everyone belongs, where everyone has the opportunity to contribute to our economic growth, where we can invest in people today so that we can maximize their potential and save costs down the road, and where we begin to close or continue to close the gap between neighborhoods and really create a world-renowned city of opportunity for all. I want to acknowledge the mayor's leadership on this issue. During the election campaign, the mayor committed to making poverty reduction a priority, and within the first year of his mandate, we are here discussing a very important step forward, so kudos. I want to acknowledge as well Councillor McConnell for navigating this process. Many other councillors who stepped up and who demanded to have these consultations in their community because they understand that this is important. And also a big shout out to staff who've put together a stellar package and have really modeled how to work with the community to build an inclusive conversation. What we've done between the city and communities like United Way working together has begun to build the kind of city that we really want to see. Community hubs, youth employment, community services, tower renewal. With this blueprint, we can now take that work to the next level. We can be more focused, we can be more integrated, and we can also have a more people-centered strategy. And I would really like to acknowledge this strategy for being developed in a very innovative way that counted on people with lived experience to actually lead the conversations. And I really want to acknowledge staff for working with the community to reach out to people with lived experience. Julie and Debbie are here from Women's Habitat today. You'll be hearing from them later. They are people who are the faces and the experiences behind these numbers, and who, through their efforts, engage thousands of others to really make sure that we have a strategy which is not just smart in terms of politics, it's also street smart. And whenever we have policies at the City of Toronto that are actually grounded in people's experience, we are ensuring that we can succeed. So our plea at United Way Toronto is that you certainly endorse this strategy, but as importantly, that we learn from the process of developing the strategy and that we apply more and more people-centered engagement processes that tapped into the people who are most affected by the policies that we design and ensure that they have a front row seat when it comes to development of this. I believe that our vision for fairness and prosperity and inclusion is within our grasp with this blueprint. And we in the community, and you see the numbers coming out today, are really keen to work with you at the City of Toronto to make sure that we have a partnership which is about building this one Toronto. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barata. Are there questions of Mr. Barata from Councillor Pasternak?
Yeah, thank you very much for coming. Just very quickly. On page 13, there's a recommendation 3.2, which affirms affordable housing as a first priority community benefit for any development applications where contributions are proposed pursuant to Section 37 of the Planning Act. You're familiar with that?
Familiar with with that recommendation, yes.
Do you think that could put at risk the ability of a local councillor and local community groups to enhance their playgrounds, parks, and community centers?
I think that's an important question, and I think it's an important question to ask at this stage when we're moving from the interim strategy to the implementation strategy. And I believe that the plan now is to take into consideration some of those sensitivities and to be able to make sure that we get to an outcome that works for everybody, and we're certainly committed to being part of that conversation.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak, and thank you, Mr. Barata. Any other questions of Mr. Barata? All right, thank you again for being here and for all the work that the United Way continues to do in our community. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor and Executive.
John Cartwright, Toronto and York Region Labour Council. Mr. Cartwright, there he is. Good morning.
Good morning. As the previous speaker, I also want to congratulate the Mayor for taking a lead role on this key issue, Deputy Mayor McConnell and many others who've supported the work, and staff. I have to say that this is an excellent comprehensive look at the issue of poverty reduction. And kudos to those who've been part of this process, including from the community, as has been mentioned before, but particularly the staff. Many cities across the world right now are grappling with this issue of poverty reduction, and there are plans being brought forward to dozens and dozens of cities across the world because the economic system is leaving far too many of our neighbors behind. And we're trying to deal with that reality. And the Labour Council since 1871 has been advocating around poverty reduction. For years, jobs that are today middle-income jobs used to be poverty jobs in manufacturing, industrial, and construction, and those have changed because of unionization and because of regulations that put floor underneath people's earnings. So I want to start by looking at the quality jobs piece that talks about the City of Toronto becoming a living wage employer. That's a trend going up in cities all across North America, and I think Vancouver just introduced a motion yesterday to do so. But also to champion that other employers would become living wage employers. And I was just checking the website of Living Wage London. London, UK has over 100 major banking, financial, and private sector employers agreeing to become living wage employers, including Sodexo, which is a huge food service worker, a company that here in this city often pays not much above minimum wage. So major corporations are agreeing that a living wage strategy makes sense for them. Also, community benefits. The Labour Council has been very much part of the community benefits network creation around Metrolinx and supporting the city, looking at community benefits for major infrastructure programs. But let me touch on some of the other areas that are included in the report. Housing. You know, it's about 1970s that the Labour Council set up a development foundation to build co-op housing because affordable housing was a crisis in Toronto back then. Sadly, the foundation, along with many other builders of co-op and nonprofit housings, were the victim of the recession in the 90s and the Harris cuts to social housing, and housing affordability has become even worse. Want to point to the one piece that talks about energy retrofits. And the Labour Council for many years has been urging that we look at the issue of energy retrofits as a way of leveraging our ability to reduce the cost of social housing while putting people to work, including apprenticeship. Inclusionary zoning is something we support as well. And particularly on transit, the 8.4 restoring the cuts that were made to transit service in the inner suburbs is something that we deputed on at the time, and are happy to see that back, along with an issue that you wouldn't think is part of a Labour agenda, but healthy food is crucial for healthy lives, for dealing with the crisis of obesity and health, and therefore we want to congratulate the Council, staff that have worked on this, and the leadership so far. Thank you.
Mr. Cartwright, thank you very much. Questions of Mr. Cartwright? Thanks very much for joining us. Jack Panazzo. Sorry if I mispronounced your name, sir.
No, okay.
Was I close?
Close.
Thank you.
No, it was good. It was good.
Thank you very much.
I'm here for Catholic Charities of the Archdiocese of Toronto. Catholic Charities and its 26 member agencies bring a wealth of experience and concern through the outreach that they provide, improving the lives of people and communities, not only in the City of Toronto, but also in Peel, York, Durham regions, Dufferin, and Simcoe counties. Catholic Charities, and I'm going to streamline this to make the time. Catholic Charities is encouraged by the commitment inherent in the interim poverty reduction strategy. It reflects what our own member agencies say about the appalling rise in the numbers of families and individuals living in poverty, and for the need to create more supportive and affordable social housing. As our outreach extends beyond Toronto, we're also aware that this is part of poverty reduction initiatives that are being taken on by other municipalities, regions, and counties. But it's most important for that reason that we know for a poverty reduction initiative to be successful, it must be a strategy that thoroughly addresses the issues, creates solutions, and most importantly, puts in place mechanisms to drive systemic change over the long term. To achieve these goals, it must be committed to remain engaged in ongoing consultation with strategic partners and a broad cross-section of social service agencies and groups involved in community outreach. It's imperative that measurable outcomes and timeframes be clear and open to scrutiny and input from the community on an annual basis. Given the scope of the proposed strategy, it is also clear that this poverty reduction strategy will only be as successful as its ability to engage senior levels of government, provincial and federal, business, labor, and community organization. There is an urgent need to act. Many people in this city have been pushed to the margins of our society because they lack a living wage. Most are precariously employed, struggling on meager wages that fail to pay the rent and put food on the table. Persistent poverty, homelessness, and unemployment remain among our most urgent problems and deserve an urgent response. Pope Francis has said that society as a whole, and all levels of government in particular, are obliged to defend and promote the common good. We must work, he says, to eliminate the structural causes of poverty and to promote the integral development of the poor. That means access to social housing, health care, and above all, employment, for he says it is through free, creative, participatory, and mutually supportive labor that human beings express and enhance the dignity of their lives. We believe that the Executive Committee should convey to the Toronto City Council the need to review this interim strategy proposal and to implement a long-term poverty reduction strategy, asking councillors to provide the oversight to ensure that objectives and recommendations truly reflect the needs of the most affected by poverty. We remain engaged in ongoing dialogue with them.
Sure, I'll ask you if you could do...
That's it.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Questions, and we have Councillor Mihevik to ask a question.
Yes, thank you. Nice to see you, Jack. The Pope Benedict very recently issued a new encyclical, and I'm wondering if you could speak to the impact of that encyclical, both globally and how that might impact the Catholic community in Toronto and its contribution to this, to anti-poverty initiatives.
You're speaking about Pope Francis, or?
Sorry, Pope Francis.
Right.
Oh, that was bad. That was bad, Mehmet. Okay.
That's all
Pope
right.
Francis, yes. Pope Benedict was the older.
I think, very briefly, I think the significance of the statement about climate change and about the environment in general is the connection that he makes between that and the most vulnerable people in our society, because they are the ones who end up paying the price for our profligate use of the environment and the way we have gone about using it. I think the City of Toronto can pat itself on the back to some degree for trying always to move forward in that area. And I think it's inherent in this particular interim poverty reduction strategy. I took it as part of that. And so I think that's something that has to be borne in mind, that linkage between what we do in one area and how it affects people, particularly the most vulnerable in our society.
Sorry, just a quick follow-up, Mr. Mayor. Second question. So what do you think how is the Catholic Archdiocese going to be working the same differently in light of that encyclical?
Well, I know that there's already been discussions as to how parishes, the Archdiocese is quite large, as you know. It runs from Lake Ontario to Lake Huron and all the way to Oshawa, Ajax, and all the way to Mississauga. So it covers a lot of different territories and different jurisdictions. But within that, my understanding is that we will try to move forward using that encyclical as sort of a guideline and a way of improving our impact, I guess, on the environment as a whole, and through the parishes and through different means. Catholic Charities, in terms of the poverty reduction strategy, we've been working at this for over 100 years, and I think it's a welcome news to see it moving forward. It needs, though, to have regular scrutiny, and it needs on an annual basis to be reviewed to ensure that people stay on track, especially because this is a long-term proposal.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, sir. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you being here today. We have next Darnell Harris, RE Genesis. Mr. Harris, Darnell Harris, going once, going twice. Okay. We can come back to that if that person happens to arrive a little later. Then we would have Mary, I'm not sure if it's Mary Wright and Pearl Crimes or whether that's one name, Mary Wright Pearl Crimes Alliance for Poverty-Free Toronto. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Mary Wright, and I'm representing the Alliance for Poverty-Free Toronto. We would like to applaud the Deputy Mayor McConnell, Mayor Tory, the city staff, the city councils and staff for their leadership in developing Toronto's interim poverty reduction strategy. And I want to tell you, I was a single mom raising 4 kids on my own. In the past, I lived in Ontario Housing. Today, they call it Toronto Community Housing. Over the past 40 years, living in Toronto, I have been involved in different organizations, and I've seen the impact and poverty on my community. Nothing really seems to have changed in 40 years. Absolutely. We have reports and reports, but nothing. I would like to see some action now and the poverty reduction. I'd like to make 3 main points on behalf of APT. First, we thank the city for working hard to include hundreds of residents, including those experiencing poverty. In the consultation on the strategy, we urge the city to continue to involve people from all backgrounds and neighborhoods in the implementation and monitoring of the strategy. We welcome the strategy's focus on housing, employment, public transit, and access to services. However, there's gaps in the interim strategy that need to be addressed in the final strategy. For example, there's little in the terms of action to address homelessness. And since a lot of people have covered some of what we have said in their thing, I'd like to, number 3, the provincial and federal governments have a crucial role to play in poverty reduction. The city should be tenacious advocate for funding from higher levels of government to support housing, childcare, and other services. A city funding commitment will help to leverage funding from higher levels of government. To conclude, it is unacceptable that Toronto has the highest poverty rates among cities in Canada. The time for action is now. We urge you to approve the interim strategy and to move forward by setting bold targets for progress and allocating dedicated funding to significantly reduce poverty over the next 3 years. You have in the interim, you said 20 years. 20 years, I'll be 91. So we need action now. We can't wait 20 years. Thank you again for action to build a city of opportunity for all.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of these deputants? Well, thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate that very much. Next, we have Ellis Ziegler, Toronto Drop-In Network. Is that Elise?
It's Ellis.
Ellis, okay.
Thanks for asking, though.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor and councillors, for hearing all of us this morning. I read quick, and I only have 2 pages, so I'll try not to be very long. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak on the council's process for the Toronto Poverty Reduction Strategy. Toronto Drop-In Network represents 45 agencies and over 50 drop-ins across the city, supporting some of our most vulnerable residents. Geo-prosperity, the interim poverty reduction strategy, clearly illustrates poverty reduction is not solely a social justice issue. Poverty costs everyone, confirmed by both the city's own consultation and most recently the parallel commitment to community position papers, not to mention countless reports, research, and consultation which came before. This council has shown significant leadership in moving Toronto toward equity and wellness for all residents, and the poverty reduction strategy is another indicator of that leadership. The recommendations in 7.2 of this agenda are simply stated, but far-reaching, setting the tone and holding ourselves accountable for systemic responses to poverty reduction. The issues of housing stability, access to services, living wages and quality jobs, transportation and food access have clearly articulated in the strategy's planning matrix as a result of resident input. The focus of this deputation is on another goal, institutional change. In order to effect permanent change, council, city divisions and agencies, and the community-based agencies they fund must effectively work in tandem with service participants. It is formalizing the link between city divisions and subject matter experts which will make or break this strategy. Whether it's the drop-in sector, childcare, employment, or housing, the frequent cross-sectoral connections between agencies, city divisions, and system planning tables highlight the need to ensure 2 things: that the existing subject matter experts are called on and that all divisions are explicitly tasked with participation. Subject matter experts include people with lived experience, city-driven, and community-based system planning tables. The formal integration of these groups into poverty reduction work plans will go far to institutionalize action plans and change. Some examples include city planning tables, community-based organizations and coalitions, and peer-driven coalitions. I urge the Executive Committee and Council to ensure the directions to the City Manager includes clear identification of intersecting city divisions with inclusion of at least the following as explicit partners in the strategy: shelter, housing and support, public health, Toronto Employment Social Services, Child Care, Enterprise Toronto, Parks and Rec, Toronto Police Services, Municipal Licensing and Standards, TTC, and Social Development and Finance. Intensive integration of sector-based contribution, and incorporating the strategy implementation into the expectations of city-funded agencies. The explicit and mandatory integration of city divisions linked with sectoral collaboration with service participant focus will help us make significant gains in homelessness, hunger, health, and isolation. Your continued leadership to ensure all Toronto residents benefit from healthy wages, food and housing, and transportation to access them will go far. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ziegler. Are there questions of Ms. Ziegler? Thank you very much for being here today. We have next Sharon Simpson from Labour Community Services.
Good morning. Thank you
for coming.
Thank you.
Over to you.
I'm with Labour Community Services, which is a project of the Toronto and York Region Labour Council in partnership with United Way Toronto and United Way York Region. In 2008, just prior to what is sometimes referred to as the economic meltdown, the Labour Council, along with its community allies, hosted a conference calling on all segments of Toronto to maintain, develop, and promote good jobs. Labour Community Services recognizes the role of jobs in mitigating poverty. We understand that opportunities for creating middle-income jobs has been identified by Torontonians and is a process for fending off poverty. But we must also pay attention to those who have been historically disadvantaged. But good jobs alone cannot provide a path out of poverty. The interim report strategy before you is a real attempt at mitigating poverty in our city. It identifies crucial elements of quality jobs, living wages, housing, city services, transit, food access, and means of mitigating poverty. The objectives outlined in the strategy speaks to addressing the immediate needs, creating pathways out of poverty, and driving systemic change. Is any of this new? My answer to that is no. But for the first time, the city is being asked to envision a city without poverty and to take intentional action on poverty issue. This means going beyond the compartmentalization of programs and services and engaging in a coordinated effort to name and address poverty. The report represents a positive start for strategic actions on poverty, and I urge you to adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of Ms. Simpson by members of the committee or members of council? Thank you, Ms. Simpson, very much. Next, we have Eva Mukherjee from the Agincourt Community Services Association. Good morning, Ms. Mukherjee. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
Over to you, ma'am.
My name is Eva, and I'm from Ward 40, Scarborough Agincourt. I'm actually a client of Agincourt Community Services Association. I would like to thank the Budget Committee for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I have experienced poverty. Actually, I'm still living in poverty. A few years back, me and my mom, we had to flee an abusive situation, and we ended up living in a shelter for a month. After living there for a month, we were lucky enough to be able to find a basement apartment to live there because my mom had a friend that had a place to rent out, and the friend agreed to rent it out at the amount that the social assistance was willing to pay for shelter. After that, we had applied for housing, and we were very lucky that we were able to get a place, an apartment, within 3 months. The thing is, though, that I've also volunteered, and I'm actually studying to be a social service worker, so I have worked with people struggling with the same issues, and they have not been as lucky as we have been to find housing that fast. Even if these people that I have worked with were experiencing abusive situations, they still had to wait a very long time to get housing. Usually it's 7 years that I hear, and they're still waiting. Even now, I have siblings who, they're not on social assistance, and they're working more than 40 hours a week, probably 2 jobs, and they're working on minimum wage, and they do not have housing. They have to pay regular rent, and they do not have time to spend with anybody. They're always working, and after paying rent, they do not have enough money to spend on other things. From what I've seen, the impact that this has on the community is that some people end up homeless. They don't have anywhere to go. They do not have enough money for other necessities, such as money for transportation, food, and clothing, and things like that. Also,
I'll have to ask you just to bring your remarks to a conclusion, Ms. Mukherjee. Thank you.
okay, so it's also, the solutions that I have for this is that increasing minimum wage or increasing social assistance, increasing the amount of subsidized housing available, or decreasing amount of regular rent, and increasing more social services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of Ms. Mukherjee? Yes, Councillor Carroll.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Mukherjee. I'm very happy to hear that you're studying social work, because we need a constant renewal of casework staff and social work staff in the system. But I wonder if you wouldn't mind helping me demonstrate how we need to make things full service. You and your mother are in housing now. Are you getting help for your social work study from OSAP?
Yes, I am. So it is helpful.
So have you looked at, even if we had a job, say we had a job for you in the city's social service system, right after you finish school, you also have to make your OSAP payment immediately upon employment?
Yes, I actually also have a degree from before, so I have a lot of loan to pay off, at least $25,000.
So because there's no lag, you got to start paying that loan right away. Even if we can employ you right away, you're not really out of poverty yet, are you?
No.
So we have to do something about the whole thing.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll, and thank you, Ms. Mukherjee, very much. We have next Bernard de Oliveira, Agincourt Community Services Association.
I would like to ask, Bernard cannot make it today. Can I read his deputation?
Yes, yes. Please, then thank you. You're most welcome, and we have 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm from Agincourt Community Services, so I would like to say his words. Thank you for giving me this great opportunity to speak about childcare services. Great to see the new result. I read the report, planning to increase subsidized childcare services. But I would like to know about the early morning childcare and late evening Saturday, Sundays, because the people are working the different shift, so they cannot leave their children to the child care services, so that's why they're losing their employment. As a single mom living alone with taking care of kids, she wanted to work full-time, different shift, so she is not able to leave her kids to the child care services center. So it's a big challenge for them. So how we can find the convenient and affordable child care services for our kids. Next, in the fall, we wanted to see more child care services and late evening and early morning, Saturday, Sunday services. I wanted to reduce poverty in our life to see possible changes for our life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And are there questions for our deputant? Yes, Councillor Carroll.
So childcare services are key to climbing out, but even at a subsidized amount, even if we can expand the number of subsidized spaces, still paying for that space, if we don't do something about wage levels, does that get you out of poverty?
In order to increasing the subsidize, also we wanted to see the affordable amount, like how we can pay into that subsidized childcare. And also we wanted to see like early morning, because some people start very early to their work, so we want to see early morning, and some people work very late, so they wanted to see late evening childcare, and also Saturday, Sundays.
So it's not just more space or more subsidy, it's all of those things, the shift, the subsidy, and the space.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your deputation. Mr. Sinclair next apparently has withdrawn his name, and so that would bring us to Joel Walsh. Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
This is my costume. I wear it so I don't get negated by society as much. I had to beg and borrow the tablet so that I actually have something to, since I don't have access to a printer overnight. So, anyways. Okay?
Yep.
Hello, my name is Joel, and I'm here to talk about TO poverty to TO prosperity, Toronto's poverty reduction strategy. What we have are things spiraling out of control and getting much worse. To that point, millions of dollars, or possibly even billions of dollars, are recklessly and needlessly being thrown away. Negating social programming dollars equals exponential future costs from adverse side effects. This can also be proven. ODSP's attempt to be cheap on transportation equals to about $1 million per client versus 10 grand or so thereabouts per entity that pays in over a quarter century. The diagram here documents the minimum cost for dealing with each and every person in poverty individually. This looks like a whole lot, but this is just a bare minimum and not the multitude of individual specific sub-programs that most people need. Also, the system is currently set up for people to be subservient of it for generations to come. Also, fail. Great way to drain societal resources, don't you think? Especially taxpayers' hard-earned money. There are no key point indicators, KPIs, to measure programming being effective. Therefore, there is no will to assist people other than to use them to keep the money flowing. For example, with brain-related mental health issues, the good old, here, take a few meds and return in 6 months, if you're able to, without any other supports. Is it the Center for Addictions and Mental Health, or the center, epicenter of addictions and mental health? Poverty numbers are so nastily bad now, but will become exponentially worse en masse in the future. To visualize, remember the movie Back to the Future Part 2? Do you remember the down and out scene in the alternative future? That is our future, and actually that future date in that movie was October 21st, 2015, this fall. We need help and support to assist us in uplifting our lives and empowering us to succeed. This is not done via motivational speeches. We need more than Band-Aid solutions to solve these massive problems. We need all hands on deck to assist. We need more than a beat-up box of Band-Aids to deal with the issues. We need a toolbox full of tools that we can implement to compel by not offering incentives, but discipline society's bad behavior towards people in poverty. Just like parking enforcement of recent note, we need funding that is properly implemented with proper laws to assist. I am worth much more than this $5 gift card that I was given for my time and services. And on top of it, poverty equals no tax revenue, which is in the long run equals Detroit of the North. So if this is watered down at any point, all you're going to do is creating a worse society for all in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I am also aware of the data like Michael, so if anyone has any questions, I'm more than welcome to assist.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of Mr. Walsh? All right. Well, thank you very much for coming by and for taking the trouble. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we had Michael Kerr and Avi Yao-Go, coordinators, Color of Poverty, Color of Change.
Good morning. My name is Avi Go, and I'm the steering committee member of the Color of Poverty, Color of Change Network. I'm actually scheduled to talk later, but we decided to do a joint submission to save you some time. With me is Michael Kerr, who is the coordinator of the Color of Poverty and Color of Change Network. We are a network of provincial organizations and individuals working to address the growing racialization of poverty and related social exclusion and marginalization of racialized communities across Ontario. And we commend the City of Toronto for developing the poverty reduction strategy in order to build a more prosperous, inclusive, and equitable Toronto. We agree with the overall vision and objectives, as well as the focus in the 6 areas as laid out in the strategy. And we urge the City Council to adopt the strategy and the related action plan to ensure its effective implementation. But if the strategy is to achieve its stated goal of improving the lives of all Torontonians, regardless of their status, and especially those who are among the most marginalized, it must fully integrate the principle of equity throughout the report and every aspect of its recommendation. As the strategy acknowledges, there is racialization and feminization of poverty in Toronto. Racialized communities, members including First Nations peoples and peoples of color, are 2 to 4 times more likely to live in poverty as compared to non-racialized groups. So to address poverty facing racialized communities specifically, the city must address persistent experience of racial discrimination by incorporating a racial equity outcome measure to be applied against all of its budgeting exercises, policies, programs, and services. So, for instance, while it's great to see the recommendation calling on the city to become a living wage employer and require city contractors to pay the workers a living wage, one of the key omission in the strategy is the need for the city to fully implement its employment equity program by introducing contract compliance measures to promote equity hiring among all city contractors, while extending similar equity principles and requirements to all city purchasing and capital investments, as well as city procurement policy. And I'm going to turn over now to Michael to talk about the rest.
Well, to conclude, what we think has been well appreciated by the authors of the strategy and what is reflected throughout is what gets measured gets done. We are pleased to see the city's commitment to better measure and monitor based on disaggregated data. We hope that will apply to measuring all outcomes of the poverty reduction strategy. We urge the city to clearly identify goals and specific benchmarks and indicators to monitor progress over time of the poverty reduction plan's implementation and success, and to develop common definitions and common data collecting and tracking systems across all city processes, departments, programs, and services to ensure a consistent and equitable accountability framework. With these and other gaps, oversights, and opportunities in mind, we at Color of Poverty, Color of Change look forward to continuing to work with the city staff and others in the finalization of the strategy over the weeks and months ahead, and then on the implementation of the poverty reduction strategy going forward. And I just draw to your attention as to what could and should be done with regard to data. I think you have before you a copy. I handed it in purple, but I think you might have gotten in a photocopied version. These are province-wide aggregate numbers of what you could refer to as the racialization or the color-coded inequities that are all too disturbing across the province. But in fact, the city numbers are even worse. So that's why it's such an imperative to bring that kind of a lens to bear going forward.
Thank you, Ms. Gao, and also Mr. Kerr. Questions from members of council on or off the membership of this committee? Well, thank you both, and thank you for putting your submissions together. That we appreciate that very much, and we have your written communication here as well. Thank you, excuse me, Herman Rosenfeld.
Meet again. Thanks very much. I'm a member of the TTC Writers and Fair Coalition, and Fair Coalition is now part of TTC Writers, and we're proud to work together. I think it's really important, as most of the speakers have said, that this interim poverty reduction strategy is very positive. It represents, at least for transit, a potential step forward. There's some new things in it. The actual reference to a fair geared to income criteria, which has never appeared in any of these kinds of things before. Commitments to maintaining increasing service, restoring service cuts to the inner suburbs, and using the new electronic system to accommodate lower income fares. And at the same moment, we know the cities independently, with the TTC investigating various proposals for low-income fares, including a study of other venues in Canada and the world, and this is supposed to be ready sometime in the fall through the TTC. If the two things happening together creates a moment of potential to move forward with a serious program of fare reduction for people on low incomes. Those who use public transit for most, if not all, of the travel they need in their daily lives: food, medical, family, health, worship, recreation. It's a moment to move forward with fare reductions that are desperately needed by people on low incomes, but also as part of a larger effort to control fare growth over time for everyone and eventually lower them, recognizing that transit's a public service, and as such, access to it is a right for all people living in this city. But while this moment is clearly an opening, we have to make sure that it's more than a set of flowering statements and promises in principle, rather than concrete actions, and therefore becomes a false opening. Although this is just an interim statement, we know that's going to be discussed. The report put together by a group of activists and users of key social services that have been mentioned by other deputies so far, called Affordable TTC, a ticket to the city, this is the report, put forward a clear set of proposals which would begin to address the cost of transit for people on low incomes. They included free transit passes for people on Ontario Works and Ontario Disability, $50 monthly passes for people on low income, translating to $1 individual fares, and other kinds of demands. We've been hearing comments informally from friendly political representatives that the only issues being considered in the long run here are modest reductions tied to off-peak hour use, using the Presto system, which is the electronic system which we know makes certain things possible, not as a tool for real change and to address the needs of low-income people, but simply to make token changes, I'm sorry about the term, scheduled for some future date. We have heard, I just realized that I was writing it, we have heard talk of cuts of 2% to transit spending, which would make a mockery of increases. There's been little discussion of how you would fund these kinds of changes, although that's part of the process. And overall, the movement to lower fares for people on low incomes has come from below, initiated by people affected by or involved in dealing with the grinding effects of low-wage, precarious, privatizing, and austerity-oriented job and housing markets in this era. We can make a difference in the area of transit by taking seriously their demands and proposals and giving the words of the Poverty Reduction Report some meaning. We look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosenfeld. Questions of Mr. Rosenfeld? All right. Thank you very much. Mike Connell. Hello, Mr. Connell.
Mike Connell is ill this morning. My name's Joel Clausen.
Oh.
I'm a community capacity builder at Yonge Street Mission.
Okay.
Mike called me this morning. He wasn't able to come, but he's part of a group, and it should be in your package, I believe, a submission by Friends Against Poverty, which is a group that has begun to meet over the last several months. And Janice is a member of our group as well, and so she's going to speak for Mike.
Thank you.
His
Most welcome.
presentation is in the package as
We
well.
do
so
have
you
your
can see that.
communication. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Janice. I am here to represent Friends and Property, Moss Park, and can Joel kind of help me a little bit?
Sure. So Friends Against Poverty, we're a group that where many of us are from Regent Park, Moss Park, and St. Jamestown. We've come together in response to the community consultations back in January on the poverty reduction strategy. And we've continued to meet because of people's interest in this since January, and have been following the evolution of the process, and want to continue to support it. And especially like our group is composed of people who have lived experience of poverty and who have a lot of knowledge about this, and they're quite aware of the expertise that they have on the matter. I don't know if you want to say a little bit more, Janice?
Well, for me, my experience was like I was homeless. I didn't have nobody to turn to. But I'm just hoping that you would pass this. Yeah. I'm nervous, my God.
Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you. We appreciate that. Rob Howarth, Commitment to Community. Morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. You've heard a number of impassioned voices. I would say, and some of them have been linked to the Commitment to Community campaign, so I will simply say that we would reinforce some of the caveats that have been brought forward, but also the overall support for the strategy, and urge you to pass all of the staff recommendations in that regard today and move forward on this very important and positive issue. Thank you.
Sorry, I was just distracted there, but thank you very much for your submission. I appreciate it, Mr. Howard. Daniela Mergarten.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, and thank you for being here this morning. And you're most
Council.
welcome, and we look forward to your comments.
Thank you so much. I'm going to really talk about three things. Mainly as part of my own story, and housing, as well as having lived in poverty most of my life, and a bit about the TTC. But my dilemma, I guess right now, as Pam knows, I'm really concerned about, I have a tribunal date coming up on July 8th. I also, I went with the delegation in 2008 to United Nations for my own report on poverty and homelessness to really poo-poo Canada for lack of paying attention to the recommendations coming from the United Nations. As well as you know, when Qatar came in 2009 and looked at this housing situation. I was at that point experiencing being evicted from a place I lived in for 32 years. And it was all about, renovating. It was a real estate agent that bought the house who had 6 other properties. I was out like nobody's business before Christmas. I found all I could find was a basement apartment in my neighborhood. I'm very attached to my community. My community is everything to me since it's become my family. I lost my family due to violence. And there were no shelters when I was growing up, and my mother had to deal with a very abusive drunk husband. I'm an abuse survivor because of it, and also left home very early because of it. I've struggled all my life to try to move forward, trying to get myself back to school. So my housing was the most important thing to me, to be able to go back to school. And I actually, in my second year of college, got very ill because I was on my own, not getting help from anybody, and I also suffer from post-traumatic stress. But this being said, I am again in the position of the house got sold again. I do not want to end up being a statistics. I'm worried about the women. I know of 3 women right now who have ended up in shelters over the last 8 years. I'm concerned about all the women that are in shelters that are, because of the flipping of the houses, have ended up on the street. And I really urge you to look at the tribunal. There's got to be some kind of policy change around people getting richer on the backs of the poor and being displaced out of their communities. Yeah, that said, so I also wanted to talk a little bit about a TTC because I'm also on the Fair Coalition, and I'm on the steering committee of House Link as well as Saving Our Own Social Safety Net. So you can see that I've been really involved in my community. And I actually, somebody had said earlier, I really am hoping that there is some form of subsidy being introduced because I can't afford the rent, and that is a part of it. And like I'm really pleading with City Council right now to give me some hand. If I lose everything and end up in a shelter, I'm going to lose it. I'm so close right now, which I hate to admit, to despairing. And I'm a strong woman, and I've fought for a lot of people. I've helped a lot of people. I am now asking for help, and I can't wait 20 years. I'm going to be 60 this month myself, and I need your help. And please help us. And I'm so glad, Pam, thank you, that we're doing this work, because it is so important, and the importance of keeping people in their community is huge. I mean, if I have to move out of my community, I will have no choice, but I'm really hoping that I get to stay.
Thank you, Ms.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much. Just stay there because there may be a question, I think, from Councillor Carroll.
Yes, thank you. So you describe a common thing. Generally, people know when they move into a single-family dwelling that they're vulnerable to the owner's wishes. Is it a matter of just liking living in that kind of housing, or is that housing, the basement and attic apartment, just cheaper than almost any apartment in a proper multi-res?
That's a really good question because it is cheaper, but also there's so many illegal apartments in the city, and actually my current landlord has used that against me, that it's not I knew it was an illegal apartment, but I had no choice.
You couldn't afford one in a
couldn't
regular
afford- yeah.
multi-residential apartment.
Exactly, and I talked to Mike Layton about this too, about having more, affordable housing in our community because there isn't much, right? So thank you for that question, Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Ms. McGarten. Any other questions? Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
That brings us to Valerie Hyman from the Social Justice Committee of Synagogue Darchai Noam.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tory, Council. I'm representing Congregation Darchai Noam. It's Toronto's Reconstructionist synagogue, and the Social Justice Advocacy Committee is committed to the protection of social justice in Canada. As Jewish citizens, we are informed by the principles of good deeds, tzedakah, and repairing the world, tikkun olam, and by international commitments such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and we aim at eliminating injustice and poverty within our city. Our activities are nonpartisan and dedicated to the protection and improvement of public policies and programs at all levels of government. We are part of the Multi-Faith Alliance to End Homelessness. It's a diverse group of faith communities and organizations in the Toronto area, and we base this on our shared values of fairness, compassion, justice, and social inclusion. We advocate to our political representatives for policies that would ensure adequate, secure, and affordable housing for all in our community. We congratulate you, Mayor Tory, Deputy Mayor Pam McConnell, and the city for initiating this important poverty reduction strategy. We live in a prosperous city, and yet over the last 20 years, as we hear it over and over again today, poverty has increased and the city has become more economically divided. 1 in 4 children now live in poverty. Homeless people beg on every major street corner, and thousands are accommodated in the Out of the Cold programs in the winter. 90,000 people are waiting for affordable housing. in the city. The time to address these disturbing trends is now, not only because it is the right thing to do, but if we don't act now, despair, anger, and the possibility of civil disobedience is more likely to occur. Hunger, homelessness, and helplessness lead to despair and desperation. We support the recommendations to address the urgent needs of our most vulnerable citizens. We believe that affordable housing is foundational and urge the city to make this a priority, as stable housing is a gateway to employment, education, and a better life. We at Dachinoam have actually put up, when there was money, funding, we actually have put up 2 housing projects, but we can't do it without the funding. Currently, too many families are unable to afford housing without compromising on nutritious food, transportation, or clothing for their children. We would also like to congratulate the committee for creating a very collaborative process that truly listened to those most in need, as well as many others in the city, such as the business community and advocacy groups, and we would like to see this collaborative process continue, hopefully, after the final report is accepted by Council. We would also like firm timelines, benchmarks, and other tools to measure the impact of the strategy. I'd like to end with a quote from Joel A. Barker, which says, "A vision without action is merely a dream. Action without vision just passes the time. Vision with action can change the world." Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hyman. Now, may I have any questions that there might be for Ms. Hyman? If not, I'll thank you very much for being here this morning. Appreciate very much your thoughtfulness. Andrea Budgie, Reverend from Trinity College and the University of Toronto.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of executive, councillors, and staff.
May I just say, I'm sorry, just so that Ms. Wilkie doesn't worry, I did skip over her inadvertently, so we'll do that next.
Okay.
Cynthia Wilkie. So just so
Very
she's
good.
not sitting here wondering if she's been forgotten about, but I apologize. You go ahead now. Thank you.
No problem. And I was going to say, and especially Deputy Mayor McConnell for all the work that she and staff have done on the poverty reduction strategy. I'm here as the chair of the Poverty Reduction Subcommittee of the Anglican Diocese of Toronto. And on behalf of that group, I want to say, please adopt this policy. We commit to be part of the ongoing conversation about how it can be fleshed out, how it can be developed, how the vision can be made more real in this city. You've heard a lot of concrete suggestions from deputants today. I don't want to dwell on those, but to say that I hope that some of them will go into the continuing conversation. I want to refer briefly to 2 points. We need affordable housing and we need supportive housing. And I want to make sure that that is not forgotten. Because when we talk about prosperity, I think most of us have a vision of a certain kind of economic development. And there are people in our society who, as that term is understood, will not prosper, but we need to make sure that they do not suffer, that they do not slip behind everybody else. I was very excited to see the commitments to living wage. Even though I realize that's a daunting kind of thing to put in a document like this, I'm excited not only because it's the right thing to do, but because that is such an important part of creating the culture that this report is trying to create for the city, where the question that developers trying to comply with Section 17 requirements ask is not how little can we get away with, but what can we do to help? And where individual taxpayers approach the task and privilege of being part of building community with that same kind of attitude. What can we do to help one another? And I would hope that I speak for many people of faith when I say that we commit to being part of creating that kind of a culture. And I would encourage the commitments in the strategy to education and publicity around that, because if the kind of energy and resources that have gone into trying to make us enthusiastic about the Pan Am Games and creative and considerate in our use of transit and other city resources were to go into making us excited about taking care of each other and creative and compassionate in our use of our shared resources, we'd be well on the way to seeing this vision accomplished. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in. While some aspects of the document are quite strong, do you have any concerns that we're not going far enough?
We can always go further. I think it sounds like a generic answer, but we can never take too good care of one another. And in every generation, we try to do the best we can with what we have and to avoid falling back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Appreciate that very much. We next have Cynthia Wilkie, who I passed over inadvertently from the West Don Lands Committee. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, I'm Cynthia Wilkie. I'm the co-chair of the West Don Lands Committee, which is a coalition of resident, business, social service, environmental, and heritage organizations that has been advocating for positive revitalization of the West Don Lands and the wider waterfront since 1997. Our focus has been on the opportunity to build out the city in a way that enhances connectivity, spectacular design, and environmental and social sustainability. And it's that last point which brings me here today. I'm joining many in supporting this important step towards developing a comprehensive commitment to poverty reduction within the city. And I would like to start by thanking Mayor Tory, Deputy Mayor McConnell, and recognizing the early work done by Councillor Mihevc and Toronto Employment and Social Services 2 councils ago during the provincial poverty reduction strategy discussions. I'd also like to recognize the work done by city staff, the work of the Poverty Reduction Advisory Group, as well as the contribution of many individuals and members of the public from, with lived experience and from agencies and groups that support those who are living in poverty. On behalf of the West Don Lands Committee, I'd like to just focus on 2 parts of the interim report. All of the recommendations are terribly important, but from our perspective in working on waterfront revitalization, it's affordable housing and community benefit programs that rise to the top of our experience. Toronto is undergoing an unprecedented surge of residential revitalization in its core. And for many years, we have been concerned that we are missing the boat, missing the opportunity to actually make advances in terms of affordable housing. What I call the Manhattanization of Toronto is creating many opportunities for people to live downtown, to move downtown, to live more sustainability, but it leaves out, because of market forces, low and moderate income residents. And so Waterfront Toronto, the Toronto's Central Waterfront Plan, the City of Toronto has quite appropriately required that within the waterfront revitalization district, 20% of all new housing be affordable rental housing. Very important objective, very important in terms of attaining social sustainability for our new waterfront. Yet we need the kind of tools that are set out in this interim strategy to ensure that we can actually achieve affordability, particularly with respect to the Section 37 benefits, with respect to strategies for incenting affordable housing development, and very importantly, in terms of negotiating with other levels of government for continued funding for affordable housing. So I'm out of time, but I'd like to say that we certainly want to be part of that continuing conversation as to how these particular strategies are developed, and we urge Council this committee and council to adopt the interim strategy.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilkie. Questions of Ms. Wilkie? All right. Well, thank you very much for being here today. We appreciate that. That brings us to Jessica Bell, TTC Riders.
Hi, how you doing?
Thank you, Ms.
Hi.
Bell.
I can't afford the TTC. If I can't afford the TTC, I can't come to school. Walking is the only option for some people, given that a single person receiving Ontario Works only has $280 a month to cover all expenses. My dilemma is, do I want to take the TTC, or do I want a bag of milk or a loaf of bread to do me for a couple of days? That's my biggest dilemma. These are some of the findings in a report released by the Fair Fare Coalition on the affordability of the TTC. This report was written in partnership with many social service agencies, and it involved interviewing over 100 people. To make the TTC more affordable and truly address transit inequity and poverty, the report calls for the city to provide free fares for people on ODSP and OW, $1 fares for low-income workers, and no reductions in service to pay for fares. We know we need more service and not less. While we're pleased with the anti-poverty strategy and that it calls for better TTC service and understands that fares do hurt low-income riders, we do think that this strategy and the city's actions do not yet provide the bold and practical solutions that we need. We don't just need the city to consider and evaluate lower fares, we need you to do it. We don't just want the city to ensure Presto has the capacity to provide fares geared to income. We want the city to actually lower fares, and you can do it now. You've done it with the seniors, you can do it now. It doesn't have to wait for Presto. And what we definitely do not want, we do not want the TTC's budget to be cut by 2% in 2016. Cutting the TTC's budget is a bad decision because it's a slap in the face of this report's talk about reducing poverty, improving service, and really getting the city moving. We know the TTC's capital budget has a $2.8 billion something shortfall. We know the TTC's operating budget is so lean and mean that Toronto gets the least amount of government support per ride compared to all other public transit systems in North America. There's nowhere else to cut. We believe one of the best ways to address transit inequity and move forward on making the TTC and public transit affordable for all is for the TTC's capital budget and the TTC's operating budget to be fairly funded. That would stop the breakdowns and delays. It would give us more reliable and fast service, particularly in the outer suburbs, and it would allow us to pay for the fare reductions that came out in this report so that everyone in the city can afford to ride the TTC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Are there questions? I just have one, because it's been mentioned a number of times, and you mentioned it as well. First of all, you're aware of the fact that the request that's been made of these organizations is to look for 2% in efficiencies, not to reduce their budget by 2%. You're aware of that's the request?
I'm absolutely aware of that. What I don't understand is that if you're cutting the TTC's budget by 2%, we're definitely not going to be getting...
Let me stop you, because again, you said you understood, but now what you just said indicates you don't. Or you may not, which is that the request that was made was not to cut the TTC's budget by 2%, but to identify 2% inefficiencies. It could be the budget could still go up by 10%, but you found 2% inefficiencies. You understand the distinction?
I do, but often efficiency is used as a euphemism for cut. And what we think is that the TTC's budget actually needs to be increased significantly to actually provide the service that we need. Like, we had the subway break down for what? Monday morning rush hour? We have breakdowns and delays all the time, and we have people time and time again who talk about how they can't afford to get on the TTC. We do not need efficiencies. We need a big increase in service and a more affordable fares.
So if one was looking to find money to pay for those big increases in services, do you think it's possible that in a $1 billion plus organization like the TTC you could find 2% of areas where they're not spending money very efficiently at present?
Rob Ford certainly had a lot of difficulty doing it, and he was looking very, very hard, A. And B, the TTC's operating budget, the amount of government support per ride they get, is already the lowest in North America. It is already an extremely efficient organisation. I do think that it would make more sense to look at how we can increase service and really focus the conversation on that, and also how to make fares more affordable. I think that would be a smarter thing to do.
Okay, Councillor Pasternak has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would you consider if the TTC went out to multiple bids for streetcars rather than sole source, would that be an efficiency, and it saved money, would that be an efficiency or a cut?
I'd have to see the details.
I don't think there's any details to look at. If we went out to an open RFP on a rolling stock on our streetcars and subway trains rather than sole source, and we saved, let's say, $50 to $100 million, would that be a cut or an efficiency?
It would depend. I mean, when we look at the Ontario Auditor General's report on the cost benefits of P3s, they did find that it tends to cost more to go with the private sector.
I'm not even suggesting a P3. Second question is, if the TTC is saving $8 million because of low international crude prices, is that a cut or an efficiency?
Well, are we seeing that? Are we seeing that resulting in more service for next year or for
Yeah,
this
but that's okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Ms. Bell. Then we have Susan Gapka.
Good morning.
Hello, you're welcome.
I'm Susan Gapka. I'm here as an individual today. And I'm here to support the poverty reduction strategy wholeheartedly. And what most appreciate is the sense of urgency about it. And those of us living in difficult conditions, whether it be in Toronto community housing or whether it be low income, know dramatically how that impacts our everyday lives. And I almost feel like that's really important to stress today. I want to thank Councillor Shiner. I want to thank the rest of you for being here today to listen to, as I try to find something a little different than the other deputants to address. And so we just had Pride. It was great to see you, number of city councillors. We had a lot to celebrate and a lot to demonstrate. There were a few conflicts, but still, you know, it's the day before Canada Day. We still have people on our streets without housing. We still have people who are hungry, who are still suffering. We still have LGBT people and other people from disadvantaged communities who are struggling with their identities and trying to get through the day. So I want to bring that forward to you today. Today in Senate, what's going to happen is all but a mathematical technicality. Bill C-279, the second time this bill has passed Parliament to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and Canadian hate crimes provision to protect gender identity and gender expression. The Senate's going to vote on it, and they're going to rise for summer vacation, and the bill's going to die for the second time. So we can be leaders here in Toronto. We can be leaders as we are in so many other fields. I want to declare a war on poverty, but let's talk in the short minute I have left. Thank you, Councillor, for shortening the time. Oh, he's not here either. Just take a breath. Try to get back on track. The housing I've been very clear on in the past term of council, and I think it's a simple economic equation. Supply must meet demand. And I'll speak to that on other locations. But around economic development and having a preventative strategy around addressing the social determinants of health, and around economic development, the transpulseproject.ca suicide rates among trans people are thoughts of it 78%, successful attempts 43%. Those with a university or college degree 71%, yet half of us make less than $15,000 a year. I'm one of those people. I'd like to propose that what's missing in this round of poverty reduction is a focus group, a strategy, a conversation with transsexual, transgender people. Thank you for your acknowledgement of the work we've done in the past at the flag raising. And I would offer my services and our group services. We have now the Trans Lobby Group services, and we have this united, what do we call it? United Trans Coalition of groups in Toronto to work with, to try to address some of those gaps so that between the interim and final report. And with that, I want to support this. I would vote in favor of it. I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate that, and your comments are received. Councillor Ainslie, a question?
Yep. Through Mary Tory, thank you for coming in this morning, Susan, and pointing that deficiency out. Do you see any other deficiencies that in the report that you think need to be worked on, or?
Well, I had 3 minutes, so I focused on that. But you know, housing is dear to my heart and to many people. And the reason I like working on housing is actually, and other social determinants of health, is that those are ways to address the needs of all disadvantaged communities, whether you're racialized, whether you have a disability, you just had a streak of bad luck. And so housing, if everyone has a decent home, that's also really important.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainslie, and thank you, Susan, very much. Then we come to Ephraim Hildebrand, please. Hello, Mr. Hildebrand. Thank you for coming.
I will talk to you after.
Hello, I'm Ephraim. I'm part of the organization Millennium Kids. I'm 12 years old. Thank you. If the wealth or the poverty of your family determines the success and your voice, how is that fair? If you were in the shoes of someone who is poor, wouldn't you want someone to stand up for you and fight for your rights to affordable housing, a good-paying job, and nutritious food? I think we should treat everyone the same way we would want to be treated. If I owned a business and paid my employees a wage that cannot support them, I have set them up to live in poverty. I have created injustice. I recently heard a quote that if we see injustice happen and do nothing about it, we have become part of the problem. Toronto needs to act fast because every day, poverty causes more sickness, mental illness, and deaths. Canada will be signing on to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals this September to guide our poverty efforts for the next 15 years. Goal 1 of 17 is to end poverty in all its forms everywhere. That includes Toronto. The specific target that applies to poverty in Toronto and Canada is target 1.2 by 2030 to reduce at least by half the proportion of men, women, and children of all ages in poverty and all its dimensions according to the national definitions. I know our city has put in tremendous efforts to reduce poverty through the poverty reduction strategy. I can't wait to see what is in store for Torontonians who are struggling to make ends meet. Please don't give up. You are leading Toronto on an important journey to justice. We can do this together. Thank you.
Mr. Hildebrand, you get the exception to the rule about no applause in these meetings because you had the interest and the courage to come forward and to speak so well, and we thank you very much for that. And Councillor McMahon has a question for you. Is that okay?
Hi there. Great speech. You're very articulate. What grade are you in?
Grade 7.
Grade 7. And what's your school?
King Edward Public School.
Okay. And do you, what got you interested in coming down and speaking to us in the whole topic?
Well, I kind of took it from my mom because my mom's really really involved in social justice, and she just got me interested, and then I was really intrigued, and I just wanted to learn more, basically.
And do you talk to your friends about poverty reduction ideas and things like that?
Yeah, I recently did a project actually on ending extreme poverty, so yeah.
Terrific. Thank you, future leader.
One more, Mr. Hildebrand. I had one more question for you, Mr. Hildebrand. How old are you?
I'm 12.
12. So you can't run for office for 6 years. That's good. I should be out of here by then. But when you're 18, run for public office, okay?
Okay.
That's a deal. Thank you. B. Lee. B. Lee. Here we are. Oh, did I? No, but we already had, she already appeared. They combined items. No problem. Thank you for coming, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, my name is Billy from Scarborough. I was homeless with a full-time job. Never will I forget, in 1998, on a very cold and windy Thanksgiving Day, even though I was working because of the high cost of rent, I was seeking shelter in a TTC subway station at night because I had no place to go to get myself out of the cold. A few other occasions, I would couch surf, staying with a friend and another friend. Eventually, when I was able to get housing, I had to move frequently due to bad living conditions. I had lived out of my suitcase, ready for another move at any time. I always have goosebumps thinking of these unforgettable homeless days and constant moves. My living condition got worse after I lost my job. In fact, it got harder for me to find a decent place with affordable rent because the OW shelter allowance is only $376. I can only afford to rent a room in a rooming house. Rooming houses are unacceptable for living at times. One rooming house in which I had lived was part of a cold room. I have to wear a winter coat to keep myself warm due to the lack of heat in the winter, and my legs got so swollen and cramped that I was unable to walk due to dampness and mold in the summer. At another rooming house, there were 13 people living in the house with only one fire exit. At a different rooming house, I have to pay extra $50 every month in order to receive a rent receipt. Some landlords refuse to rent to me because I'm an OW recipient. One landlord stored her belongings in my room whenever an inspector came by. Recently, my current landlord did nothing about flooding in my room due to water from broken backyard pipe. Given my personal housing experiences, this is my suggestion for the poverty reduction strategy in line with the city recommendation in the interim report on housing. The city must build more affordable quality housing. In doing so, the city would create jobs and stop the long subsidized housing waiting list. The city needs to recognize that single healthy person have to wait a very long time to get subsidized housing. The city should consider rent supplement to low-income individuals or families so they can afford market rent, especially in cases when 80% or more of someone's income goes to rent. This also help relieve the backlog of people waiting for subsidized housing. The city must get involved in regulating rooming houses, especially in Scarborough. Legalizing rooming houses would help protect vulnerable tenants from landlord exploitation. Legalization would ensure rent control, reduce discrimination for OW or low-income persons, and ensure acceptable living conditions such as adequate heating, proper repairs, and safety for tenants. The city must advocate to the province on behalf of single persons on OW to increase their shelter money. Personally, I have to cover much of my rent from my basic needs allowance, which leave me with little money to live on. I know you all love Toronto and care for the people under your leadership. Torontonians look to you for change. We need you to fight for us against poverty and to clear any barriers that prevent us from meeting our basic needs so we can live in dignity. Since actions speak louder than words, please do something to help the vulnerable with housing. I always dream that one day I will have a place that is affordable, clean, and legal, where I can live in dignity. A place that I can be proud to call home. And you can make my dream to come true. Therefore, I count on all of you to do
I'll ask you
your
to
best,
just conclude,
your
Ms. Lee.
power to make it happen. Will you?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lee, just Councillor Carroll has a question for you, so if you could just stay there for 1 minute. Thank you very much, Councillor.
I hope you don't mind me asking the question. I'm just trying to demonstrate. So you had a fairly modest lifestyle with your job, and your hardest struggle began when you lost your job. Could you tell us, were you eligible for unemployment insurance when you lost your job?
No.
So the report says only 20% of people are. So you had a job that was fairly easy for you to be laid off of and no unemployment. How long did you wait before you began to get the assistance you talked about later from OW? Was there a long gap?
It was quite some time.
Quite some time, months?
How long, yeah.
Yeah, but a number of months where you had
Yes.
really nothing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you very much, Ms. Lee. Much appreciated. Thank you for your story. Sherry Williams. Sherry Williams here? Okay. Anna Kim, Agincourt Community Services Association. Hello, Ms. Kim.
Hi there. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the interim poverty reduction strategy for the City of Toronto. My name is Anna Kim, and I work for Agincourt Community Services Association as a civics project coordinator. I would like to take this opportunity to amplify the needs of newcomers. Over the past 4 years, I have worked with hundreds of newcomers in a community engagement capacity in Scarborough, primarily in the neighborhoods of Dorset Park and Steeles-Lamoureux, previously deemed priority neighborhoods. Through my work, I have learned that for many newcomers in Scarborough, poverty is in fact a regular feature of their everyday lives. If poverty means lacking access to good jobs, living without an adequate income, not having stable or adequate housing, not being able to afford transportation to access essential services such as medical treatment, experiencing food insecurity, and being without supportive services, then many newcomers in Scarborough are well acquainted with poverty. Indeed, as the interim strategy acknowledges, newcomers are overrepresented among the city's poor. The stories I have heard from newcomers echo the many stories of poverty across the city. Parents faced with the daily existence of worrying about paying rent whilst raising young children without access to affordable childcare and with barriers to finding steady, decent paying employment. Seniors not being able to find an affordable place to live with dignity and being dependent on their children because their retirement funds are tied up with financing their children's home, or not knowing about social benefits available to them due to the lack of knowledge about these services. And when everyday life centers around struggling to meet basic needs, newcomers in Scarborough, who are often without knowledge about the city's social and institutional infrastructure, and also lack the experience, cultural and linguistic know-how, and confidence to pursue a broad range of opportunities and supports that may mitigate some challenges, are not in a viable position to address or give voice to these overwhelming and at times debilitating realities, and are thus invisibilized or overlooked altogether. Excuse me. That said, I have learned in my work that newcomers are equipped to not only identify issues, but also to proffer sustainable, sensible solutions, owing not only to their education and work experience, but also because of their lived experiences here in Toronto. But they need the right support, and they need to be invited to the table. We have seen that community-based measures have an important impact. Community agencies have created the so-called front line, where over time they have formed meaningful interactions, forged two-way relationships, and built the foundation for practices, best practices rather, with high-need newcomer communities. And when newcomers are able to take part in community-based programs and they are consulted, they are able to flourish and are motivated to be more active in their communities and to share information and take part in the city's planning and implementation processes.
Can I ask you to conclude, if you would?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
So as the report wisely states, programs and services to residents ought to be viewed as investments. As the city moves forward with its poverty reduction strategy, I hope it will leverage and bolster the work done by community agencies along with resident-led initiatives to ensure inclusionary measures that will have real impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. Questions of Ms. Kim? Yes, Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you for coming in this morning. As a Scarborough councillor, I just want to know if you had anything that you wanted to add in terms of service providing for newcomers in Scarborough?
I think it's important to acknowledge a lot of the gaps that newcomers face. So it's really about connecting newcomers with the existing infrastructure. And I would also add that it's important to not add newcomers on as a footnote to policies, but to integrate newcomers fundamentally as the city plans and implements
Okay.
its
And
strategies.
then the other question I had, one of the issues that I find with newcomers in my community in Kings Road, Galloway, Orton Park, is there's often a language barrier, trying to fill out forms for city services. And I was just wondering, do you think we do enough to provide language translation services or those services to newcomers?
From what I've heard, there has been an increase in those services and availability of translation resources. But my sense is that more needs to be done, particularly for isolated individuals or people who just don't know about what could be available to them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. I had Councillor, Ms. Kim, sorry, Councillor Thompson had a question. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Kim. Ms. Kim, can you help me to understand your organization's efforts in terms of convincing the federal government to be involved with respect to assisting to provide funding and programs for newcomers? I'm just wondering because there seems to be a gap, because it seems that what I'm hearing most people are saying there's a requirement, a reliance on the city to provide assistance. The city is working hard at that. I'm just wondering, what is your group doing to advocate on behalf of the newcomers to the federal government, either to the local MPs and others, to perhaps change this dynamics in terms of funding and assistance to newcomers?
I can't speak to that directly, but AXA does have a newcomers center. We also engage in raising awareness amongst our local MPs about federal support for newcomers.
Are you getting federal support?
Like I said, we have a newcomer center which is funded by CIC, yes.
Right, but is it funding simply the employees, or is it funding for programs, or how's that done?
I mean, I think it'd be best if you spoke to Lee Soda, our executive director, about those details.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. And then we come to Debbie Hall, Women's Habitat of Etobicoke. Ms. Hall here? Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming.
Hi, how are you? All right. Good morning, Mayor and councilmen and women. I hope you're having a good day.
I hope you are too. Thank you. And you're most welcome
I'm a little
here.
nervous, but
Don't be nervous. Just proceed it when you're ready.
I feel that we are, the seniors, the disabled people, the mentally handicapped, we're getting lost in the paperwork for some reason. That's the way I feel, right? And I feel that they should take some of these buildings that they're building and donate a couple of them for people that need housing and lower income. I mean, I'm sure that won't hurt anyone, right? Okay, also we need help to access programs that we really need. That, like people with drug problems, alcohol problems, medical problems, health problems altogether. And if they raise the TTC, we won't be able to do that. Because, okay, pretty well. Housing, I did pretty well covered it all. Oh. Okay. I believe that everybody on ODSP and welfare should get a little bit more money and be taught how to budget their food and their money so they won't run out of food. Also, the problem is they should, with people, okay, I had a personal problem where I had to throw everything out I own. And now for me to get new furniture, I have to pay $200. I don't have it. So anyways, that's it.
Thank you very much. Do your colleagues wish to say anything?
Yeah.
Please.
Is this working?
Yep, I think so.
Press the button.
Yeah, you just press the button there, yeah.
Is it on? Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name's Julie. Good morning, Mayor
Good morning.
and Council.
Or good afternoon.
I mean afternoon, I've been here so long, I still think it's morning.
Yeah, really.
I advocate for many agencies because I come from a piece of each. So I know all of this, I know everything about this. I don't initially personally blame you. Like, I know this is a heavy load for you to carry, but it's not all on you. It came from somewhere, and you're kind of here trying to fix it, you know, and make it better. And so, I mean, like, everything that's happening is not all coming from you. Like, we're all guilty by association, you know? Like, you had to pick up the load from the last load. And so you're, you know, it's like, now you need to carry 2 shovels. You know, so I don't feel bad, like I like you as a mayor, I do. I like you better than the other one, that's for sure.
You're better. You're much better.
No comment.
I'm the only Aboriginal people I find in here today. I don't see any Aboriginal people, First Nations people.
I am.
And, well, full breed.
Oh, I'm not worried.
I think we have a lot of problems with our people. The starvations, the suicides, the children sniffing glue, committing suicide. I'm one of the lucky ones. I got out of it. I'm one of the lucky ones. But there's still a hell of a lot of us out there, and if you could just take a moment or two to look at our people, that would be great. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll just ask a question, if I could, of Ms. Hall. Have you gone to see the Furniture Bank by any chance?
I'm going July the 9th.
Okay, because I was there, and it's an organization that is specifically there to help.
Habitat got me the thing for a bed and stuff like that. I'm sleeping on the floor, right? And when she gave me the paper, I looked on top and it says $200 delivery charge.
For the Furniture Bank?
For the Furniture Bank. Like, what's the purpose of that?
I'm sure if you speak to them about that, because they were talking to me about how they operated, and there will be some way to find to
There's
deal
got
with
to be a
that.
way to.
Anyway, I just want to make sure you were in touch with them, and if you have any trouble, you can call my office, and we can, you know, but sounds like you've been in touch with them, and I'm sure if you speak to them about the delivery charge, it sort of defeats the purpose of what you're trying
Yeah,
to
I
do.
think it does, because people really can't afford it.
All right, are there other?
Mayor, could I say one more
Sorry,
thing?
yes, ma'am, please.
I'm not here for me. I'm not here for me today. I'm here for my granddaughter. I'm here for my granddaughter, who is a very highly intelligent little girl, and she wants to be somebody someday. When I was 12, I was nobody. She wants to be somebody. And that's why I'm here, because they too, it's generational. It comes down generational.
That's
And
rough.
we need to help the young'uns who are here to carry. If you're still alive, they'll be helping you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you
Any
for
other?
listening.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, all three. Sharon McPherson. Good afternoon, Ms. McPherson.
Yeah, I want to come in and describe what happened with the social service agencies of the city. What? I spoke, but this is another, yeah, but I spoke. But I spoke on another issue.
Well, I hadn't realized, I guess, when we wrote your name down, that you'd already spoken with another group. And so what I'll have to ask you to do is to accept that you did have your chance earlier on, and I know you spoke.
You promised to talk to me someplace time out, so I'm going to talk to you about it.
We will do that. Thank you very much. I appreciate your understanding. Thank you. Anna Oliveira. Anna Oliveira also spoke earlier. Anna, okay, I don't remember that name, but that's fine. Lucy Barker. Lucy Barker, Ms. Barker, okay, thank you. We've got 2 left after Ms. Barker.
Hi, my name is Dr. Lucy Barker, and I'm here with Shadem Guler and Dr. Sam Friedman on behalf of Healthcare Providers Against Poverty. As a physician on the front line, I see daily the detrimental impact that poverty and income inequality has on my patients' health. I see individuals who have to choose between paying for medication and meeting their basic needs. And I regularly see individuals who come to the emergency department because they have inadequate access to shelter and food. Poverty is expensive from a healthcare perspective. Healthcare Providers Against Poverty applauds the release of the interim strategy. However, we remain apprehensive that it will lead to real, measurable change for our patients. We look forward to seeing a full cost analysis and detailed timelines with measurable goals and targets. In particular, we hope that the costs associated with poor health are considered. We've seen that when massive projects are undertaken, such as the Pan Am Games, they can be achieved in specific timelines. Our patients need to be relieved of poverty now, not in 20 years. We urge the Executive Committee and City Council to approve the interim poverty reduction strategy and, in November, to approve a final poverty reduction strategy that includes clear targets for progress in improving access to jobs, income, housing, food, childcare, and transit, along with dedicated funding to achieve these goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barker. Are there questions of Ms. Barker? Thank you. That's really why we're here, is to keep moving along in that direction, so I appreciate your comments in that regard. Thank you both very much. Mr. Derek George.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of council, my name is Derek George. The reason I wanted to talk, I was in the overflow room and I was listening to all the dissertations, and it started to annoy me, because the strategy that I think should be developed is not a strategy of what needs to be done, but what must be done. I'm homeless. I just went to see a place yesterday. It's run down, the floor is broken, there's no cupboard space, they're gonna put in a fridge and a stove, and they wanna rent it for the first. And I know they can't, because it's not going to be ready. But it's my best opportunity to get a place to live. So do I take it at $700 a month for a bachelor? That is half the size of the bachelor I had when I lived in a co-op in Parkdale for $625, with enough space to have a bedroom, a living room, a kitchen. You know what I mean? Do I pay it and then have to move within 2 or 3 months and lose my last month's rent because the landlord doesn't have a lease and he's not going to give me my money back? Poverty doesn't start with losing your job. It doesn't start with not enough income to support your family. It doesn't start there. I heard someone say it's intergenerational. It doesn't have anything to do with what generation you're in. Poverty is about a segment of society that cannot afford anything. Can't afford a place to live, can't afford food, can't afford to travel, and they're stuck. And the only way they will get unstuck is for those in power, those who have the control of power, to increase their standard of living. It's the only way you get through and rise above poverty. Poverty isn't supposed to exist. I'll tell you why. Society is why. Social order is why poverty shouldn't exist. Yes, we can get sick, but when we get sick, someone should be there to help us get better. And if there's no one there to help us get better, we're simply going to stay sick and die. And that's what's happening on the streets of Toronto every day. I just found out from someone giving a dissertation that one of my friends that I've known for over 20 years is dead. I didn't even know he was dead. And that made me leave that room and come out here to tell you councillors and you, our illustrious mayor, that poverty is rampant in this city. You can go to any street corner and see it for yourself. People sleeping on grates that haven't had a shower in years. Not days or weeks or months, in years. And the kind of illnesses that they walk around with are transferable to you. And until it becomes a pandemic or an epidemic, nobody does anything. Until it's staring you in your face, you're not going to... I would like to see poverty end in my lifetime. End, not a reduction strategy. I want to see poverty gone.
Mr. George, can I just interrupt you and I'll let you conclude? I have a technical problem I have to address, which is to ask my colleagues to extend the time for a few minutes to allow you to finish, and then one more deputation, and we just have to deal with that. And then we can have a couple of minutes comments, and I see one question for it. Can I have the concurrence of my colleagues for a motion?
I would move to extend to finish the deputants and any quick releases that may be.
Okay, so we'll have all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We just had to do that, otherwise we automatically adjourn at 12:30. So if you want to just make a quick concluding comment, we thank you very much for your comments, very heartfelt, and then we have a question for you from Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In conclusion, I would like to state that I came from a single-parent household with 2 kids. Me and my sister are 14 years apart, 13 years apart. My sister followed my mother into Bell Canada, and she still works. She's going to have a wonderful retirement package. I did not. As one of Canada's top athletes for 10 years, I know what it is to be successful. I spent most of my adult life being successful. How I ended up homeless is still a mystery to me. It is, because I didn't do anything to put myself out in the street. A cop came to my house one night and told me I could not stay there anymore because I didn't have my name on the lease. My girlfriend did, and that I had to leave. I got into my van and I drove away. And I lived in my van for 2 years. It's not what causes it, it's what can I do about it. And in my present condition with my mental and physical disabilities, there's not much I can do myself. That's why I'm here. That's why I became a member of the member advocacy group. Even though I can't do it for myself, maybe by being active, I can help someone else.
I think you're making a positive difference by being here, and we thank you very much for that. And don't, Mr. George, Councillor Carroll had a question for you. If you could just sit there for one more minute, we appreciate that.
Thank you, sir, for your deputation. You mentioned something that I see happening a lot. Didn't happen long ago. I was a renter. Councillors do pretty well, but long ago when I was a renter, if I moved into an apartment, anywhere, a townhouse, an apartment, and the conditions you describe were there, I could say, I refuse to sign this lease until you put the fridge and the stove and those things in, and I'm going to be phoning you every day. What I'm hearing now, what you describe, is you could refuse to sign that lease, and then you have no standing and the landlord doesn't care. He says, fine, live here with no lease. I'll evict you whenever I feel like it. Is that the situation you're in today?
I've been evicted from rooming houses 5 times in the last year and a half.
Thank you.
I've lost over $3,000 in rent.
So you're not only in a situation, a community of precarious employment, a lot of precarious housing as well.
I've been on the TCHC list for 6 years. I have not received not one phone call saying, come and look at a place, not one. I'm stuck in a rooming house system, which is not a system. It's just private landlords renting to whoever they choose to rent to, and 9 times out of 10 they look at me and say no. So I end up in a shelter, or like the last 4 days, sleeping in the park because all the shelters are full.
Thank you very much, Mr. George. Christopher White, please. Christopher White. Mr. White? Going once? Oh, okay. May I say thank you to all of the people that have spoken this morning and early this afternoon. We very much appreciated all of your input, and I'm sure that I know the council members were listening very carefully to that as we prepare to discuss and move forward on this report. So what we will do is we'll stop on that now and pick up on that after lunch with the speakers and questions that people may have of staff, if there are any. And before that, we're going to just deal with some items that we can deal with very quickly, explaining that more to the audience than anything else. And that would begin with item 7.7, which I gather, Councillor Shiner, you believe we can deal with quite expeditiously.
Yeah, Mayor Tory, I've spoken with my colleagues here, and I'm looking to get some improvements.
You know what? There's a person, it got added on late on, who wishes to speak on this matter.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Peggy Mulder. Is Peggy Mulder here? So I guess we'll have to deal with it. Yeah, we'll have to deal with it, I guess, I'm afraid, after lunch. And, you know, because we have one deputy. I apologize. And then we had two other items that, just on quick releases, if Councillor Thompson, if you could indulge us, just because otherwise we won't have. Councillor Ainsley had two items he could release before we go to lunch.
Thank you, Mary Tory. The first one, EX 7.13, THC's annual general meeting. I'm moving the same motions that I moved on this item 2 years ago, that dealing with how they train their staff for communication and social facilitation, mainly during their participatory budgeting process.
What's that? All right. I guess we've had one request from a councillor, one of the members here, that we circulate this and approve it right after lunch, because people haven't had a chance to see it. And then the other one was 7.2.
The other one deals with number 22. It's the heads and beds levy. The City Council forward again.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. I have to ask that, please, that you please remain quiet while Councillor Ainsley helps us deal with these items. Please, go ahead.
Yep, so it's City Council again for the 2014 report on heads and beds levies on institutions to the Premier of Ontario, Minister of Finance, and requests a $75 levy be increased annually by the rate of inflation, and we forward the report to AMO.
Councillor Ainsley has moved that amendment to the item. Do we vote first on the amendment? To the recommendation, all those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Carried. And the main item, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, and we will resume at 1:30. Thank you. Yes, she was here, but I just didn't want to start again.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need to clear Committee Room 1 so that security can lock us up for lunch. Would the members of the Executive Committee please come to Committee Room 1?
If I could ask the members of the Executive Committee and others to take their seats, please. We have quorum in the room now, it being 1:39. The record will show Mr. Gadden was here early.
Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you very much. So, okay, we need for members of the committee to take their seats so we can have quorum in place. Councillor, does he have to be in his seat? Councillor Thompson and Schreiner?
You can celebrate.
What?
I can see over here.
Okay. What we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen of the committee, with your concurrence, is we're going to finish the poverty item. Then we'll move to deal with Councillor Schreiner and what is supposed to be a quick release on that local appeal matter. Then we're going to deal with Councillor Ainsley's matters, that the one we left over that I think can hopefully be dealt with if you've had a chance to read his resolution, his motion, fairly quickly. And then we would go from there to the service level reviews, and we'll discuss that when we get there. And then we'll go from there. So I guess I'll be first going to questions. Questions of staff on the poverty reduction interim report, starting with members from outside of the membership of the Executive Committee. Okay, questions of staff from members of the committee to questions of staff on the interim poverty reduction report. All right, then we could move to speakers on the Poverty Reduction Report, and I will start to keep a list, and we'll start, of course, with members who are not members of the Executive Committee who wish to speak. You're not here for that purpose, Councillor Cressy. Okay, anybody? Anybody? Okay. No.
Mr. Mayor, I
Councillor McConnell?
just simply, I really had a lot of time to speak, and I've said a lot of the things that I needed to say. But I would encourage members of the executive to really give us a very strong endorsement. I know that several members have asked as to whether or not we're adopting every single one of these things as is. In fact, we are not. We're adopting an interim strategy, and the details of that we are adopting in principle, and those will go to committee and to community for further discussion, so that when we come back in the fall, we will have a plan that will be fully implementable. We'll have tools of measurement. We'll have a funding mechanism, and will be supported by people who live live in poverty and have real life experiences, as well as the agencies who support them, and business and labor. And in the meantime, I know that, Mr. Mayor, you've been quite interested in us talking up the street to our colleagues in government at Queen's Park to make sure that their poverty reduction strategy and ours are in sync. That is, that when we are on parallel paths, we are moving together, and when we intersect, that those things are seamless. So as we move forward, I would ask the members of executive to move this in a speedy way to council, so that we can begin that work very early in the late summer and the early fall, and have something before you in the October-November round. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor McConnell. Anybody else from outside of the membership of the committee who wishes to speak on the poverty strategy? Then members of the committee wishing to speak? We have Councillor Ainsley, and did I see your hand up, Councillor McMahon? No, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bardinetti. Okay, so that we have those two for start.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Tory. First and foremost, I want to thank all the deputants for coming in today and making their thoughts known on this very comprehensive report. Secondly, I want to thank Councillor McConnell for all the work that she's done on this. She was in my ward in the Kings Road, Galloway, Orton Park, which is one of the neighborhood improvement areas. It was one of the original 13 priority neighborhoods. I was at the meeting that she ran. It was very well attended. I had my cheat sheet and list of issues that my residents brought up, so to make sure they were covered off and included in this report. And I was very happy to see that the full list of residents' recommendations and the concerns that they raised there with Councillor McConnell and staff are included in this report. And I've heard from people at the province about this report. They're very encouraged by it. And also the Catholic School Board, for example, was working on their own poverty reduction report, and they see a lot of symmetry between the two. And it's glad to see that it's as comprehensive as it is, and it deals with a lot of the issues. And I look forward to the next steps in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Bardinetti.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I also want to thank the deputants as well. I have a motion that I'm moving on behalf of Councillor Pasternak, and also want to thank Councillor McConnell, and I believe that Councillor McConnell is supporting this motion as well. And after speaking with Councillor Pasternak at length about this, we are very supportive of the strategy. It's amazing work that was done. I appreciate Mr. Brillinger and the staff that were principal in making sure that it happened and bringing it forward. I met with them as well, and I think it's phenomenal work, and we're going to continue moving it forward. And this will address any issue that we have in making sure that if there are some modifications, that those are allowed, and make sure that we continue to have input by the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bardinetti. We're going to have you speak again, Deputy Mayor McConnell. Oh, I'm sorry. You had a question. I apologize.
She's on the committee.
You're not. Yes, I'm sorry. You can't actually ask a question.
Oh, that's right, I can't. I was just going to make sure.
You just sashayed into that chair and just thought I wouldn't notice, and you were right. I didn't. But the sharp-eyed somebody or other did notice.
This will not slow it down, because people in the
Is Councillor Thompson going to ask a question?
Yes, on behalf of Councillor McConnell. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Barata, your motion will not and is not intended to slow the process, is it?
Not at all. It's actually just to make sure that we have a full and robust continuation of community consultation.
Councillor shaking her head, she's happy.
Yep, I'm fine.
Thank you all very much. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. We had, do we have, I'm sorry, you want to speak as well, Councillor Thompson? Just, can I revert, because I said I would, Councillor Carroll was just not aware we were moving so quickly through the speakers, and she's from, but she was here all morning and certainly has an interest in this, so I thought I would let her speak, and then we'll come back to Councillor Thompson. Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to speak. I was over speaking to TTC staff, didn't realize we were moving so quickly, but I just wanted to speak to explain my reason for asking some questions this morning when often you were not asking questions. I particularly wanted to ask questions of folks where I saw indications of problems that I think we've had in the past, where we think, using municipal strategy and the few tools that are available to us, we're reducing poverty, and we don't really, upon implementing the measure, check to make sure that that measure is not negated further on down the path. We back in 2002 and then again in 2003, we started what we thought was a great youth employment initiative, not knowing that if we went into social housing neighborhoods where people were rent geared to income, that if mom said my son needs a job and we used our municipal program to get her son a job, in fact, he actually had his wages clawed back and applied to the rent. So he had a choice to make: youth employment program, black market or drug market income that no one claws back because they can't find it. Which shall I choose? And we hadn't covered off on that other thing that happens further down the path. Similar things happen in childcare. We say to lone parenting moms, you know, you can go back to school. OSAP has all sorts of great measures for you, but there's no gap from the day you graduate. If you're lucky enough to be employed right away, your first payment is due that month. So you're not climbing out of poverty. You're not leaving a TCHC home. You're still struggling because there's no breather. You just hit the ground running if you're lucky enough to have childcare, and if you're lucky enough that whatever certificate or degree got you a job. We're still going to claw it back as fast as we can, so you can't really start climbing that ladder. And so they have to be, as we embark on this, as full service and as closed loop, if I can use that terminology, as we can make them. And sometimes that will be possible using all of our own programs. Sometimes it will only be possible talking to other orders of government. But I just wanted to implore you to think about those measures where, when you go forward and say to the other order of government, if you just close this one loop, you will get the biggest bang for your buck, we'll get the biggest bang for ours, and we'll make real change. I think those are the ones that the other orders of government will be most responsive to, because often the political members in those governments aren't even aware that they are, in fact, shooting people in the foot right after we solve their problem. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. I'll speak to that because I'm going to speak in a moment or two. We have Councillor Thompson to speak next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I, too, want to thank the speakers and presenters this morning for their passion, as well as just the focus and the direction of helping us to understand the plight and some of the challenges. And clearly, we want to thank Councillor McConnell and you, Mr. Mayor, for your leadership in appointing Councillor McConnell to basically take on this very challenging task. Clearly, there's no joy, no fun by being poor or living in poverty. And I I think at the end of the day, we ought not to look at those who are in poverty and assume that they have gotten there as a result of their own fault and their efforts and so on. I think what we ought to do is recognize that any one of us, even in our particular situation, could in fact be in a situation where we are facing similar challenges as those who have spoken to us here today. It's a very stressful situation to be involved in. And I think that when we talk about this city, we talk about diversity being our strength. One of the things that we need to remind ourselves is that no one should be left behind, because the fact of the matter is that we have to judge our society based on the lowest common denominator, in that those who are being affected and are on our streets and are impacted by poverty and so on, because we may drive our fancy cars and have great restaurants that we can eat in and so on. But the fact of the matter is that that will only continue for a period of time, because those who are feeling the deprivation of poverty and so on and the stress of it will start to respond and want to fight back. So if we think of it in terms of suggesting that there is no room for us to do anything, quite frankly, I think that there is a lot of room. By the report that's here, we're speaking to that. And I think a number of the speakers have said, let's not just continue to talk, let's actually act, let's measure the improvement and so on in helping people. I think, too, though, that the federal government bears a responsibility in this as well, in terms of assisting. As we ask for funding for transit and other things, we ought to be asking for funding to help those who are in conditions where we as a city can help to administer that, so that people can be helped. I think I looked at this particular graph here and talked about the number of people who are obviously in poverty, and it shows the group by income and what have you. I think one of the things that we have to remember, our own immigration policy creates a condition of poverty for many people. Because if you don't have landed immigrant status, if you're a refugee, you actually can't work. It's illegal to do that. And what are people to do? So we hear about places like Dixon Road and other places across the city. I think it's something that we need to be mindful of. And so what we're doing here today is a step, but I think we've been talking about this for a long period of time. So let's not this just be a step. Let this also be a call to action and actually do things to help people who are in challenge. I think we have to also look at how the world view us. If we act or if we don't act, obviously there'll be a perception. I think it's time for us to act to help the people, because no one should be left behind. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers? Otherwise, I'll say we're up. Well, we can revert again. We passed the time for non-members of the committee, but no problem. You've had a demonstrated long-standing interest in this, so please, Councillor Mukherjee.
Clerk's mic always works. That's right, that's right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate being able to speak on this. I just want to make a couple of points. First is answering the question, what's different now than before? We've had a lot of reports over the years. I think back in the 1990s, there was Campaign 2000 that looked at just eliminating child poverty. We had 25 and 5, which was an effort about 10 years ago to look at reducing poverty by 25% in 5 years. What's different here? To me, what's different is that we are, as a city, rather than pointing fingers, we're taking responsibility. If we had an anti-poverty strategy as a city beforehand, what it was saying to other orders of government, hey, you got to do something on income inequality. Hey, you got to do something on housing. Hey, you got to do something on social assistance rates or unemployment insurance rates or pensions. Here we're saying that we are a player in this, and it's not just us that are a player, but our communities are a player, the faith communities, the social service agencies, that to overcome this complex thing we call poverty. And we know poverty has many forms and has many causes, and they overlap with each other. It's everything from sometimes it's addiction, sometimes it's unemployment, sometimes it's about race, sometimes it's about housing. It's about all those things coming together, that it's going to require, to overcome that, it's going to require a complex analysis and a complex strategy, and the city must be a player. The city must be a player. That's what's different today, I think, than the reports that we've seen over the last 10 and 20 years. And, you know, it's important to get the vision thing right, and I think this report here does get the vision thing right. It explores all the dimensions of the work that we do, and it says we can make a contribution in recreation, we can make a contribution in public transit, we can make a contribution in food security, and all those areas of civic life. So I think it is different, and I do think that we got the vision thing right in this particular case. And so my hat's off to the community, to Councillor McConnell, to you, Mr. Mayor, to all those that had an input into this. The second point that I'll make very quickly, there's a great poem by T.S. Eliot, and one of the lines in it is, between the desire and the act falls the shadow. The shadow. You know, also true with all the different reports that have come through the ages, the goal was set this high, and then when the bucks needed to flow, we went this low. And I think that's the challenge for us as a society and for council as well, that we can't let that shadow come between a very noble and good and far-reaching report separate us from the actions that need to follow.
And on that note, you may not remember, we passed a motion this morning limiting everybody to 3 minutes, and that is, I'm afraid, done. So,
the shadow.
The shadow has fallen.
Worry about the shadow.
I have to thank you very much for your remarks.
Thank you.
And I have Councillor Bailão to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe that today we're moving our city forward together. And I think you're very familiar with this sentence, if I'm not mistaken. It was part of a slogan during a campaign, moving our city forward together. And I think that we can't do that without doing what we're doing here today. And it's because in order to move our city forward, we need to attract talent, we need to attract jobs, we need to attract investment. And the only way we're going to do that is offering a good quality of life for everybody. And I think today we acknowledge that we have an issue in here, that there are certain parts of our society that doesn't have the quality of life that we aspire and we desire for Torontonians. And we did that here, and we took responsibility. Like Councillor Mihevc was saying, we're taking responsibility and saying we are going to do our part. We are going to look at our 5 fingers and in a coordinated way, and I think that is important in here, in a coordinated way, deliver these services and try to break the cycle of poverty, because that's what we need to do in here. Today we deployed the vision. It is about how much we're going to put into this vision in terms of dollars. But I think one thing that will be really important, it's not only the dollar amount, but how will we as a city coordinate the delivery of all these services to truly break the cycle of poverty on the individual. We have to stop looking at these services as, oh, we're just delivering housing or childcare, but have a look when we have an individual in poverty on these 5 things that we know that in most of these people can help them succeed and deliver these services in a coordinated way. I think that is really important to do in the future. Not only do we have the vision now, we need to definitely get the money, but we also have to strive to do this in a very efficient and coordinated way to deliver these services to break the cycle of poverty for the person, the individual. Somebody said in here, this is about the people, the person that we're looking into, and I think we need to keep that in mind.
Thank you, Councillor Bailão. I had Councillor Crawford to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to thank you for your leadership, and of course, Deputy Mayor McConnell and all of staff for the work they've been doing. When I read the report, and I got it a couple of days ago, it was quite compelling reading. I mean, nothing surprised me, nothing, what jumped out at me that we shouldn't be doing this. It was very compelling when I was reading this. But it was also compelling when I had all of the individuals come before us today to sort of give us the real life stories of what it is like having to live in poverty. And I think that opportunity, and it was an opportunity from my perspective to hear that, because we don't always get a chance to hear that in our positions. So I wanted to thank all the deputants for having the courage and coming before us to have that conversation with us. Councillor McConnell made a comment in her remarks at the very beginning that we need to embed this poverty reduction as our DNA in this city, and I agree with her. I think I really do agree with her, not only on a personal level, on a councillor's level, but in my role as the budget chief, and I want to explain a bit further about that. What I think we also have to do is we have to embed prudent fiscal management into what we do every day here as a council, because in many ways, if we embed that fiscal prudent management, it will give us the ability to pay for and to put those kind of investments back into what's important, which I think poverty reduction is one of them. There were some conversations of a few of the deputants about the 2% efficiencies that we're attempting to achieve across the city right now, that in fact that they could be cuts and that could be taken away. I don't believe that, as the mayor does, and he mentioned in his comments. What we're looking at doing, and what I'd like to be able to achieve in that 2%, without any cuts in services, is they have the ability to go back and look at restructuring, looking at how we spend money. Can we spend money a little bit better, a little bit differently, and finding those millions of dollars that probably, are there, but we can use for different purposes. What I'd like to be able to see is that we can take that 2% and actually put it towards poverty reduction, because I think that is the kind of change that we want to see, especially when we're looking on the budget and on money. It's not about cutting, it's about redirecting those important resources, because in many ways they are finite resources, and I'd rather see them going towards something like poverty reduction or any of the other priorities that we have in this city, and we know there are a lot of priorities. So I just want to acknowledge and thank all the deputants, staff, and really look at, as we move into the budget cycle, is how can we start finding those kind of efficiencies that will allow us to put the kind of investments into the city that I think we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Any other members of the committee wishing to speak? Well, if I can just start the clock on myself and just say a few words, I want to say this. First of all, again, thank you to Deputy Mayor McConnell and to other members of council and to the staff of the city and to all the people in the community at large, the different organizations who've contributed to what I think is a report that really is going to put us, as Councillor Mukherjee was suggesting, on a different page. I just want to pick up on a couple of comments made by Councillors Thompson and Carroll and say that I want to take upon myself two specific roles of leadership, because I think this is going to be a partnership effort. Notwithstanding the comments that Councillor Mukherjee was making, and I know he was saying it in the spirit of saying let's not dodge the responsibility or point fingers, we are not going to be able to do this alone, financially or otherwise. It's just not possible. And so I want to take upon myself the responsibility, I'll do them in reverse order. First, to try and engage the business community, because I think Councillor Thompson was referring to this, and correctly so. It's a prosperity issue. It's an issue that is about prosperity for people who don't have it today, but it's also an issue about protecting the prosperity we have and the successes of the business that we have, because people being impoverished in our community imperils the success of the economy going forward and everybody else. And if we can lift up people who need a little bit of a helping hand, this is going to make a huge contribution to our overall success and to the success of enterprise and of our overall society. And then to pick up on the comments of Councillor Carroll, governments, other governments are going to be obviously incredibly important partners in this. I believe that because of the election cycle going on and whatnot, it may be difficult to get the attention of the federal government at this moment in time. I do think, however, there is a unique opportunity in front of us right now, and I'd like to be able to say to you that when we're all finished, but I will be showing personal leadership on this, reaching out to the Premier, I would like for us to have established an unprecedented partnership with the province, never been seen before, or perhaps been seen in the days we talked about physical projects, subways and things like that. We're still trying to do that now, but there is no more important project that we can embark upon with the province of Ontario than to say we are going to work together to close those kinds of loopholes and make the kinds of changes and do it together to achieve a lot of the stuff that is set out in this report. We can't do it alone, and they are probably the most likely partner, together with some partnerships we could have with business. And so I just want you to know, and I speak particularly to the people who are here today that came to speak and took the trouble to speak and to help Councillor McConnell with her work, that I intend to take it upon myself to raise this in my next meeting with the Premier in the coming days, and to say to her, I think we have a chance here to form an unprecedented partnership on the biggest project that we could embark upon. That's the most important thing. We could do a real litmus test of how we live here, and to do that. And underneath that falls smaller projects, if I can call it that, include transit and include housing and include a whole lot of things that are in the 5 pillars of Deputy Mayor McConnell's report. So I will take that up, and I will take up the challenge as well, working with people like Councillor Thompson and others to engage the business community, because they have a powerful self-interest as well as, I think, a moral imperative to be involved in this as well. And so I'm sure there's going to be widespread support at the committee for the amendment and for the motion, and take it forward to council, where I'm sure there's going to be great support as well. Thank you. May we now proceed then to have Who ended up putting that motion was, on behalf of Councillor Pasternak, was Councillor Barata, right, sorry about that. We have the amendment put on the table by Councillor Barata, which you can now see on the screen. And I would call the question on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Carried. That brings us to the main item then, as amended. A recorded vote on the main item as amended.
On the item as amended, all those in favor? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Berardinetti, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, and Councillor Thompson. The item as amended carries unanimously.
Thank you. That completes consideration of that item. You're welcome to stay, those of you who came for that item, as long as you wish, but I thank you very much for being here today and for your interest in this. And it's the first small step of a very big project, if I can call it that. All right. I think next we would deal, just at the moment we want to deal with Councillor Shiner's item. He's not to be seen. Does anybody know if he's in the environs? He's still? Well, we do have a deputy, so we could do that and send out the all points bulletin for Councillor Shiner. It's 7.7, and the deputant is there he is. Good. I knew he couldn't be far. Is Peggy Mulder was to speak on this matter? Is Peggy Mulder here? There we are. Thank you for your patience as well, Ms. Mulder. Appreciate that. And I obviously you'll be as brief as you can be, but I would remind you, you have the other rules that don't apply to the two matters with multiple deputants. You actually have 5 minutes if you wish to use it.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. So why is LABS a local appeal body on the agenda today? It's on the agenda due to the failure on the part of the Ontario Municipal Board adjudicators to make decisions that comply with and support the Toronto official plan. This failure is also extended to the Committee of Adjustment, the City Planning Department, City Legal Department, and City Council, who wittingly or unwittingly ignore and undermine the legitimacy of the Toronto official plan. Concerning the implementation of LABS and the 4 tests of the Planning Act, there is a general failure to consider that an application must meet the general intent and purpose of the Toronto official plan. What is occurring is adjudicators and city planners are substituting their personal views on what constitutes good planning when what is good planning, rather than what is good planning in the context of the Toronto official plan. When the City Planning Department doesn't respect and abide by the official plan, and nor do adjudicators of the OMB and Committee of Adjustment, we then effectively no longer have an official plan. This activity of ignoring the official plan is also illegal. On considerations for LABS, the $1,000 fee for residents to appeal a decision is unreasonable. The $125 fee charged by the Ontario Municipal Board is a reasonable fee. Other considerations are when cases may require more than one adjudicator assigned to a case. There needs to be flexibility to make changes to the number of adjudicators assigned to a case as a case is proceeding. Another consideration is the time period to appeal a LAB decision to divisional court. This needs to be 6 months and not 30 days. Also, an open and transparent complaints process needs to be instituted for the labs. Any proposals of this type need to be provided to the public with sufficient time for residents groups to meet, discuss, and provide a red line response to staff and City Council. I note that further down on the Executive Committee agenda today is a protocol for informing ward councillors on issues. Where's the protocol for conducting public consultation or informing the public? Public consultation on planning matters is treated with the same disdain as the Toronto official plan. The formation of a local appeal body is a first step in Toronto government reform. Many more important changes need to occur to ensure democratic and fair public service. The status quo is unacceptable. I'm advocating the formation of legislated community boards to empower residents under the Toronto Municipal Act. So you may say, how do community boards relate to a local appeal body? For instance, today, if we had 24 provincial ridings, 24 wards, 24 councillors, 24 community districts, and 24 community boards, this request from staff today could say, we are requesting instruction from the executive committee to forward our report to the community boards for their consideration to provide written feedback within 60 days. And then you could get written feedback. Staff could also include, we will be willing to answer questions by phone or meet with a community board or joint community boards if they need to discuss this. There is no plan in the city for proper public consultation. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mulder. Any questions of the deputant? Thank you very much. Notice that mention of 24 councillors floated right by Ms. Mulder, but never mind. That's for another day. We can move then if there are no. Are there any questions of staff from outside members of the committee? Questions of staff from members of the committee? Members of outside the committee wishing to speak? Then that would bring us to members of the committee wishing to speak and Councillor Shiner to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I have a motion that was circulated to my colleagues here in advance so they could read it. I have amended, though, the report back to be November 2015 on it. And speaking to my colleague, Councillor Robinson, and city staff who felt they could do the review by then, I'll speak briefly, if I can, as to why it's here. I think Council decided they'd like a local appeal body because we wanted people that live in Toronto to be the people that are sitting on the panels, understanding the issues that might be appealed to them, and have more of a feeling than someone that might have come down from an outside city that really didn't understand the nature of the city. The province is the one, however, who sets the rules for the operation of the local appeal body, and once we agree to it and start it, there is no going back under their current rules. We also do not directly pick the members of the local appeal body. We pick a panel, and the panel will pick the members, and the members generally can set their own rules as to how they work within the confines of what the province allows them to do. And the province can change those regulations at any time. What I have found in my history, and some of my colleagues as well, as a local councillor dealing with applications that have gone to the Committee of Adjustment and having to appeal them to the Ontario Municipal Board, is the fact that when you appear in front of the Ontario Municipal Board, if you're just a neighbor or a colleague or not a party to it, you're really somewhat not as able as a professional or a developer to deal with it, because they're able to call upon the resources of the lawyer and the planners and present the case, and you have to deal with the planning matters there. And there are even times when our staff have trouble finding a planner that may be able to support what the concerns are of the neighbor or the ratepayers group. And I find it to be an unfair playing field. So what I've found, and in talking to staff, what happens is you can ask for mediation, but it's not required. I'm a believer that you should require mediation. So in other words, or an opportunity at least to it's called an alternative dispute resolution program. So if you don't like the decision, you can ask for it to be reviewed by an independent party that will look at both sides, give an opinion, and try and find an answer in a short order to it. Because that makes those people that can't afford all the cost of the professional planners being able to state out their position and hopefully find a resolution. If that doesn't happen, then you go on to a full hearing. But I really think there could be a way to respect our communities and our neighbors better by doing that. So my motion firstly talks about that. The second part is Bill 39 and Bill 73 are making their way through the House, and they're trying to define what is a minor variance, and I think we should know that first. The third part of it is trying to deal with any changes the province may bring to the Ontario Municipal Board, and I don't want changes to be brought upon us. And then the fourth part, and D, is to see what the established rules are that we may be able to change or deal with, because right now we can't. And the last part is to try and deal with the fee, to see if we don't have to charge an exorbitant fee so it's reasonable for people to have an appeal and we can cover those fees for the general planning process. So I'm asking for your support to defer it until November, which I think my Councillor Robinson is more comfortable with. And at that time, hopefully we'll have the answers and we can go forward with the local appeal body.
We have questions of the mover, starting with Councillor McMahon.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you for doing this. So I'm just wondering, is that sufficient time for the staff?
Councillor McMahon, they had originally said first of the year. I met with them, with Councillor Robinson outside, and they've said they can come back and have that information for us for November. So we've agreed to November.
November what year?
November,
2015.
okay.
That's been
It said 2016, but we said.
No,
I did.
Councillor, I would be in trouble if I did that.
And-
I'd have to sit farther away from Councillor Robinson.
It was just up there a minute ago, and they fixed it in the meantime.
I only see 15.
Clerk has very quickly fixed it.
Before you saw it.
All right.
And that's okay for the bills as well? Do you think that's sufficient
Staff
time?
have said they can do all this
Okay.
by the November
fabulous.
date.
Super staff, great.
All right. Other questions of the mover? Otherwise, other speakers? And if there are,
speak on it.
yes, Councillor Robinson.
Very briefly. Firstly, I want to thank staff for all their work on this. They've done a great job in moving this forward. As we all know, we were given permission to do this in 2006, so we need to really stay on top of this issue and drive it forward. Thank you to Councillor Shiner for amending his motion. I really appreciate his flexibility. And I just want to say quickly a shout out to Councillor Milchin. He and I worked on this project, getting it off the ground last term. And this is really about taking control of the shape of our city and its neighborhoods, our neighborhoods that we represent. So I want to make sure that we don't lose track of what we're doing here. This has been approved by council. We're just looking at implementation now. And this is really our opportunity to show the province that we can set up and run with this type of body. It's a first step towards real planning reform, and we have to demonstrate that we can do this kind of thing and do it well. So I, like Councillor Shiner, am a bit concerned about the costs associated with this, but that is built into Councillor Shiner's motion to address. And I do think the mediation would be welcomed by ratepayers associations and residents associations and individual constituents and homeowners and et cetera. So I just want to look over to city staff and say that we didn't build this into the motion, but we do have their assurances that you will continue to draft the lab's rules of procedures and related policies. So my understanding is that staff are comfortable. I'm getting a head nod that they'll continue that parallel exercise so we don't actually lose a lot of time on this initiative. So again, thank you, and I hope you'll support the motion.
Councillor, Deputy Mayor Menon Wong to speak.
Mr. Chairman, I like Councillor Shiner's motion. I'm happy to vote for that. I'm not going to vote for the report. What I see behind this is the reason why they want this local appeal body is people are dissatisfied with the outcome of the Ontario Municipal Board, all the outcomes that affect appeals, and they'd like that to change. They'd like, to have decisions that are more reflective of the community. I fundamentally, if I look into my crystal ball, don't believe that's going to change. Fundamentally, I believe there's going to be we're going to select a group of people to select another group of people to make decisions based on appeals, and I think that when the rubber hits the road, many of those decisions are going to be the same, but we're going to be saddled with over $1.5 million every year in costs. 6 million? Oh, well, even worse. So I understand that people are frustrated, but I just don't believe that this is the solution to their problems of having this appeal body that once removed is going to be selected by other people. This is not the solution. The rules have to change. The rules have to change. It's not changing the process. The process is going to lead to pretty much this, in my estimation, it's going to pretty much lead to the same outcome because,
you know, the rules with regard to making these decisions aren't going to change, the policies aren't going to change, the legislation, maybe the legislation has to change, maybe you want to change the legislation, but until such time you do this, I think the outcomes are going to stay the same. The only outcome that's going to be different is we're going to be $6 million poorer every year.
Thank you, Councillor Menon-Wong. Deputy Mayor Menon-Wong. Other Councillor Ainsley to speak.
I'll be brief. I will be supporting the motion put forward by Councillor Shiner. I guess I have a little bit different perspective. I think we spend, the last numbers I saw were $1 million to $1.5 million at the OMB on a monthly basis. And when I talk with my residents and you explain what they have to do just to get to committee of adjustment, and sometimes they have to hire a planner for something as simple as a driveway. And I just had one the other day where the MLS inspector was at the house and they were told to widen their driveway. They had to go and get an architect to widen their driveway. So just for a driveway, you imagine what happens when people end up at committee of adjustment and you end up with neighbors fighting with each other, and then they're told when they lose the committee of adjustment to go to the OMB, which, you know, the cash register just starts ringing and it doesn't stop ringing, and it pits neighbors against neighbors. And I think the process that we're looking at is a much better means and mechanism for everyone involved. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. We had Councillor DeGiorgio to speak, and then Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will also be brief. I echo the comments of the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Menon-Wong. I've never been a proponent of local appeal bodies because I think there's adequate mechanisms in place to allow people to get involved in mediation, even through the Committee of Adjustment process, to try and work out solutions that basically satisfy the competing interests. I think two things that I'm looking for in all of the review of the legislation that's being done. Number one, there is this move to somehow define a minor variance more succinctly, and I suspect it'll be prescriptive as opposed to leaving it up to the mind of the committee members. And if it is prescriptive, then staff will basically be able to write reports that, yes, this is a minor variance, not a minor variance, and things will go very, very smoothly. The other thing I'm waiting for is to see whether the province allows us to reverse our position if, in fact, we put in a local appeal body. If the legislation stays as it is and we are not allowed to reverse our position, there is no way that I can support going forward with a local appeal body. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeGiorgio. Then did I have Councillor Palacio? I had to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief as well. I think one of the things, the fundamental things that we have to bear in mind is that the Ontario Municipal Board will still have full control when it comes to rezoning applications, OP amendments, site plan approvals, and so on, and anything that may overlap between the local appeal body or anything that's before the board on any major applications. So at the end, in terms of principles of planning, who has jurisdiction over that? It will be the OMB overall. At least that's what the report suggests. And at this point, making any changes to it, I think we have to be very mindful, members of council, that any changes that take place will be final and binding. There won't be going back. We cannot undo what's done, because the report speaks to that as well. So even though that under the Serious Toronto Act, we made as a province to implement that, but we have to be mindful in terms of how we proceed forward. I do have concerns with regards to the minor variance. What constitutes a minor variance or a major variance? Very often, we have applications going to the Committee of Adjustment. Very often, city staff do indicate that this is a major variance. And then the committee, if the application goes through the Committee of Adjustment, and it says otherwise. And most of those decisions are final and binding at the end. So there is a need to have a real clarification in terms of what's a minor variance, what constitutes a minor variance as opposed to a major variance. And finally, in terms of mediation, I think that's a And that's one of the reasons that I will support this recommendation that's before us, because I think that to have some kind of dispute resolution program is extremely important. Members of council will play a major role on that. For example, every time that I have an application, a development application that may be questionable, I do ask city staff, I call my public meetings, and I tend to do the mediation by bringing people together, by bringing city staff. And very often we come with resolutions that are satisfactory to all the parties who are involved. So it's extremely important that city staff also somehow comes up with some kind of dispute resolution program that's going to assist with that. Those are my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. Other members of the committee wishing to speak? I will just say a word and then call the question. I just want to follow on the comments of the deputant who said to us something that I think is true. I don't think any of us find the status quo to be acceptable. And I've been involved in politics for a long time, not elected here, of course, for very long, but involved for a long time. And the OMB has been the scourge of the people at the City of Toronto throughout that entire period of time. In my case, it's 45 years. It's been under discussion under all parties. But I actually also believe the only circumstance in which the reason the parties, none of them will reform it, so-called, or abolish it, or remove its role, or diminish its role, is because they don't believe we're responsible enough to take that on. That's the fundamental reason. They think we sort of play politics and do things we shouldn't do, and I think this might be a step that can convince them we're capable of being responsible in handling these matters that are the purview of this. I thank Councillor Shiner for his amendment, because I think all of those things are wise and prudent to explore, especially mediation. I won't repeat the comments just made by Councillor Palacio, but I think there's far more opportunity for us to mediate and resolve some of these things in front of no board, no committee, and no panel. Just resolve them as human beings could do. But I just think this is a fundamental step forward to more local responsibility and showing that we can be responsible. And so for that reason, I'm supporting the amendment and the recommendation. But I think what's in the amendment here, or the amendment here, is very prudent for us to explore these things, both the legal and statutory things, and also some of the other things, including the mediation. So unless there's anyone else who wishes to speak, I'm ready, I think, to call the question first on the amendment moved by Councillor Shiner. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. And that's it, actually, because it refers it for this report, and I think that's where we leave it. All right, then, we had a couple of things I think we thought we could just deal with before we move to these service level review presentations, one of which was Councillor Ainsley's motion, which now people have had a chance to have a look at. I'm sorry, was there somebody?
I think I'd like to hold this one down. I have questions, and I don't.
On Councillor Ainsley's?
Yes, that's
okay.
correct.
I'll keep it
held down then. And then, was there someone else that came to me?
Mayor Tory?
That was it. All right. Now,
Mayor Tory?
yes, I'm sorry.
I had my questions answered on, sorry, I held one on water, wastewater. Budget reallocations.
Yep, that's.
I can, number 27? I can release that.
All right, then having heard that be released, can we have then all those in favor of the item? Opposed? Carried. And Councillor Crawford, I think the theaters item, and I mean, I have to find it here. What's the number of that? Oh, they're still working on it. All right.
No,
it's something else. It's ready.
They're ready.
Ready.
So I think this is a quick item. I just wanted to release the theaters working group. I have 2 amendments for that. These are technical in nature that staff gave me so I'm just wondering if I could have those up. And I just want to speak very, very quickly. I know it's a quick item, but I just wanted to thank, there's a lot of people that were very involved in this whole process over the last 3 to 4 years. The 3 CEOs, all of the staff of the 3 theaters, a lot of consultants and a lot of our staff really came together. I think if we'd had this conversation when we did a couple of years ago, we never thought we'd be at the position where we're merging these 3 theaters to really benefit performing arts in the city. So I just want to thank all the staff, everyone who's involved. This is just the beginning of where we want to move forward with these 3 theaters and what we want to do with the performing arts in the city. I think it's a wonderful opportunity to move forward. And on that, I will just hopefully get the support of executive. Thank you.
And your amendments are now up on
the amendments are up there. Again, these are just technical in nature that staff gave me to ensure the process runs smoothly.
All right, anybody else wishing to speak? Otherwise, we can call the question first on the amendment. There are two. Is that one there? There's A, B, and then the amended item. All right, so on the amendment motion A, here to do with the two-term limit, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Then we have B, which has to do with the research, and it's in front of you here, motion B, the amendment proposed by Councillor Crawford. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The motion, main item as amended on theaters, the theaters report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Now, are we at service level reviews? Now, what I would propose with your, sorry, Councillor Ainsley.
Sorry, Mayor Tory, I don't know if the clerks are ready. Number 8, not ready yet? Okay. I submitted a motion for number 8, but it's not
yet,
ready.
they tell me. So, ladies and gentlemen of the committee, and I think we've just sort of lost, let's see, 2, 4, 5, 6. So there's David. Okay, don't go far. With the concurrence of the members of the committee, I would propose to ask to receive presentations on service levels only from the police, the TTC, the Board of Health, and the Library Board. And I think those are some of the bigger areas that, obviously budgetary-wise and otherwise. And I would propose to ask those be the people that present to us today. That does not preclude anybody from asking questions about the other material that's in the book. But in terms of presentations, I would propose to have us hear from those 4. And hearing no objection, we'll proceed to do that. And we can. Is there any order that they had previously decided amongst themselves? Pardon me? That's the order. So I would then ask that the presentation be made with respect to the Toronto Police Service. Welcome.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the Executive Committee. My name's Tony Veneziano.
I don't direct this to you in particular, but to all who will follow you, including yourself. We had sort of expressed the wish that people don't need to sort of read every slide. They can touch on the things that I think are important so that we can just keep moving along on this Canada Day Eve with much more left to be done. But
We like it
I'm
that
not
way
trying to
as well.
discourage you in particular, but just to say I hope you'll do it in that spirit. Thank you.
For sure.
Thank you.
My name's Tony Veneziano. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer at the Toronto Police Service. With me today is Sandra Calaferetti. She's our Director of Finance and Business Management, and she'll be helping me with the presentation today. Keep going. Okay, so everything that we basically do at the police is governed by the Police Services Act, and our main mandate is to provide public safety services in partnership with the community and other stakeholders, which include city divisions. The Act basically defines the role of both the board, the service, as well as the city. And there's adequacy standards that at a minimum we have to provide to residents in the city, and that includes crime prevention, law enforcement, assistance to victims of crime, public order maintenance, and emergency response services. So those are the minimum things that we have to provide in terms of providing policing services to the residents of Toronto. So we want to keep and deliver services that keep Toronto the best and safest place to be. We basically get about 2 million calls in our communications center, over half of which we actually have to respond to. And we do that with 5,260 officers, which is 202 below our approved establishment. And they respond to calls, they investigate crime and activities, they do cybercrime investigations, and they're involved in community initiatives or events as part of our community or crime prevention and community engagement projects. We focus on safe communities and neighborhoods, and basically under our business plan, we have 3 major pillars: safe communities and neighborhoods, economic sustainability and operational excellence, as well as high quality professional service to the community. In 2015, in about 10 days, we'll be providing security to both the participants as well as attendees at the Pan Am Games. And basically, we're going to do that by attending and having our members at the various events. But beyond just providing safety and security, we also want to make sure that those members are ambassadors for both the city and the service to ensure that those that participate and go to the games have a very, very good experience. Keep going. Okay, next. These are our major crime indicators. This is how we're basically measured with respect to not only the City of Toronto, but these are indicators that are used pretty well across North America. And as most of you know, crime in the city, and this is indicative of cities across North America as well, has declined over the last 10 years. We've seen a little bit of a blip in terms of crime going up in certain areas, but basically the trend has been going down. These indicators impact quality of life and basically are a key factor in terms of where people invest, where people want to live, and where people want to visit. Okay. This is another indicator in terms of where we sit with respect to cities in Ontario, and you can see our crime rate, non-traffic crime rate, is below the median across the province. In policing, we respond to day-to-day calls that we get from various areas of the city, and we do that 24/7, 365 days a year. But we also work within a dynamic environment where things can change from day to day, minute to minute, and so we have to then prepare ourselves to redeploy, repurpose the resources to where they're required. So we work in a very, very dynamic environment that requires us to keep the day-to-day things going in terms of our response to crime, to calls, as well as ensure that people feel safe, to do our proactive services around officers in our schools, community events, all of which are proactive in nature and is really where we want to invest even more resources to ensure that the city is safe. Some of the challenges that we face, we're facing, like many other jurisdictions, an aging population. The rising cost of policing is a significant pressure on city budgets, and it's something that we have to figure out a way to deal with and deliver those services much more economically. So that's something that we are working with our board. We're also interested in innovation and improvement, and with that, unfortunately, also comes the requirement to invest and make those investments that are that allow us to do that. And sometimes keeping the lights going and making those investments in a situation where we're short-staffed in many areas is proving to be a challenge. We're also dealing with a diverse population that bring different cultures and perspectives to the city. That also, of course, creates an opportunity in terms of how we recruit our members so that they do have the language and cultural skills to be able to deal with the changes in diversity. We're dealing with cybercrime in terms of the type of crimes that people are committing and how they commit those crimes. And that's requiring us to divert our resources so that we can actually try to keep up with the bad guys that are actually doing those crimes. As far as opportunities, we are looking at police and community relationship building, including reframing, if I can use that word, contacts with the public and how we engage with the public, how we interact with the public. As indicated before, we are moving forward with recruitment. We are usually achieving over 50% diversity in our recruitment classes, and that is allowing us to better reflect the face of the community that we serve. We're looking for process improvement opportunities. We are very much underway in terms of civilianization and basically looking at the type of work that needs to be done and then determining whether we actually need an armed officer to do that work. And where that's not required, we're actually taking the steps to civilianize that job, and it's usually done with a lower paying civilian person doing that job. We have moved forward on automation and innovation. We have a new Versadex, our main core operational system. We now, the public can report crimes online, certain crimes, and we've automated our paid duty management system. We're also very involved with the City Shared Services Review in terms of trying to work with the city and other key partners in the city on services that we can deliver maybe more cost effectively, where we can share best practices, all to either improve service or reduce the cost of that service. As I indicated before, we have the adequacy standards. Under the business plan, which is required under the Police Services Act, we've got three main pillars and priorities that we have to follow. Safe community and neighborhoods, economic sustainability and operational excellence, high-quality professional service to the community. And so everything we do is basically in line with meeting those priorities, and Sandra will talk a little bit. We're then also required under the Police Services Act to actually report to the board on an annual basis on how well we did in meeting those priorities. And I'm going to turn it over to Sandra to very quickly talk about some strategies.
Good afternoon, everyone. So an important document for the service is the 2014 to 2016 business plan. And as Tony mentioned, we have three priorities that we're going to be focusing on starting in 2014 for the next couple of years. So the business plan is actually the result of significant consultation with the community, as well as an analysis of the environment, both internally and externally, in which the police operate. It's a combined effort between our board and the service, and the actual complete document is located on both the service and the board's websites. So what we just wanted to show in terms of strategic actions, one of the priorities that we have is safe communities and neighborhoods. So as an example, one of the goals that we have set within the safe communities and neighborhoods is improved road safety and traffic flow for pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists, and using technology where that's possible. We have set a performance objective against that goal that actually measures the increase in driver perception of safety. And one of the strategies that we have against that goal is proper messaging and expanding the messaging to drivers to promote awareness and to provide education on road safety, and using enforcement initiatives to reinforce that messaging. An example of a goal that's tied to economic sustainability and operational excellence is continuing to assess and invest in operational processes and partnerships to improve effectiveness and efficiency and sustainability of operations. So we have set a number of performance indicators, one of which is looking at the number of operational partnerships that we actually allocate resources to, all with the objective of the maintaining the 5 objectives within the Police Services Act. And then one of the associated strategies is implementing additional neighborhood hub models where we're actually using multi-agency collaborations. And finally, our final objective strategy would be high-quality performance service to the community. And one of the goals associated with that is defining, developing, and communicating a customer service strategy, with the actual indicator actually being the development of a service-wide strategy. So one of the strategies that we have to achieve that goal is to communicate to both the service and members of the public what customer service expectations they can expect to receive from members of the service. In reporting to our governance body, we actually, or rather in obtaining information in order to analyze the environment that we work in the service, as well as the expectations of the community and the demands of the community, we utilize surveys, focus groups, and other data analysis. And from that, we produce a number of publications and reports, all of which are reported to the board, but most importantly are utilized by the Chief of Police, the command, and our senior management team to align resources and to first of all, to monitor trends and align resources, and then ultimately determine our operational effectiveness of that alignment against our community demands and concerns, the current and changing environment, and any set priorities. So as examples, we've got a number of publications that we utilize on an annual basis. We have a year-end performance report, an environmental scan, and an annual statistical report. And as mentioned earlier, one of our most important documents is our 2014 to 16 business plan. So just as an example, our 2013 Toronto Police Service Performance Report, this is just a page from that performance report. It shows the objectives for each of the goals that were tied into the priorities between 2011 and 2013. You can see here that this one refers to the priority of child and youth safety, and it highlights the specific objectives and indicators and how the service did against a baseline. So we're constantly measuring our performance against priorities and the expectations of the community, and then baselines that we set for ourselves. The service also provides a lot of information to Statistics Canada and to OMBI, and that information is used to determine Canada-wide crime statistics and look at how the service actually is performing relative to both Ontario, other services in Ontario and across Canada. So as an example, we've got a crime severity indicator that actually determines how severe crime is in various areas of the country. And we utilize that information significantly in our organization. As an example, a Community Safety Command utilizes that to develop initiatives such as our crime, traffic, and order management policy, and to look at planned deployment to target areas where there are more violent crimes. So we have a number of service objectives that we measure utilizing this information. Finally, what we wanted to highlight is we've actually begun an initiative with other police services in Ontario. It actually started at the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police Budget and Finance Committee, where we all agreed at that committee that we really need to be comparing our services to each other because we're all in the same business. So the initiative is going to look at what we do, how we do it, and how do we measure it using relevant and comparable measures. Our next steps are to secure commitment from all of our OACP partners, which includes our chiefs and boards, to develop our project plan and timelines and to actually move towards alignment for the 2017 budget process. Needing to recognize, though, that this is a major effort that's actually going to require complete transformation of how information is captured and evaluated.
So this last chart shows our 2015 budget in terms of where the money's budgeted for. This is on a gross basis. It does include about $65 million for the Pan Am Games, which is fully recoverable. But it does show where we budget our money. As I indicated before, though, if you look at the actuals then compared to that, and this is the part of the challenge in terms of measuring that information, depending on where crime and what type of crime and the level of crime, the actual spendings could vary from category to category. So that concludes our presentation, and we'd certainly be happy to answer any questions.
I think it makes sense, members of the committee, to take questions one presentation at a time rather than sort of hold them because the people are here from the police service. And so did I see you had a question, Councillor Crawford? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you for working incredibly well with us last year to achieve a 0%, and I'm hoping that we're going to be as successful when we're looking at 2% inefficiencies in this coming year. I didn't see anywhere in there any sort of service changes on your traffic ticket and traffic enforcement. As you know, that was, I think, over $30 million negative impact to the budget last year. So I'm just curious if you can comment on what to expect or where we may be on that sort of efficiency or where we are coming into 2016 on traffic tickets and enforcement?
Yes, I think everybody's aware of the fact that our provincial offenses tickets for speeding and other moving violations is down quite significantly in terms of enforcement. Part of the reason for that is the fact that the Chief and Command have decided to start issuing warnings as opposed to actual tickets, and that was to increase education and awareness amongst the public in a less, I guess, aggressive way, and hopefully ensure compliance. Because from our perspective, it's about traffic safety and traffic flow and ensuring that occurs. Having said that, we are very much aware that those tickets have declined significantly, and so efforts are underway at the Chief's direction to try and get the enforcement of the various bylaws up, which we hopefully will translate to increased enforcement and, I guess, increased revenue to the service if we follow through. Part of the reason, one of the things that we've been advocating very, very strongly for, and I think the board supports our position on that, is the use of technology to actually enforce. And that could be for enforcement of pro-turns, prohibited turns, as a start. We already have red light cameras that the city currently utilizes. But certainly, part of the problem is that when one of our officers writes a tag or a ticket for a prohibited turn, he or she is actually contributing to the problem because they're parked behind the person that they gave the ticket to. If you take the human element out of the equation, basically you could enforce those laws, and and also avoid any overtime costs in terms of that officer having to attend, court for that infraction. So the answer to your question is we're very much aware of it. Certainly, we've been working with the CFO, Rob Rossini, and the court services people to try to address the problem. And I think we have an outstanding report that's due both to the board and to the city that the chief is currently working on.
Now, you mentioned on the warning tickets, I think there was about 75,000 warning tickets you gave out last year. How do you monitor that? When you did mention that you were looking at, you want to, safety is a concern, you want to have sure there's less violations happening. How do you monitor that to know that that warning system is successful?
That's a good question. I mean, we started that last year. What we do is we do put that warning in our system, and so if I was to get a warning and then did the same thing 2 weeks later, I'd get a ticket. The effectiveness of that is really the outcomes in terms of how safe the public is and how well traffic moves. And that's an intangible that's sometimes really difficult to measure because there's so many factors that would impact on that. So we're well aware of it. We are going to be trying to, our traffic services is trying to develop indicators that will help us address or determine how effective that really is and whether we should continue with that or go back to, strict enforcement.
Okay, so hopefully during the budget process, we'll maybe look at some sort of concrete figures on trying to analyze this a bit more if the question comes up?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Other questions of our representatives of the Toronto Police Service? Well, on that note then, well, thank you very much for coming by. That was very helpful and very interesting. Thank you. That would bring us next to the Toronto Transit Commission.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the committee. My name is Mike Roach. I'm the head of finance at the TTC. And firstly, a couple of things. I'd like to apologize on behalf of Andy Byford, who couldn't make it this afternoon. He had hoped to be here but couldn't be. Secondly, a brief thank you to the staff. We had some technical difficulties with our presentation and getting it here, so thanks for that assistance. So TTC is presently engaged in working on its 2016 budget. Andy's got that process well underway. We've had a couple of meetings with the TTC Budget Committee, and we're working through that process. But at the end of the day, for the TTC, it is all about service, and this is a service level review. So we're going to focus on that discussion today. And here with me is Mitch Stambler, who is the head of strategy and service planning at the TTC. So he's going to walk through a presentation that talks about our service standards, profiles, and initiatives. So with that, over to you, Mitch.
Mr. Mayor, the TTC's service levels are measured in terms of the number of service hours and service kilometers that we deliver, and these are in turn a function of the number of passengers we carry. And you can see over the last 4 years, all three of these have been increasing. In this presentation, I'm going to explain what these numbers mean and how they translate into the service profile that we deliver. We'll also talk about the service standards and decision rules which are used to decide how we allocate our resources and our tax dollars, funding that's given to us. And we have standards that govern every aspect of our service, such as the coverage and accessibility, how long people wait, onboard crowding, productivity, etc. And these standards are used to govern the service we deliver on all of our bus, streetcar, and rapid transit lines, and how we use our large fleets of buses, streetcars, and rapid transit trains. So we'll talk about the profile of our service in terms such as the percentage of service that's within a 5-minute walk or percentage of service that is within our maximum crowding standards. We'll also talk about other aspects of the profile such as our Wheel-Trans service and commuter parking lots and our customers. The last thing that we'll cover today are the new service initiatives that are underway now, which were enabled by the $95 million in additional subsidy which Council approved for the TTC this year. Things like faster all-door boarding on streetcars, improving reliability of both bus and streetcar services, expanding overnight network, 10-minute or better, and a number of other initiatives. Mr. Mayor, our objective at the TTC, of course, is to put the right service in the right amount, at the right time, and in the right place. So we maximize mobility for our customers, we give the best possible quality of service, and we do so in a way which is affordable to our users and to taxpayers. As I said, to do this, we have a number of standards and rules which are fact-based and objective, and they are applied in a consistent and fair way to all services and requests for services. Some examples of the standards are that we orient the grid to match the city's grid network of roads so that we maximize travel options and combinations, that we maximize network connectivity throughout the city. We provide the fastest and most direct routing. We don't duplicate services. We minimize transfers because we know that's what customers want. We have standards that govern things like access. We try to design our network so that all people in Toronto have a 10-minute or less walk to transit, except overnight when we aim to have people within 15 minutes or less walk to transit. But of course there are exceptions, such as where there are ravines or rail corridors or the like. We have a standard for accessibility which says that all of our vehicles and facilities will be accessible by 2025, consistent with the AODA regulations, so that we will accommodate people who use mobility devices. There will be barrier-free movement through our stations. We accommodate people with different types of impairment, and we provide specialized service for people with more severe physical disabilities. We have minimum return on investment standards for requested expenditures on new service, and these look at the gross operating cost, the revenue that the new service would attract, the net cost, and a measure which we call new riders gain per net operating dollar spent, and a request for new service must meet this minimum threshold to be eligible for a trial implementation. We have productivity standards that are used that use the industry measure of boardings per service hour. Our minimum productivity threshold is 15 boardings per hour. It's less in more isolated areas where there are not alternative services available, and it can be less when there are policy objectives which the board approves to pursue. We have standards that govern when we are asked to change or expand a route, and that focuses on the effect on customers' travel time broken down into all of the individual components of a trip: walking, wait time, in-vehicle transfers, and these are weighted by the number of people affected, how people perceive it, so that we have to have a net positive outcome for customers. You'll be interested to know that our research shows that customers consider a minute of waiting for a bus to be the same as a minute and a half of riding in a bus, or a minute of walking perceived to be equal to 2.5 minutes of riding, and a transfer equal to 10 minutes of riding. We have standards and rules that govern express services. We look for routes with a high proportion of long-distance trip, big concentrations at major stops, and again, the net effect in terms of customer minutes must be positive for all affected users. When we are asked to put additional periods of service on a route, we are measuring productivity using the boardings per hour I mentioned earlier. The same is true when we're asked to start service earlier or finish it later. We're always looking at the productivity which will be achieved by making the requested change. We have standards that govern the maximum waiting times: 30 minutes for bus and streetcar, 5 minutes for subway. And probably our most talked about and referred to standard is the one that governs onboard crowding, which determines when we increase service or take service away. It is intended to ensure there is not overcrowding or uncomfortable conditions. These are the peak period crowding standards, and they look like this. So on a bus, in the peak period, we expect this level of crowding, but no more, and the lower one shows an articulated bus. These standards are intended to prevent overcrowding and to prevent customer discomfort. The standards we use have been cited as international best standards and practices at, say, the University of Melbourne, which describes our practice as exceptional internationally. They're also taught at MIT. These standards are what are used to govern and shape the profile of service that we provide. Our network, of course, consists of 4 rapid transit lines plus 11 streetcar lines, 144 bus routes, all of which are tied in with GO and our neighboring municipal service providers. During peak periods, we have over 1,500 buses in service, over 200 streetcars, over 100 rapid transit trains. In the morning peak period, our network is most complete, and 91% of people in Toronto are within a 5-minute walk of a transit service. Our off-peak coverage is less complete because in 2011 and 12, owing to city budget pressures, we had to remove a number of routes, and so during off-peak periods, we have fewer people that are within a 5-minute walk, such as in the midday, it's 85%. Early evening, 87, weekends, 86. Overnight, we strive for a 15-minute walk access, and currently 94% of the population is within such a walk of transit service. We do reasonably well in terms of keeping our services within the crowding standard. Presently, there are 14 routes that are operating overcrowded. We are moving to a more lenient standard, which will result in 34 routes being overcrowded, and we will address that as budget allows. Virtually all of our services are operating within the maximum wait time standards that apply. And of all trips that are made in the city, 95 to 100% of them are made with 2 or fewer transfers, depending on whether you count a subway to subway transfer as something worth noting. All of our bus routes are accessible. Most of them are low floor. We are now introducing low-floor streetcars into Toronto's transit system. These are used, now people with mobility devices can access streetcar services. They are now in use on the 510 Spadina route, but will be introduced soon on 509 Harbourfront, 511 Bathurst, 505 Dundas. All routes will be accessible by 2019. All of our subway trains are accessible. We're working on making our stations accessible with features like fare gates, elevators, and we recently completed converting Pape Station to accessible status. Also, Dufferin and Lawrence West stations recently completed, so we now have 34 of our subway stations accessible, distributed around the system as shown in this slide. Another important part of our service offering is our specialized paratransit system, Wheel-Trans, which is provided using both specialized buses, accessible taxis, and regular taxis. Wheel-Trans demand has been and continues to increase, no surprise there because of the aging population. The big change that's coming to Wheel-Trans is integration with the conventional service. That will improve its efficiency, and that will be achievable starting next year when we have more low-floor accessible streetcars and more accessible subway stations. So the pattern that we're pursuing in Wheel-Trans is less dependence on our specialized buses, more on taxis, so that by 2025, fully 1/4 of all trips will be migrated to the integrated service with the conventional system. Another important part of our service offering is commuter parking. We have 28 lots at 14 subway stations, the biggest being Finch East and West, so about 6 million trips are accommodated annually through commuter parking. The commuter parking generates a modest net operating income. The demand is really constrained by the lack of capacity at a number of lots, which we see on a daily basis. We expect about 60% of commuter parking to disappear on a temporary basis because of initiatives by Build Toronto and Metrolinx. In the long term, we'll probably lose about 38% of our spaces to redevelopment of these properties. And at present, we see initiatives such as the LRT construction removing precious spaces at stations like Kennedy.
I know you have been moving fairly expeditiously for the last couple of minutes. What I'll do is put the clock on, as we would do for others. Just because you've had a bit of time, we'll give you another, say, 4 minutes to finish up in whatever way you see fit, because then we might have some questions and we have to keep moving, okay?
More than fair,
I know you've got lots of material here, and I have some couple of questions on some stuff near the back. I hope you get there.
All right.
And if not, I'll get there for you. I'll help you.
Appreciate that, Mr. Mayor.
please,
All right, couple of words then on our ridership profile. Interestingly, the majority of TTC riders have both a driver's license and a vehicle, which is to say a lot of our riders are choice riders. They can choose to use us or not, depending on the quality of our service. Over half of them are 35 years of age or younger. Almost 3/4 of Torontonians use the system at least once a week. You can see the large percentage of trips which are carried on transit, very important to the city. Ridership increasing consistently since 1996. Less than half of our trips are work-oriented, which shows that Torontonians use the TTC for many, many purposes. In fact, we are unique in the fact that we carry more travelers in off-peak than peak. We have a high ridership per capita, higher than most other comparable properties. I'll skip some of these. Our revenue cost is amongst the highest in North America by far, but our subsidy per rider is sadly amongst the lowest in North America. Very quickly, the service initiatives which have been possible because of Council's investment of $95 million this year. We have children 12 and under riding free, faster all-door boarding on streetcars, benefiting a large number of customers, improving subway service reliability, which will benefit a large number of customers. We can see how punctuality on the subway is improving, and we're also working on infrastructure that will also improve reliability. We're working on improving reliability bus and streetcar services to reduce the phenomenon of gapping and bunchings to achieve something more regular, like shown on the right. And we can see where we're working on this, the performance of the services have improved quite measurably, quite perceptibly for customers on streetcar services and bus. The money that Council gave us is also being used to purchase new buses and to get more garage space, so that starting next year when those buses arrive, we will apply service to routes that had service cut peak periods back in 2012. So we'll be improving service on 20 routes. And we'll be improving and expanding express services. You will remember we have expanded, or in the process of expanding, overnight service this year to give 99% of people a 15-minute walk. All-day, everyday service recently announced and is going to be implemented this fall. 10-minute or better service will be a great feature to offer to Torontonians. And reducing waiting time and crowding in the off-peak will be also implemented this fall. So just to close, Mr. Mayor, of course, people could rightly ask, is this money well spent? And the answer is absolutely. The last time we made a change like this, where we reduced our crowding and we put more off-peak service, it was unquestionably instrumental in changing the way people viewed and used the TTC. And we believe that we will see the same positive result and reaction with the initiatives that are underway right now. Mr. Mayor, don't know if that's my 4 minutes, but there you be. Thank you very much.
3:22, not bad. Thank you very much. May I see if there's others? I have a couple of questions. Are there others from? We have Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailão. Just make a note here. Councillor Robinson.
Mr. Mayor Tory, mine was more.
Go ahead, Councillor Ainsley. Sure.
Mine was more of a point of order than a question yet on the presentation. I'm just trying to understand, at government management, when we did the service level review, the departments that made their presentations followed a template that talked about their goals and objectives and what their objectives were for the next year. So we had some type of way to benchmark or measure what they're trying to do. And I'm not seeing the same template being used here.
I think it's kind of here, but it's not in a template form, because you can see some of the things they're measuring and so on. But I certainly concur it's not a template based on the two we've seen so far. There's no template to it. And so I can't really speak to what they were asked to do in the context of these presentations here today. There's lots of information in here that's useful. Would you, City Manager, like to speak?
They were provided with a template, but obviously it's not been followed strictly.
Sorry, Mr. Levy, I missed that.
They were provided with a template, but
They were provided with a template? Oh, okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Bailão.
Couple of questions. Well, just to follow up on that, there's a lot of good information on this, but as we are to review the levels of service, for example, I look at new buses, temporary garage, more buses for peak service. Great. Compared to what? Where do we want to go? What's the goal we want to attain? it's very hard to, we are taking a deep dive into the levels of service, I think it'd be helpful to compare where we're, to know where we're coming from and what's the goal, and then have a discussion on that goal. It becomes very hard to say, okay, more buses for peak service. Yeah, everybody agrees with that. There's no question about it. But, you know, how do you get there? And that's the discussion that needed to happen. One question, you say all streetcar routes accessible by 2019. Can you be a little bit more specific? Dundas, Queen, College?
Absolutely. Mr. Mayor, all of the routes, we are, of course, entirely
Can you give us some years?
dependent on the delivery schedule that Bombardier is able to comply with.
What are we going for now? I mean, what are we, I understand the constraints and it's not only in your hands, but what are we trying to achieve now? Do you have a new date?
I'm sorry, a new date for?
They start having those streetcars on those routes?
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, we, as you know, have had a problem with the delivery, but it is now beginning to ramp up so that we expect to be receiving 5 a week. 5 a week now, moving to, I think it's 8 a week, but it's not really my specific area. So this will allow the gradual implementation of service on 510, 509 Harborfront, 511 Bathurst, moving to 505 Dundas, 501 Queen in 2017, 504 King, 506 Carlton follows.
So we were all given dates, and obviously, clearly understanding what you have to be dealing with, you have to review those dates. Can I ask that you come back to the local council so we can inform the local communities of what to be expected?
Absolutely.
What service level to be expected over the next few years?
Yes.
And the same thing with the accessible stations.
Yes, so happy to
Because it's
do-
been changing almost every year, the dates that, how many stations we're doing, which ones we're doing, how fast we're doing. So I think it'll be important to present as a service level to let the communities know.
Mr. Mayor, so 2 comments. The first being that, as the committee should be aware, because we don't have enough funding, capital funding, to make all of our stations accessible by the AODA mandated target of 2025, the information we'll bring back will show you what we can do with the funding we have, and sadly, we'll report we won't be able to make the required conversion of all of our stations accessible by that date. So this remains an ongoing issue in terms of a shortage of capital funding. Happy to bring back the revised updated deployment schedule for all of the streetcars. And just to your first question, Mr. Mayor, we can easily show where we intend to use, say, all of the new buses which are being purchased. The point I would make is we deploy our buses directly in response to changing ridership. So what I tell you today, if I brought it with today, by the time we get the new buses in 2016, that could change in a significant way depending on how ridership has shifted about both temporally and geographically. So it is a bit of a moving target, but Mr. Mayor, we're always happy to provide what information we have at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, so we talked this morning about the interim report for the poverty reduction. And in my mind, 2 of the most critical things are jobs and transit, but not just the expansion of transit, also the reliability. So you had a couple charts up there, a couple slides that talked about reliability, but being an individual on the ground, experiencing the Young Line every day, and my residents having 3 subways, York Mills, subway stations, York Mills, Lawrence, and Eglinton, I'm not sensing that reliability. I'm sensing a high level of unprecedented frustration. And I think a lot of it's related to the automatic train control. Some of it are mishaps and weather and intensification. But can you talk a little about your plans for accelerating? Are you attempting to accelerate automatic train control? It was supposed to be delivered in the next couple of years. Now that's not happening. But can you tell me a bit more about that?
Yes. So, Mr. Mayor, well, first I'd say I'm guessing, but I'm just speculating that people's views of reliability of service at present may be unfortunately affected by some of the really significant problems we encountered, such as the power loss that we had and the radio communication loss, and that kind of thing leaves the proverbial indelible scar on people's view of service. In terms of improving reliability and what is or is not happening, I would not attribute any of these events to automatic train control. That's an ongoing installation that will be completed, but it's not in use presently, so it's not affecting our operation. The introduction of the new Toronto rocket trains, as they're called, these are dramatically more reliable than any of the previous generation of subway trains that we had before, so our performance and reliability there is improving. I could bring with, but obviously didn't, data to show that we are producing more throughput on the subway now than we have in previous years through a number of measures, which I'm happy to talk about, but nobody would want to go through the detail. But we're producing more trains per hour. In terms of reliability of bus and streetcar, of course, our streetcars are aged and really sort of at the very end of their service lives. They'll all be replaced with the new streetcars, which are the most reliable vehicle we've had on property. Same thing with our buses. We are now about to retire with the money that council just gave us. We have 2 orders of new buses arriving. They will replace the very oldest and least reliable vehicles we have in the fleet. And in terms of how we manage routes, there are some huge initiatives going on through our service delivery people in terms of revising, updating schedules to be reflective of current on-street operating conditions and deploying how the operators are used to ensure that if there is a disruption in service, if there is a need to adjust service, we sort of work with the operator, but not with the vehicle that carries the customers. So you would see some important changes so far on routes that we have done this with to date. You're going to see a lot more routes going through a lot of improvements over the coming months. And in terms of what we hope to do in 2016, there'll be a big focus on continued expansion of reliability initiatives in particular.
Yes, because getting to work on time for some is more critical than others. And, you know, when these things happen, these disruptions, conversations start and you start learning people's stories, and it's unsettling the impacts of reliability issues. Also, a reorg. Is there any reorg underway for management at the TTC?
Mike?
So we're currently going through a review that an outside consultant took a look at span of control, depth of the organization, and that's currently under consideration by our senior management.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Councillor McMahon.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentation. Very colorful. So just following up on Councillor Bilau's question, because I didn't fully get it. So where are we at with the streetcars coming in now? You're saying 5 every week, the new streetcars?
So let me clarify. Andy Byford and Chair Cole recently met with Mukherjee. Mukherjee is currently producing an LRV about once every 20 days was their target. They're moving to get to a place where they can produce 1 every 5 business days. We think there's a challenge for them to get there. We believe they will get there, just a question of timing. Obviously, the sooner they get there, the more vehicles we will get, the sooner we can roll out those new LRVs on all of those routes. So they're still going through a process to improve their production and the quality of that production, and we're working very closely with them. So it'll be some time before they get to that 1 LRV per week level, but we do believe they will get there this year, later this year.
So they're producing 1 every 5 days, but when do we receive it?
So it would be, they'll just continue to
Shortly
flow in that
after?
fashion, yes.
Okay. But we don't know when that's going to happen yet.
No, they're not there yet.
Not
The last
there.
vehicle took them about 30 days to produce.
30, okay. And where will they be housed first? Like Russell Yard or Roncesvalles Yard or
Mr. Mayor,
the famous Leslie Barnes?
when the new streetcars arrive when we get to a critical mass, then we will open the so-called Leslie Barnes facility, and the new streetcars will be housed there.
Okay. And bunching and short turns should decrease immensely with the new streetcars?
Mr. Mayor, there will be improvement in reliability on streetcar services because of the improved reliability of the vehicles themselves. There should be fewer breakdowns that cause these kind of things, but the big improvements will not be a function of the vehicles, but the way we're managing routes, the way we are scheduling our services, and the way we are deploying operators. And happy to speak with you in detail about that offline.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carroll had a question.
Yeah, it's a quick question, and it's based on the service level / the conversation we had in TTC's budget subcommittee yesterday. We talked yesterday in looking at the capital program about we're getting closer and closer to where instead of the monster streetcar order, instead of the monster, we're now going to purchase 800 buses, we're getting now to the point where we'd be regularly ordering, if we have a more stable capital program, 100 buses at a time, 100 streetcars at a time, and have a more predictable capital program. In terms of service level review, though, does that also mean that we can begin to then stabilize how we look at adding bodies to the system as well as vehicles, that we can look forward to? We now know these vehicles are coming, we can adjust headways by a minute, which means if you want to fund X number of positions, we can start to predict what the pressure on operating would be as well to meet new service levels?
Mr. Mayor, that we do not adjust service levels in accordance with either our workforce availability nor our fleet size. Our service levels are driven almost exclusively by observed changes in passenger demand. When we see a route whose ridership levels are increasing, then we increase the capacity and frequency of service. If we see a route where ridership is decreasing, say a factory closed or a high school closed, and we have less ridership, then we will decrease. So what I said before about international best practice, we are incredibly directly linked in and responsive to changing ridership and travel patterns. We are unique in that we change our service levels and our schedules and crews every 6 weeks, which is very different than most properties that will do it at best every 3 months. And so we're always fine-tuning our system, but it's not really driven by vehicle or operator, except when we have a shortage like we do now, where we're constrained and we can't put more service out that is needed. But that's sort of I'd like to think that's an anomaly, not the norm.
So you would get to the point then where you could say to council, your one shareholder, this is a pattern change, we're investing in areas, or this is a system-wide improvement, therefore there's a cost formula.
Right. So, Mr. Mayor, we do, as I say, we do that every 6 weeks. We put all of our changes, the very meticulous details are posted on our website and are available for anybody to view. And when there's a big system-wide initiative, such as the 10-minute or better network or the all-day, every day, then we do try to make that very well known publicly so that the city knows what's coming and will take advantage of it.
All right, if there's no one else, I'd like to just put the timer on myself, ask you a couple of questions. Are you familiar with this statement I make where I'd like to turn City Hall into a place that says yes, and by extension, the TTC?
Yes,
Maybe
sir.
we'd like to say yes, have a culture of saying yes?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. That'll make for a much better discussion we're going to have right now. I always like to start with the bad news to get it out of the way. If we look at and I've never seen this stuff before, and it may be that I'm not looking in the right places, but if you look at the page 82, it has, and this follows along Councillor Robinson's comments about the reliability of the subway. It has a chart there that I don't think we saw during your presentation, but it's in the deck. And it shows, if I'm reading it correctly, that over the period from 2013, mid-2013 to today, basically, we haven't met the punctuality levels we set for ourselves as the target of 96% during any time in that period. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So one of the things that I think calls along with Councillor Ainsley and what he said is that there's two things. One is I guess we've set an objective, that being 96, and we haven't met it. And I don't know whether we've said in 2016 we're actually going to strive to achieve the impossible dream, which we're getting perilously close to in period 4, of actually achieving that punctuality target. Is that something we've said we're going to do in 2016 specifically, or 2015?
Well, Mr. Mayor, that target, of course, is one that we strive for literally every day and every operating period. Needless to say, we have our challenges, whether it's vehicle-related or if we have the kind of thing, unplanned outages or the like. But that is the corporate objective, and the operating objective is to get there and to do whatever it takes to get there. And that is what, if I don't want to sound sort of overly dramatic, but I would say we obsess over this. We have meetings, discussions, strategic plans, all of which are targeted to get us to that target, and when we do, we're going to up it and shoot for better.
Okay, well, I don't want to sound unduly obsessive myself, but just to say that, you know, clearly when you have a period of time, and look, I ran a big telecommunications company where we had a very high level of reliability because there was nothing more important to the customers than having their internet service be available, for example. And, you know, yes, you could say, well, it was okay except for the, you know, thunderstorm, or okay except for the train wreck that cut the fiber, but the bottom line is it's still not okay if you're the customer. And I guess I'm just asking you, you know, clearly when you miss it this many times in a row, there's a problem, and they pay us all the big bucks to make sure we can get to the target. And I would like to perhaps hear beyond the sort of, yes, we're trying every day. I understand that, and I appreciate that, and I wish these comments were, Mr. Byford was here, you said he couldn't be here, but I know he wouldn't disagree with me, that I think we have to sort of say, fine then, 2015, even over into 16, because we're halfway through 15, is going to be the year when this level is going to be achieved. And we're going to use Prime Minister Paul Martin's old expression, come hell or high water, we're going to achieve this. And is that something that would reflect the targets of the staff of the TTC?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think that is the case. And Andy has said a lot of these targets are what he calls stretch targets. In other words, he want to set it at 94% because we're there all the time. 94% isn't good enough. He wants to get to 96%. When we get to 96%, we're going for 97%. So I think it's fair to agree with what you said. That's what we're moving to. And we'll take a look and see if we can be more specific as to when we will get there on a regular basis, because that's what our customers want.
I just say respectfully, that's exactly what I think you have to do, which is to say, look, what is it going to take to get to 20? And by the way, I mean, we've made a substantial additional investment this year, more so in the surface transit than in the subway, and we're making investments, huge investments in the subway with the ATC and so on. And look, I want to shift over to the good news now, but there's some other charts in here that are much, much better on the short turns and things like that were huge problems that have actually been addressed, and the graphs here show that. My question to you related to both the bad news and the good news, I've not seen these numbers specifically before. I think maybe I saw them when I was just being sworn into office in my transition period, and there was all kinds of binders, and this stuff was presented. And I remember being in your head office, and somewhere in the lobby there, as you sort of go through pass through the coat room or something, there is a place on the wall where there's a set of service standards. And I said to Mr. Byford, my first day after the election, would you make an effort to put those numbers that are there, some of these kinds of numbers, in the streetcars and in the subway cars, and make them more available to the public so they can see that, first of all, you have these goals, and secondly, that you are making an effort to sort of share the accountability with the public in particular, and the media and others. These aren't really readily available, I don't think, to the public on a regular basis. Am I right?
They're available through the CEO board report that goes forward to our board every period. They're also posted, therefore, on our website. But
most transit riders, I don't think, see the CEO board report. I don't think I even see that. So could you, this is back to the saying yes, could you tell me that you might go back to Mr. Byford and have a chat with him about having these numbers made public through the website in a very obvious way, on the streetcars and subway cars where we have, lots of those, advertising boards, so that the public will know, and I think, frankly, that will increase pressure on management to achieve these targets, and so they'll see the good news about the short turns and about the bus service on Dufferin and so on. Can you take a look at doing that?
Happy to take that conversation back to Andy and to move forward and do that, because he is trying to be transparent, but it's...
I think that would be a huge step forward for all of us, and they'll see the good news, and they'll see some of the news that we have to work on, and together we'll all feel elation at the good news and a little bit of pressure on the not-so-good news to do better. Thank you very much. Yes, for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I read through this, and I thank you for coming and putting this together, but I feel I'm reading a salvage operation, and there's no real commitment to expand the system, and I mean, let's say subway building, which many argue is the best service level goal that we can be a part of. And I bring to your attention, correct me if I'm wrong, that the Finch station opened 41 years ago. I consider myself a fairly patient person, but it's been 41 years we've been waiting for it to go to Finch to Steeles. Do you think the TTC is not focusing on system expansion and more focused on keeping service levels through some kind of salvage operation?
Mr. Mayor, I'd say, firstly, I find the phrase a salvage operation to be somewhat insulting. I think we have a very solid and very good service. It is a fact that The bus and streetcar network carries a huge number of our customers every day, and thus it is critically important to keep those services running effectively. The idea of expanding rapid transit is something that the TTC supports, but we alone don't drive that. Decisions are made regionally through council, through Metrolinx. We don't determine any longer where the rapid transit capital investments are to be made. So at present, of course, we're working on the Scarborough subway extension. We are studying the Yonge North subway extension. We are working with Metrolinx on Smart Track and RER. So there are a number of expansions that are being considered, but I would not say that, certainly I wouldn't say that the TTC is either evading or not supportive of rapid transit expansion, but it is not within our control to make that happen.
Well, I'm really surprised you're saying that, because in the last 26 years, based on my rough calculations, you've opened up six subway stations. Much of the capital allocations is given to you and then to come back with a plan on how you're going to spend it. Metrolinx didn't exist during most of this period. And of course, transit has become politicized because of a power vacuum at the TTC. Because you don't come back with plans. We're going to go up to Steeles. We're going to dig from Downsview Station to Yonge and Shepherd. We're going to, these are the things we're going to do. This is the time frame we're going to do it. This is the capital we need. It ends up on the council floor because we don't see a commitment to system expansion, and I mean primarily subway.
Mr. Mayor, the TTC has brought forward rapid transit expansion plans a number of times over the years. They've not all been adopted. Sometimes these are overruled. We, of course, brought forward a light rail plan that addressed the transit needs of the entire city. We have never argued, and we will not argue, that subway is the be-all and end-all, because subways are incredibly expensive. They are needed only in corridors with extraordinarily high demand, which exist in very, very few places in this city. So it would be irresponsible of the TTC to be cheerleading subways only. We bring forward responsible, cost-effective plans that meet the needs of Torontonians in the most respectful way of the dollars we're given. So I do not agree, Mr. Mayor, that we have not brought forward rapid transit plans. We have, but they do not focus exclusively on subways.
Oh, absolutely. Now, by my calculations, we've got about $16 billion I'm trying to accentuate the positive, about $16 billion of investment either in the ground now or shovel ready or pretty well on the drawing board that's committed to and going forward. Yet we see, an order of 1,300 buses, a little under $1 billion. It's a multi-year capital plan. Is that the service level vision for the next number of years, despite the fact that we're investing this kind of capital in transit building, both LRT and subway, that you continue to take an enormous volume of capital and put it into surface transit, such as buses and streetcars?
Mr. Mayor, I don't think that TTC will ever apologize for ensuring that its fleet of buses and streetcars, which are incredibly important in feeding the subway and making it a viable operation, are modern, safe, reliable vehicles. That's part of the need to keep a system in its entirety in a state of good repair. And this is a critical part of capital funding which many people don't choose to focus on because it simply doesn't have the sizzle and visibility of building subways. But ensuring that you have modern, reliable bus fleets and streetcar fleets is critical to the functioning of this transit network. It is a network. People use each route to connect to other routes, including the subway. So I would say, Mr. Mayor, there is absolutely, and not only would we not apologize, but it is the right thing for us to do to ensure that all of our critical assets are continually replaced and modernized. Anything less than that would be irresponsible and would result in the kind of unreliable on-street performance that Councillor McMahon referred to earlier.
All right, that was your last question, Councillor Pasternak, and I think hearing All right, I'm not going to keep going out of order with the not members of the committee because they're supposed to be dealt with first, but I did for Shelley, so I will for you, and that you will be the last questioner unless I don't think I see anybody else. So, Councillor Mavic.
Thank you. First, just to thank you very much for your indulgence, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering, we've done, the mayor has led a very good initiative this year to restore service. Not counting that, but looking to the future, what would you say the next big challenges are around this kind of historic, incremental, this is where we are today, now we have 10-minute service, now we have children for free under 12. What would you say is the next tranche that we need to get to as a city around increasing public transit accessibility and driving ridership up?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to cheat when I answer this question because I think it's really, really important that every member of council understand that keeping the existing system in a state of good repair is critical and fundamental to the effective provision of transit in this city, and it never gets the attention and the sort of priority that it deserves because, again, it doesn't have the kind of visibility and sizzle of expansion. So I got to keep saying that because people don't appreciate if the system, if the tracks, if the vehicles, if the tunnels, if the cables are not kept in a state of good repair, if we don't get the funding to do that, nothing else really matters because the service will begin to deteriorate. Having said that, I would say the next most important thing for our system is the current expansion of the current initiative to improve the reliability and quality and dependability of our bus and streetcar services. Because if we can get those to a level where people are absolutely confident and satisfied with quality, it will be a huge sort of change in the way people decide how they want to travel in the city. So yes, of course, there are new services and expansion options available, and we've got lots of plans, but I think right now we're focusing very much on the back to basics concept of making our existing network operate reliably and comfortably for customers.
Well, thank Councillor Mihevik, and I'll thank you both. I will say that you can tell Mr. Byford that this look at this session today as some gentle encouragement to take some of these numbers and replicate the ones that are going in the right direction and deal with some of the ones that perhaps aren't. But we know everybody's working hard at this, but I just think we know on behalf of the people, back to Councillor Robinson's comments, we have to do better, and I know that you're committed to doing that, but I think the more you measure it and the more you post those measurements in all kinds of places for people to see, that's what this is all about, service level, standards that we set and meet or don't meet, and if we don't, then we have to do better. And so I thank you very much for being here today and for your honest answers. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
That would bring us then to the Board of Health.
Sorry, Mayor Tory. Just on a, sorry, Mayor Tory, just on a point of order. I was going to move a motion about having the TTC resubmit their information as using this template they were given. But after talking with the clerks and the deputy mayor, he said he's going to bring that request to the TTC board and have it dealt with.
Thank you, Councillor. And we should probably apply that to all of the, because I'm not sure the template's been used for these presentations generally we've seen today. It might be useful. I don't want to put people to a lot of extra work, but it might be actually simplify what are otherwise very long presentations that have lots of information but don't focus in on the stuff the template does. Doctor, welcome. And to you both, thank you for coming. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor Tory and members of the committee. I'm going to start the presentation by, with a brief reminder of how service levels are set for public health in Ontario. One important input is the needs of the community. Boards of health are required by the province to continually monitor and do surveillance for public health needs. And things like the 31,000 births annually all generate a public health service response, as do the 80,000 communicable diseases reported annually. There are also services that need to be delivered in 17,000 food premises, all the long-term care homes, hospital sites, day nurseries, personal service settings, which is Ministry of Health speak for tattoo parlors and estheticians, and 800 schools. And because it's a big city with a big population, our service volumes are typically quite high. So these are what we might consider to be drivers of service levels for public health. What determines the nature of the services that we provide really is the dictates under provincial legislation of the Ontario Public Health Standards. So those standards specify 147 different services that are delivered in 6 major areas. Some of those services we're given quite a bit of latitude to design what works best for our population in response to public health needs. For many of them, there are detailed protocols, in this case 26 different protocols, which are very specific about what services are delivered and how. The Board of Health is accountable to the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care for all of these services and service levels through a 3-year written accountability agreement, which we sign, and that agreement includes a range of indicators and service targets, which are reviewed periodically with the ministry and which we are accountable for. Now, I have taken some liberties with the template that we were given because it's probably better suited for a city division that has a limited number of lines of business. By virtue of the mandate that we're given by the province, we have a very broad and diverse range of different programs. The program map that we use as part of the municipal budget process is designed to reflect the service areas which are specified in the Ontario Public Health Standards to try and keep our alignment with our 2 major funders as clearly as possible. So rather than take you through 147 different standards, I've selected a smaller number in each area to give you an update on. I've selected them based on their either major programs that we do, or they are programs which are going through significant changes or challenges, which I'm going to talk about in the course of the presentation. Within the chronic disease and injury service area, student nutrition has been a growing program, and that's thanks to increased funding by both the provincial and municipal governments. That's a good thing, given the well-known benefits for both health and education. Managing that growth has been an interesting challenge for us. Another area which has been going through growth has been the enforcement process for tobacco legislation. The reason it's growing is because of new legislation that's been adopted both at the municipal and at the provincial level. That work is 100% provincially funded, whereas the student nutrition work comes through our program is 100% municipally funded, or at least the city contribution is. Within the family health service area, the screening of newborns, that's the 31,500 newborns who come to life in the city every year for entry into the Healthy Babies, Healthy Children program, is one of our largest service areas. It is 100% provincially funded, and it's an entry point for a range of different services, all the way from newborn support, breastfeeding, up to parenting, particularly focusing on the families with infants who are most at risk. A second service within family health is dental programs. This is a big area for us, and one which has been growing primarily as a result of increased provincial investments in services for low-income children. There are some opportunities as that program evolves to try and take care of other parts of the population, which I'll speak about in a few minutes. Within the infectious disease service area, the notification, the legal notification by physicians, laboratories, and hospitals of communicable diseases is a key entry point for the various services that are required for communicable diseases, which range all the way from simple surveillance up to very complex outbreak management. Those numbers vary from year to year based on circulation of communicable diseases and their epidemiology. The immunization program, which is a combination of directly administered shots for vaccines, monitoring of cold chain to ensure that publicly funded vaccines are appropriately managed, as well as surveillance of immunization status for children in schools, is a program which is also going through some very significant changes, which I'll refer to in a minute. The environmental health service area. Okay, we're having trouble keeping up with the slides because of a technical problem, but I'm going to keep going. If anybody can assist with the technology, we'd appreciate it. Within the environmental health service area, one of our largest programs is the Dine Safe program for the inspection of food premises. That's a program that service levels are really determined by the number of food premises in the city and our ability to keep up with them through staffing levels. And the last one that I'm going to mention is the West Nile virus program, which we didn't have up until about 10 years ago. With the arrival of West Nile virus in Ontario, gave us a role in mosquito control. And that's a program which varies in service levels according to the epidemiology of the disease. So when we see larger numbers of mosquitoes that are more likely to be carrying West Nile virus, we can ramp up larviciding efforts in order to control the consequences for human health. So I just want to highlight several of these programs, which, as I say, are facing particular challenges and how we are approaching those challenges. The first is the Student Nutrition Program. We have very good evidence for the benefits of this program, both for health and education of children, and Council has been very supportive of expanding the program so that it can reach all of the students who would benefit from it. The province has responded in kind and given us some significant increases in funding as well. We are still facing ongoing challenges with raising food costs that we need to address every year in order to maintain current service levels. And there are still schools with significant populations in need that do not have a program. Last year we had about 75 schools who applied for a program, and the funding was inadequate to meet it. So we want to continue to try and grow that program in order to achieve the benefits that we know are there to be had. Some of the opportunities for this program, I think it's become a very large program, and there are, I believe, significant opportunities for efficiencies in the area of food procurement and distribution. And I think there is an opportunity to increase private sector fundraising for the program. Some of the strategies that we've been implementing, there are 2 currently pilots of new ways of procuring food for the program and distributing it, and we're waiting the results of those pilots. We're also carrying out a governance review, and one of the reasons we want to do that is to ensure that the program has the governance that it needs for a future in which a higher level of participation by private sector funders is possible, and private sector funders and governments will have confidence in the accountability of the program and its ability to fundraise and manage the funding. I want to talk briefly on the dental program again. This is a program which responds to a very significant need in the community. As we know, the mouth was the only part of the body that was left out when we designed our publicly funded healthcare system, and so there are many people in the community that don't have access to dental care as a result of either not having private or employment-based insurance or enough money to pay for it themselves. Our program in Toronto meets the needs, or tries to meet the needs of children, and that's largely provincially funded. And with enhancements to the program for children, low-income children in the city actually have much better access to care than they used to have. However, seniors, which the city has a municipally funded program for, still have long wait lists. Now, the demands are such that many seniors are willing to wait quite a long time in order to get services in our clinics, but we don't like to see them wait because, particularly for seniors, it has an important impact on their overall health and nutrition. So we continue to face challenges with access to dental care, and of course, low-income adults, those who are neither seniors nor children, have been pretty much left out up until now. There is an opportunity coming. The province has committed to reorganize its programs for children. Currently, there are 6 different programs for low-income children in the province, which the Board of Health had asked be rationalized some time ago. The province is now moving ahead with that change. Part of that change will be a partial upload of some of the programs which are funded 75-25%. So I think there is some opportunity there to reallocate some of the municipal contribution to the program to assist with some of the groups which are having difficulty with access, such as seniors. And we will, of course, continue to advocate for the needs of low-income adults. In the area of vaccine-preventable diseases, immunization, there are big changes which are coming. Some of these were referred to in a report to the Board of Health yesterday. There are new school vaccination requirements. 3 new vaccines have recently been added as requirements for students to attend school. They're pertussis, varicella, or chickenpox, and meningitis. We have recently implemented a new provincial information system called Panorama, which brings benefits in terms of our ability to capture all of the information that we need to track, but also challenges in changes in business processes with a new system. As we pointed out before, we still are not compliant fully when it comes to provincial requirements for tracking immunization in day nurseries, and we have an incremental approach to try and build that program towards compliance. We continue to face challenges in public education around parental vaccine hesitancy, and we do have some schools in the city in which vaccination vaccination levels are low because of clustering of parents who don't want their children immunized. The opportunities, I think, in this area arise from a provincial look at the province-wide immunization program. There's been both a report from the Auditor General as well as a review carried out by the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care, both of which made a number of useful recommendations for improving the program. And we may even get a little bit of relief in workload because of an approval of a shift in the dose schedule for human papillomavirus vaccine, which is one of the vaccines that we deliver in schools, from a 3-dose to a 2-dose schedule.
Dr. McEwen, I don't have your deck in front of me, but how are you doing in terms of getting through it? Because I was just going to think of applying the same stricture to you that I did to your predecessor at the TDC and put the clock up and say that we could work through whatever you thought was most important in your
I
presentation.
will happily work within a 1-minute time frame.
Well, no, 1 minute. Oh my God, I was going to offer
Almost
more.
done.
I was going to offer more, but I'll give you 2.
All right. We're going to continue to advocate for funding, and the province has said that they will provide some transitional funding to local boards of health to assist with the changes that are happening in the program. We're planning to phase in the implementation of the new day nursery immunization program, pending funding from both levels of government. We have been holding clinics in high schools that are catch-up for students who don't meet the requirements for the 3 new vaccines, and that'll help keep more kids in school. And we're working on enhanced vaccine information and promotion so that we can reach more parents with good information about the benefits of vaccination. And finally, I want to talk a little bit about tobacco enforcement. I mentioned some of the challenges in this program as a result of enhancements in legislation at both the provincial and local level. That's good news in the sense that we've got more tools to reduce the significant harm that results from tobacco use. But there's an enforcement workload of 2 kinds, partly a transitional one. Whenever you bring in new regulations, people have to get used to them. We do a lot of education. We do more targeted enforcement. But there will be an ongoing increase in regular enforcement over time. There is some funding available from the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care that we're trying to secure to assist with their support with this new level of enforcement. And we have recently been planning to implement handheld field technology, so our staff who are out in the field will have access to our information systems which govern these programs, and means they have to do less going back and forth to the office in order to complete paperwork. So that's a very concise version, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy to answer questions on any of our programs and services, but I thought that's what would fit within the time allowed.
I appreciate that, and I realize it was a summary, as it is for the other organizations, and I thank you and your colleague very much. Could I just start by asking you this question? You know, I know from serving on a hospital board that one of the most frequently used words now is outcomes in dealing with kind of what we're trying to achieve through the entire healthcare system, including public health. And I'm interested in the fact that, you know, a lot of this information I think is both relevant and encouraging in the context of the activities you're undertaking, inspections and investments and various things. But there isn't much mention of outcomes. And I realize sometimes they're hard to measure. But for example, do we have any evidence that the increasing investment over time, and I was a big advocate this year with Councillor Mihevc and others on the nutrition, do we have, I know we have studies saying it's worked other places and so on, but do we have evidence, for example, that as we continue to invest more in student nutrition, it's working on any sort of measure with respect to school performance, school dropout rates, whatever? Has the rate of West Nile or foodborne illness reduced because you're doing more of these inspections and more of these immunizations? Has the dental care reduced gum disease or even heart disease? Because I know there's a big connection between that, or nutrition that you mentioned. Because I just noticed that's the kind of thing in a way we should be looking at. In addition to what I will commend you is pretty well all good news stories on inspections and investment, but we don't see much about the outcomes, which have to be the ultimate measure of whether we're investing wisely in the inspections and in the programs.
Yes, absolutely. And for, I think, almost all the examples that you mentioned, there is outcome data. For example, when the current Dine Safe program was put in place, we track anyway incidences of foodborne illness, and we also track compliance. Are people using good food safety practices? And over the first few years of the implementation of that program, we saw a significant improvement. We've also seen a decrease in foodborne illness over the years the program has been in existence. So we're more or less at steady state now, where we need to maintain that. And that's true of some other programs as well, such as immunization programs. If we slack off, we're likely to see the problem problem recur. But if we keep it up, we will maintain the gains that we've gotten in past years. In terms of student nutrition, there was a study done here in Toronto, case control study where schools had the student nutrition program implemented compared to others that don't, which demonstrated the educational benefits. There was a significant difference in absenteeism, performance on standard test scores, and so forth. That's part of the evidence that persuaded me, certainly, that this was a very important public health intervention. Immunization. We certainly have seen, as new vaccines have been brought in, that the rates of diseases immediately go down. As soon as we've got vaccine coverage, we know that that works. So it's really, our short-term objectives are focused on getting the service in place because there's a very well-known relationship between the service and the outcome. Some of our outcomes are very long-term. You know, you're trying to change sexual behavior, trying to change dietary behavior, trying to reduce heart disease. There have been significant changes, but they occur over years. And so we do surveillance for all of those things. You can look at rates of lung cancer, for example, have gone down as smoking rates have gone down. Rates of cardiovascular disease have been going down for several decades now. And a large part of that is attributable to the various public health interventions which have been made.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Questions from members not on the committee? Questions from members of the committee? Yes, Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Sorry, Doctor, did you say 6 different dental programs for children?
Yes, that's correct.
We're running on behalf of the province?
Yes.
That's mandated by the province?
Yes, they are.
And so, so early childhood, like right into teenagers, or?
Well, the programs have been built incrementally over time. And they have, the challenge is that they have different eligibility requirements. They cover slightly different populations of children. It makes a lot of sense to rationalize them so that there's one eligibility test. They're delivered in different ways. Some are delivered through social assistance. Some are delivered directly by public health units. Some are delivered as a reimbursement program for private dentists that people can go to.
Okay. And the ones delivered by public health, are they reimbursed, fully cost recoverable from the province? Or?
There's a mix. The largest one is 100% provincially funded, but there are some that are cost shared 75-25. Those are ones that cover the urgent dental programs in school-age children. Those are the ones that are going to be uploaded so that they will be 100% provincially funded in the new rationalized program.
Okay. And then you mentioned 3,000 seniors that are on a waiting list for dental care, and is that cost recoverable as well, or is that mandated public health?
No, the treatment program for seniors is entirely municipally funded.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quick question is, for undocumented workers, people that are working here and somehow don't have a health care available to them. I'll give you an example of a person who had an accident and he was burned with a lot of asphalt. He had a major and third-degree burns and he couldn't be treated anywhere. So my question to you is, do we have any public health clinics or places where they can have the level of service of assistance when the service is refused in other places?
Well, virtually all of the programs which are part of the Ontario Public Health Standards that are delivered by the Board of Health are available to all residents regardless of their status. The programs which we don't deliver, which are delivered through the health care system, treatment services, an emergency room, going to see a doctor, being admitted to a hospital, are not covered. And this is a great concern because there are quite a few, as you know, undocumented people in the city whose health needs are very difficult to meet. We do work with healthcare organizations to try and advocate on behalf of individuals who are undocumented to try and get them care when they need it. We've also advocated to the provincial government that there are some important gaps. So, for example, people with communicable diseases, if they are not treated appropriately, can pose a risk to, not only to themselves but to the community around them. So it's in all of our interest that those individuals have access to care.
Thank you. Is there a list of any locations that can be shared with members of council, so whenever we have situations like this, we can refer those people to to those locations?
Yes, there are some services, often volunteer-run, which provide health care services to people who are undocumented, and we could provide a list for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Any other members of the committee wishing to ask questions? Well, on that note then, oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Robinson.
I'll be very brief. All right, so you know me in the student nutrition program. I put forward many motions on this, and you've talked about it in your presentation. Thank you for putting it in there. I guess, do you have any tangible outcomes of public-private, I guess, outcomes from the work you've done to date?
Well, the program does receive, as you know, a substantial amount of private sector fundraising. It comes in a variety of different ways. The primary fundraisers are the two school-based foundations, the Angel Foundation and the Toronto Foundation for Student Success. Toronto Public Health is really not a fundraising organization. What we've done to try and enhance the fundability of the program is to work with the two foundations to essentially design better visibility for the program, because we talked to potential funders and fundraisers. One of the things they told us was that people don't know about the program as much as they should. But we've tried to make the program better known. We heard about governance, so the governance review that we're doing is trying to strengthen capacity for fundraising and also strengthen accountability for all funders. And the issue of efficiency, particularly around logistics and purchasing, is another characteristic of the program that we would want to be able to tell funders was operating at a high level so that their money was going to be well used. So these are all either directly or indirectly ways of trying to strengthen the fundability of the program.
Is it when we actually, when the city continues to contribute money, does the Toronto Foundations for Student Success, does their amount go down? Is there a shift when that happens?
No, I don't think so. The city's funding goes directly to food, so all of it goes directly to the students, and it has not changed the contribution either through private sector fundraising or the sort of administrative contribution that the foundation and the school boards make. On the provincial side, I think it's actually been instrumental in encouraging the province to up its contribution.
Okay. Thank you for that, and I hope you keep up that attempt to try to bring in more private partners and corporate sponsors. You clearly have a massive mandate, so I just wanted to ask you quickly about, last week you talked a little bit about bike lanes, and you've talked a little bit in the past about complete streets and that active transportation. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, that's a long story rather than a short one, but part of the Ontario Public Health Standards is a mandate to look at road safety, and it's because of the burden of illness associated with motor vehicle collisions on the road. We've focused on pedestrians and cyclists because they are at higher risk, and we've tried to work very closely with transportation services and the planning division in order to identify policies and interventions which will help reduce that burden of illness. So we always have our eye on the health consequences. We're less concerned with people being stuck in traffic, although I know that's a big concern. We'd like to have it both ways, to have people moving smoothly through the city and safely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Does that end the questions? And if so, I believe it does. We will thank you very much, Dr. McEwen and your colleague and your team, and we'll move on to the Library Board. And so if we could ask them to come forward and make their presentation, that would be great. Welcome.
I'm Vickery Bowles, and I'm the City Librarian for Toronto Public Library, and with me today is Larry Hewsome, our Director of Finance. So the library's approved program map consists of 3 service areas: collections and borrowing, which describes the library's role in support of reading and lifelong learning and providing access to collections in multiple formats and languages. The second service area is branch and e-services, which describes the importance of both the physical space, the branches, and the library's online presence in meeting customer expectations. And the third area third service area is partnerships, outreach, and customer engagement, which includes activities which support equity of access, including outreach, engagement, strategic and public and private partnerships. This slide just provides you with a very high-level overview of the total activity levels for each of these three service areas, and on the next slides I'll get into more details about these changing performance measures. The trend for each service is as follows. In 2014, total collection activity for collections and borrowing was $38.6 million. That includes both circulation and in-library use, and is projected to be maintained at $38.5 million in 2015. The $38.6 million includes more than $32 million in circulation, and we anticipate continued growth in e-circulation with a very slight decline in physical circulation and in-house use. In 2014, total activity for branches and e-services was $71.2 million and is projected to increase to $74.3 million in 2015. And the $71 million includes more than 18 million visits to our branches, 30 million visits to the library's website, and 850,000 people attending our programs. The overall growth in the service area can be attributed to visits, use of wireless and computers, and program attendance. This next slide describes the library's activities to support equity of access by increasing awareness and engagement in library services online, in library branches, and in the community. In 2014, total activity for partnerships and outreach was $3.4 million and is projected to be $3.5 million in 2015. There is a growth in outreach programs to support literacy and lifelong learning and to reach people in marginalized communities. Strategic partnerships are developed to engage new audiences and support the delivery of services, and online and social media channels are used to support both customer engagement as well as service delivery. This next slide will outline the broad service challenges and opportunities for all three service areas. So this is a summary slide, and if that's all right with everyone on the Executive Committee, I'll just provide the summary slide of the services and opportunities, and then go into the details of the strategies for each service area. So in terms of challenges, use and demand for library services continues to be very high. The library is experiencing increased demand for its services. That includes demand for new materials, expanded open hours, and customer expectations for online, mobile, and personalized services, and has done so with a workforce that has decreased by 14% since amalgamation. Even with these cuts and the fact our budget increases remain at 70% below the rate of inflation, TPL has opened 3 new branches, increased open hours, managed increased use, and introduced new services. The state of good repair backlog for our branches, for our physical space, continues to impact the delivery of effective service in our branches. We've done considerable work over the past 4 years to find efficiencies in our process-intensive areas of our operations to reduce costs, and we have done that using business process reengineering and Lean Six Sigma methodologies. We continue to look for new efficiencies at the library and new revenue opportunities in particular, but there's no room to cut staffing in any of the service areas and still meet customer demand for services. Pressures include cost inflation, a higher U.S. dollar, reduced purchasing power, revenue losses from fines, and reduced grant funding. The provincial per household operating grant has not increased in 20 years, and funding has been discontinued in other areas. In terms of opportunities, leveraging the 100-branch network and online services and use of technology to support convenient local access to a broad range of services continues to be an important opportunity, especially in the 31 neighborhood improvement areas. Providing equitable access to services and programs and public space that make a difference in the lives of Torontonians, and by engaging them in the love of reading, lifelong learning, and fostering collaboration, creativity, and innovation. The library is no longer just a place to consume content, it's a place to create content. And the Toronto Public Library is the city's innovation and technology hubs. We reach people where they live, and we serve people where they live. Toronto Public Library Services are an economic driver in Toronto, and this is also an opportunity. We provide residents with a strong return on their investment. Toronto Public Library creates over $1 billion in economic impact for the city, and if you consider that the average household pays an estimated $118 in property taxes for library service, a family of 3 receives $1,500 in benefits, almost 13 times that household's investment. So what I'll do now, instead of going through the individual service challenges and opportunities, I'll go on to the strategies in these service areas individually. So, slide 11. As mentioned earlier, the library's undertaken business process re-engineering exercise, and the resulting efficiencies have allowed us to provide greater access to our collections at reduced cost. The library has also embarked on an advocacy campaign with the public, as well as with other stakeholders and with publishers, to increase access to e-content for public libraries, resulting in e-content being available from both multinational publishers and Canadian independent publishers. The library has also leveraged technology to introduce new e-content, which is an efficient way of delivering service in different formats that include magazines, music, and video. 2 new strategies include the fact that I'm leading the Canadian Public Libraries for Fair e-book Pricing, a coalition to raise awareness of high e-book prices charged by multinational publishers. Public libraries face huge challenges ensuring universal access to e-books despite booming borrowing rates, and the high price of e-content places tremendous pressure on the library's collections budget. The library is looking at increasing access, another opportunity and strategy, to library materials through new channels. An example of this is creating kiosks in high-traffic locations, such as Union Station, and it can include, amongst other things, downloading stations for electronic content in community spaces. I'll now move on to slide 17. So in terms of strategies to address challenges and opportunities in terms of our branches and e-services, actions that have been taken and are underway include accelerating the state of good repair projects through our capital program. The library has a very strong record of completing capital projects each year. We have an 85% completion rate as opposed to a 58% city average over the last 5 years, and we achieved 94% completion rate in 2014. Another strategy is advancing the plan to expand open hours. In 2006, the Library Board approved a plan called Doors Wide Open, and we have managed to implement 30% of that planned increase, or 444 increased hours per week through standard bands of open hours. And the last thing I'll mention as a strategy has been the fact that we've established 3 digital innovation hubs strategically across the city, and to provide access to technology in our branches. In terms of new strategies for our branches and e-services, we have 4 new strategies. One includes the increased capital funding to advance our state of good repair backlog, and that is through an increase to both our debt targets and a library board initiative that is asking us to look at the feasibility of redeveloping some of our real estate. We're also continuing to implement Doors Wide Open, the strategy to expand open hours and explore new service delivery models and a framework for improving service with minimum costs. We're also developing a digital and technology strategy and service delivery model to increase user convenience and offer additional self-service options, which is an efficient way for us to be offering service.
I suppose what I'm going to do now, is the same as I've done with the others, is put you on a clock.
Okay, that's good.
How are you doing on a sort of scale of 1 to 10 getting through your material that you have?
I'm about 8.
Oh, okay, well, that's good. So we'll maybe just have 2 more minutes of presentation, then we'll see if there's some questions.
That's perfect.
Thanks very much.
The last strategy in this category is we're piloting a new rental model for premium space in our libraries to generate additional revenue. And finally, in terms of slide 22, Priority actions for our partnerships, outreach, and customer engagement includes our 5th strategic planning process, which is underway right now. Support for the poverty reduction strategy, which includes 2 youth hubs and the fine forgiveness program, which was approved by Council last year, as well as our support for the library's middle childhood framework that aligns with the city's strategy. We have strategic partnerships with the public and the private sector. We have a partnership with Cisco Systems for technology, with TD for our summer reading club, and public sector partnerships with Public Health and Citizenship and Immigration in Canada that offer embedded services at the local level, at the branch level in libraries. And lastly, in terms of new strategies, the focus here will be on the approval and the implementation of our new strategic plan and the development of new and innovative service models and partnerships as a result of that plan, and risk management strategies that will support the achievement of our goals and objectives in the new plan. So in summary, I'll just close by saying that Toronto Public Library's 2016 service levels focus on managing existing customer demand, addressing growth areas including e-collections, open hours, public space, and technology, and aligning and supporting the city's service strategies to leverage resources and increase impact. That's it.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry to have to sort of constrain the time
That's
a little bit,
quite
but
all
it was a
right.
very
I
good
understand.
presentation, and we appreciate it very much. Are there questions from members outside of the Executive Committee who wish to ask questions of our Toronto Library team? And members of the committee. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, through your Mayor Tory. Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to touch on 2 things. One, you mentioned economic study. The Monk School of Business did an economic sustainability or study for the library.
Economic impact study?
Yes. And I believe one of the key planks in that was for every $650 that's invested in the library, it comes, sorry, the payback is how much? Was it?
For the value of an open hour, it's 3
Yes.
times. The value of an open hour is 3 times that investment.
So $650, close to $2,000.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, all right. And the other thing I wanted to ask about, you touched on ebooks as well.
Yes.
And so, for example, I've got an app. I get every day I get an email that says I can get an ebook for $3.50.
Right.
So on the flip side, at the library, if you had to buy an app, an ebook from a publisher, what do they range in price?
Well, it depends by from the publishers, but they have different pricing models. Random House Canada and Hachette Publishers are the highest. They charge, where the consumer pays $14.99, we'll pay $85 for 1 copy or $106 for 1 copy of an ebook. And because of the popularity of ebooks and our large customer base, we often have to buy 100 copies of an ebook. So it's a huge impact on our collections budget. We've been advocating very hard with publishers. We've worked with, I've met with the Minister of Tourism, Culture and Sport about it, who's very supportive of our situation. We've talked with the Competition Bureau and the Department of Canadian Heritage, and now we're involved in a public advocacy campaign to get the message out there that what the publishers are doing to public libraries and how they're undermining our ability to serve our customers.
So I can buy an electronic book, download it on my Kobo for like $4. The same book could cost you in the library over $100.
That's right.
And I understand I download it on my Kobo for $4. It's pretty much mine forever.
Yes.
At the library, you only have a finite amount of time that you have.
It depends on the publisher. Penguin, for instance, you purchase the content and it's a lower price, but it disappears in a year.
And you only have it for a year.
We only have it for a year. And then it's a huge problem for us because customers have holds on the content and et cetera. So we have to repurchase the content all over again.
Okay. And then in this 21st century, I would assume that ebooks is a growing part of your services at the library?
It's a huge area of growth. Since we started introducing ebooks in 2008, it's grown 4,200%. So our circulation last year was 3.5 million for ebooks, which is about 11% of our total circulation.
Okay.
Of 32 million.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Robinson.
I just wanted to ask a bit about your self-serve technology, the checkouts, the automated sorters.
Yes.
All that's a move towards automation and more effectiveness. How is it that you still have staffing issues then, given that all this movement and all this really investment in this technology and machines?
Well, we have accounted for the changes in technology. We cut our staffing budget by 111 positions. We cut our budget by $10 million, or 6% in 2012. And we did that. One of the components of those cuts was based on the introduction of RFID technology in all of our branches, and as well as the Lean Six Sigma methodology that we used for our process-intensive areas of our operation. The fact remains is that we are continuing to introduce new services without increasing our staffing. So as an example, we introduced a digital innovation hub at the Toronto Reference Library in 2014. We did not do that with any new staffing. We reallocated existing staffing in order to be able to achieve that. We've increased our open hours by 444 hours per week. And we have done that through a reallocation of staff to the branches to be able to expand our open hours. And that, again, was based on efficient scheduling as well as our use of RFID technology. And we are the busiest public library system in North America for both circulation and visits, serving a population over 2 million people. By far, we are far busier than New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, any of those libraries, and which is a good thing. It's a wonderful thing, but we need staff to be able to meet the needs of those services. However, having said that, one of our strategies is looking at introducing more self-service to offset and help us meet demand and increasing need.
And the digital innovation hubs, my understanding is this is something that produces some type of material, design
you can create
material.
Content. Yes, we've had people.
Is there cost recovery on that?
It's a cost recovery basis, absolutely. And we've had people create robotic arms, entrepreneurs building prototypes such as automated pill dispensers. So we have a range of people using that. It also includes the ability to self-publish, and people are publishing their own memoirs, their own cookbooks, their own family histories, and it's all done on a cost recovery basis.
Okay, and bricks and mortar, are you investing any further in bricks and mortar?
No, we have 100 branches. There's no plan in our capital or our branch planning study for any additional physical facilities.
And the idea is, as much as it's very creative, and I actually really like the kiosk at Union Station, is there not libraries almost in every nook and corner of Toronto, like
The
community
kiosk
and
is
regional?
the kiosk is in the Union Station capital budget. It's not in the library's budget. It was an initiative as part of the revitalization of Union Station, and we cooperated with that. And we will, we're not paying for the kiosk itself. We will pay for the content that will go into the kiosk.
Okay,
and what we're looking at is downloadable content because it's the more efficient use of, we can offer that most efficiently.
Okay. And lastly, I just want to congratulate you on your advocacy work on the fair e-book pricing. I think that's terrific what you're doing, so thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Other questions of Toronto Public Library? Well, on that note, then, we'll thank you very much for all your work and for the presentation, and look forward to seeing you. I apologize for my reading skills not demonstrated at the Richview branch last Friday. I think it scared a lot of the small children.
I heard you were very popular, and the children were thrilled.
Yeah, they want me back, I'm sure.
Yeah, we do want you back.
They want the Blue Jays mascot back, let's be honest.
Yes, well, no, you too.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Okay, now, just so members of the Executive Committee know, we have with us, I believe, staff, certainly from the Division's Affordable Housing Office, Office of the Chief Financial Officer, City Manager's Office, City Clerk's Office, Legal Services. And I think, because these are people we are not proposing to receive presentations from today, but are here because their material was in front of us. Also, Exhibition Place, we've heard from Police, Health, Library and Transit, and then the Zoo, and I don't believe we've got anything from the Parking Authority. Maybe there's somebody here, I don't think so. So I don't know if anybody has any other questions they would like to ask at this time of any of those other groups that are not going to be making presentations based on the material. Did you have something, Councillor? I beg your pardon? Oh, okay. So then, shall we move on then? Is it a motion in respect of this matter? Oh, okay. Well then, Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a motion that the presentations be forwarded to the Budget Committee, the City Manager, and the Deputy City Manager and Chief Financial Officer for consideration as part of the 2016 budget process. And I think it'll go up on the, there it is.
We have a motion from Councillor Crawford. Although I'll call the question, I think we've had lots. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. All right. Now, I think that brings us next to the waterfront item, 7.6. And the city manager informs me that there's a very full report that has been out for some time and that we would dispense with making a presentation in that regard. Now, were there deputations? One deputation from Cynthia Wilkie. Okay. So we could have obviously questions of staff, but first we do have one deputant, Cynthia Wilkie. Is Ms. Wilkie here? There you are. So please come up and make your comments. And on this item, you have 5 minutes, unlike earlier times of the day where there were 3. So please, over to you.
All right, thank you very much. I won't introduce myself again, but I will say that in addition to what I've said already about the West Don Lands Committee, our members have been active stakeholders in all of the projects relating to the Central Waterfront and some of the Waterfront Toronto projects beyond the Central Waterfront, and our members were among the groups consulted by the city staff in the course of this review. I'm here to communicate the West Don Land Committee members' strong support for the staff recommendations in this report. It's probably no surprise that we are in complete agreement with the report in terms of the success of Waterfront Toronto, the Waterfront Toronto-led tripartite framework for revitalization. We feel that the results speak for themselves. There are physical results, which range from one of the first projects, the redesigned Water's Edge at Terminal Warehouse and Harbourfront Centre, which people may have actually forgotten about now, that before that was done, there was a very sorry edge to the water at that point of the waterfront. And it continues through to the new West Don Lands neighbourhood and outstanding Corktown Common, now coming to life. The plan for the Lower Don and Portland's flood protection, the newly opened Queens Quay Promenade, Bayside, the ever-expanding waterfront promenade, which includes Sugar Beach, Sherbourne Common, Dockside. And there's also the social capital that Waterfront Toronto has built, confidence of the communities that it works with, and I'm speaking for our communities and also the other waterfront advocates that we work with, confidence of the development community, confidence of the other 2 levels of government. We concur with the 4 priorities set out for capital projects in the next phase of waterfront revitalization. That is flood protection, waterfront transit, land servicing, and public realm enhancements. We strongly agree that waterfront revitalization should continue through the successful tripartite structure with Waterfront Toronto continuing to lead that process. We consider Waterfront Toronto to be an immensely valuable asset to the City of Toronto and look forward to working with it and the City in the next phase of revitalization. We are also prepared to join in the call to action that is recommended by the report to secure firm up commitment of the other 2 governments to advance these priorities. To the extent that that process is also intended to confirm Waterfront Toronto's mandate in this next phase, we would ask that community consultation and input be included as part of those conversations. And I'll just touch briefly on the issue of borrowing powers. We have been advocating for some time in favor of granting even broader financial independence for Waterfront Toronto. For reasons that are set out in the report, it is crucial that Waterfront Toronto be given the power to finance this transition period through a line of credit. We are very supportive of the staff recommendation to provide the necessary consents. So I'm just going to close by thanking City staff for a very thorough review and for the opportunity to participate in this review. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkie. Are there any questions from members first outside the committee of this deputant? Any questions from members on the committee? All right, well, on that note, we will thank you very much for taking the trouble to be here today, all day, and we appreciate your comments very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That would then, I believe, bring us to questions of staff from first members outside the committee on the report. Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Cressy.
Questions of the staff and board chair from Waterfront Toronto, which I think is in order, Mr. Mayor.
Is that, I just don't know, is that for them to be included as well as the board chair of the? Okay, well then if you'd like to come up, Mr. Wilson and Mr. Campbell, who have been patiently waiting here for this, just this very moment. And Councillor Fletcher, over to you.
I think it's just important to hear from the CEO and also the chair of Waterfront Toronto as to whether or not you can work with this report. You think this is a fair report and going forward, and you're happy if the City Council accepts it?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. Yes, we support the report. It's a good report, very thorough, and I think it points out the value we've added, and it shows some areas for improvement, which is always helpful. We always want to improve, so we support the report.
Just ask the chair as well.
Yeah, and just to build on that, we welcome the recommendations in the report. We do need the line of credit because our revenues are moving from government funding to much spikier development funding, so that investment the governments have made is in fact paying back, but we need bridge financing to get us through those moments. There's also a very thorough report by the auditors that's attached, which we welcome. There are a number of recommendations in there, which we'll absolutely be seeking to work to implement, always looking for ways to improve, both from cost effectiveness, openness, transparency. All those things are important to us.
Can you just remind us what the auditors who were they, Ernst & Young?
Ernst & Young, yes.
Ernst & Young. Remind us the overall auditor's findings.
Well, I think the overall auditor's findings could be summarized in the value is there in Waterfront Toronto. The objectives of the original legislation that created us has been achieved, and I think we take great pride in that over decades of consistent, relentless work on the waterfront, we've actually moved things forward quite dramatically, I think, versus where the city was at 20 years ago on the waterfront.
So can you just remind me as well, the value added, Mr. Campbell? Is it how many billion, 2 billion, 1 billion?
Yeah, we did a report about a year and a half ago after we had invested about $1.3 million, billion dollars.
1.3 million?
$1.3 billion of the seed capital given to us by the governments. It showed that we had also attracted $2.6 billion of private sector investment, and it strongly influenced another $9 billion outside the designated waterfront area, attracting developments in. That had generated in both the projects where we'd invested and the direct deals we had done, that had generated about $1.4 billion of government revenues back to governments. Unfortunately, not much to the city, but a lot going back to the public purse.
So for the 2/3 that came from the other levels, they've gotten their money back. And some of our money.
Those aren't my words, but yeah.
Those aren't your words, but if you couldn't possibly say that, but I could. 9 billion in that you've attracted. How do you mean that?
Well, we've actually done deals for $2.6 billion of private sector investment.
On the waterfront?
Right inside the designated waterfront area on lands that we control, either city lands or provincial lands. But we're also saying that because of the focus on the waterfront, there are other investments coming in around us and in private sector lands there that total about $9.6 billion. For example, the Unilever site, if you talk to First Gulf, they would say they would not have invested in the Unilever site without what we have been doing on the waterfront. That's clear. As one good example of a long-term, future, very beneficial project to the city.
And up next being the mouth of the Don, the naturalization of the mouth of the Don is hinging, much of the redevelopment would hinge on that particular.
Yes, their project requires the flood protection of the mouth of the Don, yes.
And as a tripartite organization, do you feel that you're in the best position to deliver a project like that? And Waterfront Toronto is in a unique position.
Well, I think that we are in that unique position, and the reports that both the staff have done and the Ernst & Young auditors have done, I think, reinforce that we've been able to bring everyone together and bring the additional funding to the table that's required for these kinds of large-scale projects.
If I could just
yes?
maybe add to that, I mean, there is significant federal interest simply because of the fact that they are the payer of last resort for flood damage, and they spent some $3 billion or so in Calgary, I think, or more, and so they have a very significant interest in bringing funding to the table. The province has a long-standing program of eliminating flood risk in all areas, so it fits very well with provincial policy objectives. So we think there's strong interest in the other governments in fact, participating in the program, and we're confident in working with the mayor and with others to bring that to fruition.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. We had Councillor Cressy next.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, I'll address a few questions, if you would, to Mr. Wilson and Campbell, and then I'll come to city staff. The report noted 4 priorities going forward for Waterfront 2.0. And so I noted the 4 of them: flood protection, waterfront transit, public realm, and land servicing. What is the expected cost of the fulfillment of those 4 priorities as part of 2.0?
When we looked at the expected cost is around $1.65 billion for all 4 categories of work going forward.
$1.65 billion.
That's correct.
And from the point of view of Waterfront Toronto, the previous Waterfront 1.0 put forward seed funding. Is it preferable from your board's interest and your organization's interest to have seed funding, another tranche of seed funding, or project-based and specific funding?
Well, even the seed capital, though, was project-based. So in a sense, it was there to provide projects. So in a sense, the seed terminology is used to invest in infrastructure that enables developers to come in to develop on the land. I mean, I should remind you that the 1.0 doesn't end today. 1.0 has an additional $400 million of capital investments to be done between now and 2023. And Waterfront 2.0 is an additional layer on top of that. That will add additional value and allow us to then open up the portlands.
So, and just to build on that, because the report outlines those 4 priority areas, you see this as seed funding with the project mandate of those 4 areas.
Yes, it's not unlike the initial tranche of funding. Basically, it's an enabler. It allows things to happen down there.
All right. And I'll now direct this. And
maybe if I could just add to that slightly. I mean, the board is very comfortable with the notion of project-based funding at the scales in those 4 areas. And I think that also enables the organization to flex based on what the actual mandate is at any point in time that the governments wish to use Waterfront Toronto as the delivery channel. So we very much recognize that the organization needs to have the flexibility to deal with whatever the rate and pace is of that investment. And certainly the only source of that investment we would not expect to be necessarily governments as well. There are other sources of funding that we would like to tap.
Thank you. If I could direct questions to city staff, would this be through the acting city manager? So on I noticed the staff recommendations call for the call to action, 1/3 funding, a tri-government funding model. Why was there no recommendation for a proposed specific amount contribution from the city in this?
In the report, we indicated that the 4 projects we have, through you, Mr. Mayor, we have identified, for example, the Donmouth renaturalization, which we've currently indicated at $975 million split 3 ways. We've had previous experience with costing on the East Bayfront LRT, came in at $525 million in conventional financing. We ran the P3 model. It did not come out as favorably. So it's earmarked at $525. We also have on the books aspirations for the Western Waterfront LRT. In addition, you've got land servicing, you've got public realm. So when you say 1.65, I would say the aspiration is to have something similar to the $500 million from each of the 3 levels as the call to action. So that adds up roughly to $1.5 billion. But recognizing that that is a notion or an aspiration that would be subject to both contribution agreements and project-specific funding. And in each of those cases, the more detailed costing would have to be articulated. And I think, absent the Western waterfront money, you're really talking over $2 billion.
So the staff recommendation, there isn't a staff recommendation to put $500 million on the table. Rather, there's a staff recommendation for a 1/3 model to be driven from the call to action and the mayor's leadership on it.
That's correct. So we are calling to action and expecting that further discussions with the other levels of government, including the indications of what other bodies like private sector funds could bring into the equation could lead to without stipulating a particular funding amount.
Now, on page 33 in the report, I noted if there is no tri-government agreement, staff will report back. So I just want to ensure that, because the report noted that there is a risk of losing momentum, to quote the report. If there is no tri-government agreement as part of the call to action, staff will report back at what time do we expect?
We will be reporting back next year after the call to action is completed in the fall of 2016.
All right, and one final question. I mean, based on Waterfront Toronto's Waterfront 1.0, your external review, staff recommendations, has the work of Waterfront Toronto been successful?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the work of the Waterfront Toronto organization has been successful in seeing the redevelopment, as you can see, of many pieces of property, acquiring property, building Queens Quay, and assisting with West Don Lands and a number of major city building initiatives here at the city.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cressy. I had next Councillor from members not on the committee, Councillor Deputy Mayor McConnell.
Very much. So I just wanted to ask, actually, Waterfront Toronto, I wanted to know, you've given us the 4 priorities, you've given us an amount of money. I wondered if you can put a time frame around which one might perhaps go first. How long do you expect, for example, the naturalization? At what point do we need the servicing of the lands coming in? And if you wouldn't mind addressing that.
Well, I think the priority for us, and I say we divided Waterfront 2.0 up into what we call 4 buckets.
Yes.
The first bucket, which is just flood protection, because that really unlocks everything else. That's almost $1 billion. And that's probably, the EA has been approved now with our help with both the city and TRCA being co-proponents. It's been approved. Once we get funding for that, it's probably a 7 or so year project to see its final completion. But that's going to go on, and then I think what we'll do is then turn our attention to the LRT, which can occur, simultaneously. It's just a question of funding.
Yes. So that was one of the questions I was going to ask, is while you're doing that 7-year build-out, will you be looking at the transit? Because I would think that by that time, we're almost finished in the OMB on the East Bay front and the Keating Channel lands, and building is already started on that particular thing. Am I not correct?
That is quite correct. In fact, the acting city manager and I have had discussions about this. We want to get talking about that. I think the key is to let's get one ask out there and completed. I think if we went out and asked all governments for $2 billion or 1.65, we'd get the short answer. What we're doing is let's address it by bucket.
Yes.
Look at the needs. As our chair has said, the flood protection is an issue for the federal government. They're very concerned about it because of the risk to them. So let's get that put to bed and then move on. And transit is next up on the priority list.
Now, on the port lands, there still remains no servicing south of the channel. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so your land servicing, is that mostly the work that has to happen to actually bring services in for the first time, or is it upgrading others as well?
I think it's mainly the bringing services into what we call the Villiers Island or the Lower Portlands north of the ship channel, because those services really aren't designed for high occupancy or high density. They're designed for low industrial use. So it really needs to have a whole new servicing plan, again, because we're also raising grades, creating new roads, putting new bridges in. It's a whole sort of master infrastructure redo of that area to make it suitable for development. And that's part of the overall plan.
So my last question is, and it's not a pejorative question, it's a congratulations question. How long are we going to have you?
Oh. If my chair is successful in finding a replacement, I will be here till September 9th, noon. But then who's counting?
So if I could just be the first.
You got a tea time or something? Or what's that?
If I could just be the first, since actually you've spent a huge amount of time and effort and had great successes in my ward, in the West Don Lands and the Pan Am Village, as well as all the way along from Chorus all the way through, and hoping to get Jack Layton ferry docks. So right over to the silos, I must say, that you have transformed that area with your innovation and your financial wizardry. And I know you've got a great team behind you, but I think that the great team was great because of their leaders. So thank you very much.
Well, that's very kind, but I want to also, I've got a great team. We've got City has great partners. I mean, it takes a huge collaborative effort to move it forward. So I'm like the conductor with the baton. I can wave the stick. I can't play the violin worth a damn, but I can wave the stick.
Well, you did it very well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor McConnell, and thank you, Mr. Campbell. Now, we have, before we move to members of the committee, I have one listed. Are there any other members of the City Council who wish to ask questions who are not members of the Executive? Okay. Michael Thompson, Councillor Michael Thompson, you are first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I wonder if you can help me to understand the sort of transition management plan between 1.0 and 2.0, just the process.
Yeah, I think we've been quite concerned with that. As our chair has indicated, we have to be fairly flexible. And I think we're looking at a strategy. If, in fact, we only have 1.0, then our spend decreases. We're about $50 million a year going up for the next 8 years, about $400 million left of investment to make based on land sale revenues. So that will require a certain size. On the other hand, we're looking at a 2.0, including and especially the flood protection issue. In that flood protection program, there's 26 projects. So we'll be working with the city manager, acting city manager, and city staff to figure out what's the procurement strategy for that. Is it to go, say, with one contract on an AFP model? And pay the huge risk premium, or manage it all ourselves internally, or some variation thereof. What we have to do this fall, as we're trying to pin down the pricing for that flood protection, we have to look at procurement strategy. What are the best strategies to use for the various projects or sub-projects to make sure that if we are transferring risk outside to the private sector, we know what that costs. And so we're trying to do that. So that will affect this fall how we think about going forward with the sizing of the organization.
Having been one of those who've been advocating for obviously, the right or the ability to borrow funds, I'm wondering, the numbers that I read in the report talks to about an upper limit of $40 million, is that correct?
$35 to $40 million is what we're asking for is 40.
Right, and given what you have just indicated with respect to the transition between 1.0, 2.0, and so on, is that sufficient when you're dealing in the sort of billions of dollars? And I would think that 40 million is a relatively small sum. I had
the 40 million, Councillor,
that's for 1.0. Really, that's if we only get 1.0, then because of the spikiness of the land sale revenues, which we're relying on for 1.0, right, bridge financing. If in fact governments provide funding for 2.0, that's a different issue. Then that becomes project funding through contribution agreements. So it's a different type of financing.
Okay, that's now often residents have said to me as the councillor, what exactly are they doing at Waterfront with all that amount of money, the billions of dollars and so on? Can you help us to explain in perhaps in less than a minute or so, what exactly have you done with all that money in terms of Waterfront? Because to the naked eye, for many people, they're not able to see it. Can you help us to understand the infrastructure development that has taken place?
And that's always a challenge. I mean, the real estate sort of development curve is such that it's like a hockey stick, that you have to put a lot of time and effort up front in planning, infrastructure, roads, sewer, water, and those things which aren't really visible. And it's only until you get towards the end where you start to see visible things like the Chorus building, like George Brown, like the Pan Am Village, people then start to realize, oh, that's what it's all about. But most of that seed capital has gone into infrastructure in the ground to basically allow development to happen.
And now, can you tell me, with respect to technology, broadband development and so on, how have you, particularly strategically, positioned the waterfront development and technology enhancement, not only with respect to creating opportunity for waterfront, but for the city as a whole?
Yeah. In 2007, Council approved our employment strategy for East Bayfront. At that time, we realized there had been a huge amount of growth outside the city, so we were losing jobs. And so we adopted as an employment strategy trying to create an innovation corridor on the waterfront. And through an RFP process, we we're able to secure a local carrier to put in what we call ultra broadband. And this is a different model. It's an open access system, which Mr. Mayor, you'll probably realize is different from the current model in North America where carriers compete on a hardware basis. This is an open access model that's being capitalized both by the carrier and by us extracting a fee from the developer on a per-door basis. And that way it allows for the broadband to win an open access basis, started off at 100 megabits per second, synchronous with no data caps, and the carrier is not allowed to mine that. He has to up it, and so he has to keep competitive with the top 7 of the world. It's now 500 megabits per second, synchronous, no data caps for $60 a month. And what we've done in our capital private sector model, this is again not through government funds. We've basically provided digital inclusion.
So lessons learned, what would you do differently if you had to do it again?
I think we would have started the company and insisted the governments give us the appropriate governance and borrowing powers. We started off limping and we couldn't change that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other members of the committee wishing to ask questions of the staff broadly, the city manager, other city staff, and/or the Waterfront Corporation executives? Okay. We would then move to speakers on the report, starting with those not members of the Executive Committee. Do I see Councillor Cressy's hand up? So Councillor Cressy will go first.
Thank you, and it's a busy agenda, so I'll try to keep these brief. When I look at the waterfront, I like to say, and I think it's true, that Toronto began as a waterfront city. It was our point of origin, and along the way we lost it with industrial development and other forms. But in recent years, we've started to reclaim the waterfront from Scarborough to Etobicoke and everywhere in between. And the number I always like to cite is that we have 17 million annual visitors to the central waterfront, second only to the Eaton Centre. I'd like to see that number reversed. As it relates to Waterfront Toronto, it has been, by all accounts and by the third-party review done by Ernst & Young, a tremendous success. And we just heard the numbers. They're clear. A $1.3 billion government investment has resulted in $620 million in tax revenue, 16,200 years of full-time employment, and $2.6 billion in private sector investment. Those are pretty good results. And you don't have to look much farther than the reopening of the Queens Quay Boulevard just a few weeks ago to see that it's more than numbers. It's the public realm pieces of infrastructure like the wave decks and Queens Quay and others. It's a sound investment. The report that's come forward, it proposes some minor areas for improvement, and I think they're real, but it critically endorses the notion of continued waterfront revitalization with a tri-government model, with 4 priority areas to guide it that will guide the next phase of Waterfront 2.0, and it critically talks about Waterfront Toronto being the lead agent of delivery for this. And so, in conclusion, I'm just here to, as one of the waterfront councillors, to lend my support to the staff recommendations. I think the process of doing public policy-driven redevelopment, as has been done with Waterfront Toronto, where you list your objectives from the outset, has been a good model. It's one that should be continued. And I would close simply by saying the waterfront revitalization, it's underway, it's thriving. This report states very clearly that we risk losing momentum by not carrying it forward. And I think a strong endorsement of this report gives the mayor the support he needs as we issue the call to action and get the other levels of government on side. I think the mayor needs that support in order for the call to action to have real weight from this council. And so I'm pleased to support the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Cressy. I hadn't had anybody yet, but I have Councillor McConnell now. And who else from outside the committee that would like to speak? Just so I know. Okay, Councillor Fletcher. So Councillor McConnell and then Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to echo my colleague, but also to recommend to executive that you approve the staff recommendation. I very strongly suggest that we have studied Waterfront Toronto to death, and yet, to me anyway, they have been stellar in the work that they have produced. We've had auditors' reports, we've had fights at council. We've had other people's views and visions debated. But at the end of the day, they have had a steady hand, and I compliment their CEO and John Campbell for keeping a steady hand on taking us through these troubled waters. There was a time in which ministers of the federal government indicated that nothing was happening and that it was all, there was nothing ever being opened. And I remember Minister Flaherty saying that, and then I remember him opening 1 year later the Sugar Beach, and him saying to me, which I thought was quite remarkable. He said to me, "You were right and I was wrong." He said, it's remarkable what they have really done. And he became a great champion of waterfront Toronto and the waterfront revitalization, as did Minister Baird before him. And so, you know, I think that when the three amigos went out into the lake, we might have had some idea of what would unfold, but I don't think that we would have ever imagined the beauty of what has been brought and the unlocking of this space for Torontonians and for Toronto visitors. So from my perspective, I've been very lucky because I've been part of many of these conversations. Cynthia Wilkie has talked about the incredible way in which the community have been consulted and engaged. I don't believe that that would have happened with many other organizations. I think Waterfront Toronto really perfected that, and they perfected it because they knew for all of the orders of government, it was terribly important that they be transparent, that they be accountable, but more importantly, that they work with community who were the experts in the neighborhoods. And so I think as a result of that, we have even better than I imagined that those three leaders could have imagined us doing. I think that the next stage will be even better than that. And the idea of being able to unlock the Portlands in the same way as we unlocked the waterfront along the East Bay to Keating Channel will be remarkable. And what you will see, as has been described, is that private developers and private industry, private money will flow and follow. And that's what we've seen in the past. This has been leverage money, and we couldn't have done it alone. We could have only done it with the three orders of government working together under this umbrella. And I must say that when we work together, we sure do get things done. And I think that this work, we should be very proud of the work of this agency, our agency, that has done up to now in the first phase of their work. And I look forward to seeing the second phase of their work with an even larger area, the Portlands, coming into its own. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor McConnell. We have next to speak Councillor Fletcher. There you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll just also echo my colleague McConnell. Thank you to the CEO, John Campbell, for his steady hand on the tiller on our waterfront for this number of years, and in helping to grow Waterfront Toronto into a very mature corporation that has accomplished a tremendous amount on behalf of our city. As well, thank the chair, Mr. Wilson, for being open to looking at improvements and how they could happen, and not saying that there can't be improvements. I thank you very much for welcoming that. And as well, during the tumultuous times, another steady hand on the tiller, and to note that you are the city's appointee to the board, and I think it's very good that our appointee to the board is also the chair of that board, and that the board itself is made up of citizens and also appointees by other levels of government. So it truly is a tripartite board with those being named to this board from all three levels of government which own this corporation. And as well to Ms. Wilkie from the community, you've been stellar in making sure and keeping everything accountable and keeping your eye on the whole process, that we don't get off track. I do think that the Ernst & Young report is a very deep and thoroughgoing one, and it's helpful that they have produced that report because they have not found anything under the bed. They've basically said, this is a great corporation. They could do things a little better here and there, but in general, look what they have delivered as a mature waterfront corporation for the City of Toronto. And when we really do look at the economic benefits here, and the $1.3 billion investment with the $2.6 direct investment in those lands, the attracting the $9 billion in the neighborhood, so to speak, that it's really quite something that what we have been able to accomplish during this time. As this corporation has been growing and maturing, and quite frankly, under a lot of pressure. And 2011, I think we all remember the big pressure with the attempted takeover of Waterfront Toronto and eliminating it in favor of the city taking the Portlands on their own and developing the Portlands. And there's been other types of pressure, and I think just questioning how they're spending things. When I see $2.6 billion in direct investment, I think that that's worth a few pink umbrellas on the waterfront, because they're actually very beautiful to sit under on Sugar Beach. Councillor McConnell simply talked about some of the challenges, and once we're moving on to the Portlands, we are moving on to an area, as was indicated by Mr. Campbell, where there is no capacity in the services for residential. That was never built for residential. It was built for Abitibi, it was built for the shingle plant, it was built for different things. And there is a challenge in servicing, and there is a lot of money that has to come in order to make that happen. As well, I don't think that the mouth of the Don and the development of the flood-proofing for the city and for the waterfront would really be able to be undertaken by anything else other than a tripartite organization. The other levels of government are not giving us $350 million each to simply go out and do our own flood-proofing. That is a huge project. We have to deliver that for the city through Waterfront Toronto and in partnership with Waterfront Toronto. I think that we have to have faith in this corporation, and I would ask the council to endorse this report, to read it carefully, that they're found to be a very successful and mature corporation developing the waterfront of our city with tremendous respect from around the world. And we should stop being naysayers and trying to drag this corporation down, and we should be helping them lift up our whole waterfront, which lifts up our whole city. So I do hope that executive will unanimously support these recommendations, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Where is my list here? There it is. I didn't have any more speakers from outside of the ranks of the Executive Committee, and so if that's the case, then I would move on to asking for those who wish to speak from the committee. All right. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yeah, thank you. Firstly, I'll place my motion that recommendation 3 be deleted and replaced with the following. City Council requests the Auditor General to undertake a value for money audit of Waterfront Toronto at the conclusion of the agency's 2015-2016 fiscal year, with funds allocated from the 2016 Waterfront Revitalization Initiative capital budget. I've spoken to the acting city manager who is okay with this motion. I've also consulted with the Auditor General, who likes this motion as well. In my discussions with her, she also noted that Waterfront Toronto ranks high in their risk assessment. So she really wants to go in there and look at that. Mr. Mayor, just speaking to the report in general, I support some may be surprised, but I support the recommendations in the report, as I think you do, and why wouldn't you? I mean, this arrangement, and actually speaking to some of the comments about, you know, what type of funding we're getting,
you have to go back to the idea or how Waterfront Toronto was created. It was a rather novel arrangement for the City of Toronto where we got block funding for the waterfront. So each level of government gave $500. So they wanted to watch that money, so they created this corporation to not only to watch the money and how it was spent and have the representatives on it, and it was block funding to be, they were supposed to come up with a budget over time. And so who wouldn't be in favor for every $1 getting $3 back? And so if we can recreate that, and if we can get the funding from the other levels of government, it makes complete and total sense. You'd be it wouldn't be very smart for you to say no to that extra, 66 cents for every dollar you invest. It makes complete sense why we get that. There's value in that. So I'm prepared to support the report. The real challenge that we have to get at is if that funding doesn't come through. And I think the other levels of government have signified that the block funding is not going to come through. It's going to be on a project-by-project basis, and we're interested in two projects, which is the Mouth of the Don and the East Bayfront. And those are both two projects that are really important to us for many different reasons. My reasons in particular are the Mouth of the Don project is important, and the East Bayfront is important because we have a lot of land in the portlands, and that increases the value of that land and is actually good for the city to increase that value. However, if that funding doesn't come through, we have to take a hard look at whether this model makes sense to us, because to my mind, these are two projects the city, in the absence of getting that funding, the city could do. I mean, the Mouth of the Don is a public works project, easily done by the city. The East Bayfront is a TTC project, easily done by the city. And so if that funding doesn't come through, does it make sense to have an organization with all those, with that big office with all those salaries and all those employees? Plus, I mean, you even look at just the Waterfront Secretariat. We have 11 or 12 people there, plus you look at all the employees at Waterfront Toronto. Do we really need those people, or can we just do it ourselves? Is it more efficient for us to do ourselves? That's not a discussion for today, but the reason why I'm supporting this particular report, and I'm not going to comment on some of the things that have gone on in the past because we're not being asked to do that. I have my serious concerns about some of the decisions that Waterfront Toronto has made in the past, and I think scrutiny is generally an overall good concept for an agency that we're funding, that we're expected to do that. But I'm fine with supporting this because we do need that money for those important projects that we need to develop the waterfront.
Thank you, Councillor Menon Wong. Are there other speakers on Councillor Thompson? Councillor Thompson wants to ask a question of Councillor Menon Wong.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I'm clear. You are a member of Waterfront Board? Yes. Okay. Now, is this what you're asking the Auditor General to do? Was this part of her work plan for the period?
Well, when I spoke to the Auditor General, it's something that's on her radar screen, but so she may wish to do her own report and a number of sub-reports. That's what she told me, and this actually helps her do that work. And it also, Mr. Mayor, makes sense to me not to have two value for money audits going at the same time, because she's independent. She's going to do what she needs to do, and then if the city manager does his value for money audit, you're going to have, this level of duplication, which we all know is not a very productive thing.
Right. In your comments, you mentioned that the city is able to do work and Waterfront Toronto is doing work and so on. I thought I heard you talked a little bit about duplication. Was that correct? Are you intimating that there is a level of work that's being done by Waterfront Toronto that could in fact be done by our staff?
No, what I said, and it's not specifically to this motion.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get clarification.
Yes, what I'm saying is that in the absence of getting funding from the other levels of government, that most of the things that Waterfront Toronto does, we have an engineering construction services department,
a transportation department, a works
That's what I thought I heard you said.
very competent people who in many ways are involved with Waterfront Toronto right now, who could very well have the tools, capability, and talent to do something like the Mouth of the Don, and do we have the capacity to do
bringing that back in-house then? Is that what we're talking about?
Well, we're not talking about that today. What I was saying in the future, that if we don't get that money from the other levels of government, there's a much weaker argument to say that we need this other organization to do something that could easily be done internally.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other members of the committee wishing to speak or ask any questions of the Deputy Mayor? I want to speak, and I'm happy to speak now. It doesn't matter in what order. I will then, just because others haven't. Beg pardon? I'm sorry. I didn't see you there, Councillor Pasternak. But no, I don't have to speak any particular time. So you go ahead and speak. Okay, no, I'm fine. I'll speak now then. I would just like to say that I support this report, and I support it strongly. And I accept the leadership that goes with it in terms of trying to renew, if I can call it that, the tripartite partnership. I believe that as we shift from politics, which is the phase we're in right now, in particular at the federal level and to some extent between the two governments, back to progress, which may happen around the 20th of October, that we can renew that partnership and that we can get people back to the table and decide that this partnership has worked. You know, I believe this partnership has worked. It hasn't been perfect, but no partnership ever is. But I think if you look at the alternative, which is to have had these three governments in particular writing letters back and forth and issuing press releases back and forth to each other and not having a joint body that they collectively have responsibility for and in fact own and direct, we would not have half the progress that we've had. And it may well be that even the money, if it had been allocated, which it was, would have been spent in a way that, or invested in a way that wasn't, didn't meet the needs of the public. I think that what has happened there is that it has taken both time and money to achieve excellence. And I've come to understand that. I had some long conversations with Mr. Campbell about the consultative process, for example, that has led to projects that when they're actually built or done, you haven't heard a peep about them. And it's because there wasn't a long period of time spent consulting. Some might argue too long. And some of it cost money, both in terms of time spent and also just money spent on people to help with the consultation and whatnot. But if you look at the results, I can't even put into words, and I go around telling people every day that I went down, for example, to the Athletes' Village a week or so ago, and the result there is extraordinary. It's extraordinary, and it's extraordinary not just for the Athletes' Village, more importantly, in a way, it's extraordinary for what's going to be there going forward as a new neighborhood in our city. Corktown Common, which is very much a part of that, Sugar Beach itself, whatever the controversy may be, the result is excellence, and hopefully we've learned some lessons from some of that. Queens Quay, we're still having a few growing pains there with respect to people figuring out how it all works, but it's a great result. And I'm hearing from people about the future returns that are going to come from that. I'm hearing from citizens who talk to me about the future returns. Excellence does come at a cost, and I just hope going forward what we can do is on all sides we can avoid the temptation to be too aggressive about making sure we're getting value for money in achieving that excellence, and also avoid feeling defensive about that. Because it never hurts, no matter what organization you're running, no matter who you are, public, private sector, to examine how you're doing it, how much you're investing, what your overhead is, if I can use that expression, and so on. I think this is, even if you accept the return on the investment, which I do, it's still public money, so we still have an obligation to be as prudent as anybody possibly could about that. And I think it helps us to answer questions like Councillor Thompson put that he hears, and so do I, so do we all. You know, that seems like a lot of money. What's it all been spent on? And it's hard to point, you can point to certain things, but it still seems like a lot of money to people who don't think in terms of billions of dollars. I believe as well, it helps us to get money from the other governments. If we appear to be even to the point of having this value for money audit, I'm assuming it will produce reasonable results or better, and that will help us to get the money from the feds and from the province, which I've been the one that's been tasked to sort of show leadership on. And I think these kinds of audits and these kinds of questions, properly asked and properly answered, actually help to make sure we can get the money to move forward with this. And things like the line of credit, I'm satisfied that it is necessary, not because people have overspent or anything like that, but because of what was said earlier on, I think, by the chair, which is that it's choppy results that can come from real estate development, which is essentially what we're doing here, and relying on revenues from that sometimes need to be filled in as businesses have to do and as other organizations have to do. And so I'm supportive of that. It's carefully confined as to sort of what it is and when it is and how much it is, and I think that's important, again, because we're talking about public money here, or quasi-public money, in the context of this non-recourse line of credit. And I think, to me, that sums up really what I want to say. I believe in the tripartite model. I think we have to renew it. I think we're going to be able to renew it, and I take on the leadership that's suggested. I take on willing the leadership that's suggested in this report in terms of doing that post the political phase that we're in at the moment. I think we have to continue with the excellence as we go forward in the future. I do think we'll be looking at not exclusively project financing, but more looking at financing that's done in that manner by all the governments, quite frankly. And I think that the excellence should be constantly monitored in terms of what it takes to achieve it by way of investment, because I just think that's what good organizations do. As well as achieving excellence, they look to make sure they're getting the best value for money for the people that they're representing. In this case, the shareholders are the three governments and the people of Toronto and Canada and Ontario. So I want to, just one last word, not only I'll join in certainly commending you if we don't have another chance, and I'm sure we will, John Campbell, because you've been a steady leader there, notwithstanding a lot of brickbats. And I also want to commend our acting city manager, who has had a lot to do with this waterfront file. And I've heard you all saying, and others say to me, what a good partner he's been, and that makes us proud, I think, as a city administration, to know that our senior-most person has been doing that and will, I hope, continue to do that. So those are my comments, and I'll be supporting this report. Now we had councillors Robinson and Pasternak, and we'll sort of hear from them in alphabetical order. Pasternak first. Oh, no, it's after you, Alphonse. Fine.
We're gonna do harmony.
Whatever you wish.
We're going to sing it, right?
Whoever it is has 5 minutes.
Go ahead.
Just actually, because of the lateness, and I don't want to repeat what's already been said, but there's no doubt that freshwater waterfronts in urban areas are an enormously precious resource, and one of the great resources that Toronto has, and we're extremely lucky to have it, is such a waterfront. But waterfronts must trigger smart decisions, smart investment decisions, smart planning decisions, and only by making those decisions correctly and prudently can we have a waterfront that will be a great legacy for the city and for future generations. So the question, when we read through reports like this, we are talking about the future. We're talking about an enormous sum of money. And it certainly begs the question of, even if they're 30-cent dollars, should we or could we be spending the money elsewhere? Are there bigger needs in other parts of the city? Is this fair? Is this creating the divided city, exacerbating the divided city by going a second round, second $1.5 billion into an area, and maybe taking sober second thoughts and seeing what other needs there are across the city? And I think these are important questions. At the same time, value for money, whether it's a waterfront, whether it's investment in a social program, in transit, I think it's very important when you have finite tax dollars to make sure you're spending them carefully, responsibly, and surgically directing them. So with that said, I think that what's before us is supportable. I think that when you have a federal system, one of the toughest things that we have found, particularly on the transit file, is getting all three levels of government to buy in and to participate and put up their share of funds. So this actually, while we can debate the various projects, this is actually a strong model in that sense, where you've taken a federal system and you've made it work for the municipality, the province, and the federal government. So going forward, I think it's supportable. I think we have to be prudent and responsible, and ask the tough questions on what things were done correctly and smartly in the first phase, and how we can take that and improve it on 2.0. And I think that with that lens, I think we can continue to make those smart choices to make sure our waterfront remains a precious resource.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Robinson.
I'll be very brief. I think everybody's made a lot of great comments, and all the thank yous have been given. So I just have a motion I'd love the clerks to put on the screen. And I always think these opportunities come when we hit forks in the road. And so I would like us also at this time to look internally. Because these, as I said, this is a healthy review, especially when you are pursuing new directions. And so just to ensure that we're humming along internally, since we're looking at our friends at Waterfront Toronto, let's make sure we look internally as well at our structure in the city's waterfront secretariat. And priorities I see is spelt wrong, but everything else is spelt right. So looking at our staffing, our administration, our costs, and with a focus on the operational and administrative efficiencies. And also looking at improved coordination, potentially. Maybe we're doing everything perfectly, and also a reduction or duplication with Waterfront Toronto itself or other agencies. So I think if we're asking Waterfront Toronto to take a review and look internally, we need to do that ourselves. So I know our counterparts provincially and federally have reduced the size and scope of their secretariats, and maybe we know clearly we have more on our plate. There's more issues than just the waterfront that this group deals with. Just recently, the Gardner and also the airport expansion proposal are all part and parcel and many other things. But I just want to, in light of Waterfront Toronto going through this review 2.0, I think we need to take a similar review. So that is my motion.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Are there any questions of that speaker or any further speakers? Because otherwise I'd be ready to start dealing with the amendments and putting the question on those. All right, then we will do just that. The first amendment that we would deal with here in terms of putting the question on this would be Councillor Deputy Mayor Menon Wong's amendment you see on the screen in front of you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. With respect to the second amendment from Councillor Robinson, question, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That brings us then to the main item as amended, and I will ask for all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And thank you again to our friends from the waterfront who've been so patient. And that brings us back then to item 7.3, which is we're just dealing with these things in order of deputants. And there's a very small number of deputants with respect to 7.3, the feasibility of extending the use of the current vote counting equipment and technology. But there are two, and they've been very patient. And I would ask them if they wish to come forward now. Mr. John Poulos, CEO, Dominion Voting Systems. Mr. Poulos here? There he is. You're welcome, sir, and sorry for the long day, but here you are, and you have 5 minutes, and we thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, committee members. My name is John Poulos. I'm the CEO of Dominion Voting Systems Corporation. I am a citizen of...
Sorry, Mr. Poulos, there's just a buzz in the room. I'm sure
right.
it's of excitement about your remarks, but if we could just keep the conversations to a minimum, that would be great. Thank you. Please continue.
I'm a citizen of Toronto for over 40 years. I represent over 45 employees who live and work in the City of Toronto and represent an employer who spends over $5 million per year in direct expenses in the City of Toronto. I've come here to strongly urge you to defer this report and have the City Clerk explore more options. Dominion Voting Systems is the worldwide leader in advanced election technology, and more importantly, is a company that was founded and is headquartered in downtown Toronto on Spadina Avenue. While a few vendors claim to be number one in the election space, Dominion Voting Systems has deployed 100,000 tabulators worldwide, more than the rest of the companies combined. On the merits of the technology, security, reputation, and service, Dominion and its Toronto-based employees and owners have gone from a zero market share at the time of founding 13 years ago to a 90+% market share in Canada, to a 37% market share in the United States, spread across 30 states, totaling over 1,200 government customers, and has been selected as the technology of choice in all 3 nationwide procurement processes that have happened outside of North America over the past 6 years. On the merits of our technology and value, Dominion has been selected by Elections Canada, Elections Ontario, Elections New Brunswick, Elections Alberta, just to name a few. We have run hundreds of municipal elections from St. John's to West Vancouver, including over 100 municipalities in Ontario. We are certified to the highest international standards by literally every relevant election certification body in the world. In 2014 alone, over 400 million voter marks were cast on Dominion's tabulators across the United States, Canada, Philippines, Mongolia, making Dominion election system the most widely used and trusted in the world. The collection of Toronto citizens that make up this company have achieved this market position by open procurement process, and our customers tell us that they end up switching to Dominion, which for most of our customers is a foreign company, due to a mix of superior technology, superior service, and customer referrals. Nothing would please this group of Torontonians more than to just be given a chance to present the city in which we live a choice that is both superior and more cost-effective. Specifically, I'm here to urge the committee to recommend that instead of supporting the reference city report, to ask that the city at least explore market options, including options that come within the city. As Toronto considers the future of future voting and electoral reforms, it's also important to note that Dominion's election systems include state-of-the-art software capable of addressing accessibility, vote anywhere, and ranked choice voting. We have successfully conducted ranked choice voting in Oakland and the city of San Francisco, and can do the same for the city of Toronto with no risk. Additionally, as you may appreciate, the quality and price of election technology has changed considerably since 2000. There's no question that there exist many better options for the City of Toronto than retrofitting what will be almost 18-year-old technology. In conclusion, I respectfully submit that there are much better options that empower all of your electors at every voting location while posing less risk to the city, one of which includes a local option which has even further economic benefits, and request that this committee defer the report and ask the city clerk to explore the market for options. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Poulos. So we have the opportunity to question Mr. Poulos, if members of the committee or those outside wish to do so. Did you want to, Councillor McMahon? Yes, please.
Thank you. So with your machines, they are capable of tabulating the ranked ballot?
Yes, we do. We currently do that in the city of San Francisco and Alameda County, which is Oakland, among other places.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions of Mr. Poulos? Okay, well, then we will thank you very much for being here and for your patience again.
Thank you very much.
And move on to hear from John Hollins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is John Hollins. Currently, I am the president of my own company, Election Management Professionals, and I'm also the chair of the board of directors for an NGO called the Delian Project. Formerly, I was the chief electoral officer for the province of Ontario, and prior to that, the director of elections for the city of Toronto. For the purposes of full transparency, I believe I need to share the following with you. Before today, I was the chair of the city's Compliance Audit Committee. I have resigned this position effective today in order to be able to appear before you. Further, my company does business with foreign governments in the Delian Project. The Delian Project offers technology to emerging democracies at no cost. Currently, one of Delian's sponsors is Dominion Voting Systems. However, I am here today to speak to you as an informed and concerned citizen of the City of Toronto. When I read the report before you today, I became so concerned that I felt I needed to appear before you. I was the Director of Elections when the equipment that you have today was procured in the year 2000. At that time, it was by far the most technically advanced equipment in the world, and as such has served the electorate of Toronto well for 14 years. During the last 2 general elections, however, the city clerk has had to rent additional equipment to provide services such as Vote Anywhere, and disabled equipment as well, because the current tabulators do not have the capability of doing this. In addition, election results are based on a wireless technology. These tabulators must be continually upgraded as the modem is housed within the tabulator. Elections Ontario appears to be working towards full implementation of tabulators. They introduced them in by-elections before the last general election. During the last general election, they brought tabulators in across the province for advanced voting purposes. I believe a dialogue is necessary to see where they are headed. I think it's pretty clear that they're headed to full tabulation either in 2018 or 2022, which would position the city extremely well as a partner going forward. The report before you suggests that the tabulators must be retrofitted again, and if they need to be enhanced for ranked choice voting, the total bill is going to be $3.65 million. Given all this, I could not stand by while the city proposes retrofitting equipment that is obsolete by today's standards. In addition to not meeting your current requirements, I am not aware of any jurisdiction that uses your generation of tabulator in a ranked ballot election. Retrofitting obsolete equipment for something it was never built to do not only makes no sense to me, but also puts the city at extreme risk. The City of Toronto has a unique opportunity. Rather than retrofit equipment as a partial solution, why not consider new technology that not only has the ability, but was designed to meet all of your current and future needs? I would suggest that now is the time for the city to plan for the next 4 elections, anticipating the needs of the electorate, designing an effective electoral process, conducting request for information sessions with vendors, hosting vendor days, then enter into the procurement process for exactly what will serve your electors the best. I would be so bold as to suggest the city needs proven technology which can accommodate any variation of ranked voting, and one that has been designed to integrate with other channels of voting such as internet, touchscreen, mail, or telephone, and provides disabled access to the ballot at every polling location. It all sounds so good. What's the catch? It's clear the city doesn't want to spend $15.6 million on new tabulators. In telephoning the city of Winnipeg, I found that they purchased their tabulators for $2,300 per tabulator. If that was Toronto, I'm sure you'd get a better price just on sheer volume. But even if you didn't get a better price, you'd be looking at $4.255 million, not $15.6 million. And the city of Hamilton, I called them as well because they conducted requests for quotation because they wanted to rent machines for one event only. They asked for 250 tabulators, and in all service and support included, they paid $240,000 for that. If you were to rent that equipment for your next election, you're looking at about $1.776 million, less than half of what you'd be putting into your retrofitting. So again, there's a cost savings.
Sir, I have to ask you to conclude because we've just passed the 5-minute mark, and so.
Yes, sir, I will.
You have one last sentence or a couple to?
I do, actually.
That's it.
I'm here today to strongly urge you to consider all of your options before deciding how to proceed. This includes possible public-private partnerships, understanding what it is Elections Ontario is moving forward with, possible rentals, maybe even purchases that are going to allow the City of Toronto to integrate into their future elections.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And we have a number of people who want to ask you questions. I had Councillor Robinson first, and I saw another hand over this way. We'll go multiple hands. There's hands everywhere. So we'll start with Councillor Wong Tam, who's visiting the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chair. With respect to your comments about the tabulators that the city currently uses as being obsolete, are you also saying that they cannot be retrofitted, or they should not be retrofitted because they're obsolete?
I'm saying I don't know if they can be retrofitted. Actually, the report suggests that they can be for $3.65 million. What I'm suggesting is I think there's a great risk to going in that direction.
And so are there jurisdictions elsewhere that have gone through the retrofitting of tabulators similar to what we're proposing, even if rank balance was not on the table for 2018?
I don't know if anybody's retrofitted the M100s. I think that would the proper question should be posed to the city clerk.
Okay, I will probably ask that question again. I mean, I'm not an expert on technology and tabulators per se, but if the life cycle is estimated to be 15 years, is it, and sometimes you can say, you know, the life cycle of a furnace is 12 to 15 years, and you might get another 5 years. Is what you're saying, and I fully understand, are you saying it should not be done because of the life cycle expectancy here?
I'm saying there's a risk to doing it. If I was running an election with this equipment, I don't know that I would feel very comfortable about my career.
Can you elaborate on what that risk might look like for us? If we're exposed, if things were to go horribly wrong, what can we anticipate?
Well, one, I think you're paying too much money.
Okay.
The second would be the technology isn't as good as the other technologies in the marketplace. That machine cannot give you disabled access in every polling booth right now. When you run your advanced polls, you want to do vote anywhere, which is a fantastic system, but your machines that you have right now, they don't accommodate that. You have to go rent other technology. So right now, you're trying to make something keep going and plugging in newer parts. I think it puts the city clerk at great risk, personally.
So I think in the March 2015 council decision, there was the proposal to spend $15.61 million, which was not that was fully funded from debt. You're challenging the actual cost to implement the same system. You're saying that it could be done more cheaply.
I'm saying that I have seen it done more cheaply in the last few years, and I've seen it done even cheaper than Winnipeg, but that would be in Europe and Asia when I go over there.
Is it comparable technology?
It's far superior to what you've got.
Can it also incorporate the rank ballot initiative?
I don't know that because I have not asked those particular vendors.
But it can. It is full accessible, which means that you can vote anywhere.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Vote anywhere is pretty. Actually, it's considered a pretty simple.
Okay. Thank you.
What that means? Okay, I was going to say you had 1 minute left because I just.
Mr. Chair.
It's his time plus yours, but thank you, Councillor Wong Tam. All right, I had down, what I'd written down from members of the committee who I saw with their hands up were Councillors Robinson. Is there anybody else from not member of the committee that wants to speak, or ask questions rather of this deputant? Then I had, I think, Councillor Robinson, Ainsley, and Barata, am I right? Or did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I did.
Yes,
okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you were formerly the head of elections for North York, and then the newly amalgamated city, Toronto, and then the province of Ontario, and also you've executed elections across the country, and maybe even outside of the country. Is that correct?
Yes, I've advised on elections in the Philippines, in Palestine.
Okay, so all over the world. All over the world. And how many years have you been in that particular business?
Actual municipal elections in Ontario was 36 years, and then I've been 8 years international.
Okay. So I think what you're saying to us today is it's not just costs, although that's certainly of interest to me, but it's also the technology that you're concerned about.
Correct.
That there's much more advanced options. I had this conversation with my colleagues yesterday, that there's possible new options for us out there that we need to pursue.
There's many new options, to be honest,
And
with
so
a lot of vendors in the game, actually.
Okay, so there's options for more advanced technology and cost savings. So are you recommending we take a step back and defer this item until we can do that advanced research?
I think that would be the correct move at this point in time.
To defer this item and to do more analysis?
Yes, and give direction on the analysis, exactly what it is you're looking for.
And the current tabulators, do you feel that the current ones work effectively? Like sometimes I've seen them pull in, suck in two sheets, poll sheets at a time. Are they working, do you think? I mean, you have maybe been involved in recent municipal elections, but any concerns around the current tabulators functioning?
I don't know your statistics. Typically, when I go into a jurisdiction and I make a comment on their technology, I would run 100,000 ballots on election day, and then I'd run them again 2 weeks after and see if I got the same results. And I'd also put a technician inside the machine to tell me how accurate the reading is and what the basis is, whether it's percentage of mark or whether it's pixel-based. Pixel-based is incredibly accurate, but you have to define what is a valid mark and what is not. In history, we started with an X. If it was a check, the judge wouldn't count that. Then we went to any mark. Well, nobody ever defined what any mark was, so we would go to court on recounts. And I was in Toronto in those days, and we'd be fighting over what a mark was. Sometimes it was just because they'd used recycled paper. And then came technology, and technology was good because we didn't fight over marks because nobody saw the marks, typically. But it was still important that the people running the election understood what is a valid vote, defined what that was, and shared it with the public. Now, in the city's case, I don't know what, I have to be honest, I don't know what a valid vote is in this jurisdiction.
Okay, fair enough. And then my last question would just be, you're saying the options before us may be to own, to rent, to share, to work with other levels of government. Is that what you're recommending?
I wouldn't restrict it.
Okay.
I would go out there and ask your election team, because you got a great election team. You go out there and you just ask everybody about everything. Start talking to people. And then you're going to find things like elections in India are so different, but they're pretty cool what they do.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of ideas that you can tap into. I think we're still holding on to 2000 too much. I think we want to move up to the next 2015 to 2030.
Okay, I have a bit more time, so I'm going to ask you, some of the other levels of government are still hand counting, and of course, the way we do it gets the results to the media bang, so I'm sure the media love it. But what do you think is more reputable, the hand counting, or what gives you the best results?
In 1982, when we were in the city of Toronto, and it was 6 jurisdictions, we actually did a study of ballots. We took the ballots, because you use a composite ballot in many offices, and you use a tally sheet, and we took our error margins. And I don't know if you remember this, there was a mayor in Etobicoke who lost election night by 3,500 votes, and then he ended up winning in the recount.
Yeah.
That's when we all kind of said, you know what? People work 12 hours, and now we ask them to count votes with scrutineers on their sides. There's an impact, and that impact was influencing outcome, so consequently was the move to technology. By moving to technology, we got it a lot closer originally, but there were still error margins in those counts. The same as now, the laws, I don't particularly agree with them, and I've always pushed for, whenever you use a machine, you should always have a threshold where you go in and look. Especially when, you gotta look at what the definition of a mark is. And when you're dealing with literacy challenges in some parts of countries, that's enormous to them. Like I sit in countries where the voting area is 100 pixels, and if it's between 0 and 25, the machine doesn't take the ballot and say no or yes. They give it back to the voter and say, I can't read your mark. And then the voter goes back in and does it again. So it actually verifies that you get it right. So that you're not stuck with a ballot that's blank when really the person had intended to vote. The new technologies, they have a lot of assistive things that help you as an administrator deliver a better election.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Through your Maratory. So, Mr. Holland, I heard you quote a number a few minutes earlier, $2,300 a tabulator?
Yes, that's what was paid by Winnipeg when they just purchased their machines.
Okay. And hypothetically speaking, if we purchase tabulators from your company?
I have no company. I don't sell machines. You need to know
Okay,
that.
sorry. I thought that's what you said earlier.
No.
Okay. So you're here strictly out of concern that,
Yes, I work with companies.
okay,
I have an NGO that's funded by companies because what I do is, for instance, I went into the Barbados and ran an election for free 2 weeks ago. I provided all the technology, so I work with those people so that I can leverage their technology for free.
okay. And you, up until this morning, you were the chair of our compliance audit committee,
That's correct.
and you resigned out of,
So I could appear before you today.
okay, but you don't have it, but why did you think you had a conflict of interest?
Because I read the conduct of code of committees, and I couldn't understand it completely. So the safest route was resign.
Okay, all right. And you also mentioned earlier that you said we could rent machines, in your opinion?
No, in my opinion, it's being done. I don't know of any jurisdiction outside of Winnipeg in Canada that actually buys. Everybody rents. Because that way you rent for one election. Now you don't have to storm in a warehouse for 3 elections, and the next election you get better machines. Because these companies are building them and moving them around. For instance, companies run 1,000 elections, some of them 2,000 elections a year. So they're doing elections all the time, and they're moving their machines. So if they rent one, well, they got a rental and they move it around. We're in the Westminster system, essentially. We have the 4-year turn. So it doesn't make sense. I'm going through the same thing in the Caribbean right now, where why don't we put a set of machines in Jamaica and we move it around to all the islands?
Right.
It's just a better business case. And the machines need to be used, like sitting on a shelf for 3 years and then plugging them back in. I know you and Kerr, you blow power boards. It's problems. It's difficult to administer. Where if you have a company come in, drop them in 3 months before, now the company's going to make sure they run for you or they don't get their money. So you can be darn sure they're going to give you good machines and they're going to work well.
All right, so you think the system of tabulators that we have now, if we paid to upgrade them to do ranked balloting, you didn't think that's a good use of our money?
No, actually, I don't think it's a good use of your money as well. And if I'm running that election, that's the first time that machine's been done, I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I'm at an enormous risk here as well. Not only have I paid the money, I'm updating this for 2 elections. Why 2 elections if the province buys? You know they're giving them to you.
Right.
Because they've got to make their business case once every 4 years, and the premier's going to say, you got to be kidding me. But if you start to say you got to, all of a sudden a provincial, and you've got a municipal, now it's twice every 4 years, business case looks a lot better.
Right.
And the present CEO, he's done this before.
So if we rented a set of machines, and that comes with all the software, like we don't have to rent a set of tabulators and then go rent software or buy software or worry about rights to it?
Not at all. They would have all of that stuff. That would be part of the deal. You write your RFP. When the RFP comes in, you're going to select what you consider to be the best fit for you for that election. Right? And they're going to try to lure you into going for future elections, of course. But you're just going to take the one. If you take the second one, then it's incumbent on free upgrades, et cetera, et cetera. But you make it service included, so you don't get upcharged.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. We have then Councillor Barnetti.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. And thank you so much, Mr. Helms, for your deputation. I know a few of my councillor colleagues, we were discussing this issue. And so you were saying with the province, during the by-elections right now, they're using this technology?
During the by-elections pre the last general election, they were using it.
Okay.
Then in the general, they brought it in and did advanced voting across the province. So their next step, logical step, would be to bring it in for the next general. Now, are they doing that or not? I don't know. I know I've sat in on discussions where they're pursuing it, but they've got to figure out how to deploy. I mean, it's tough. I've run the elections. It's tough to drop stuff into Thunder Bay or up into Kenora. That's much easier in an urban environment. But I know they're working on those strategies. Whether they do or not, I don't know. But it's a discussion that needs to be had. If you're going to do due diligence and be thorough here, and I think you want to be, I think you're at a nice crossroads. I actually think you're in a good position right now to move forward. Your challenge is going to be make sure you get what makes it easier for your electors.
Okay. And you were here when we purchased these current tablets?
I was here.
And it was the best at the time?
It was, and it was the best at the time because everybody else was using analog read heads. So it had like, I think it was an error margin of 5 votes per 1,000 based on the mark size.
Okay.
And this one, this machine reduced that down considerably.
Okay. And so for just basically what you're saying is there's new technology out, everywhere else is renting.
In Canada, other than Winnipeg, I don't know why Winnipeg bought, but they did.
Okay.
And Winnipeg rents those machines out to other jurisdictions when they don't have an election.
Right.
I know they rent them into Alberta, they rent them back to the company, they rent them, yeah, so they're trying to make money off them as well.
So like computers, they're obsolete within a few years.
You know what? I wouldn't say a few years. Until there's a better idea, they're pretty functional.
Okay.
But when the better ideas actually mount up, then you say, oh, okay, what do I do now? And what you're doing is taking a machine and trying to plug in the better ideas into the machine. It was never built for it. So I'm sure people will test them, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. But they would sit on a shelf for 3 years.
Yep, and then be used in the
the
fall.
elections.
Yep.
So everywhere else is moving forward on a model of rental. And
Yes.
then the companies are out there and they're renting them
Yes,
all over the place, all over the world.
yes, all over the
Say
world.
national, okay.
Mhm.
And then, so which companies were you saying are the most advanced?
Well, it's hard to say advanced because that means I'd have to go inside the machines. But there's a company, I think it's Indra. They run an election for 780 million people with their machines. So it's got to be pretty good. You know, the Russians have a tabulator.
Okay.
The Republic of Georgia now is looking at similar Canadian models. Venezuela has one that they move around. They do other countries. Those are the ones I see the most. The U.S. has a couple of, I think 4 companies that compete all the time.
Okay.
So yeah, I think back to 2000 there was 2 companies, and now I think there's about 10
Okay.
that have some form of tabulator
Okay.
that they promote. But some of them have been purpose-built.
Right.
The Philippines, they had an RFP. You built the machine. People built these machines. They walked in. The RFP was to test that machine to make sure it did everything they wanted. Because if it did everything they wanted, then now you got to the next stage. And what their needs are very different than yours. I spoke to their, similar to our House of Commons. First question was, John, I want to buy the election. I've done it my whole life. How do I do that with machines?
Right.
And I said, well, you can't. Like, if you're going this route, you just can't do that anymore. So in the machine, they have all these markers. They pre-feed all the ballots that are going to be used that day so that only those ballots can go back through. Once a ballot goes through, it's marked so that it goes, if you put it under a light, you know it's been used. Yeah, it's
And you were saying
extensive security.
the cost of rental. What were you saying the cost of rental is?
The rental cost is all over the map because it's a free market. The best one I've seen was the way Hamilton did it. They did a request for quotation, essentially to rent, 250 tabulators, which included not just your basic, but also all your disabled stuff for advanced voting. And the bid won it at $240,000, which was less than $1,000 per. And that was full services.
Okay.
And those machines were brought in 3 months before, and the company stood by their side and serviced that piece of the business, delivered the election. Came back, the person that runs Hamilton used to help run elections here, said best ever experience he'd ever had.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bardinetti. I had Councillor Thompson next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you. Mr. Hollins, I think I've known you now for about 20 years.
Michael, is
And
that
you look
short?
the same. You look the same.
Well, thanks.
I just want to make sure I put that out there. And I've known you to be a person of impeccable character and integrity. And
Well, thank you,
so
Michael.
I'm happy that you're here to help us today, because with this report, I had some questions with respect to why we were taking this approach. The reason being is that during the last election, there were a number of issues that we saw. For example, a gentleman who was not able to vote because he was not able to get out of his house, and we were not able to provide him with the opportunity to have a family member vote because they didn't live in Toronto proper. While the provincial government provides the ability for him to vote, because during the provincial election he was able to vote at home, the City of Toronto does not provide that feature. Now, we're talking about machines per se, but I'd like to ask you the question in terms of overall system and apparatus that would actually help us to be able to address those types of challenges. Does that technology exist?
When you say that, you've put it in a kind of a general sense.
Sure.
Can you do door-to-door voting like they do provincially? Yes, of course you can. That's pretty easy. The challenge is lazy people are going to try to get in the game, so you need a test. prior to someone actually getting your staff resources to the door.
Right.
As far as technology, you've got to think of this, and actually your clerk did an excellent job at looking at internet voting and understanding all the hurdles there. And I thought that was very, very well done. You can't look at internet voting in seclusion. You got to look at remote voting. If I give you a ballot and you're at home, will I see you putting that up on eBay? That's the reality, right? I did a referendum for the city of North York, and we mailed them out, and I found eBay was putting them, they were on eBay. We called eBay and told them they would be breaking the law. And that was a learning experience. I think it was a referendum about amalgamation.
Right. So having read the report, and you've basically told us you've resigned your position with respect to the elections oversight in terms of expenditure and so on, in order to tell us here today that we ought not to make this decision with respect to the recommendations in the report?
Yes, exactly, Michael. That's exactly it.
And you're doing that based on your many years of expertise and experience?
And the fact that I ran elections here back in 1972, Michael.
Right.
And I have an interest here. It's my home.
Right. So if we were to not take your advice and proceed then, you would say what? Because as it says in recommendation, I think it's part of recommendation 4, or one of the recommendations I've read, it talks about looking at reevaluating our decision at a later date. So you're suggesting that the later date is now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the last person I had to ask question. I have just one question, then I have a motion I want to ask you to consider on the time. Could you have any recollection from Hamilton or Winnipeg how long the process of looking at the marketplace took? Like in Hamilton, you mentioned they did this RFQ. Do you have any idea how long that took, sort of from beginning to the decision?
I think what they did was, and only because the person that runs the election there is a good friend, they said, I think they spent 3 months meeting with all of the vendors, did a request for information, brought everybody in, talked to them, sat with staff and said, well, does anything here really work for us? And how would we have to adjust? Because you have to adjust when you run an election. If a machine does one little thing different, your processes change, and if it impacts the voter, now you need voter education on top of that. So they went through it and said, okay, here's the hurdles. And then they said, okay, we think we can go to RFQ now. And so that was about a 3-month, then they did it. I got to tell you, they wrapped it with a request for quotation. It's a much quicker time frame. I think it was about 4 weeks, and then they were set to go. And by June, they had everything ready to roll.
Well, less than a year, it sounds like.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Well, in 2000, the machines, I think, we agreed in something like February and received the machines in June to run the election in November or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Just before I think, I'm sorry, you had a question for Mr.
Sorry, thank you very much. This is really interesting. So would you, say we went the rental route, would you, is there a use for our 1,800-old computers? Would anyone want them, or?
Well, I think there's different ways of doing that, I've seen. Some are when you put out your RFP, you ask them what consideration are they going to give you for the technology you have.
Okay.
Okay? And I've seen machines be bought up by people that might be using your machines, but I honestly don't know of anybody, like the states had them for a while, but they cleaned them all out. So I don't know if there's anybody's using them at this point. But people like countries that can't afford this, and this is what I'm learning from my NGO, is anything is better than nothing for them because they judge their elections very differently than ours. If the polls close and results aren't heard for 12 hours, they start to tell you how many people are going to die. And then 12 hours more. And then 12 hours, and bodies, it's serious. At first I didn't understand it till I talked to people in the Philippines, Mongolia, Palestine. It's very real to them. It can get very aggressive. So the technology you have now, it still probably serves a use for somebody. But clearly you're past that.
Okay, and Winnipeg, you're saying they purchased their own, but they rent it out to other municipalities?
I believe that. I know they rent them out to companies. And I'm guessing they used to do it before as well. The City of Toronto, originally when they bought machines, rented them out across the country to all kinds of jurisdictions.
But then...
But nobody wants them anymore.
Okay, but the City of Winnipeg is kind of on the hook for maintaining them and doing all that work of renting them out and making sure they're in tip-top condition?
Usually what they
and
do
all
is
that?
service agreements with whoever the provider is.
Okay. All right, thanks.
I would like to move for the committee's consideration and put the question that we should extend the meeting to complete the agenda. Certainly, I know in my own case, I'm not trying to be selfish. I have a very busy Canada Day tomorrow, and I expect many people here do as well. And I think it's important we should just press on and get this done at the earliest date. We have one, extended item to deal with yet, with a number of deputations and a number of other, hopefully, smaller items. Are all those in favor of extending the meeting to complete the agenda? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Mr. Hollins, I think that finishes the questions. I didn't see anybody else wanting to ask you, and thank you very much for your help today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. All right. We then would move to questions of staff on the report, and I have Councillor Pasternak. Is there anybody from outside the committee that wants to ask any questions of staff? Okay. Then fine. Councillor Pasternak, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Regarding the cost of purchasing new voting counting equipment, I noticed in the report before us it's fully funded from debt. Now, it's my understanding that Toronto Elections has a reserve account with a positive variance. Are there limitations on using that account for new tabulation or voting counting equipment?
The reserve at the moment, Mr. Mayor, does not have sufficient funding for the vote counting equipment.
No, I'm wondering why it's fully funded by debt. Why is it not partially funded by debt and partially from the reserve account, the Toronto Elections Reserve account? Is that just a decision that you? Is there a reason behind why it's fully debted?
It is funded from the reserve, and there would be periodically, and perhaps one of the finance people can help me out here. It is, there is money put into the reserve from the surplus.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, the voting tabulators are funded from debt because the reserve fund itself is insufficient to fund the tabulators. So the reserve fund funds all other capital requirements and operating requirements for the election. But through the years in reviewing, and Josie can probably supplement it, the adequacy of the reserve fund has always been an issue to even fund the delivery of the municipal election. So it's not sufficient to fund the tabulators as well.
Right. And there was no consideration given to partially funding it by the reserve, which, to the best of my knowledge, was at its maximum was about 15 million. I'm not saying drain the reserve, but was there thought of using part of the reserve to fund it and part debt, or that was just not?
So the reserve itself is only sufficient to deliver the election every 4 years. There is not a lot of room left to fund the tabulators, even partially.
Okay, so clearly we need to look at capital for Toronto elections as well, capital reserve. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the interim city manager, have we received a response from the province based on our correspondence supporting rank balloting? Have they written back with any definitive commitment to amend legislation, Municipal Elections Act or the Toronto Act?
I'm not sure. Maybe Yuli can help me with her.
I only heard the question, sorry. We are starting the consultations. The province has started the consultations on the Municipal Elections Act. We are working with them. That is certainly one of the items under consideration by the province as we understand it.
Now, one thing I have heard, and one thing that came from the deputant, that to run a municipal election on new equipment, overlaid with a ranked balloting at the same time is high risk. Would you concur with that conclusion?
I think anytime new technology is introduced and a new system, ranked balloting is a system that the Canadian voter is not familiar with. Yes, there will be certain risks that occur or could occur.
Would it be your recommendation that if we do elect to use brand-new equipment that has a rank balloting capability, that the first run-through, we run it on our current format, and then the second election, we use both technologies blended?
Councillor, I'm not in a position at this point to answer that question. I think what I need to do is remind the committee that this item is before you because in 2014, I was asked to report back after the next election with the I was asked to investigate the cost to extend the life cycle of the existing voting machines for an additional 1 term, 2 terms, or 3 terms of council and report back after the 2014 election. So all I'm doing here is fulfilling the request that council made of me to attempt to look at whether this equipment was capable. What has happened since then is that the issue of ranked choice has crept into the conversation. We do not yet have that legislation, but if we are in the process of looking at extending the life of this equipment by dealing with the new wireless technology, installing new modems, then it certainly makes sense to look at the other software needed to count the votes as well.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Okay, we have then Councillor Berardinetti and Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to the clerks. So it's my understanding that there was was this dealt with at Government Management Committee, or was it dealt with committee previously to send direction to have this review? This isn't new, so.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
So the question is, was this a direction from committee or council to have our tabulators upgraded?
Yes, that was the direction in 2014, to report back after the last election with a view to whether we could extend or how we could extend the life cycle of the equipment that we currently own. The city owns that equipment.
And sorry, was part of that a review if we should rent, or if there was other technologies out there that would be better to use? Was that part of that?
We have other direction, and that's why we needed to do this report first, outstanding from council of last term, if we were going out for an RFP, to, yes, include the option of rental in that RFP, which we would certainly do. That was really the next step, depending on what was done with this particular report. We have to do these in some kind of order.
Okay, so I understand now. So this report's coming forward from 2014, and now that we have this information, it's considered by our executive here today, the committee here today, and obviously we'll go on to council, but if we were to move a motion here at committee to have a further review, to have this referred, and come back to executive and to look at other options, including other technologies out there and renting, then we would be able to do that now here. Correct? Is that correct?
Absolutely, we could. That was certainly a direction that the committee could give.
Okay. And do you know, are there jurisdictions in Canada doing the ranked ballot?
No.
None.
None.
Are there other municipalities in Ontario that have voted in favor of the ranked ballot?
Councillor, Mr. Mayor, it is not yet part of the legislation, so they wouldn't be able to do that.
I understand that, but we had the vote at council to request the province to do that review, and Minister McMeekin is now doing that review. And so are there other jurisdictions that voted to request the province to do that? Do you know?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay, so we're the only ones. And so now when the province, it's your understanding that the province is now going out across Ontario, because Toronto's not the only municipality, and there's many municipalities across Ontario that will be consulted on the ranked ballot, but we're the only municipality that's voted in favor of the ranked ballot.
Well, I believe we are the only municipality that has approached the province with a request to change the legislation, but I'm not 100% certain. There are 444 municipalities in the province.
So 440, and we only have one that's voted in favor. And so when they go out to do that review, they have to report back here on the feedback from municipalities. Is that correct?
Council hasn't voted in favor. Council voted in favor of asking the province to include it as an option in the new legislation.
Yes, I understand.
Yes,
We
and if,
understand that.
depending on what the province does, if it gave council an option of adopting that system, absolutely, we would report back to council and ask what council's wishes were in that regard.
And do you know when you anticipate them to report back?
At this point, as best we know, the legislation is currently being consulted on. We understand that that may be over sort of late fallish, and then they would proceed to draft the legislation. So the earliest it could be introduced would be, I suppose, next spring, but that's really speculating.
So we won't really know. I mean, would we really be prepared for ranked ballots in 2018? I'm talking in tabulators and technology. I mean,
It really
I know how the
depends on the
legislature works.
timing, and it really depends on, what work we would need to do and what other work council wanted us to do at that point. It would be very difficult if the timeframe, drifted into closer to 2017. It would be very difficult to implement.
So just one final question, then wouldn't it be prudent to rent these machines instead of retrofitting machines, moving forward to retrofit machines when we don't even know about the ranked ballot and we may not know for at least a year or 2 years, and they may not even be ready? And other municipalities may not even want it.
Well, it's, Council, we're really speculating. I can't tell you what the province is going to do with the legislation. I don't know. We expect that they may include that as an option, but they may turn around and not. I really can't speculate. I don't know.
Okay, great, thank you.
I do have Councillor Ainslie to ask questions of staff. I also know there's a motion coming around to Councillor Berardinetti to send this back for further consideration. And I'm just looking at the time, but I'm happy to have Councillor Ainslie's questions as well. And then we'll have speakers. Is there anybody else that was going to ask questions of the staff? Okay, well, I'm just trying to keep us moving, but would you like to ask your questions? All right, then. You go ahead and do that, and we'll then move to speakers after that.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Watkins, so our current tabulators, their life cycle ends in 2017.
Yes, that's correct. Council voted to extend the maintenance agreements to 2017 in order that we could conduct whatever by-elections were required in this term.
Okay, and so you went out and looked at the extending the life cycle. So if we took your two recommendations, if we followed the recommendations in this report, it would extend the current tabulators for 3 more elections?
No. What it would send us to do would be to negotiate with the vendor and to engage in a proof of concept so that we actually test and know before we buy that the system would work. And then They have indicated that the life would likely be extended they would support it for 2 more elections.
Okay, all right. So 2 more elections, and then, so if we decided not to follow the recommendations in your report, the last paragraph, it says that you would issue an RFP for new voting counting equipment and associated systems, and it's estimated that the project cost would be $15.6 million.
We, at this point, don't know exactly what that cost would be. We are not able, short of entering into or starting the RFP process, really able to engage in any kind of discussions with vendors about cost.
Okay, and so, and that's an RFP to buy the equipment, not to rent the equipment.
We have direction, Councillor, from Council outstanding from last term that any RFP include the rental option.
Okay.
So we would certainly do that. We would bring all of those options back before you.
Okay, and so in your opinion, what would be the most, quickest thing to do? So we could defer this item for more consideration, or would it be better to just issue an RFP to either buy or rent so we have the equipment ready for 2018?
Well, that is really a matter for this committee to consider. We could certainly do a further look at what other options were available and do some analysis of those if you wanted before we issued the RFP. But I think we really do need to get going on this.
So in your professional opinion, we would be better to make a decision today?
I would really appreciate if you made a decision today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. I have no one else left to ask questions of staff, I don't believe. Okay, are there people wishing to speak then to the Councillor Berardinetti?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make this quick. It's just a motion to refer this back. I do understand the motion came from last year, and we have to finish that order of business, and we're doing that in this term. But I do think that it is problematic with the province going out to do a review, and there's 440 municipalities, and we don't know what their feedback is going to be. And I'm not supporting putting more money into tabulators for a new system of voting when we don't know what the province is going to come back with. So I think we need more information. We need more information on the technology that's out there, and also on lease options. I think that just putting more money into the current tabulators is probably not the right way to go, but I'd like to hear back on that. And I'd like to hear back from, and obviously the deputants that were here today will obviously want to weigh into that, and if it does go to an RFP. So I'm going to be moving this motion, and I hope that the executive members will support, and we'll get more information, make sure that we're ready to vote on this matter in September.
Other people wishing to speak? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll support the motion, but I just wanted to say that, and the clerk is right in that she says, look, give us directions. We follow the directions. That's generally what we do. So what they have actually done is responding back to the direction that we have asked them to undertake in order to bring forward the ideas in terms of whether or not we actually extend the life of the tabulators that we actually have. So now the system seems to work quite well. We have new technology, greater understanding in terms of what is available for the city, and the viability of us to look at additional options. So it seems to me that the system is working. This is the way the system is supposed to work. So council says to staff, please go ahead and look at extending the life of the machines that we actually have. We've heard from Mr. Hollins, who, when I was a staff member here, I would go to him and ask him for advice on elections and on even just to understand the technology. I was here when this new technology had been brought in and very aware of it and so on, and his expertise has, as far as I'm concerned, has never been questioned. I mean, he's very knowledgeable. In fact, I think he's preeminent as a leader in the world of elections and how they're run and how they're operated. We were very lucky to have him here and to have him come to us today and said, look, I'm willing to step back from a committee appointment that this city has made because I believe that you need to hear from me. Really speaks volumes, quite frankly, about him and his integrity. And so what we're doing here is what should be done. The question that has been posed to staff to bring back information to us, we have that. Now, the other piece of it is that we have industry and others who are saying, hey, perhaps you ought to look at the next phase of how election machines and the process of financing and leasing is being done. Because I recall back in the day, it was simply you had the option to purchase. I'm not aware that the leasing was such a strongly endorsed or supported option. So it seems to me that we're going in the right direction. I've had issues, and some of my residents have had issues about their ability to vote when they were not able to, let's say, get out of their homes, but really wanted to be able to take the right to vote, which many people simply take it for granted. But this number of my residents were very serious about it, had a hard time actually voting. And so coupled with that, we want to look at the ability, internet, and handheld devices and so on. Those are the types of things that we should be doing. This is an opportunity for us to be able to do that as part of this particular process. I want to thank the clerk and her team for continuing to do the great job and listening to council's direction in terms of bringing back to us, obviously, what we've asked for. It did sound to me as if some of the questionings were that we were saying to the clerk, you didn't do what was asked of you. I just wanted to, and that's the reason why I'm speaking to this. So I support the deferral, understanding what will actually come back. And just to, again, to reiterate that the system is actually working. This is the way our system has been designed to work, and it's working well. So thank you, Madam Clerk, and your staff.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. I think, may I just speak for a minute, because I think we can maybe move this forward if the committee members are agreeable. I think the problem here is exactly what Councillor Thompson just said, which is that the previous council gave a direction to look at one particular option, and the clerk came back and sort of said, well, on the other hand, you could have an RFP, and I think the cost is this. But it's very clear, and this is not a criticism of the clerk, but rather just that there's a whole bunch of other information about leasing and about what other cities have done. And when we asked questions about that today, the only person we had was, in effect, an outside resource to answer those questions, a deputant, but that we hadn't really looked at all that because I guess that wasn't what the clerk specifically was asked to do. And Councillor Barnetti's motion, which I would support, and I will, asks that work to be done now over the summer and then to come back to us in the fall so we don't lose very much time in the context of the urgency that the clerk put on all this. And we would then have in front of us, I guess, in effect, two options. One, to retrofit the machines, which I should say parenthetically, I always think that's more dangerous than new technology. It's like if you had a TV and you wanted to take an old TV with tubes in it and say, well, let's try and make it as good as one that we have today that's a flat screen. I mean, you can probably say you're doing it, but it's risky. And new technology is always risky, but I think old technology retrofit is more risky. So, but having said all that, we can see that option that she has studied carefully, the one of retrofitting, and we'll be able to see all the ins and outs, as your motion suggests, of leasing and who and when and where and what experience they have and what other cities have done, and we'll know all that, which today we were kind of hearing anecdotally about. So I just think it's a smart way to do business when you're talking millions of dollars and when you're talking the process of our elections. If this got screwed up, either which way, I mean, we'd be held accountable for that, and properly so. So I would be supporting this amendment to the motion, the motion put by Councillor Barnetti to, in effect, to refer this back to the staff. Are there other people wishing to speak? Otherwise, we could call the question. Pardon me? Call the question, yeah. So this is a motion from to refer by Councillor Barnetti. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Pardon me? Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
I'd like to move that we apply Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong's timing motion to everything. I thought it was actually this morning, and then I realized it was only for the two items. But from here on in, given the time, like, just, mindful for us too, to shorten it to 3 minutes.
So
for all the rest of the
You're
items.
making a motion that all speeches and questions, and I mean, you'll word it
Yeah,
some way, in
just
some way more
apply it to-
elegantly.
Yeah. Thanks.
We're going to 7.8. Just while the clerk is working on that, I would propose, ladies and gentlemen, we go to 7.8. These are all things I think we can deal with quickly. 7.13, 7.18, 7.33, and if everybody's reviewed Councillor Bardinetti's motion, 7.1. And we could deal with all those fairly quickly and then move on to Woodbine.
Mr. Mayor, I can move Bannockburn.
That's the one, 7.1, yeah.
Okay.
We start on 7.1? All right, all right. What about the time? Sorry.
Wow.
All right, the clerk has suggested that once we clear these off, because there won't be people, I don't think, that the expectation is not there's going to be a lot of speeches or questions on these items, in which case we'll then know what it applies to, and she can give us that motion to pass to deal with the time. And did you say you wanted me to start with 7.1? Oh, it doesn't matter. All right, well, then we had 7.8 here, which is, Councillor Ainsley was holding that, and it is, it's the naming of streets and so on.
Yep. So I have a motion I can move quickly, Mayor Tory.
All right.
It's a long motion, only because I'm asking for a number of different sections of the street naming policy to be amended. And why I held this item was through my experience in my ward recently, I tried to have one of my streets named after an Aboriginal phrase or person and kept hitting roadblocks. I actually found out I have a large Mohawk community, Aboriginal community in my ward, and I found out that to utilize our street naming policy, there's a number of Aboriginal customs and policies and heritage issues that need to be observed. So this is basically amending the street naming policy to have it come in line with the Aboriginal customs and policies and procedures that need to be followed. And I hope it will be supported. Thank you.
This won't be popular, but for myself, I can only say that I've not seen this. It's not been circulated, and it goes on and on. And if we could circulate it, and then we can just hold it down even while we deal with these other matters, and then have a look at it again. I just haven't seen it, and we can't even read it on the screen because it scrolls up and down, and you can't even read it.
Okay.
And it goes on. It's paragraphs and paragraphs of. It's not a simple matter. Much as I would trust you, and I don't know if others feel the same way. I could put the question, but I don't feel comfortable knowing how to vote on it. I haven't read it.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
All right, could we have that circulated, and then we'll come back to it? 7.13, that's also held under your name. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought it was Councillor Ainsley.
Yep.
It was because I had questions about his motion. I don't particularly, could I just ask a few questions to staff, and then we could dispose of it?
Yes.
So can staff actually walk me through, this seems kind of a very, to me, convoluted or very interesting motion that I don't completely understand what it does. Is there anyone here to answer this? This is Councillor Ainsley's motion on 7.13. TC. I want to know what they think, what their interpretation of what this motion means.
We haven't.
I thought this was circulated.
And not to staff, but maybe not to.
All right, well, I'm sorry. I will talk to staff, and then I will try and release it, Mr. Mayor. I thought,
Hey,
my apologies.
not doing very well at these releases so far. How about Councillor Palacio? You wanted to deal with and move a motion to amend a section, at least item 7.18. You'd held that down?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I would like to move the following, that the item be referred to the city manager with the request that he work with the Transport Canada to A, provide to the city manager a status of risk assessment being undertaken by rail companies across Toronto for trucks where dangerous goods are carried, and B, provide to the city manager's report on the status of the examination of alternate modes of transportation of dangerous goods across Toronto, and that city manager report back to the executive committee upon receipt of this of the above. I did work this recommendation with both the acting city manager as well as the medical officer of health, and they're in concurrence that we need to send this message to the federal government to get additional information that we require at this point.
All right, this is a motion then to refer this back to the city manager to work with Transport Canada as outlined by Councillor Palacio. Are people ready to have the question on that? All right, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right, thank you very much. Then we move to 7.33, and I believe I'm right in saying that's concerning the CNE, and that you, Councillor Palacio, have an amendment to move there, and then you'd be prepared to, I'm sorry? I thought, one more minute on the amendment. Okay. Let's go back to 7.1 then. Councillor Barata, did you have a
Quick one. This is on behalf of Councillor Carmichael Greb, and there's the purple pages. Hopefully, everybody got a copy of the confidential report, and this is the motion on behalf of the councillor. And I'll just take it. It was previously circulated, so people could have asked questions of staff or the councillor, or yeah.
Have you not? You've not seen it? Oh, I'm sorry. So staff has seen this?
Staff has seen this.
All right.
It's supportive. I know that we've spoken to.
And the local councillor, this is what she wants?
Yes.
All right. And this, sorry, if you just scroll back, Jennifer, does it replace or amend? Amendment, that's what I thought. Okay. So it's an amendment to the recommendation in 7.1. Are people wishing to ask any questions, or would they like to have the question on the amendment? All right, hearing nothing, I'll ask for people to have questions, at least to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then does that bring us to the main item as amended? I'm sorry? Are you ready? Okay, thank you. I was just going to, we're in the middle of something here. On 7.1, the main item as amended on 7.1, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Then that brings us back to 7.33. Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this on the exhibition, and I would like to ask the clerk to display the motion. That's what you have there. And recommendation number 2 is embedded within the report, and that's on page number 4, but it's not as a recommendation, so I think that's extremely important to have that as a recommendation. And number 1, it's what that recommendation simply does is validates a 50-year agreement that they had with the board of governors, and that I'm referring to La Yuna Local 506. So that's what's ready for you.
I have concerns about this one, and so I'm not sure if we hold it down or if I can ask staff questions. But I'm not comfortable with this motion, and I would have questions about the impacts of this motion.
Well, if that's the case, and we're going to hold it down, then we'll hold it down, because we are going to proceed ahead of that. If this was supposed to be a quick release, and if it isn't, then it isn't, and we'll proceed with Woodbine.
Just in the interest of time, Mr. Mayor, I could speak to it in terms of clarifying the whole thing, or simply we can hold it down and deal with it later.
Well, but if we do that, when we're just jump-starting, and we've had people sitting here, some of them all day, waiting to deal with the Woodbine matter, and there's deputations on that.
This is
No, I'm not
issue
challenging your right to raise any question you want. I'm just saying I'm not going to treat it as a quick release item if it isn't.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't mean to be problematic, but it's,
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm doing East York at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, so I have until then.
I can release.
Pardon, all right, Councillor Deputy Mayor Renan Wong has a release.
Yes, 7.8, Councillor, on the naming policy for streets. I've looked at Councillor Ainsley's amendments. I'm fine with them.
Okay, well, I still haven't read it, but I'm inclined to take your word for it. If you've read it, It's just a lot, it's just a lot of type, that's all, and I hadn't had a chance to read it at all. I mean, because on the screen you can't, and I don't have the
You want
paper.
to hold it down and read it yourself?
No,
Yeah, I had a,
well, here it is, here now, I have it now. If you just give me 1 minute, because we have,
Fair enough.
now, what was that meaning we didn't do? That was it for now, I guess, eh? Okay. I promise what I'll do, Councillor Ainsley, is when we're having, I'll double, what do you call that, multitask and have a read of it just when we're getting started on this next time. But I just think we should get started on it, and then I just want to read it. I just haven't.
a point of order,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, on that item, that your 7.8, normally changes to an existing policy are underlined so we can spot the actual amendments to what exists. And I just noticed in this case, it is not underlined the key word, I assume, is Aboriginal, but throughout the document, it's not flagged as the amendment.
All right. And I presume if you need to go and have a little visit with Councillor Ainsley, he could help you with the underlining. I agree it normally is helpful if it's done on the black lining, but if it isn't, that's fine. All right, let's go then. Is the next item then we have to deal with then the, what's the number of it?
We're going to wait for Councillor McMahon's going to motion. If you can
Oh.
1 minute to update the number.
The timing motion, right.
Obviously 1 minute, now that we've done the.
We need 1 minute. Well, then I can read Councillor Ainsley's. Councillor McMahon did it, and she's just getting the item numbers to apply the 3-minute rule to. Okay, thanks. All right, just while we're waiting for that motion, I've read this now, and it's fine, because somebody helpfully highlighted it as well with the black lining. Would you like to have a look at that, Councillor Pasternak? James, we have an underlined, or kind of effectively an underlined version here, and you can read that.
Mayor Tory, however, Mayor Tory?
Yes?
We're kind of amending a major policy without staff comments and on the fly, and I'm wondering whether it's worth just referring Councillor Ainsley's motion and the changes to staff to report to council on the changes and the impact they may have. Because I don't know what they're really doing here.
I'm not unhappy with that. I mean, I read it now so that at least I was satisfied I had read what it said, but...
Yeah, but I might...
I mean, I will say, without no disrespect to anybody who brought it or to Councillor Ainsley, it's not an urgent matter. I mean, in the sense that...
I don't know if Councillor Ainsley minds if we can refer it to staff to report directly to council on your proposed changes and any impact they may have, because I'd feel a lot more comfortable. No. No, I don't want to ask him now, because staff spent an awful long time on a policy and never recommended what you had. So to say they're supportive doesn't tell me the impact that they might have.
I think in fairness, we don't want to get into a debate here, they hadn't thought of the circumstance Councillor Ainsley found himself in with respect to an Aboriginal name, and that's why he's brought this here. But if we were going to do it directly to council next week, then it should happen very quickly. But I'm in your hands. We could. Who is the staff person? Because, I mean, can you ask your question now, whether the staff is happy with this? Because if they are, then I would say that your question's answered, and we can dispose of it and deal with it at council next week without a lot of extra.
Councillor Shiner is saying we shouldn't be amending policies on the fly, just to have a short report.
We're in a committee.
No, but I know, but usually we have reports come forward to the committee. We don't just introduce a motion and then ask.
All right, well, look, I'm not going to see this prolonged. That's fine then. We will have the staff look at it and bring it directly to council. You're talking next week's council meeting, correct? That's fine. So it's next week. And so it's better than taking up time here dealing with this.
I would just move that we refer this motion to staff to comment directly to council on the proposed amendments, which is up there.
So there it is.
Or council.
That's moved by Councillor Shiner. We'll put the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
And then support the item as amended, the main item we have to vote on. So the staff recommendations, which I'll move.
So you're moving the recommendation as amended by the referral of the one section, and that, the whole thing will come back to council next week.
Recommendations that are,
All right. All right, may I call the question on that then, the main item? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Mr. Mayor? On
Yes.
13?
13.
Staff have looked at the amendment, and they're fine with it. I've also reviewed it. I'm fine with it. So I'm happy to adopt.
This is take your hold off. This is to do with the insurance, all the
Yeah,
insurance.
that's right. The TCHC
Yeah,
item.
I got it. So, I beg your pardon?
13?
I have it in my hand, I think.
TCHC?
Yes.
Okay, we have then two amendments from Councillor Ainsley. One is requesting we can put those up. This is on 713. Putting up the request that the Board of Directors of Toronto Community Housing report to the Executive on September with respect to more robust tenant representation. Any further? All right, I'll call the question on that then. All those in favor? This is your amendment to 713, the second one.
Yes.
Yes, he said he'd look at it. Thank you. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then on the First Amendment, which is a request to look at seniors' housing and so on, number of matters, resident participation and so on, that's an amendment to the main motion, which you are also satisfied with? All right, I'll call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then on the main item as amended by the two amendments of 713, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We now have the motion, I think, ready to reduce the speaking times on everything left on the agenda to 3 minutes. I think we should have questions of staff on it. All right, here it is. Remaining items 7.4, 0.5, 0.9, 0.32, and 0.35. Public presentations be limited to 3 minutes, and questions of staff and speeches. So we'll call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right. Does that now bring us to Woodbine?
We are now on Woodbine. Your green sheets will tell you where.
And I'm back to the green sheets with the deputations, and it starts with Mr. Jason Applebaum. You're in position, Mr. Applebaum. Terrific. How's your day been? So, sir, pursuant to those rules, and we'd already actually passed this earlier this morning for Woodbine, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So my name is Jason Applebaum, and I'm a former gaming employee in the Ontario gaming industry. I've had a 12-year career in varying roles as a dealer, supervisor, manager, and in surveillance. But in my time as a gaming employee, I became addicted to gambling and became a problem gambler. Since I left the industry, I've recovered. I no longer have any issues with problem gambling, and I've actually started my own company called Responsible Gambling Services, and I do prevention education work, and it's a unique and valuable perspective I bring, and I bridge the gap with responsible gambling programs, and basically I just want to reduce the incidence of problem gambling. My personal stance on gambling is I'm gambling neutral. Gaming is entertainment in which people may or may not choose to participate in. In terms of the Woodbine expansion, I'm not for or against it, but I feel it's important that I come and contribute to the discussion and talk about my time as a problem gambler, because I feel as this conversation moves forward, it's important to hear my perspective, and it's my job to give you guys all the information you can to make an educated, informed choice about expansion at Woodbine moving forward. So I'm someone who's been significantly impacted by problem gambling. Financially, I probably lost somewhere in the 6-digit range. I have no more RSPs. I'm living at home with my mother. Emotionally, I turned into a mess of a person. Basically, my mentality was I want what I want, what I want it, and went through a lot of anger and rage issues while I was a problem gambler. Physically, I never took care of myself, eating a lot of fast food when I did eat. Driving home tired from the casino, I definitely put myself at risk and others drivers on the road. And family just caused a lot of issues at home. Going from growing up, I definitely was at risk for problem gambling. And there was no single cause that turned me into a problem gambler. It was a bunch of different factors. First one was I had a big win early in my life, and to me, that made me think that, okay, gambling's good. I can easily make money as a gambler. I had erroneous beliefs about gambling. I didn't understand how the games work, and that led me to think that I could always win money at casino. If I was losing, I could chase my losses and win it back. I had accessibility to gambling, to casinos. When I lived in Toronto, my closest drive was an hour and a half, so I went once a month. But when I moved to Niagara Falls and I was working in Niagara Falls, my closest drive was 5 kilometers, and I was going from once a month to 4 times a week. So that definitely impacted me. Continuous exposure to gambling, just working in the casino environment definitely made it seem normal to gamble excessively. I definitely had financial problems because of my gambling. Just also a history of mental health problems. I know I'm at my 3 minutes, so I'm just going to try and fly through here. What does problem gambling behavior look like? I took out a loan for $10,000 at 28% interest, which to me now is ludicrous. Who takes out a loan at that much interest? I used payday loans, borrowing $500 every week to owe $600 next week. I also lost equivalent of 6 weeks' work in 2 days, which really made me realize when I gamble, I'm just in the zone. I'm so focused on gambling, nothing else matters. And basically, this picture of the gentleman with the horse blinders, that's me when I gambled.
All right. I'm afraid I'm going to have to stop you there because you've been 3.5 minutes, and perhaps if there's somebody that wants to ask you a question, but we've just got so many people to hear from on this that, and I don't want to minimize your story, that you were courageous enough to come out to tell us today. Questions of the deputant from Councillor Layton.
And just with respect to the committee, I will try to limit my number of questions to all of the deputants, but I think this one in particular has some evidence that we could really benefit from. One, so you can confirm this notion of that proximity to a casino actually encourages more gambling and more problem gambling?
I can only talk from my own personal experience, and when I was living far away from the casino, I didn't commute as much. However, when I was living in Niagara Falls and it was just a 5-10 minute drive, I definitely increased my gambling to a good 2 to 4 times a week.
You are aware that within the report from the medical officer of health, it does highlight that the research suggests that proximity drives addiction.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, yes.
And also, you had mentioned also an observation from the Toronto Health Report that you can firsthand that workers in casinos are particularly vulnerable to a higher level of addiction?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Councillor Karygiannis, questions of the deputant.
Thank you for coming, and really want to appreciate what you've gone through. I've got a particular problem that I've got a large community, which is one of the communities that gambles. And I've got buses that come into the malls, and you can see them every hour and a half. They come in, and they take them down Niagara Falls, they take them up to Aurelia. And people get on, go, and come back at night, and they probably lose a lot of money. But it's like prohibition. I mean, you prohibit it here, they'll drive somewhere else to go and play. We prohibit it in Canada, they'll go to Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, proximity, I understand, but prohibition did not work in the 30s. And I'm just wondering if what you're suggesting would work, because if, you know, the farther away it is that people won't go.
No, I'm not taking a stance on for or against expanded gambling. I'm just here to share my story about problem gambling. I agree if there's a casino somewhere, people are going to go. But moving forward, knowing my story, what can we do to prevent problem gambling? That's what I'm interested in, preventing problem gambling.
You know, the people that are actually doing the tours in my area, they're the Taipan group. And not only that, but they also turn around and give funding to agencies that are looking into broken homes and looking at addiction. So on one hand, you got Taipan saying, well, we'll drive you. And on the other hand, here, we're going to help you. Mm-hmm. So for one, I mean, I think the problem stems of people wanting to gamble. And if you got a problem on gambling, you will go and gamble, doesn't matter where it is. I mean, whether it be Niagara Falls, it would be in Aurelia, Las Vegas, Atlantic City, you will find a way to go and gamble if if you're in addiction. And do you agree with that?
I agree with that, but in taking that observation one step backwards, for people that haven't been exposed to gambling or aren't gambling now, what can we do to prevent how can we prevent them turning into problem gamblers? Because at one point I was not a problem gambler. What could we have done in my situation that would have mitigated the harm?
Will you not agree that we need education versus prohibition?
100% we need education.
Would you not agree that not only do we need to, be it that we've done something in Woodbine or somewhere else, that the casino operator should also have a program in there to assist people that are addictive gamblers?
I think they should have a program to assist addictive gamblers. I think they should have a program to have outreach to gamblers that aren't problem gamblers yet, that are at-risk gamblers. And I think they should have a program for people that have never come into the casino and educate how the games work. So they have, basically, we want access to information so they can make educated decisions.
Last question, how early should we reach out and start educating people? 10, 12, 15, 20? When should we start the first move? There's a problem here. You should stay away from it.
Sorry, I missed the question.
What age should we start educating people?
Well, considering I made my first bet at 8 years old, and I don't think much has changed, and from what I hear, a lot of kids are gambling younger, so I think one of the first steps, have an education program in the schools. You have one in junior high school, and university, and give them access to accurate information, so when they decide to gamble, they can make informed decisions.
Thank you, Councillor Karygiannis, and thank you, there may be other questions for Mr. Applebaum. Other questions for members outside or on the committee?
Yeah.
Councillor Thompson?
Oh,
Councillor Thompson?
there's one over there.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there, Councillor Crisandi. Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for coming in. So I just a couple of things I want to clarify. So did you say that your position is neutral with respect to?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So, and did you also indicate that you recognize that that any activity that goes on in a casino, slot machines or otherwise is a form of entertainment?
That's my philosophy, yes.
Okay. Now, you also mentioned the OLG could do more in terms of programming. Can you just identify maybe one or two things that you feel the OLG could do in addition to what they're currently doing?
Unfortunately, I can only speak for myself, so I don't.
Yeah, well,
I think.
Sir, what do you think? If you have some suggestions.
I have no suggestions.
You don't. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Crisandi. Deputy Mayor Crisandi. We have Councillor Thompson, I think we had next, unless there are any other members not on the committee wishing to ask questions. All right, Councillor
Thank you.
Thompson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering whether or not you can be a gambler and not be a problem gambler.
Yes, you can.
Okay. And what does that look like? What does that person look like who is a gambler but not a problem?
It's, to be honest, it's hard for me to say because it was
not
me
you?
about 15
Okay.
years ago.
Right.
So, in the work I do, I have a philosophy that gambling is entertainment.
Yep.
And what I see a safe gambler being these days is someone who understands the business, and the business's job is to extract revenue, and understanding that when they gamble, the gambler's there for entertainment, and there's a cost that comes with that entertainment.
Right.
And they're going to come and lose, and they understand how the games work. So once they lose, they're not going to keep playing to try and win their money back because they know they can't win their money back.
So given your knowledge of the industry, having worked in it for 12 years and so on, some of my residents have said to me who are supportive of gambling and so on, have said to me, look, I go with a certain amount of money and I basically decide this is what I can lose, and at the end of the day, if I lose that, I'm fine. If I win something, I go. Is that your understanding in terms of how some people actually participate in gaming, if you will?
In my time, no. I mean, as a gaming employee, you get to know your customers,
Right.
and you don't really get to know the casual customer. You get to know your regulars, and you just see them coming on a more frequent basis.
What's your perspective with respect to the notion of personal responsibility in terms of one taking responsibility for their actions, and what's your sense of that?
In my case, I mean, I've had to take responsibility for my actions, and I just think that at some point, you can't really blame anyone, but I think in what we know now in prevention, I think there's a better way we can safeguard gamblers.
So I would ask you this question. It seems to me whether or not we allow gambling in a state control licensing operation, there will be gambling because you could then have it underground. What would the preferred option or choice be? The state control where there's system measurements in place, as well as, for example, the ability to help those who become problem gamblers, obviously not that they want to, or would we want to see the more underground types of engagement in gambling?
Yeah, well, being a patron of both, I would obviously much prefer a licensed establishment where there's protection and government regulated.
Right. So let's just talk about other amenities associated with gaming and gambling. I mean, I go to Casino Rama. I don't gamble, but I love all the other things around it and so on. What about those choice and options for me as a person who would want to go to Woodbine? Would you support that? Would you think that's an enhancement element as such?
Again, I really don't have an opinion.
You didn't participate in those things. You just gambled when you attended.
When I went, I gambled, but I also made use of the free dinners and the free shows and the free hotels rooms. But basically, when I went to the casinos to gamble, it wasn't because of
those things.
The other amenities.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson, and thank you again, Mr. Holland. Applebaum, do we have other members of the committee wishing to ask questions of Mr. Applebaum? All right. We will thank you very much for your candid presentation to us today. And we will move on to Mr. Rob Simpson. Rob Simpson still here?
He's coming. I just
There he is.
This computer thing.
Set up by my.
No problem.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. It froze.
Close it down.
Could I just ask while we're waiting, I see here there's like 3 people from OLG, and then there's 2 people from the Problem Gambling Institute, 4 or 5 people from United here. Were they all intending to be listed separately, or were they intending to come sort of as a group, but just the names got listed? Because it will shorten up the list of our deputants considerably if they appear as a group. I just didn't know whether that was what the intention was. For OLG, were they intending to appear together, the names listed? Okay. And then for the Problem Gambling Institute of Ontario? Together? 2 separate submissions, okay. And then Unite here?
Mr. Mayor, I'm from the OLG as well, but I represent the union.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I probably didn't look.
So I would like very much to make a presentation.
No, that's fine. I just didn't see your, let's see, I'm just.
It should be at the end.
Oh, yeah, no, okay. It didn't say where you were from, so now that I know that, that's fine. You are separate, obviously. Okay, and what about United here? Is that Local 75? There's 4 people listed there. Somebody wants to comment. Are they speaking separately or as a group? We'll be very brief. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Are we all set now then?
We're close.
Mr. Simpson? Okay. Aha. Okay. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the Executive Committee, I'm going to go very quickly. This was a 20-minute reduced to 5, reduced to 3 presentation. I've provided you with notes and all of the calculations for reference with respect to what I'm going to be saying. Currently at Woodbine, about 2,700 slots. They generate $593 million in 2011 and 12. That's the largest revenue venue in Ontario already before we talk expansion. Each of those slot machines generates about $219,000 a year. The proposal is to add another almost 3,000 slot machines at $219,000 per. That's $504 million new dollars per year from slots alone. Then, and this is the sly part of it, to introduce 300 tables. That's double any other casino in the province, with 8 positions each. 2,400 table positions will be introduced, and I estimate that that'll come to between $219 and $329 million new money per year. Add them together, we're talking $723 to $833 million new revenue per year. New revenue equals net gambler losses, and it equals money extracted from the local economy. The impact on problem gambling. Let's not talk about lotteries or bingo. The two major types of gambling at a casino are slots and table games. 5.5% of slots players, 1 in 12, are high-severity problem gamblers. They generate 31% of the revenue. Using the revenue figures from the last slide, that's about 157 million of new slots revenue extracted from problem gamblers. 12.1% of table players, that's more than 1 in 9, are high-severity problem gamblers. They generate over half, 56.9% of the revenue. Against those figures from the last slide, that means about $125 to $187 million from problem gamblers will be extracted. Add those together, and we get between $282 and $344 million to be extracted from expansion from high-severity problem gamblers. That's what we're talking about doing. Jobs. We hear it's going to create jobs. Now, gambling is saturated in North America. According to the research, most of this 723 to 833 million new revenue will come from local residents, from the GTA. That's the research. That money from those people will be reallocated from other consumer expenditures, most likely from the hospitality and leisure sector. That sector will be substantially impacted from that loss of money. That sector generates 2.4 times more jobs per $1 million revenue than casinos do. That means for each job the casino creates, we will lose up to 2.4 jobs elsewhere in the local economy.
I will stop you there, Mr. Simpson, and thank you for those submissions. And we have questions from Councillor Layton and Councillor Karygiannis and Councillor Miheving. So,
Thank you very much. I believe my first question is, you didn't properly introduce yourself. Can you just give us an idea of your credentials?
With 3 minutes, I thought I'd better skip it. I was the inaugural Chief Executive Officer of the Ontario Problem Gambling Research Centre when it was founded in 2000 until my retirement in 2010.
So 10 years as the CEO of the Ontario Problem Gambling Research Centre. Now, this notion of lost money to communities, the 2.4%, what are you basing that figure on?
I'm sorry, which?
The net job loss per job gain.
I had to go to Statistics Canada to get the number of jobs in the leisure and entertainment sector, and pay $700 for it, by the way. That sector in Ontario employs, from StatsCan, employs 2.4 times as many people per $1 million revenue as a casino does. So it suggests that if you create a casino job with this new revenue, you're going to lose from the sectors that you've withdrawn the money from, you're going to lose about 2.4 jobs.
So can I just confirm that you said 30% of slot revenue is brought in by problem gamblers and 56% of table game revenue is brought in by problem gamblers?
Yes.
And the report from the city's manager's office says 67%, OLG says that 67% come from, a majority come from the immediate surrounding neighborhood from a casino.
Well, the research says that in a saturated market like this, almost all of it, close to 100%, will be from GTA residents and the GTA economy.
So close to 100% of the $700 to $800 million that you've estimated will come out, that will come out of the pockets of residents in the immediate area around the casino.
Yes, and we've been told that we're going to bring in tourists and conventions. All of the destination gambling places in North America are losing money right now.
Now let's go to the slide that you have on the screen there. 65% of the operating costs, 65% of the revenue that comes in will go to operating costs and only 35% to government revenue?
That goes to the provincial government. You folks are going to pay about 100% from GTA of the revenue, and you'll get 2% back.
So we'll be paying for it out of other job loss elsewhere in the economy, and we'll get 2% back in return.
That's the way I read it.
Now, the data in the report from the city manager shows that the portion of the money brought in by the casino is actually decreasing the portion that goes to Toronto. Can you elaborate on why that's the case?
I think the new rules that have been brought in have allotted a lower amount of money. It's just an imposed rule. Rather than pay out what used to be paid out, they're going to pay out less.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, and you got the rest figures, and I'm not going to debate that. However, I'd like to sort of tell you 30 seconds. I want to tell you 30 seconds for you to give me some idea how I would help this family. Family came over from the Orient, $1 million, bought a big home. Husband started gambling. He would get on the bus and go to gamble. He lost his home, split up with his wife, 3 little kids, 3 lovely little children are in a rooming house with their mother, and mother is right now on welfare. How do I go about helping that family?
The interesting thing about your question is nothing was done to prevent that problem. Problem gambling is entirely preventable if casinos want to. They do not want to. If he had a loyalty program card, they would have monitored every day he came, how much he bet, how much he lost, and watched his accumulative losses over time. They could have intervened when his losses were manageable. They could have come to him when he lost $25,000 and talked him out of it or helped him to withdraw himself. I have seen cases where people have lost over $10 million and nobody has intervened. So we do not do anything to prevent problems. We should do that.
How much money of what casino rakes in should be used in order to have intervention, to have assistance, and to help families get out of the loophole, which is, you know, the addiction of gambling?
You're going to love my answer. 0. The way to prevent is to introduce regulation that will stop problems. No money has to be spent. Money will be forfeited because you're not going to be getting all that money from problem gamblers, but regulation will stop problem gambling from starting.
But if you stop somebody, which is like you can monitor somebody up in Aurelia, you can monitor, the same thing does not happen in Niagara Falls, and the same thing does not happen if there's one in Woodbine. The guy will just shift from one to another area.
If all Ontario casinos have the same set of regulations and they monitor their players, as they do now, if you have a Winner's Circle loyalty card at an OLG facility in my area, in Mohawk, it's the same loyalty program as Ottawa. They know where you are and how much you're gambling. We need a single loyalty program for all casinos, and we need to monitor and we need to intervene before problems get serious.
What about educational programs?
Waste of time. The casinos are so constructed that they completely negate any educational messages. They have all kinds of characteristics that take people away from applying the education that you've given them. They undermine education and they defeat it.
Don't you think it'd be worthwhile for us to educate kids in high school and in grade school and say, look, gamble with responsibility. This is what can happen to you.
It wouldn't be my first priority. My first priority would be to make gambling safer by stopping the kinds of characteristics of casinos that cause problems. Education would be nice, but it's nowhere near the top priority.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, thank you very much. Do you have any, over here? Thank you. I think I remember you from last time as well.
I looked a little younger.
Yes, it kind of feels a little bit like Groundhog Day. Do you have any evidence on impact on local community? We're hearing some stories that we need jobs in Rexdale. We need jobs in Rexdale. What will, in your view, be the actual real impact on the local area community?
Well, I think I tried to cover that maybe too quickly in my presentation, but you will create jobs when you open the casino and generate that new amount of revenue. But that new revenue comes from other expenditures that will be withdrawn. So your hotels, your restaurants, your bars, your entertainment venues, all will have money withdrawn from them. That sector employs more people per $1 million than the casino. So every job you create in Rexdale for the casino, you can count on losing as many as 2.4 jobs elsewhere in the GTA. And you're hurting that sector that did nothing wrong by withdrawing at least $800 million per year from their revenues. I don't know why you would do that.
Okay, so, but on that revenue, where does that revenue go? 2% goes to the city. How much goes back to the bettors? How much goes to the operator?
Oh, this is all money after all wins have been paid out. So once you have your net, about 35% goes to the province, about 65% covers operating and profits for those people who operate it, and within that they carve out the 2% that'll go to the host community.
So are these numbers gross gambling revenue?
Net.
Those are net numbers?
Net of winnings.
Net of winnings.
So when all the winnings have been paid out, a slot machine earns that amount of money per day. and a table earns between $2,000 and $3,000 per day after all winnings are paid out.
What multiplier would we need to use, let's say on $500 million, to say how much people are actually putting on the table or into the slots?
Well, they win and lose as they're playing, so it's very difficult to calculate that. And you'd have to look at the odds of each game to calculate how much you'd have to actually bet for the casino to net those amounts. I thought it was easier just to tell you what they net.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mihevc. Other questions of this deputant by members of the committee? Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Simpson, I want to ask, one of your first slides, you talked about the average video or slot machine.
The revenue?
Yeah. You had 219,000, I believe?
Yes. There we go, $219,415. That's the $593 million revenue divided by the number of slots for 2011 and 12.
Okay. And where does that information come from?
From OLG's annual report.
Okay. And the reason
Went to the horse's mouth.
Right, okay. The reason I'm asking this is I have a report that was done by a professor at the University of Buffalo, Steve Ziegler, and where he did an examination of a casino in Western New York, and he came out saying the average disposable income that went into a slot machine was $71,000 US.
That might have been the amount bet as opposed to the amount of profit retained.
Okay.
It might have been. I don't know, Steve.
Okay. And then if I was looking, sorry, what's the difference between?
The 219,000
is the amount of profit that each machine
after the winnings have been paid out.
Okay. So if in Toronto, because the last numbers I saw, the full-time job, the annual salary was just over $50,000. So that would be the equivalent of four full-time jobs. Money out of the economy.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Other questions of this deputant? Councillor Barata.
A couple quick questions. You mentioned something about the OLG has a loyalty program that, so you do believe that's something that needs to be included in, if this is to be expanded, I guess this being an OLG facility already has it.
The commercial casinos in Ontario have their own loyalty programs, but all of the facilities operated by OLG are under one umbrella program.
Which you believe that is a good program, we need to make sure it continues, and it is a good preventive
It has
measure.
preventive potential, but it's not being used as such.
Oh.
It monitors every day you play, how long you play each of those days, what your average bet size is, what your win-loss that day is, and what your cumulative win-loss over time is.
It doesn't identify when there's a problem so that...
Well, as you watch those metrics, as you see people gambling 15, 20 days a month, gambling up to 24 hours a day, in the table games we're talking about introducing, the posted maximum bet is $15,000 per 1 minute hand. They allow people to bet as much as $35,000 per 1 minute hand. That's okay in Ontario. They can lose $1 million in a day. They can lose cumulatively more than $10 million.
So there's a good program, but they need some improvements. Is
Well,
that what
the
you're
data are there. There's no obligation to act on it.
Okay.
So we need to do that by regulation, I think. That's the provincial government's job. But the City of Toronto, there's nothing to stop you from urging the Premier to look at that and to do it.
My second question was, the numbers that you're showing, you're showing that it takes money out of the economy. Have you taken in consideration maybe some of the money that Torontonians are spending elsewhere that now they might be spending here?
Well, remember, these numbers that I'm doing, this is the new expenditure on top of the existing one that I've been focusing on. So the question is it a wise decision for Toronto to add those gambling revenues on top of what there already is? So we have an equilibrium right now. Some people are spending money on the existing gambling. The rest goes into the entertainment and leisure sector. So we're talking
There's
about
also
disrupting
Torontonians
that.
spending money in other casinos outside Toronto.
Yeah, but not an awful lot. By the way, if I were running Rama and Niagara, I'd be pretty upset. We don't hear them coming here.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barlow. Are there other questions of Mr. Simpson? All right, Mr. Simpson, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Stephen Rigby, President, CEO, Ontario Lottery and Gaming, and I guess we had heard earlier there was one group, I guess, which would also then include John McFarland, Senior VP, and Paul Palizzari, Executive Director, Policy and Social Responsibility, Ontario Gaming and Lottery, OLG. If you could just speak on the microphone so we can hear, it'd be great.
Would it be okay?
You have turned it on there, sir. Yeah.
Sorry, Bill Ford from Woodbine. Would it be okay for Woodbine to speak next with the OLG's consent?
Sure, I suppose, yes. I'm just trying to see where are we here? There it is, number 6. Yes, okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
So for the members of the committee, we're just substituting one for the other. They're right next to each other in the order, and if they want to change the order, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship, Executive Committee, City Councilors and staff. I'm Jim Lawson. I'm the CEO of Woodbine Entertainment Group, and I have Bill Ford with me. Bill is the Vice President and General Counsel for Woodbine Entertainment. Bill is also a registered debutant, so I'm going to speak, hopefully I will speak within your time allotments for both of us. If I can proceed, and then we'll answer your questions following that. I'm new to the role of CEO at Woodbine Entertainment. Before that, I was honored to serve as the chairman of the board for Woodbine Entertainment since 2012, and have had the privilege of being in horse racing my entire life. The business I grew up in is very different from the business today. In fact, across Ontario, there are 55,000 people directly affiliated with the horse racing industry. Their livelihood across the entire province depends on its stability and secure future. The heart of this industry is not in rural Ontario. The heart of this industry is at Woodbine, in the community of Rexdale, our home. With this in mind, I hope to highlight 3 things in advance of the decision you will make today that your vote has a direct impact on. Firstly, to protect the horse racing and breeding industry. Secondly, secure existing and future jobs and revenue. And thirdly, realize the potential of the Woodbine site in Rexdale. Today, you are being asked to vote on whether Toronto will allow expanded gaming at Woodbine, including the introduction of live table games. Certain of the conversation today and the focus is necessarily on gaming. Yet for us, gaming is not our core business and is just part of this story. For us, expansion of what we have today is the catalyst that will transform Woodbine site into a leading entertainment destination and community that will be the heart of economic activity and new jobs in Northwest Toronto. This is our vision, and this is what your vote means to us. First, to the horse racing and breeding industry. For our part, all of Woodbine's net proceeds are reinvested back into the industry, our facilities, our employees, and our local community. Our industry has been built on and is now dependent on receiving strong and predictable revenues, as this secures the operating costs, including purses, in order to draw and house top equine talent for 12 months of the year. We are internationally recognized as a leader in the horse industry. This Sunday, as some of you well know, we are host to the Queen's Plate, Canada's oldest thoroughbred race and the jewel in the Canadian Triple Crown. The race was founded in 1860, and that year the winning jockey was awarded a prize of 50 guineas by Queen Victoria. There has always been a correlation between racing and gaming, and it helps to fuel the culture, excitement, and drive of our sport.
Lawson, I hesitate to inform you, but I have to, that it's 3:24, so
I'm going to speak for both of us, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor.
You're going to do which?
He's going to speak for both of us and use our combined time if that's acceptable.
All right, that's fine if you're wishing.
Okay, thank you. Long-term sustainability isn't just about protecting and growing our industry. Our critical focus is on protecting, enhancing the job opportunities. Today, Woodbine Entertainment is responsible for the employment of more than 7,500 people in Toronto. About 5,000 of those jobs are based on our site in Rexdale. That's 10% of the workforce in Rexdale and equal to 1 in every 10 jobs in a community that has seen a 26% decline in employment over the last 10 years. Woodbine attracts more than 6 million visitors every year. We have been the site of safe, successful, 24-hour gaming operations for 15 years, with a strong relationship with the community, including the Toronto Police Services. And at the end of this, I will circulate a letter to the clerk from Superintendent Ron Tavener in support of our operations. Throughout this period of OLG's operations at Woodbine, significant gaming revenue has gone each year to both the city and the province. Your vote to support being a willing host at Woodbine, a site that already supports gaming, undeniably protects the horse racing and breeding industry, and most importantly, ensures that the thousands of existing jobs can survive. Your vote is very critical in this regard. Your vote also means much more than our current status. Woodbine will unlock the endless potential to enhance and develop our site. Since we had the opportunity to present to you in March, we invited any interested councillors to come and tour our site. It is truly in seeing our property that you can realize, that you can imagine the potential of our site. It sits on 680 acres. It's bounded by easy access to the 27 highway to the east, 427 to the west, 401, the Metrolinx corridor runs just south, and 401 highway just south of that. So that is my third and final point. We could hive off parts just for the gaming expansion, but that's not the story that we want to convey today. Woodbine is much more than the sum of its individual parts. There's a tremendous opportunity to create a community of coexisting and mutually beneficial environment. Hospitality, institutional, residential communities, all similar to our core business in this sense. They all represent labor-intensive uses, and the labor-intensive uses are all very good jobs. These components will be for the city.
Wrap up now, Mr. Lawson.
I will wrap it up. City and OLG to determine. That will include new and dynamic entertainment offerings. It's a catalyst for us to develop the rest of our site. There's great potential. Woodbine is a jewel. We feel that we're stewards, and we're going to do this right, and we're going to develop this jewel of a property. Thank you very
much. I have Councillor Karygiannis first to ask questions, followed by Councillor Layton.
Thank you for coming, sir. I'm going to give a 30 seconds preamble into the question.
Sure.
If I was in the Senate and there was a problem, the rest of the Senate will ask me to step down. This is what is happening normally. I just read an article and there's some difficulties there. Would you not say that you have to do the same thing?
Sorry?
It's an article in the Toronto Star.
Oh.
Sorry,
It goes to credibility.
Yeah, sure. This is if you're referring to that article, it was about a wrongful dismissal suit from years ago in my past that is going through the...
I don't even know. That question's out of order.
Follow-up question. My other question.
You don't have to answer that question. It's out of order, Mr.
Okay, I've got a follow-up question.
Well, if you want to ask another question, you can try
Yes,
again.
I have. The back end. This is the horse racing, the back end.
Yes.
There's been complaints. There's been people that are the breeders, the horse racing industry. They're not very happy with what's happening. Would you like to elaborate on that?
Sure, I can respond to that. We run 300 rooms, and we are very proud of our record there. We monitor it regularly. We provide housing and meals for our backstretch workers. It's a very good community. I took Superintendent Ron Tavener there last week, and I said, is there anything we can be doing better? And he said, no, you are great community partners. We have very few problems on the backstretch at Woodbine. He's very pleased with the way it's run, and I can tell you that people who come into our backstretch and live there think it's one of the best in the world in terms of how it's run. So I'm surprised that I don't hear those problems, and I go to the backstretch just about every day.
What is the intention? Is the intention to keep the backstretch and to keep racing alive, or is the intention to shut it down and either build high-rise or build more casinos?
Our sole mandate at Woodbine Entertainment is horse racing. We will be in business 30 years from now, 40 years from now, and we will do what's right by the horsemen. All of our net proceeds, as I said, are reinvested in our business, in our community, and this is all about the people. This is all about the jobs, and that backstretch will exist, and we have one of the best racetracks in the world, and we continue to keep it that way for decades.
What do you say to the people that's spoken before and said that it's addictive and we should have controls?
Well, first of all, certainly from a personal standpoint, I have sympathy with that. I do think that we at Woodbine Entertainment have a strong, responsible gaming program, and in particular, we work closely with the OLG, and I think it's, you're going to hear from OLG, but I have great confidence in their responsible gaming program.
Much, Councillor Karygiannis. That brings us to Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. My first question, perhaps you can enlighten us as to what happened with Woodbine Live. And I've got two questions. So in two and a half minutes, what happened with, under 2.5 minutes, what happened with Woodbine Live? Why didn't it work?
Woodbine Live, a couple of reasons. I think as we probably everyone in this room experienced, Woodbine Live was kicked off in 2005. In 2007, we all experienced a terrible recession across the world, which had a number of impacts. One, the financial model did not work in terms of foreign investment, in terms of leasing rates that I think the former group could achieve. The Canadian dollar spiked 20 or 25 cents over that period from 2005, 2008. It was a perfect storm, I think, for things to go wrong. I do think it's certainly something that's predicated, would have been predicated and is predicated today on bringing that catalyst for entertainment activities. We in the horse racing industry want to bring people to the site, and that's what Woodbine Live was intended to do, and we have a great opportunity to develop this site and create jobs as we stand today.
So the retail complex and the hotel were just too much of a gamble for the investment to be made at that time?
There was not a hotel contemplated.
It was just the retail component?
It was a retail and entertainment component, but in large part, in addition to the problems that, as I said, we experienced with the worldwide recession and the exchange rate fluctuation with the U.S. investor, I do believe the delay in bringing gaming expansion to the site was probably related to that project not going ahead.
I appreciate that the OPP doesn't keep statistics on why, and this is based on a comment that you made around the site being safe. And you may not be able to answer because part of what goes on here is actually the OLG side rather than your particular side of the equation currently at Woodbine. And I do appreciate if you don't know the answer. But the OPP and Toronto Police don't track where suicides originate, the cause of suicides. But are you aware of any suicides that have taken place on the Woodbine site?
Yeah, my counsel here is telling me there was one years ago, but I personally was not aware.
Can you tell us how many years ago?
Over 5 years ago, at least.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That concludes your time, Councillor Layton. Thank you. Next would be Councillor Crisanti.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, Mr. Lawson. Thank you for coming in, and Mr. Ford. When you were just concluding your statements, you were just about to describe your vision to this with respect to how you realize the potential on this site. And I'd like you, if you could, elaborate a bit on your vision and where you see this site in the future if we're successful in getting the willing host for expanded gaming for you.
Sure, thank you. First of all, I have no question, as I've said during my comments, that the expanded gaming is a catalyst and trigger to bring entertainment uses to the site. Our vision is really, as I look at the sports and entertainment world today, we're in a very competitive world. The horse racing world is very competitive, and we need to find new ways to attract the next generation to our site. The way to do that is to make it a hub of activity and bring people flow to the site. And so we see live entertainment venues coming, Councillor Casanti, live music in particular, theater, complimentary food and beverage. That is really the first phase the second phase that will be triggered after the gaming expansion, and we're excited about it. We are stewards. I feel myself in my role today, I am a steward of, we are all stewards of a jewel of a property situated in this city that we need to plan and do the right thing by. And the vision is to plan complementary, mutually beneficial uses that will work for the local community of Rexdale. We've proven ourselves over the years to be great community partners. We will do this the right way. We will plan it over the long term. There's 350 acres undeveloped, and the vision is to advance it with entertainment uses, culinary uses. We're hugely in the food and beverage industry. I can see a vision of institutional uses, working with Humber College, as we're already doing on culinary school. Humber and Guelph University are combined. There's a potential there. There's a world of opportunity here that I'm urging you that we need to take advantage of. This is a great thing for this city.
Okay, thank you very much. And so I'm running out of time, so I'm going to ask my next two questions combined, and then I'll wait for your answer. So first of all, for those who are skeptical, how can you assure us that this development, in fact, is going to take place and the investment is going to be a reality for this site? And also, what does it mean to Woodbine should you not get that willing host status and the expanded gaming approved? What does it mean in terms of to the horse racing, to Woodbine and to the horse racing industry at Woodbine?
Council, I don't want to sound too dramatic, but I think
tell us straight what's going on.
The horse racing industry, we are in real trouble without our relationship with OLG. We have formed a partnership over the years. We've built a large infrastructure. We've changed the way we've done business. It's a dynamic partnership, and in order to compete in the world that we've competed in today and employ the 7,500 and 15,000 people in the GTA, it will have a dramatic impact on our ability to sustain what we have today.
All right,
thank you very much.
Councillor Casanti's time is up, and then we go to Councillor Mihevik next.
Yes, thank you very much. Over here. I'm just wondering, you run a 24-hour operation now.
OLG runs a 24-hour operation now, yes.
Would Woodbine be open to mandating a 6-hour closure as recommended by the Medical Officer of Health to control problem gambling?
I think it's really a question for OLG in terms of the operations and ultimately the operator. As we see it today, we have run, as I observe it today, as a partner on the site, they have run very successfully. I think jobs are important here. I think there's a potential impact on jobs. For sure. I've talked to Ron Tavener about this, and you'll see when you see his letter, he does not agree with the reduced hours. He is very close, Superintendent Tavener, with the local community, and in particular, the Woodbine community, but it's really a question for the OLG people who I know will be speaking.
Okay, my second and last question is, so explain to me why the situation right now with the horsing industry, with the horse industry, you get a certain take of the slots right now, and a certain take from the betting on the horses as well. Is
Yes.
that not enough to sustain your current to sustain the current needs around the horse industry at Woodbine?
In our current position today and the number of jobs we employ, in our operating model, it is not. We've just been through the cancellation of the slots program, as you're all well aware, and we have changed the way we have done business. We don't charge admission. We cater to our food and beverage operators. We don't charge for parking. We have built a business model today that is mutually beneficial with our gaming relationship on our site. And in order to continue to carry on.
Are you balancing the books now?
Yes, based on our landlord and tenant relationship with the OLG today, correct, yes.
I don't understand why you're saying, well, that's good. I'm happy, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Mihevik. I have Councillor Wong Tam.
Over here, not too far. Sure. Thank you very much. I want to understand you mentioned that you provide free parking. What other incentives do you provide to attract customers and clients? What are the incentives? I know if I go to a casino, I get free food, I get free beverages, they'll give me a loyalty card or the player's advantage. What are you folks offering?
Yeah, we're all about offering an experience in food and beverage and free admission, and we try and get people out and enjoy a good time and have a nice meal. We don't really have, in terms of benefits, I think it's more of an OLG question on the gaming.
Okay, and is it true now that that most of the customers to Woodbine are living within a 20-minute drive? According to the report, according to OLG? Are your customers coming from a 20-minute drive?
It's hard to measure exactly. Within a 20 for the horse racing component, we're running two racetracks, of course, and there's a big rural component to particularly our standardbred, our harness racing community, which is based a lot in southwestern Ontario and in the Kitchener and also Kitchener-Guelph area. So I don't think it's fair to say necessarily that they're within 20 minutes. We draw, because we have a world-class horse racing product, I think we draw from large reason around the GTA, certainly probably beyond 20 minutes. I couldn't tell you, I couldn't delineate that line for you.
And so if you mentioned that this is all about jobs and the people that you're working with or you employ, what are the number of new jobs that will come through the expansion of this casino, like turning this into a full-fledged casino? How many new jobs will be created in your particular division?
Again, I mean, first of all, in terms of the pure expansion, it's a question for OLG, and I think it's in the city report, or I know it's in the city report, and I have no reason to quibble with those numbers. What we are talking about is, in particular, the 7,500 jobs in Toronto that we employ today, and firstly, to protect those jobs, and then secondly, as we develop out ancillary and entertainment uses related to that, so live entertainment, food and beverage, and beyond, in terms of developing out our community based on that catalyst, I think the job numbers are exponential relative to what we have today. If the question is, do we expect more horse racing, pure horse racing jobs? Probably not. We have a cap of about 2,000 horses on our backstretch today, and there's just out of interest, there's 2.5 jobs per horse on our backstretch today.
Thank you, Councillor Wong Tam. That would bring us then to the end of the members from outside the committee wanted to ask questions. Am I right? Okay. Members of the committee, I had down Councillors, I think, Berardinetti, Crawford, and Bylaw. Am I correct? And DeGiorgio and Ainsley. Okay. So start with Councillor Berardinetti.
I'm okay.
Is she okay for now, all right? Councillor Crawford. Pardon me? Councillor Crawford. Yep.
Thank you for coming. By the way, I want to thank you for the tour. I did take it last week, and you have an amazing backfield there. You're definitely supportive of non-gaming and gaming expansion. You've already stated that, and you are supportive of an integrated entertainment complex expansion, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now when you look at that, I mean, I sort of look at, things, definitely casinos a component of that, entertainment center, retail space, a potential hotel, even convention space. So when you're looking at what we're looking at doing or what we're approving, you are supportive of all those sort of amenities that would come, and of course, at the end of the day, be supporting the racing that I think fundamentally is what you want to ensure that
Racing continues.
it'll continue. But with an expanded integrated resort, you will have more opportunity to be more
To attract people to our site.
Okay, but you are supportive of, when you're looking at sort of the investment that we're looking at doing, if we go, reasonably, even if we're looking at a casino similar to, I guess, Casino Niagara, with a hotel component of 400 or plus, that is something that would be reasonably suited to that site, along with an entertainment complex, retail, and everything above that?
Well, I think it's a question for OLG. They're the experts in this area. What I do know is that there will be the gaming expansion, in addition to what we already house, will bring significant significant other entertainment uses that one would associate with a gaming and entertainment center. And again, I'm thinking of a live music venue and other food and beverage uses, hospitality uses generally, which is what's of most interest to us, is to bring people to our site and protect the jobs at Woodbine Entertainment.
So a hotel, again, if that was part of the plans, would probably support what you're looking at doing, because it's in fact going to probably bring in a lot of tourism, hopefully some international tourism that may end up using the racetrack?
We wouldn't be against it. I think that's certainly for the operator and working with OLG to determine.
And request, our recommendation number 3 says where the OLG is going to select a service provider that's going to work with you.
Yes.
So that means somebody outside is going to be coming in to work with you, or do you have the ability to be the service provider or bid for the service provider?
We will not be the service provider, but our expectation is we will work closely to make sure that the site works from an integrated standpoint, so that if we have an entertainment use, that we're working very closely with the operator to make sure that they work well together and that they're not competing with each other, joint marketing opportunities. We want to bring people to our site, as I said, to promote and sustain horse racing. So our expectation and our hope is that we will work closely with that operator to achieve our overall goal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Councillor Bailao.
So we talked a lot about creating jobs, because you are concerned about the jobs that you have. Those are good, high-paying jobs that are employing, I believe, 1 in 10 people from the area. 1 in 10 people work from the area.
Yes.
So you want to maintain that quality of jobs on site with the expansion.
Yes, absolutely.
So you would be supportive of a labor peace agreement if the city requested that?
Again, I think it's a question we have a great relationship with the unions today, and we are a very good workplace with a loyal workforce in terms of that relationship. It's an OLG operator question for the future.
But you do believe that we need to continue to have the quality of jobs that are presently at the site?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. We have next Councillor DiGiorgio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Lawson, based on the expanded gaming that is before us,
yes,
is there a likelihood that, in fact, we might have to look at even more expanded gaming in the future? Or is this adequate to do the kind of, you called it a catalyst, to sort of leverage and get the synergy of redevelopment of the site to get a more comprehensive development there?
From our standpoint, the excitement from the Woodbine Entertainment standpoint is to take this as a catalyst and develop the community out in a way that we will work with the city, we will work with the local community in Rexdale. So it's not part of the vision from a Woodbine Entertainment standpoint to look at additional gaming. Our vision is to develop a community that is safe and friendly and works well for the community of Rexdale and the city of Toronto, and we intend to be stewards and do that the right way for everyone.
Contingent on the expanded gaming, do you have investors that have approached you that are willing to essentially make an investment there to help reach that master plan you have in mind?
Well, I think it's fair to say we're approached regularly. There aren't too many 680-acre sites, 350 acres bounded with the kind of access we have. I would say that we are, as I said, we consider ourselves stewards of this land on behalf of Rexdale, on behalf of the city of Toronto, and we will do it right. Sure, we're approached all the time, and we have not. We're going to take our time and do this right for people of the city and create the community that this vacant piece of land deserves.
Is it your intention to retain ownership of the land, or are we likely to see some?
I think there could be multiple models of ownership. Ultimately, the preference, once again, coming back to my steward comment, may well be to ground lease it out, but joint venture, possible sale, I think it would depend on what portion of the property. So we're going to be careful, but ultimately we want to make sure that we have control and do the right thing by the community.
If I were to look at it from an optimistic point of view, how many years out do you think we might be looking at before we get a sizable investment there to complement the expanded gaming?
I think, firstly, the catalyst is going through that OLG process, which you're about to hear about. And our vision, and I preach this to our management team, is 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. We will plan this so that we don't misstep and all of a sudden take one of those developers that comes along and says, we want to do this. We won't react to that. We are going to consult. We are going to work through the city planning process, and we will do it right. And I couldn't give you a time horizon. But I can tell you, it's a 5, 10, 15, 20-year plan that we will look at, and we will not quickly move. I mean, we will not. For example, part of that site is owned for residential condos. We could do that tomorrow, and we're not going to. We're going to do what's right for the community and plan it as a mutually beneficial community for everyone.
Real job delivery will be. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Councillor DeGiorgio. Did I have Councillor Ainsley? Am I right? You were on the list. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So in the report, there's a section that's called OLG's procurement process in the GTA gaming bundle. So from my perspective, you're a landlord. You're hoping you're going to get a casino operator or service provider that's going to be in Woodbine, and then you're going to kind of build everything around it. Is that correct?
I think that's fair, yes.
Yeah, that's a fair statement.
It's fair. It's potentially, as I said, a difference between building around it and working with them and making sure it works with our horse racing core business in terms of from operations, from security, from maintenance, all of those things, but yes.
Okay, so then in terms of gaming, and as a landlord, I don't know if you're familiar with the term cannibalization in gambling. And that means you have so you have X number of people who go to casinos, even if you build a new one and the hype kind of wears down. So you have a pretty much market that's shrinking from everything that I've read. So you have different zones are looking at in this report, one in Woodbine, one out in Durham, and potentially expanding the Zone 8, which includes the Blue Heron Casino near Port Perry. So do you not worry that you're going to have something like what's happening in Atlantic City? You're going to bring in a casino operator or a service provider. This cannibalization is going to happen, and you're going to end up with the middle of your wheel is going to be empty.
Yeah, again, you'll have an opportunity to ask OLG that in terms of the question. Our vision is more in line with gentrification of downtown districts. So we've looked at various models across North America, Kansas City, Gulfstream Park, and Miami, where they really are entertainment destinations where people can come out and go out to dinner, food and beverage, music, theater. That is the vision we have in terms of how it relates to our expansion. The other is a question for OLG.
Okay, but so for you as a landlord, though, if you put all those components together,
yes,
you think they can successfully operate without a casino?
I think the trigger for it to get people to have investment in those ancillary uses is certainly expanded gaming. Yes.
Right, but if you don't have that expanded gaming, you wouldn't put all those other components together.
I think it would be extremely difficult, and we haven't got there today because what our vision again is to bring people to the site. And the level of investment that we're talking about will certainly trigger that investment.
Right. So
thank you, Councillor. It was 2 times. It was past 3 minutes. So yeah, I stopped it. Didn't stop it at 3 minutes, but it's now 3:54.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Barata took herself off the list, and so we have Councillor Thompson to ask questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you, what's your plan B then, please?
Our plan B?
That's my question.
In terms of the lack of gaming expansion?
Yeah, if that's not approved by council in terms of allowing you to expand, you've indicated to Councillor Ainsley, I mean, that's an integral part in terms of your expansion plan around gaming. So if gaming doesn't occur, what would you do then?
Well, our single mandate is horse racing, so we would potentially attempt to carry on, but on a far different scale than what we see today. Reduced people, reduced number of race dates. We're obligated today to run 133 race dates by the provincial government and 223 standard bred dates by the provincial government. That live racing is what employs all of the people, and really, we're talking about the 40 to 50,000 people in this province that are employed without Woodbine leading it, which
So can you help me to understand why then the province has actually reduced its funding, or in fact looking at withdrawing its funding to racing if it's that important to the province?
I think we have a renewed relationship with the province. I think there was, I think that has dramatically changed. It's taken 2 to 3 years.
Why do you need gaming resources to continue to expand your programs?
Based on the conventional model for pari-mutuel wagering in North America, and who our competitors are for, in particular, horse supply and horses, which is New York State, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Ohio.
Okay.
In order to attract the investment and attract the horses to keep us going, we need a certain amount of
Fair enough.
revenue.
What amount of revenues will the new expanded facility generate annually? Sorry, are you having a problem hearing me?
No, just hesitating because of clarification. What revenues will it generate?
Yeah, how much money will you make annually on the expanded program?
Yeah, we're currently waiting for the RFP process.
Well, I mean, we were told by one of the presenters who presented numbers. Do you agree with those numbers?
I understand from
Yes or
our
no?
studies. No, I understand from our studies that the potential for the site.
Let him, if your time was up.
No, it's running and I've got more questions.
No, I'm just saying that I understand the potential for the site is in the range of $1 billion to $1.3 billion. As to how that relates to us ultimately, that's still to be determined.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Who else do we have? That exhausts the list of questioners that I have for this deputant. And if
Mayor Tory.
I'm sorry, David Shiner, Councillor David Shiner.
When I heard yours before, am I correct that the entertainment complex and those amenities would be built after the expansion of the gaming?
I think, no. I think that there's potential on the site to do many additional entertainment amenities after, and maybe not after, concurrently with and possibly before.
Okay, so then-
From a Woodbine entertainment perspective.
So the
Sorry.
So what I'm trying to get at is, if the city was to support the expansion, you're going forward with a plan to expand the gaming, and if you were successful in getting it, how would we be guaranteed that there'd actually be any other benefits between the expansion, and how do we not know that you'd be building it concurrently instead of at a later date?
Twofold. Fully expect that OLG will address that question in terms of the type of investment and the type of amenities that they will expect in terms of their process. And in terms of additional development, we will be back to the city for approvals for the amenities that we would build.
Okay, but I don't mean to be repetitive.
Yeah.
If you were to be successful and if the city was supporting it, it's all based on the premise that there's something similar to what the proposal was for Woodbine Live before. An entertainment complex, amenities, everything you spoke about.
Yes.
But what I heard you say is that would be after. How could we come back and say, no, we want that at the same time? If you're building casinos, you're building the rest or a good portion of what rest you've put as part of the plan, because I don't think that my colleagues and I are supportive of just seeing a casino go in without a guarantee that there's some hard benefits that are going to come through it to the residents of the City of Toronto besides cash.
And we are totally aligned on that. For there to be gaming expansion at Woodbine, our interest on behalf of the horse racing industry is to make sure that those entertainment uses and ancillary uses, the food and beverage that they will need to do to attract their gaming customers, that they will do. And that will be a question for OLG. In terms of our interest is developing the site beyond that, and we think this is a great trigger in order to do so.
Well done then, Councillor Shiner.
Well, Mayor Tory, I'm only getting it's a great trigger, it's a good opportunity. I'm not getting anything that I understand to be any type of guarantee that anything beyond gaming would go in there. So I don't know how many times I can ask the same question.
Well, I can try and help you because I can take it through my 3 minutes if you.
I really want to know, when we deal with any type of development or increase and we support something, we want to know what the benefits are. And if people tell them to us, we want to know that what the commitment is to make sure that they deliver on that. Because if it's only a casino and there's no guarantee, I can only tell you that my personal thoughts don't go down the road of supporting that.
Okay, but maybe I'll move on. Is there any other member of the committee? Because I had the list was exhausted, and I will just ask you a couple of questions, if I may, Mr. Lawson. And I'll just stop the clock and start it again. I won't put it quite the way Councillor Shiner just did, because there are no guarantees that people can make in business. But I'm sort of coming from the same place he is, and I've said this very publicly, that I'm not interested, especially if it's some sort of shed that somebody builds at the back of the existing building to put in a few tables, and that there's a lot of revenue reaped mostly by government for that. And some jobs, but a job is a job. I don't diminish those jobs, but I'm very, very interested, and I've said this again, in this serving as a catalyst for the other investment. And while I know you can't come here and say, well, there will be this many hotels and this many convention centers and this many office buildings and this much retail, I think what the committee members are looking for, including me as the chair, is some greater sense of assurance than I guess we're getting, that you really believe that this can be done, not on the Never Never plan, that there would be some start to this and some proposal that you have. I mean, do you have any plans that are in front of your board or that have even been prepared by your management to take account of the possibility of this gambling expansion being approved? I'm not going to ask you to divulge details, but surely
Certainly what we've taken to our board is a vision of, that we've done a study as to what works for the site and what the highest and best uses are for the site. The RFP process, the RFPQ process and the RFP process that the OLG will go through will actually guarantee those additional uses and build out of the site. And I think that's what we need. That's the missing link in this discussion right now is the OLG RFP and RFPQ and RFP process, where they will actually be submitting plans to the city for the development and in order to generate the type of activity that we talked about earlier, it will I think you'll hear from the OLG that they will guarantee those types of additional build-outs, and we have asked, from Woodbine Entertainment's standpoint, we have the same question, and we're comfortable that it will generate dynamic entertainment uses, which really is a trigger for the
All
rest
right,
of those.
so that then we all understand, do I understand you correctly to be saying that you're not the ones that would provide those guarantees, and I don't even like to use that word, but that you're not the one to provide those assurances, that in fact would come from OLG because they'd be the proponent, or they would identify a successful proponent who would not only possibly build and operate the expanded gambling, but also would be the one saying we're also going to oversee attraction of hotels, conventions, retail, et cetera.
Yes.
So it's premature to ask that question of you today.
Of
It may
us,
never
yes.
be asked of you, may be asked of somebody else entirely.
Right.
So the next deputant then is probably where we should be pursuing this as well.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Was there anybody else that wanted to ask questions of the Woodbine people? Well, thank you very much then. We'll
Okay.
thank you for your attendance
for
here
your
today,
time.
for your patience. That does then bring us to the group from the Ontario Lottery and Gaming Corporation, as good timing would have it. Are you going to come forward? There's 3 people listed, Mr. Rigby, the CEO, Mr. McFarlane, and Mr. Pellizzari. And there you are. And how are you going to do your presentation today?
Mr. Mayor, what I would propose, we're all registered as deputants. That said, I will try and curtail my remarks to approximately 3 minutes, if you could give me just a slight bit of leeway.
Sure, I'm happy to do that. Okay, please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, councillors, thank you for seeing us this evening. It's a pleasure to be here. We truly value the positive working relationship we've developed with the City of Toronto, and we are also a proud member of the Rexdale community. Expanding gaming at Woodbine would lead to more local economic development and significant job creation. In our view, we estimate that between 1,000 and 1,400 new direct jobs related to the gaming portion of the facility would be created, and there may be additional jobs created based on non-gaming activities. The Woodbine facility, as well as every other OLG gaming site across Ontario, has a responsible gambling resource centre. At Woodbine, the centre is staffed by representatives from the Responsible Gambling Council. We have developed responsible gambling training in collaboration with CAMH, and this training is mandatory for all 6,000 gaming staff across the province, including all gaming staff at Woodbine. The training is refreshed every 3 years, and we have enhanced our self-exclusion programs. And we support these programs with facial recognition technology at all gaming sites, including Woodbine. We have extensive player education programs to help people play safely and understand the resources available to those who may need help. And in fact, there are 52 counselling centres in Ontario, staffed by professionals and funded by the province. These centres provide counselling support free of charge, and we are constantly reviewing our responsible gambling program to look to ways to improve it. This week, for example, we are beginning a pilot of a new gaming management system, or GMS, at our slots facility at Georgian Downs near Barrie, Ontario. The system includes My PlaySmart, a new responsible gambling feature that allows players to set limits for the time and money that they spend on slot machines. In the future, the system will help detect at-risk and self-excluded customers across all gaming sites using multiple methods and alerts. We are happy to see that the City Manager's report recommends maintaining existing and planned responsible gambling measures at Woodbine, and we are proud of the standard that we are pursuing when it comes to responsible gambling. All of OLG's gaming sites, including Woodbine, have been recognized by something called RG Check,
and it is the most rigorous responsible gambling accreditation program in the world. And as we move forward with our modernization program, responsible gambling will become an ever greater focus for our corporation. All of our service providers under our modernization initiative will need to adopt OLG's responsible gaming and gambling policies, programs, and collaborative efforts, and this includes maintaining RG Check accreditation at all of our sites. And we will ensure service providers are accountable for this through the contracts that we will be signing with them. I will stop there, Mayor, in light of the fact that's about 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. So we begin with questions from members who are not members of the Executive Committee. Councillor Karygiannis, Councillor Layton, Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you for coming, and I listened to you with great interest. Please advise me what community programs you have, partners, and how you educate young ones that might be addicted or possibly addicted to gambling.
Well, most of our efforts, Councillor, are focused on the gambling facilities, the gaming facilities themselves. But we work extensively with a number of professional associations, particularly CAMH, as I indicated to you. Our efforts, I think, as I have suggested, are amongst the best in the world. There might be more that we can do, and I'm signaling to you through my remarks this evening that as we move forward, particularly with modernization, we're extremely sensitive to the way in which we continue to evolve and embed our responsible gambling commitments through the provision of new services and the service providers that we select.
What outreach programs are you doing to high schools, to grade schools, in order to teach the kids and the young ones that if you're going to gamble, gamble responsibly?
Let me refer to my friend here, who probably knows a little bit more about this than I.
Hi. So Ontario dedicates approximately $40 million every year that comes from OLG's revenues. Sorry, I apologize. $40 million comes through OLG revenues. That money goes through the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care. Approximately $28 million of it goes to free treatment. $5 million goes to prevention efforts, including youth education efforts.
What programs are you dedicating to young ones in high school and grade school? And that's not what you're answering me.
The Responsible Gambling Council, which receives that money, educates middle schools, high schools, universities, and secondary schools. They're an independent agency that gets that money, and they do that. There are also YGAP programs through the YMCA that are funded for youth education.
So in our schools, there exists a program that teaches children not to gamble or to gamble responsibly.
The YMCA through YGAP teaches different levels of students, and the Responsible Gambling Council, as I said, goes to different levels of education with education efforts on gambling.
How many hours a week will a teacher utilize or apply in order to teach the children to be responsible gamblers?
As I said, they're independent agencies that carry out education initiatives.
I have 5 daughters that are teachers, and I asked them that question last night. They haven't heard any programs regarding responsible gambling. So either my daughters don't know what they're doing, or I'm not hearing the right answer from you. Which one is it?
It's not the Ministry of Education that does this. There are independent agencies that get money from the Ministry of Health to carry out education programming.
By other words, non-existent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Karygiannis. Next, we have Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. Just first, City Council requested that you share gambling data from Woodbine with the Centre for Addiction and Mental Health. Why wasn't that done?
OLG works with researchers, including researchers from the Centre of Addiction and Mental Health, on a regular basis.
Well, but the City Council's decision in its last council meeting requested specifically you share data from Woodbine so that we could determine what the local impacts were. Why wasn't that done?
When we get requests to share data, we share data.
Was it done in this case?
There was no specific request for specific data
That will
to be
be a
shared.
big question for staff then, why that request wasn't made, considering council asked for it. How will you guarantee that this will be more than a casino and that it will have this wider entertainment complex?
What we have done in pursuing the RFP process that we've embedded into modernization is to stipulate the kind of development that we feel would be required associated with the gambling expansion that is being considered by council tonight. So if an approval is granted, we would put that into the requirements that bidders would have to bid on, and we would obviously consider all of the proposals as we're examining them as we go forward, and we would build in accountability sessions and accountability requirements into the requirement for them to meet the sorts of things that they would be committing to in their bids.
On page 20 of the report, it says that the OLG will not include the city's specific conditions within the contracts with the service providers. How can we be assured that any conditions we put in about what the development looks like or what protections there are for citizens will be included in any of this?
A number of things I think that would be in debate there, Councillor, would be a direct conversation between the city and the selected proponent, and we would vacate that space for that conversation to occur. Things that would be within the purview of OLG to stipulate in the eventual contract, we would guarantee.
Your so this, not all of the conditions that the city put forward would be put into the contract with the service provider?
We would make, obviously, all of the provisions known to the service providers.
You would make them known, but would they become part of the contract with the service provider?
Let me just ask my friend, Mr. McFarland, to comment, just so I get a correct answer to you.
No, the intent would be that OLG would put the city resolution in the data room that we provide for service providers. Our understanding also is the city certainly has tools at their disposal with respect to the Planning Act that would help shape and scale the development, the potential development for Woodbine. And it is our understanding that planning process provides for direct engagement between the potential service provider and the city for certain conditions.
Your website says that the conditions must be reasonable and commercially viable, consistent with the OLG legal responsibility under the Criminal Code of Canada, and align with the government's policy directions. Who will make the call whether or not the conditions stipulated by the City of Toronto are the three things that I just said? Is it the OLG?
At the moment, Councillor, the conditions have not been adopted. So obviously, as we look at whatever the decision of Council is tonight, we'll consider that question.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Layton. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much. What does OLG consider a full-time job? How many hours per week?
40.
40, not 24 hours per week.
No, I would stipulate that small correction to city staff report. I believe the report indicates 24. It is in fact 40.
It is 40 hours a week. And how many, what percentage of the patrons do you anticipate coming to your facility are with a 20-hour, a 12-minute drive?
Right now, the statistics...
Is it a majority? Or do you have a percentage?
The larger percentage, probably around 80% today, come from the GTA region, writ large. I couldn't actually stipulate how many of those are within a 20-minute drive. I don't know, John, if you'd have anything further to add.
But you've claimed in the past that the large majority of patrons are from a 20-minute drive, so they're local residents or local to the neighborhood.
They are GTA residents.
Yeah. Okay. But
I can't comment on...
I live in the GTA. I live right downtown. You're not a 20-minute drive for me.
No. I'm simply indicating that the larger proportion, probably as much as 80% of the current patronage at Woodbine, comes from the GTA region writ large.
And so I want to ask a question about responsible gaming commitments or responsible gaming checks. In the Chinese community, in particular, we've got about 5 Chinatowns in the GTA, and I see these very large buses in every single one of our Chinatowns. And I see them in front of our senior homes as well, and they're all taking our community members to casinos. Is there a specific targeting of the community in that case?
No, I'm aware of no targeting of any community.
And do these casino buses, do they sit in every other community? Like, so for example, Little Italy, Greek Town, like Little India?
I'm not aware of that.
No. But why am I seeing them in 5 of the Chinatowns across the GTA? And in front of senior homes, too.
Well,
Chinese senior homes.
The busing program comes from various areas around the city. With respect to targeting, I would only echo Mr. Rigby's comments. We do not target specific customers. They are customers. They're free to come to our facilities if they so desire, or if they're free to stay away, obviously.
The responsible gaming commitments, or checks as you call them, RGCs, are they provided in multiple languages?
Yes, we have all the material that would be at Woodbine is in many languages, between 8 and 12 languages.
And so would I be able to access those services, the RGCs, in multiple language outside of the facility? Because by the time I get to your facility, I've already lost my impulse control if I am a gambling addict.
So our prevention and education materials are available in different languages, as I said.
I've never seen it in Chinatown, but I've seen the buses.
The locations, there are gambling counseling agencies around the city, including Chinese Family Services, that would have those materials in their languages.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. Councillor Mihevc.
Just based on Councillor Wong-Tam's questions, who pays for the buses? Who supplies the buses?
Well, they would be coming from various of the casinos around the province.
So are they OLG buses?
Not directly, I don't believe.
No, there are private operators that run the busing programs.
And how do they get paid?
They're contracted through the casinos.
The casinos, so the individual operator?
Individual operators, we have resort operators through the province at Casino Rama, Niagara, and Caesars Windsor, and also we have the OLG facilities.
I see, so it's part of their operating agreement. So OLG has no say in that. It's basically each operator basically says, I want 5 buses, and they contract with people to bring gamblers to their facility.
No, OLG does have a say. We play the role of conduct and manage with our resort partners, so we're the operating mind of those facilities, and we approve all of their programs, their budgeted expenditures on an annual basis.
Do you do an analysis of your customers in each location?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Analysis of people who attend casinos in each location? So would we be able to get, and I understand that staff has asked for that information and that it wasn't passed on, do you have an analysis of your customers?
I'm not sure I'm following you with sorry.
Age, demographics, where they live, income level, religious background, ethnic background, how much of their income they spend.
So with respect to folks who do sign up for a player rewards card, we certainly are aware if they volunteer information such as address as a requirement, birth date, but we do not request anything related to their income. That's proprietary information
Does
for those
OLG
individuals.
do a market analysis of its potential customers, of its customer base?
We market to our customers, absolutely.
Who are they? So do you have data on who they are? And is that available to us?
We have data on who our customers are, the folks that choose to sign up for a player rewards program. Not everyone who comes in our facility possesses a player rewards program. We have folks who just walk in.
Loblaws does market analysis. Shoppers Drug Mart does everyone does market analysis.
Yes.
Do you do market analysis? It's a very simple question.
And I've responded, yes, we do.
Okay, so do you know the income levels of people and the quantity of money, say between 40,000 and 50,000 income earner, that how much the average person spends at a casino in Ontario?
Final question.
For our customers who carry loyalty program cards, we do know what their level of spend is. Absolutely.
Thank you, Councillor Mihevc. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you. A couple follow-up questions to some previous ones. Councillor Layden asked if you've seen the conditions that were recommended by the Board of Health. Have you seen them? There were 2 of them.
Yes, we have seen the conditions.
Will you abide by those conditions if there's support?
I believe that the city report indicate that those conditions be noted. We have noted them.
Will you abide by them?
With regard to the condition on
It's a yes or a no, with all due respect.
we will not make them a condition of issuing the contract to the service provider, no.
Well, with all due respect, Councillor, those are not conditions. They're conditions that have been set out by the medical officer of health, but not approved by the council or this committee or any
Correct.
other.
I'm just asking if they would be willing to abide by the conditions by the Board of Health if they are approved by council. If you would like, Chair, I can amend it to that. If the conditions approved by the Board of Health are approved by City Council, will the OLG abide by them?
Obviously, if those are the conditions that are set out by council, we will only go and conduct ourselves in a manner that is approved by the respective municipalities. So yes, in that case, we would. It is my understanding that they have not, at this point, been adopted by council. So the question, Councillor, I believe at this juncture is...
Okay, thank you. I believe I phrased the questions here, not you, but I do appreciate that. The OLG data on problem gambling at Woodbine that was requested by council to be provided to CAMH. Did you not receive that request? Is that what you told Councillor Layton?
OLG does not track data on problem gambling. OLG cannot diagnose a gambling problem, and we don't have data that says who the problem gamblers are. But what I can tell you is we have launched a new technology supported at Georgian Downs that has voluntary time limits and money limits that are going to change the gambling experience in the slot machine. A subsequent phase of that initiative is going to have data analytics that include risk analysis. We'll not be diagnosing a gambling problem, but we'll see low, medium, high risk, and we'll be able to inform players and interact with them on that basis. We've already launched this kind of a platform on our Play OLG internet site.
Thank you. So I heard in a previous question you mentioned that a full-time work week is 40 hours, not 24 as in the staff report. Can you confirm that only 40% of current employees at Woodbine are full-time?
No, that's not correct. Approximately 55 to 60% employees at Woodbine slots are currently full-time.
Full-time at 40 hours a week?
That is correct. There are actually 2 individuals who are working 32 hours a week that are considered full-time, but the absolute rest are 40-hour-a-week employees.
All right. And now, right now, the OLG is the employer and the workers are unionized, right?
There are 3 different unions that represent employees at the casino at Woodbine.
Will the new service provider provide unionized jobs with benefits and a pension?
There will be no choice for a service provider. When a service provider takes over the facility, if there is a collective bargaining agreement in place, it's incumbent upon them to assume the obligations under that agreement.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Councillor Cressy, and that exhausts the list. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Grisanti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You currently operate 24 hours, correct? At Woodbine, you're currently operating on a 24-hour
That is
7 days?
That is correct.
And so what components are important to you in terms of Woodbine's competitiveness and ensuring they have an operator's interest? Are there certain restrictions that you've read about in the report that, should they get approved, may not work well for your business model?
Well, to be honest, Councillor, we might have some issue with a limitation on 24-hour operation.
Right.
From a responsible gambling point of view, I am not persuaded that a cessation of operations for that 6-hour period would have quite the effect that some might argue. Again, there are lots of reports to be read on this sort of thing, but there are indications, for example, that people who might have a gambling issue might increase their gambling before the closure, might increase it upon re-entry into the casino when it opens in the morning, might adjust their life to come in and, gamble around the times that we're open. So I would have some concerns with that from an RG point of view. There will also obviously be an impact on both Woodbine, the return to the city, and the overall attractiveness of the package if we have a different operating time model.
So an operator may look at another site more favorably versus Woodbine.
They might well.
Correct. So then we could lose the potential for the type of development and world-class type of development that we're looking for
I think it could be a question that would be in play as people examine the potential, yes.
Okay. Earlier, did you hear the comments made by the deputant, Mr. Simpson's deputation?
I did.
You did? Okay, and he also made a comment with respect that, I believe he said that OLG does not intervene. I'm wondering if you could just elaborate on that and maybe some other comments that he made, but the intervention part, if you could just comment on that.
Let me ask Mr. Palazzari to comment.
So OLG has, all of our staff are trained, and then they don't diagnose gambling problems, but they can look for red flag behavioral signs. So if someone sees someone who's playing for an extended period or has fatigue impairment or is making certain kinds of comments, there's an escalation procedure where they interact with those players, and we take a range of actions from suggesting someone take a break, suggesting that someone go to the Responsible Gambling Center on site, that his independent staff who can provide a range of information referral and assistance. And we are going to build on this basic platform that we've created by using technology. So in the future, our staff will be able to see risk of players and be able to interact on a more personalized basis.
All right, thank you. And you also mentioned earlier that responsible gaming improvements are coming in the future. Any timelines on that, and what are those changes?
So our program is based on continuous improvement. We're constantly evaluating. We look at the research. We work with other independent experts. As I said, the technology push is a big change for us. We're also increase the culture at the site. So not only do we train our staff rather, we track their interactions through database. We have RG champions at sites. We have site teams that reinforce and make sure the training is actually getting done. We're also looking at social impact measurement. We want to make sure that what we're doing is effective for players, and so we're looking at different ways that we can measure that and ensure that our programs are having an effect.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, that's the outside members, not of the committee. Are there members of the committee who wish to ask questions? Okay, okay, we have Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Barlow, and Councillor Crawford. Councillor Ainsley.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Tory. Gentlemen, thanks for coming in this evening now. I wanted to ask, I was reading a study about a comparable sized casino in New York State, and it talked about complimentary rooms, hotel rooms, food and beverage, and other merchandise. Would that be tracked if this casino was put into Woodbine? Would that be allowed?
It certainly would be tracked. It's part of a casino's loyalty rewards program where they would provide complimentaries dependent on a patron's play.
Okay.
We have obligations under the criminal code for conduct and manage, as it's called. And so obviously every year when we deal with casinos around the province, we set their budgets, we look at the kind of investments they're going to make in that. So we have.
And are those that comping, as it's called, is that reported publicly? If we put a casino in Woodbine, could I look that up somewhere to see what was given out complimentary each year?
I don't believe that we report that as a separate item in our annual report, but if you asked for it, we could see what data was available, yeah.
But you wouldn't give that out publicly on a regular basis?
No, I don't believe we do.
No, we do not.
If I'm wrong.
Okay. And I asked Woodbine earlier about the concept of cannibalization, in particular now with online gambling, and you're looking at different zones set up. And I have one quote here from a report on gambling in the States. It said, anyone who's ever wanted to try a casino has tried a casino. So you don't worry about cannibalization in the GTA?
No, in actuality, we believe the GTA is a highly underserviced market with respect to casinos. Currently, if you have an individual who wants to play a live table game, they have to go to Casino Rama or Niagara to play facilities. And if you go by Woodbine on a Friday or a Saturday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, there are a lot of customers, and we have more customers than we do slot machines. So,
okay, all right.
With respect to cannibalization, we strongly believe GTA is underserviced.
All right, and if you had a service provider or a casino operator at Woodbine, are they obligated to post a public filing on their finances, on their revenue versus expenses?
You don't?
Most likely, if they're a publicly traded company, there would be requirements to do those postings.
Okay, but if they were a subsidiary of an American casino, they file with the Securities Exchange Commission in the States, there wouldn't be a filing in Canada, correct?
I have to apologize, I'm not able to answer that question.
Okay, and then slot machines in Ontario, are they set for a certain payout? In the States, I've done a lot of reading. They're set for 8 cents. They pay out 8 cents of every dollar that goes into them. Is that similar in Ontario? Is there a percentage they're set at?
It is. It's actually regulated through the Alcohol and Gaming Authority.
And what would that amount be?
The regulated payout is 85%, but OLG is very similar to what the statistic you quoted on our payback.
Okay, and is there a responsibility of a service provider? Is there a responsibility to report the odds of losing publicly, the amounts that?
If they,
So they have a responsibility to report the amount of money that a potential gambler could lose when they go into a casino.
Paul, if I could.
So we are obligated to provide information on the payouts of machines. That's required by the regulator. We also have extensive education programs through the centers at sites, through our website, through initiatives that we carry out to teach players about the cost of play.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you, Mayor Tory.
Councillor Ainsley. That would bring us next to Councillor Barlow.
Just very quickly, just want to follow up on a question that I posed to Woodbine. You do consider yourself a good employer. You have a lot of good jobs, good paying jobs. Is that the kind of jobs you would like to bring to the expansion of the casino?
Absolutely.
And you do believe that it is in the benefit of the city, OLG, and everybody involved to have some labor peace in the first few years?
Obviously, a calm labor environment is something that we would be quite interested in, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you're waiting for the city to make recommendations to come to you on, I guess, the size and scope of what we feel that we want for the city. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and in that, of course, we are looking, and you've already heard that we're looking at an integrated entertainment complex that we feel includes gaming, non-gaming, possibly hotel, entertainment center, retail space. From your experience, what does a successful integrated entertainment complex consist of around the province?
It really depends on the market. If you look at what we currently have in Niagara Falls, for example, they have an integrated complex. They have a casino, they have hotel, they have various dining options, and they have retail, not dissimilar to the properties that we have at Caesars Windsor and Casino Ramos.
Okay. Now, when you're looking at Toronto, which is, of course, a different market,
It is.
Would you assume that the market that you're looking for in Toronto be larger than, say, Casino Niagara in what they're giving?
It's difficult to put a framework around it. It's really going to be with respect to what the service providers are going to bring to the table from their proposal side. It's a procurement process that they'll be participating in. So.
Okay. Now, with regard, now when you're looking, and I'm sort of looking, when you look at something like Casino Niagara, I think back in 2000, it cost about $1 billion to build 400 hotel rooms. In today's standard, that's 1.9, actually almost $2 billion. So it's not unrealistic when we're talking about an entertainment complex, that we probably want something bigger than that. We want more than just a hotel. We probably want an entertainment center that is above that. We're looking at the retail space. So when you're looking at the kind of investment that we would expect, and in fact we would want, because we're saying that we want an integrated entertainment complex that meets, sort of maximizes the return for the city, maximizes jobs, that it'd be reasonable to assume that we're looking at probably something considerably larger than something like Casino Niagara.
Again, I'd have to default to my earlier comment where we're going to be looking hard at what the potential service providers are going to propose during our process.
Okay, thank you.
Could I just follow along on that? First of all, I think I've understood you correctly in answer to some of those questions, including Councillor Crawford's, that you will be putting in your RFP or competitive documents, inviting people to bid, requirements that there be investments that go beyond the mere casino itself, correct?
Yes. what there will be is a requirement to bid on the running of the Woodbine Casino, if that's what council approves. And we will be accepting market-driven bids on what that might look like. And as my friend has indicated, that's going to vary depending on the kinds of returns that these service providers see and the sorts of concepts they have for the kinds of, if you're approving an expansion of slots or you're approving expansion of gaming, what that's going to look like and the kind of offshoot sorts of investments that they may wish to make. We will consider.
This is a very important question, and I'm not just sure I got the answer, and I probably didn't put the question precisely. Let me try again. If we are interested, as many of us are, in having something that goes beyond the casino and saying we want to have additional investment, which could include any and hopefully all of hotel, conference facilities, entertainment, other entertainment facilities, retail, even some residential office buildings, are you prepared to indicate, without even, let's not go where Councillor Crawford was going for a minute, but say that you will say that bidders would be required to set out plans they would have and commitments they're prepared to make to invest substantial sums and leading to the creation of significant additional employment beyond casino gaming in those what I'll call ancillary purposes?
Yes, we will be asking them to make proposals for the creation of an expanded gaming facility, if that's what council is approving tonight.
Including these ancillary things, if that's what we say we want.
Correct.
All right. And are you prepared to say that you reserve the right, which I presume you do in any competition, not to accept any of the bids if they came back and said, no, we really just want to have some tables and some more slot machines?
Yes, we absolutely reserve that right.
All right. And is it, if we were to sort of try and put a dollar value on that, even using history from Niagara Falls or any other place, is that going to be something that, in your view, is going to lead to a better competition or no competition or what?
I think it'll lead to a better competition. I think that
If we have a dollar value on it?
Pardon me? No, I would not be prepared to put a dollar.
Pardon me?
I'm not prepared to put a dollar value on it tonight.
No, but I'm saying if we put a dollar value on as part of this and said it's X billion dollars of this total investment, including the casino.
You're talking about putting a floor value on the amount of development?
Yes.
I would personally prefer that not be the case.
Because?
Well, largely because I think we want the market to speak here, and I don't want to drive proponents away by stipulating that it's got to be this, a minimum of this or nothing else.
All right, but so I'm very clear. You will put into your documentation if the city says that's what we require, a requirement that bidders indicate beyond the casino itself
we would put that in.
What else we expect to have done there over a period of time by way of additional investment in other job creating and businesses.
Yes, Murtori, that is the case.
I'm sorry, I just can't.
That is the case. Yes, we would.
All right,
forgive me.
Other members of the committee who wish to question the OLG? Yeah, Councillor Thompson and Councillor Shiner.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to be clear. You talk about the service provider in terms of going forward on the expanded gaming. Currently, the provider is who?
The provider is us, OLG.
So you are the, okay. So you're looking at getting out of that and having someone who is going to operate.
That is correct. That
wasn't clear to me.
That's the concept behind the OLG's modernization initiative.
All right. And so when I ask Woodbine questions and so on, Woodbine says, or they're sort of responding and thinking about their response, it is OLG's decision because it's now confirmed that Woodbine is basically the landlord in the operation.
That is correct.
Okay. So decisions going forward is OLG's responsibility in terms of how the operation takes place, who the service provider is, and so on.
That is correct.
All right. And so with respect to expanding the operation and building out, is that your responsibility or is it Woodbine's responsibility in terms of making decisions in terms of whether or not there's going to be condos or other commercial activities?
It's our responsibility with regard to the expansion of the gaming site.
Only?
Okay.
But the other portion is Woodbine?
That is correct.
All right. And so can you help me to understand, it appears to me that we've always had some concerns about the hosting fees.
Yes.
Is it true that the hosting fee formula has changed so that there seems to be less monies that would come to the city?
Not to the best of my knowledge, Councillor. To my knowledge, and I'll ask my friend to correct me if I'm misspeaking,
right.
The hosting fee formula across the province is the same.
And it has always been that way?
I don't have great history in this. Let me ask Mr.
Sure, it has been,
Parliament to comment.
it was changed when the government announced modernization.
Right.
With respect to the slot formula, but in addition, they added a component for table game revenue, which was never there before. So there's 4% of table game revenue would go back to the municipality also, which prior to the announcement of modernization was not the case.
Right. And you talked a little bit about the number of jobs and their full-time jobs. That's just on the gaming piece, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so the future jobs is not your responsibility, but that of Woodbine's?
Well, we estimate that there will be somewhere between 1,000 and 1,400 new direct jobs into gaming. I also expect, but I cannot specify tonight, that there would be some multiplier effect as well into other portions of related industries and into the area generally.
Yeah. And I'll just pose this as a comment. You'll forgive me, because I think we're just getting some challenge in terms of the flow of response from yourselves and Woodbine, and it seems to frustrate us. I know it frustrates me to some extent.
Give me that.
Well, and that's not your intent. It is simply that you have to try to provide answers based on sort of a shifting or movements in sort of the process, and you're trying to give us the best answer you can at the moment? Is that
We are.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Shiner?
So in the light of getting the best answers, I think you understand that we're trying to be able to get some surety as to if an expanded gaming operation goes forward at Woodbine, there is additional jobs created from the spin-off industries that may be there, not worried about condominiums or other development. And Woodbine has said, well, OLG is the one that will put that package together. And yet you said you're responsible for the gaming portion. So how do I get the tie-in between the casino and what the other benefits are going to be so I understand the package that's coming forward? And the second part is, how do I make sure that what we think we're going to get is delivered? And that also means, what if the package that you go to accept the city doesn't like?
Well, first of all, the size and the shape of the total job package will be predicated to a certain extent on the approvals that you're considering tonight. The existing facility within the Woodbine Grandstand would not be sufficient to house the sort of maximum number of slot machines or games that would be expanded.
Right, so you're going to expand that, but we're looking for the entertainment and the other ones. Everything we always hear about is the bells and whistles that go with the gaming.
Right.
How do we know that there's going to be a commitment to construct that and provide that at the same time as the new casino's built?
Well, as I indicated to Mayor Tory, we would obviously stipulate to the service providers the kinds of packages that we would be expecting from them in their bids in terms of what the expanded facility would look like. The size and the shape of those proposals, Councillor, will obviously drive the ancillary industries, the food and beverage, the hotel rooms, et cetera. So the final numbers will be dependent on the
You would
bids.
only accept a package with the requirement that the operator build it all?
Well, we will accept the optimal package that the marketplace is going to dictate.
But that package will be both the entertainment along with the gambling?
Yes, we would expect it would have all of those features embedded.
What if at the end of the day, the package you had was a package that the city, as the host city, wasn't satisfied with? Where does the city stand then?
Well, I'm trying to contemplate what that might mean. You're describing a situation where the city thought it was too small?
I have 20 seconds left. It might mean that there was an awful lot of gambling, but not much else.
You know, Councillor, at the end of the day, we're looking for a situation where we, the service provider, and the city are going to be satisfied with the outcome here. So if the city was significantly disappointed with what we were looking at, obviously that would be a topic of discussion.
That was your last question, Councillor Pasternak?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Just want to make sure I understand the estimated summary of revenues. Councillor Thompson touched on it. It seems to me as a percentage based on the chart that we've been provided by staff, but they cite you as the source of these numbers. The actual percentage of the city's share, should we go to a total expansion, actually drops. And they've got 2.6 on the current, and the total expansion would go to drop to 2.3%, and that would be city share. City share hosting fees, obviously, as a number would increase, a gross number would increase. But also, if you looked even at your rosy scenarios, you're dropping from 2.6 to either 2.4% or 2.5. Do these numbers ring a bell to you?
So are you talking on a percentage basis?
On a percentage basis, in other words, the more we give, the less we make as a percentage of the gross revenue. Am I reading this chart correctly?
The formula is consistent across the province. In actual dollars, we're anticipating the MCA payments would be going up anywhere between $7 and $11 million.
Right, but as a percentage, we're actually dropping. We're actually working our way down the corporate ladder.
I would have to double check on the percentage numbers, but as I said, the MCA formula is consistent from one end of the province to the other.
Right. Do you think Toronto is the same as Windsor, or not? With all due respect to these other centers, do you think Toronto is on a par with Windsor and Ottawa and Niagara Falls? We're all the same.
When you say the same, in what sense?
We're just all the same. We're the same, have the same economic vitality, gross municipal product, same number of people. We're on a par with Windsor and Niagara, and we should be treated the same.
You want me to?
Toronto is evidently a larger market, Councillor. Whether or not, you should all be treated the same or differently, what I can tell you is that if we were to create a separate category of treatment for Toronto, we would instantly hear calls from the other centres for similar treatment.
Well, that became a key part of the downtown casino debate, where negotiations had tentatively set on a hosting fee of around $100 million, as sort of a basement figure. And then when Windsor, Niagara, and Ottawa objected, all of a sudden it went down to $50 million, and that was the end of Toronto's downtown casino. It didn't make any sense to equate the costs of setting up that kind of infrastructure in Toronto with Windsor, with all due respect. I mean, can anyone really argue that it's a similar economic model?
No, I would not argue that there's a scope or size comparability between Toronto and some of the smaller markets around the province. Obviously not. But I think there is a question of equity of treatment that the government considers when it's looking at how economic returns are measured and given out.
All right.
Would you?
Sorry, Councillor, that's the end. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of questions, I believe, for these deputants. And so I will thank you very much, and we'll move on to the next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Next, we have Sylvia Hagopian from Gambling Institute of Ontario and Nina Littman-Sharp from the also Problem Gambling Institute of Ontario. I mean, I'm reading them both together, but I think you said you'd come up and speak together. That's fine. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Sylvia Hagopian. I'm a member of the leadership team of the Problem Gambling Institute of Ontario at the Centre for Addiction and Mental Health, also known as CAMH. CAMH is the largest addiction and mental health hospital in Canada and a teaching hospital fully affiliated with the University of Toronto. We are also committed to the development of evidence-based solutions to gambling-related problems through research. Many individuals in Ontario gamble. Most do so without causing harm to themselves or others. But about 2.5% of Ontarians have moderate to severe gambling problems. People with gambling problems experience a range of harms, including mental health issues like depression, anxiety, and substance use. They are also at increased risk of suicide. The Canadian Safety Council believes that more than 200 problem gamblers alone take their lives each year in Canada. This is likely an underestimate, given the lack of reporting requirements on the part of coroners. Many people who gamble also experience dysfunctional relationships and financial difficulties because of their gambling. This harms not only the people with gambling problems, but also their families and communities. We recognize that gambling is a reality in Ontario, and it already takes place in many forms at Woodbine Racetrack. But research from around the world shows that increases in gambling availability are associated with increases in problem gambling. So expansion at Woodbine will likely lead to an increase in the number of problem gamblers, particularly in the immediate area surrounding the facility. It's estimated that a quarter of Ontario's gambling revenues come from problem gamblers. Research within the last 2 years also identifies that a significant amount of profit comes from both slot machines and table games is derived from problem gamblers. Based on this evidence, it's reasonable to expect that a high percentage of additional revenues from Woodbine expansion would be contributed by people who are struggling with gambling problems. Ontario provides extensive responsible gambling programs, including the responsible gambling work being done by the OLG. Our organization collaborates with OLG on some initiatives. We provide consultation services and we train their employees on how to intervene with customers who are showing signs of being in trouble. However, you should know that while it is important this work gets done, there is no evidence to indicate that these efforts have a significant impact on decreasing the prevalence of problem gambling in casino venues. We are particularly concerned that we have very limited impact on early prevention of problem gambling. Increasing gambling availability means increasing gambling problems. We endorse the recommendation by the Medical Officer of Health that City Council maintain its opposition of expanded gambling in Toronto. We also require the facility, would like to require the facility to maintain its existing and planned responsible gambling measures and to close for a minimum of 6 hours a day. Treatment providers report that extended hours have negative impact on clients. This recommendation is key. By closing for a few hours a day, people will take a much-needed break from their extended gambling to consider their losses, perhaps to eat, sleep, or drive home to their families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of this deputy? We've got Mr. Councillor Layton and Councillor Mukherjee. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got the report here from 2012. The CAMH report. In it, I just want to confirm a couple of facts, that it says between 1 and 3.5% of Ontarians have been defined as problem gamblers.
Yes, so it's actually, recent report has 2.5% of Ontarians. In Toronto, it's about 10,000 people with pathological gambling problems, and 100,000 with moderate to severe problems.
100,000. Now, on page 10 of the report, it says that there was a study in Niagara Falls on pathological gambling before and after the casino opened. Can you just give us an idea of what the impact of that casino was opening in that municipality?
Oh, I don't have. If one of our research scientists, Dr. Nigel Turner, was here, he would be excellent at responding to that. So I don't have that research at my...
So perhaps I could ask it as, would it surprise you if the 2.2% prior to the casino opening turned into 4.4% 1 year after the casino opening, a full doubling of those identified with pathological gambling problems?
No, it wouldn't surprise me. We know from research that introducing a casino in an environment that had no previous casino increases problem gambling in that region.
Thank you.
Councillor Mukherjee, please.
Thank you very much. I got the impression from OLG that you were almost in support of gambling in casinos. Could you describe your relationship with OLG and how that works? And
sure. The Center for Addiction and Mental Health at Problem Gambling Institute is contracted by the OLG to provide consultation services with regards to their red flag training. This is a training program that trains managers at the casinos on how to identify someone who may be experiencing what they call red flags. So somebody who's hitting a slot machine or experiencing anger, or there's a crying family member outside looking for their loved one. So they're red flags. So we help, we train the managers on how to intervene on, that's the training program that we do.
And does CAMH have a position on, or do you have a position on expanded gambling?
Oh, did I not make that clear? We do not support the expansion. We strongly believe that increasing gambling availability will increase problem gambling. We consider problem gambling, a public health issue. It devastates lives. It increases bankruptcies. There's suicidal ideation. It causes third-party harm to families and loved ones. I could go on for the people who are devastated by gambling problems.
And have you've used the number 200 people per year commit suicide?
That's the Canada Safety Council. What reports are available to them where the coroner has documented problem gambling as a problem, but it's not a requirement for the coroner to investigate problem gambling as a reason for suicide. So if it's very obvious, then they report it.
So at the end of the day, from the point of view of good public policy and the public good, you would say that the negatives outweigh the positives?
Absolutely.
By a little or a lot?
Well, we treat clients who have gambling problems. We see the devastation firsthand, and it's our duty to our clients and the people who are possibly going to be experiencing gambling problems to say a lot.
Can I join in there?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I would just say that in combination with Rob Simpson's information, I would say a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of negatives.
And what percentage of people do you actually see of the problem gamblers? 100,000 moderate, 10,000? How many of them do you see?
Very small.
Vast majority of people with gambling problems do not surface into treatment. CAMH does try and develop other tools, self-help, anonymous online tools to attract people to get some help, self-directed help, but the vast majority do not surface in face-to-face treatment. We've been treating problem gamblers for 20 years, and Nina's going to speak a little bit more about her clinical program.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. That is the end of speakers from, or at least questioners from inside the committee. Are there those outside the committee or those inside the committee who wish to ask questions? Councillor DeGiorgio, did I see your hand up there? Okay.
So my question is, do you get involved with people who gamble online?
Do we have clients who, absolutely, yes.
They come to you with problems?
Yes. Some of our clients' main problem.
What percentage of the people that gamble online would come to you?
The majority, and Nina can speak to this as well, the majority of people we see are slot players. However, about 45% of our clients are also table game players. So it's not just slot machines that are problematic. Maybe Nina knows about percentage of online gamblers.
It's, in terms of the percentage of our clients that are online gamblers, it's fairly small. It's moving up, but it's fairly small, maybe 5 or 10%.
It's not like they're just pure online gamblers, right? They also do other types of gambling.
Some yes, some no.
Do you have any research on if people are prone to gambling, let's say, do they gravitate to some other vice if you take gambling away from them? I don't think you're going to be able to take gambling away, but if you were able to.
That really, it's certainly an issue for many people that if they, we see many people who used to have a substance use problem, for instance, and now they have a gambling problem. They have problems that they haven't resolved, and they're using one thing or another to make themselves feel better. So yes, people can drift from one addiction to another.
So gambling isn't really the culprit here.
I'm sorry?
Gambling isn't really the source of the problem.
It depends on what it is. If somebody is drinking, for instance, they may be able to use quite a lot of their money, but they can't actually, they're not likely to completely bankrupt themselves in the kind of time that people can. The financial devastation is very different.
Okay, so gambling bankrupts them a lot faster than some other vice.
Oh, boy, does it?
If you had, yes, yeah. And the vast majority of people with gambling problems suffer from trauma, anxiety, depression, and other co-occurring mental health issues. And Nina's going to talk about the zone and Jason Applebaum talked a bit about the zone as well.
So just so we can deal with that, whatever the percentage was of problem gamblers, there are, excuse me, 90%, maybe 95% of people who go through the recreational aspect of gambling, and we don't really care about whether we provide them with any kind of service.
We're actually concerned about prevention for them. Obviously, we don't want, we want the very minimum number of people to get into trouble.
Oh, I understand that, but what I'm saying is the large majority don't get into trouble.
No.
Right,
And
we
by-
understand that.
By not allowing the expanded gaming, you're taking away that opportunity from those people who can very well handle it.
The city anticipates about 14 million in revenue to come in, and 2/3 of that they anticipate to come from the local economy, from the local residents. That's increasing gambling. We know it's going to increase. I can assure that everyone's asking about assurances. It will increase problem gambling.
All right,
Thank you, Councillor DeGiorgio. Other members of the committee wishing to ask questions of these deputants? Okay, well, I will thank you both very much.
Actually, Nina has his.
Yeah. Okay.
What's going to happen now?
I have my own.
Oh, okay. She took, I assume she was speaking for both of you?
No.
She came up together, and so we'll have to, because I let her have 3.5 or 3:45, so we'll give you, 2.5 minutes.
Okay, I'll try and.
And then we're not going to, well, all right, I don't think we'll go through a second round of questions, because you both answered those questions.
Right.
So you go ahead then.
Okay. I'm Nina Littman-Sharp. I'm the manager of the Problem Gambling Treatment Service of the PGIO at CAMH. Our clinic has been in operation since 1995 and has treated almost 8,000 problem gamblers and their family members. The gambling issues we see at our clinic have changed over the years. When slot machines came into operation in 1998, they rapidly became the chief problem for our clients. Many people engage in more than one form of gambling, but what we got is about 58% of the problem gamblers are addicted to slot machines, 45% to table games. I want to give you an idea of what a problem gambler looks like. I'm going to describe a typical client. Let's call him Mark. Mark is 68 years old, retired after a successful teaching career. He began going to the casino around the time his wife became terminally ill and had to be hospitalized. Mark was stressed by his wife's illness and grieving over her imminent loss and the loss of a happy retirement they had planned together. When she died, he was lonely and depressed. The casino gave Mark somewhere to go. He started out playing blackjack, then he sat down at a slot machine and found that his grief and sadness were suspended. He felt hypnotized by the repetitive nature of the game, a bet every few seconds. Hours would go by without him noticing. Gamblers sometimes call this the zone. Clinicians call it dissociation, and dissociation is not a good thing. Slot machine manufacturers and operators do their best to get their clients into the zone. Machines are deliberately designed to maximize profit by keeping customers playing as long as possible. A bet can be placed on a slot machine every 3 to 6 seconds, and people bet as quickly as the machine allows. Mark often played through the night. No one was waiting for him at home, after all, so at the height of his gambling, he would stay at the casino for 24 hours. This is fairly typical. The more tired he became, the deeper into the zone he would go, and the less able he was to think rationally about what he was doing. Twice he fell asleep at the wheel on the way home. Drowsy driving is a very common problem for gamblers. Some research indicates that problem gamblers are 10 times more likely to have accidents than the average person. So this is just one example of how gambling can have a negative impact on vulnerable individuals. For many people, gambling can be entertaining, fun, social, but it can also cause harm to people who are vulnerable due to age, losses, or other addictions, or mental health problems, or other circumstances. Gambling can also trap otherwise healthy people who have an early big win.
All right, I'm going to ask you if you'll conclude now. Thank you.
Sure, that's fine. So basically, same endorsements as Sylvia.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? I think we had, both of these deputants had a chance to answer the previous round, so we'll move on with thanks very much for your contribution. Then, we have Mark Holland. Mark Holland? Okay. We then have 1, 2, 3, 4 people, and we'll get the rules of the road up front here. We have Liz Pimentel, Guled Warsami, Joanne Brown, and Melita Sanabal from Unite here, Local 75.
I don't believe Melita is here, so there's just
So
the
there's
three of us, and we're
You're
going to try
you're
to knock
almost
this
welcome.
out in 5 minutes.
Beg your pardon? What did you say about you're trying to do it in 5 minutes?
Yes,
And that's for
between
the
the
three
three
of you,
of
and
us.
then we can have some questions?
Yes, out of respect for your time.
Well,
It's
and-
been a
and
long
yours.
day.
Then we thank you for your patience today, so you please go ahead.
I was going to say good afternoon, but I think more appropriately I should say good evening, Mayor Tory, and members of the Executive Committee and visiting councilors. My name is Liz Pimentel. I'm the president of Unite Here Local 75, the Hospitality Workers Union in the GTA. It's a pleasure to be here again talking about this topic. We were pleased to see the report about Woodbine expansion. But I must say that after hearing the deputations today, I feel even more convinced that conditions are very, very important. There are two things that we are very, very concerned about. One is the quality of the jobs, and we think it is absolutely critical that the expansion comes with good jobs, not just any kind of jobs, but good jobs. And we've spoken here before about requiring a labor peace agreement that would allow unions to organize and make sure that we maintain the standard of high-paying jobs and good benefits and job security that have already been established at Woodbine by numerous unions, not just us. There are a number of unions already there. So we want to keep that going. I think that there's some language that is going around, and there's some that we submitted last time, and I'm happy to submit it again. The second thing is that I think that we all would like something more substantial than just a slot box with a food court. And forgive me for being crass, but that's what we call it in our union. We've seen a lot of these, so we know exactly what they're like, and that is not going to bring the benefits that I think we'd all like to see. And so we've sent correspondence to the mayor about this, and we've been speaking about this in various places, that we think there should be some minimum level of investment set around this development. We would suggest that it be somewhere between $1 billion and $1.25 billion as a minimum. That would make it comparable to the Boston development. It would make it comparable to the Maryland development. So sort of comparable sized developments that we've seen where this kind of thing has been built before. So we're trying to compare it to what we think would be the type of development that would actually benefit that area and that space, and that seems to me like a kind of floor that could be put to make sure that we have the right size, because I think, as we heard earlier, it's entirely possible that it could be a smaller development than that, and I don't think that that is actually going to bring the benefits that we're all looking for. So with that, I will pass it on to my coworker, Guled Warsame.
Thank you. My name is Guled Warsame, and I'm an organizer with Unite Here Local 75. I lived in Rexdale and spent many years in the community organizing around important issues like youth engagement, immigrant settlement, unemployment, and training. It was actually the Woodbine Life project in 2006 when I really started getting involved in local community organizing. At that time, I was a youth organizer for this group called SOYET, Somali Youth Association of Toronto, and I worked in Rexdale. So back in 2006, when we heard about a huge redevelopment proposal at the Woodbine racetrack called Woodbine Life, we started organizing community meetings, and we were amazed by the turnout when people heard about, like, the opportunities that could happen with the Woodbine Life development. What we heard at the doors mostly over and over again was the desperate need for good jobs in Rexdale. Jobs with full-time hours, decent pay, benefits, and some measure of job security. We organized for several years and engaged with the city and developers of Woodbine Life to secure groundbreaking commitments around local hiring and training. As we know, the Woodbine Life project never materialized. Now we have another chance to do something amazing in Rexdale. We have the chance to create hundreds and hundreds of good jobs. Not just provide training, although that's important too. People in Rexdale don't need handouts or special treatments, but we really need good jobs. And access to good jobs. as long as people in Rexdale have to work 2 or 3 part-time, low-wage jobs with no benefits, they won't be able to lift themselves up. And Rexdale will never prosper with that kind of proposal. Thank you, and I'm going to pass to my colleague, Joanne.
Hi, good evening, everyone. It's been a long day. My name is Joanne Brown, and I've been working at Woodbine for 29 years, and I don't gamble. I'm also a member of Unite Here, and I think we have a great opportunity here. Woodbine is a fabulous piece of property, and as was said earlier, this weekend is the Queen's Plate. Lots of people will be coming to watch that. I work in the racetrack side of it, which is separate from the OLG's operation. However, it's very important that we do have the OLG's operation because we frankly need that. We need that to continue. We need the expansion. We need all the other things that can possibly happen at Woodbine. You know, the live entertainment venues, the hotel. I spoke before at the community meeting, and I talked about showing Toronto what we have. We had, Toronto actually had this open doors project probably about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and there was people coming to Woodbine that had never been there before. You know, they would come into the dining room and they would be shown around, and I think that actually opened up Woodbine to a lot of people that didn't even know that it was there before. It is actually a very nice place to visit and to spend your money at, to have a great meal, and you have the opportunity to watch horse racing and do a little bit of gambling if that's what you like. My job is at stake here because it's a seasonal job. The racetrack during the winter time is a layoff situation for most of us if you're not working in the slot area. I'm lucky if I get 2 or 3 days a week, and my full-time position can be from 12 hours to 36 hours out of 40 hours. So it would be great if we had an opportunity for me and many others like me to be able to have something else in that period of time. And I'll finish it there.
Thank you very much, all three of you. And we now move to questions from, first of all, members of the council who are not members of this committee. And do I see Councillor Layton with his hand up? Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. Does it worry you that that the staff report shows just how that the OLG considers 24 hours a work week full time?
Sometimes in our industry, we set minimums for what would be considered full-time, and it's usually for benefit eligibility. So, you know, in most of our hotels, for example, if you work 24 hours or more, you're considered full-time and you get family benefits. So it's a minimum, it's not a maximum. But am I alarmed by that as a definition? Yes. I mean, normally a full-time job in a unionized environment, you bargain to maximize hours to 40, yes.
And the average for unionization rates for all OLG is at 28%. Is that low compared to other averages for casino operators?
I'd say that's low. I mean, we represent 55,000 gaming workers in Las Vegas, so, you know, that's probably the most heavily unionized city in the United States. The gaming industry is a heavily unionized industry. I think kind of for the reasons that we're discussing here today. There has to be a balance between the costs and the benefits in gaming, and it's important that all stakeholders are involved. And I think the gaming industry, when it's working well, they recognize that as well, and they think, okay, we've got to create good jobs, we have to partner with the community. And I've spoken here before about sort of good operators and bad operators, and frankly, good operators will do that, right? They create union jobs, they partner with communities. So the kinds of conditions that we're suggesting are the kinds that would actually, I think, block the bad operators and
So
should block the bad
The
operators.
conditions are critical here. If we can't get
Absolutely
these
critical.
conditions as part of the agreement, then it's likely to result in not an optimal situation for the workers and community.
Yes, and we only get one chance to do this. So we only get one chance to put conditions. You can't sort of build this thing and go, oh, now we've changed our minds and we want to add, I don't think it tends to work that way.
And we only get one shot to give an approval, too. Do you know how long this contract's for?
What contract?
With the service provider?
I'm assuming it'll be a fairly long-term one, and I hope it is. I mean, I think the operator that gets the agreement should be one who's willing to commit long-term. It shouldn't be somebody who comes in and is going to flip it really quickly.
Just finally, the existing unionized workers at OLG will have a year in their existing contract, and then they'll be up for renegotiation. Part of that is potentially losing their pension benefits. Is that something that you think we can provide conditions for, or how do you think we should approach that?
We actually don't represent OLG employees at Woodbine. We represent Woodbine employees. So, it would be my sisters and brothers in PSAC who represent the OLG workers. But I think it would be very sensible to say that if the OLG is going to contract out to a private operator, that private operator should pick up the collective agreements of the relevant unions, whoever they may be.
Thanks for staying with us all day.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. And who else did I have that were Councillor Bilo?
Just very quickly, you probably have noticed in my questions that we're talking about peace labor agreements, and this is done throughout North America and in other cities, correct?
Yes, so it's become kind of the gold standard at this point. So it's the law of the land in the state of New York. The Boston development is governed by a labor peace agreement. The Western Mass one also is. The Maryland one is.
So there are already, it's becoming the norm. There are operators that are used to this. They know how to deal with this. They have it in their own casinos, and as you said, it's a highly unionized industry.
Correct.
And you do believe that this would be a perfect opportunity after we approve the TO prosperity report to try to bring some good jobs to the city of Toronto through the actions that we're taking.
Absolutely, yeah, and particularly to that region, I think it would make a big difference.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bilo. Any other members of the committee wishing to question these deputies? If not, I will thank you very much for
Thank you very much for having us.
your patience all day and for your contribution. Here we are. We're call will be called Theo Lagakos. Lagakos?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I missed Noah Shopsowitz, but you can go ahead and sit down, and we'll just shake up the order a little bit here to make it more interesting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try and read this as quickly as I can. My name is Theo Lagakos. I'm an employee at OLG Slots at Woodbine. I'm president of PSAC Local 533. The question before council concerns Woodbine expansion. So from an employee perspective, I could tell you that, yes, I want expansion, but I want certain guarantees. I want a guarantee, for example, that full-time jobs aren't going to be reduced, because you could put in 2,000 more machines, but you could cut the number of staff. I want a guarantee that I've been paying into the Ontario pension plan for over 5 years, and I want to keep that pension plan. But the OLG has decided that they want to modernize, they want to privatize. So what does that mean to me as an employee? It means they want to take away my pension, but the people at the OLG corporate office, who are most of them on the Sunshine List, get to keep their pensions. So I want to make sure that council over here protects the employees at the OLG, at the slots at Woodbine, and make sure, puts it in writing, that we don't lose our Ontario pension plan. That should be a concern for everyone here. I also live in Rexdale. I don't just work at Woodbine. So I want to make sure that if there's any money generated from expansion, that it goes back into the community. Because I live in a community that's very high risk, where there's violence everywhere, and I don't see Mr. Ford doing anything about that, but that's a different story altogether. If the OLG believes in privatization, then what I would say to them is, let's privatize the whole OLG, let's have the AGCO regulate everything, and let them see if the private sector is better for them. So in the end, I would like to say that I'd like to see accountability, integrity, and respect from the corporate OLG to the employees, to the people of Toronto, to the people of Ontario. I want accountability by making sure that jobs are full-time, that they are not reduced. I want to make sure that any new system, such as GMS, the gaming management system that the OLG spoke about, is not just used for responsible gaming, but is not implemented in such a way that automation comes in and more jobs are lost at the OLG slots at Woodbine. And I want them to respect us by not taking away our pensions. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And 2 minutes and 36 seconds. Well done.
Okay.
So, are there questions from members outside of the Executive Committee first of this deputant? All right. Any questions from members of the committee? All right. Well, we thank you very much for your suggestions, and thank you for being here today. Noah Shopswitz was next, and he was overlooked inadvertently. Good evening, sir.
Patience is a virtue.
It certainly is.
Mr. Mayor, honorable councilors, my name is Noah Shopswitz. I am a design builder and a real estate developer in the City of Toronto. I'm a resident of the City of Toronto. My parents were residents of the City of Toronto, and my grandparents were residents of the City of Toronto. I do oppose this expansion of the Woodbine facility, and I'll tell you why. In 2013, Premier Kathleen Wynne decided that Toronto did not deserve a downtown casino by virtue of this conflict that was created with the hosting fee. It seems that her supporters are deeply involved in the horse racing industry, and that may be one of the reasons why she did cut down the downtown casino debate. At that time, Toronto Council only looked at 2 proposals. So what if Toronto could look at 10 proposals, and this expanded gaming at Woodbine would be just one of them? Okay. The Premier has effectively erased the C1 designation, which we did have. C1 was the downtown casino, from the OLG gaming bundles. Okay. There seems to be perhaps some favoritism that might be distorting her decision. Woodbine is now bundled with Pickering, which is a project called Durham Live. Durham Live, in my estimation, will suck dollars out of Toronto, will cheat us of our jobs, and encumber our future economic prosperity. Okay, the financial numbers supporting the Woodbine expansion don't make a great deal of sense to me compared to what was being discussed as far as a downtown casino location. Gaming in Toronto is a big deal. It's been a very sobering discussion tonight, and there has been a lot of discussion around the casino in Toronto. You may recall that in 2013, the city manager asked for the $100 million hosting fee for the downtown casino. The yield from Woodbine would be a fraction of what the city needs. Mayor Tory, you'll recall that in this first year of your administration, the Premier didn't come to the aid of the City of Toronto, and you had to plug a $90 million operating deficit with funds from capital. What will this council do next year? Okay, the Premier has effectively neutered City Council. I believe Toronto's a great city. I believe Toronto deserves a deal more than the tail wagging the dog. Just to prove my point, at this time, there's not one of those council members who did support the Toronto Casino on this executive committee. Okay,
I'll have to stop you there. That's 3 minutes, Mr. Shopswitz.
All right.
Yep. And so we'll thank you for your submission. Are there any members outside of the committee who wish to ask Mr. Shopswitz any questions? Any members of the committee who wish to ask Mr. Shopswitz any questions? Well, hearing none, we'll thank you very much for your patience and for your submissions, and wish you well. We had Mr. Lagakos already, so that would bring us to Alistair Matheson.
Your Worship, councillors, my name is Alistair Matheson, and I'm the Vice President of Advancement and External Affairs at Humber College. That appointment I have held for 2 years. Prior to that, I was 12 years as the Dean of the School of Hospitality, Recreation and Tourism at Humber College. Humber College, as many of you will know, is the largest community college in Ontario, and in fact the largest community college in the country. We have 27,000 full-time students and about 53,000 part-time students. Of the 27,000 students, 23,000 of those are domestic, with the majority, 75%, of those students actually coming from the immediate catchment area, which includes both the southern and northern parts of Etobicoke and a hinterland of around 25 kilometres around that area. That's a significant number of local students who are commuting to the college, either using their own vehicles, or the majority are in fact using public transportation. The expansion proposal is highly supported by Humber College, with the view that it actually deepens and strengthens our existing partnership with Woodbine. And I want to talk about the three components that are really important as part of that partnership. First of all, Woodbine is an employer of our graduates. We have 160 programs at Humber College, and many of our graduates from many programs are seeking and have been hired by Woodbine for full-time employment. As part of that, many of our students also do their internships at Woodbine, and 73% of those students doing internships actually get offered full-time employment by the Woodbine Group. The second area of partnership is that the Woodbine Group has sponsored or been a corporate and community partner in many of Humber College's community outreach programs. We run several community outreach programs, either funded directly by Humber itself or through successful grants that we've obtained through the Ministry of Training Colleges and University. Over the past 9 years, we have won actually 11 community outreach contracts for youth at risk and skills and development training for new immigrants,